Chapter 81. I'm almost suffocating. Lisanne couldn't pry the claws off her neck, so she punched the doll's red face in anger. The doll didn't block or dodge, but punched back. Lisanne's neck was pinched by it, and she couldn't dodge. "Ah, it hurts." One side of Lisanne's face was swollen, but the punch she hit on the doll's face was like hitting cotton, and it had no effect at all. She grabbed the doll and pulled it hard in both directions. If it rotted, it would not be able to pinch her neck anymore. But for some reason, the rag doll seemed to have consciousness and fought hard. The hand wrapped around her neck loosened, and two round cotton fists attacked her nose. The speed was comparable to that of a 3-star magician, and Lisanne was so scared that he hurriedly shook it off. Just then, the little lion rushed over, opened its mouth wide, and bit the neck of the rag doll accurately. It raised its head and looked at Lisanne with a look of seeking credit. Lisanne had no time to take care of it, and quickly shot out 3 silver light sticks, nailing the rag doll to the wall. The silver light sticks passed by the little lion's eyelids, frightening the little lion to break into a cold sweat, hiding in the corner and biting the rag doll to vent his anger. At this moment, the French window on the balcony was opened, and a girl in a snow-white princess dress landed lightly in front of the French window. Her long blonde hair was tied with a pink bow, and her facial features were so beautiful that men could not move. However, the pride in her eyes and eyebrows overwhelmed her innocence. Lisanne blinked. As an art student, she had a very strong memory of faces, not to mention that this outstanding girl had once yelled at her by the sea of roses. The only difference was that the maid outfit was changed into a princess outfit. A single girl who visited the same sex in the middle of the night was either a best friend or an enemy. Now it's not the former, then the latter is almost certain. Lisanne became alert and quietly hid the magic card on the bed into her clothes, looking at the girl calmly, waiting for her to speak. The girl crossed her arms, looked down at her, and said contemptuously, "TSK, I really don't understand why Shuyu Farrell would like an ugly person like you. Sure enough, he is a scumbag, and his taste is also scumbag." It's the same again. After scolding Fitch Brooks, she scolded Wang Ziyu again. Is she trying to highlight her poor vocabulary for scolding people? Lisanne rolled his eyes impatiently, thinking that the girl's brain was no longer something that humans could heal. "Go away, I pretend you've never been here." Lisanne immediately ordered her to leave. The girl looked at her coldly, her lips slightly parted. "Fight." As soon as the voice fell, the little lion behind her fell to the ground with a bang, and the rag doll it was biting broke through the restraints of the silver light stick and quickly attacked her front. "Bind!" Lisanne shouted, and the binding array appeared in his palm, spinning in the air, blooming with brilliant silver blue light, imprisoning the rag doll in the center. The body of the rag doll twisted in the light. Lisanne was afraid that it would escape, so she stretched out her fingers and chanted a spell, and the paper tape shot out from her fingertips and wrapped around the rag doll. Unexpectedly, the rag doll suddenly jumped up and escaped from the binding array. She was slightly startled, and was strangled by the neck again. The soft touch made Lisanne shudder. Too careless, Lisanne almost regretted it. The binding array bound the magic wave, and the rag doll had no magic wave at all. The twitch just now was just to deceive her. She turned her head stiffly, and looked at the proud girl behind her. The girl was smiling triumphantly. Lisanne sighed in frustration and raised her hands in surrender. The girl came to her in the middle of the night not to beat her, but to capture her alive. There must be a reason. And the girl was good at cheating, so she might as well take advantage of her. If nothing unexpected happened, the girl was a manipulator, and the doll was her puppet. To control the puppet, she had to control the girl first. But if she only attacked the girl, the puppet would inevitably attack her again. How could she kill 2 birds with 1 stone? We have to think of a way. Take me to Shuyu Farrell. The girl's demeanor was like a princess in a kingdom talking to a servant. Lisanne said obediently, "Okay. But can I put on a coat first? It's so cold." The girl didn't say anything. Lisanne took her as her acquiescence, slowly walked to the closet, opened the cabinet, and at this moment, she sneezed again. She took a tissue to cover her nose, and put on a coat. The hand on her neck was still there, but it relaxed a little. She secretly glanced at the doll that always smiled with curved eyebrows, went out, and walked down the stairs. The little lion followed closely, and the girl probably thought it was a level 0 monster, so she didn't take it seriously. Outside the door, it was pitch black as ink, darker than the darkest night, and all the magic lights were off, which was very different from the usual castle that never sleeps. In the pitch-black darkness, a few thick dark clouds could be seen pressing low on the horizon, like monsters lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right time to descend and devour the world. From time to time, there was a hint of murderous aura in the air, which flashed and disappeared so quickly that Lizhan almost suspected that it was her own hallucination. What was wrong? Lizhan walked and thought. In the silent space, her breathing became unusually clear, and the soles of her furry shoes with long ears stepped on the path, making a slight rustling sound, which disturbed her a little. The girl and the little lion walked lightly, as if they were not touching the ground, which made her feel that the people following her were not actually human. Fortunately, she was able to rely on her familiarity with the terrain of the garden and grope her way forward slowly. The beautiful Lady Liz said that most people with the control system are good at long-range attacks, and close combat is a weakness. If she could dig a trap for the girl to jump into, and then attack suddenly, she should be able to succeed. She thought about it in her mind, and walked in the direction of the garden greenhouse. When she turned the corner, she suddenly poked the little lion with a pin, and the little lion immediately let out a lion roar that resounded through the sky. Ayo! The girl was shocked and controlled the rag doll to hit Lizhan. Lizhan lowered his body, took advantage of the pitch-black darkness to draw a circle on the ground, and ran forward quickly. The girl hurriedly caught up. Lizhan was waiting for this moment. Trapped. The light of the triple magic trap array shot up into the sky, the hexagram magic symbol swirled in the air, and the silver blue light illuminated the garden of 100 meters in radius, and also illuminated the girl trapped in the magic array. The girl ran around in panic, but the magic symbol on her head was like a mountain pressing down on her, leaving her no chance to escape. Huh, it worked. Lizhan squatted down with a smile and kissed the little lion. Although this guy is unreliable, he has a tacit understanding with her and cooperates perfectly. The girl didn't expect that she would be defeated by Lizhan, and her eyes almost spit fire. Chapter 82. Lizhan sneezed, injecting magic waves into the cardboard, and 3 strips of paper were formed to wrap around the girl's feet. She made a face and turned to the little lion. What should I do? Kill her? She didn't dare to do such a thing. Leave her here? That won't work either. The girl's magic is obviously better than hers, and she will break free sooner or later, and she will probably die by then. Thinking of this, Lizhan took out the communicator from her coat and called the butler Billy. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the butler was still awake. The communicator sent the request in less than 3 seconds, and it was connected. Mr. Assistant, there is suddenly one more person in the garden. Can you please take care of it? Housekeeper Billy was not surprised at all when he heard this, and answered neatly, We will send someone to clean it up within 5 minutes. Thank you for your notice. Lizhan hung up the phone with peace of mind, and put the communicator in her pocket. She took the opportunity to put the communicator in her pocket when she put on her coat. Hee hee, she laughed wickedly and called the little lion, Run. However, she ran less than 10 steps, and felt a wind behind her head. She hurriedly lay on the ground, and saw the rag doll waving its fist past her forehead, and quickly turned around. Because it was a rag doll, its body could be twisted at will, and it didn't matter what it did. After it turned around, it attacked again. Lizhan had forgotten to deal with it just now, and now he was anxious, so he quickly rolled on the ground twice, and hid in the flower bed to avoid its dense fist attack. The coat fell off, and the furry shoes also fell off. Lizhan sneezed bitterly, and her hands were randomly scratching in the flower bed, looking for the tissue she lost. The girl crossed her arms in the magic trap, and looked at her embarrassed appearance coldly. Lizhan Bossman, are you very powerful? Ha ha ha. The laughter was sharp and full of pride. Lizhan was about to speak when she sneezed again. Damn, I caught a cold at this time. She stopped talking, and wiped her nose while sending out more than a dozen silver light sticks. If the rag doll was pierced like a sieve, she didn't believe it could still move. At this moment, a standard serious and emotionless word suddenly popped up in the dark garden. Miss Biluo Mirkson, are you also very powerful? This was obviously a compliment, but it sounded like a complete mockery. The sharp smile of the girl called Biluo Machine suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed her throat. Lizhan also stood still in the garden. Neither of them noticed the presence of a third person. This third person was obviously not in the same group as Biluo. Biluo should be in the same group as the supervision department, so who is this third person? Came to save her? Impossible. How much trouble did Wang Ziyu cause? In the dark night, a magic lamp with purple light slowly approached, outlining the beautiful and neat curves of the person. She was tall, with long black hair tied up on top of her head, and a pair of white and slender legs under her narrow skirt. Etiquette maid. When Biluo saw the etiquette maid, her face turned pale, and she raised her hand to wave at the maid. The rag doll she was controlling gave up attacking Lizhan in midair, and punched the etiquette maid in the face with both fists. The etiquette maid smiled coldly, grabbed the rag doll with both hands, and tore it in the opposite direction. What? They actually fought? Liz Hahn was very puzzled by this situation, but she was the one who benefited from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. So she seized the opportunity, bent her body in the flower bed, and crawled forward. Stop! The etiquette maid and Bilyua Machine spoke at the same time, flew forward and grabbed the back collar of Lijan's clothes. But they were concerned about each other, and stretched out their other hands at the same time to hit each other. And how could Liz Hahn miss such a good opportunity, and let them do whatever they wanted? She swung her hand back, and stabbed all the silver sticks that she had not had time to shoot just now at their faces. Now, it became a three-way melee. The etiquette maid was extremely skilled and dodged the silver stick neatly, but the hand holding Lijan's clothes had no time to take care of it. Bilyua's back was not as good as the etiquette maid, and a silver stick slashed across her left face, and her perfect cheek was instantly disfigured. However, she doubled the strength in her hand, almost suffocating Liz Hahn. The situation changed suddenly. Liz Hahn and Bilyua were both injured, and the etiquette maid reaped the benefits. The etiquette maid smiled, spread her 5 fingers, stretched her nails, and scratched Bilyua's face. I don't know how her nails grew, but they were about 2 inches long, comparable to the claws of a strange clawed beast. A lot of blood flowed out of Bilyua's left face, which looked terrifying in the dark night. The etiquette maid's move was obviously to give her a few more cat whiskers. Women care most about their faces, especially beautiful women like Bilyua. Women hate others who are prettier than themselves, like the etiquette maid. Bilyua quickly let go of Liz Hahn, covered her face with her hands, and said with gritted teeth, "Hit her." The rag doll received the message and rushed between Bilyua and the etiquette maid, using itself as a weapon and hitting the etiquette maid's face hard. The etiquette maid was too late to dodge because she was concerned about Liz Hahn next to her. A stream of fresh blood flowed out of the etiquette maid's nose. Liz Hahn finally got out of the predicament, and sighed inwardly at the horror of women's war. Fortunately, she was not good-looking, otherwise, she would have been crushed to ashes by them. She ran away. Seeing her running away and disappearing in the darkness, the etiquette maid suddenly said, "Stop, let's deal with her first." Bilyua. Humph. I remember this first. But she didn't object, and the two followed again, but this time, it was not them who arrived first, but the doll. Its 2 arms suddenly stretched 4 or 5 meters, and accurately wrapped around Lijan's neck. It flew into the air, and Liz Hahn was suspended with it, his feet off the ground, his eyes black. I only heard Bilyua's crisp words in my ears. "Let's go and find Joyeux Farrell." Liz Hahn closed her eyes and screamed, "How can I leave if you don't put me down?" Bilyua waved her hand gracefully, signaling the doll to put her down, but still pinched her neck. The etiquette maid saw that Bilyua's doll was not free, so she wanted to attack. Bilyua knew what she was thinking and smiled coldly. "If you dare to touch me, she will definitely die." The etiquette maid paused and had to withdraw her hand. She and Liz Hahn were not friends, but if Liz Hahn died, her mission would not be completed. Now, the 3 of them formed a strange balance. One restrained the other, and no one could move anyone. Liz Hahn exhaled heavily. What on earth was going on? She couldn't even figure out why she was involved in such a strange circle. Chapter 83. The castle was terribly quiet, and there was silence all around. The huge snow-white pillars looked terrifyingly white in the pitch-black night. The huge magic lamp in the center was on. It was composed of 99 small crystal lamps in circles. Each circle had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and all 7 colors. It shone on the carpet with a hexagram magic circle painted on it, and the light was strange and enchanting. It was really strange. Liz Hahn thought inappropriately in his heart, even if it was more than 2 o'clock in the evening, there shouldn't be no one on night watch. Where did everyone go? You'd better not think of any tricks. The etiquette maid looked around vigilantly, and snorted coldly, as if to build up her courage. She had never seen such a situation before, especially the strange and oppressive atmosphere, which made the 3 people present shudder. Liz Hahn walked cautiously in front step by step. Following behind her were the deadly etiquette maid and Bilyua, as well as the hateful rag doll that pinched her neck and the useless little lion. Danger could appear at any time in front, and there was no safety guarantee behind. What was even more tragic was that she felt that at least 8 people were staring at the 3 of them in the darkness of the castle. And they are not friends. When Liz Hahn came to this point, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She was not afraid anymore. She walked with her head held high and hummed a song. She was tone-deaf and could not remember the lyrics, so she could only sing taunt. Taunt is a real divine song. Those who sing it are crazy, and those who listen to it are also abnormal. When the ecstatic tune echoed in the castle, she actually felt an inexplicable pleasure. It must be said that this song fits her current mood. However, Biluo and the etiquette maid changed their faces at the same time. Reason 1. They thought Liz Han was humming some mysterious signal. After all, Taunt didn't even have any lyrics. It sounded like the chanting in some ancient magic ritual, accompanied by the strange crystal chandelier, which was too mysterious. Reason 2. Li Zhan's singing skills were not good enough. Generally, people who sang Taunt had an intoxicated expression, and the pitch soared, and in the end it was like a ghost screaming at 120 decibels, like schizophrenia, but Liz Han sang leisurely, which made them doubt whether Liz Han had any support. Liz Han sang happily, ignoring the group of people staring at them in the dark and moving with them, and even more ignoring the people ambushing on both sides of Wang Ziyu's bedroom. Sometimes, the more people ambushing, the safer it is. Because they don't know who the other party is, they dare not attack casually. The greater the chance that she can escape safely. Liz Han walked up to the second floor leisurely, turned around and saw the two people who were staring at her covetously, and said nonchalantly, "Hey, this is his bedroom. What are you going to do?" The etiquette maid quickly put her sharp fingertips on her spine, opened the door. At that moment, Liz Han not only felt the obviously enhanced magic waves of the two people behind her, but also felt the vibration of the uniform magic waves in the darkness, with a slight chill that pierced into the bone marrow. Liz Han couldn't help but shudder, but she was not afraid. "Open the door." The etiquette maid gave the order again. "Let go of your hand." Liz Han replied without looking back, "Except for the master, only I can open this door." She paused and smiled, "You know?" The etiquette maid's face suddenly fell. "Are you threatening me?" Liz Han turned around, looked at Biluo, who was looking at her with her arms around her chest, and then looked at the furious etiquette maid, yawned lazily. "I won't take two people in. You guys fight. Whoever wins I take in." The etiquette maid narrowed her eyes, raised her hand, and swung it at Li Zhan's face. Liz Han turned her head and raised her hand to block her attack. "Kill me if you can." The etiquette maid turned her head and looked at Biluo. Biluo smiled softly. The etiquette maid was startled, and her rag doll punched her nose. The etiquette maid had suffered a loss before, and her nose was still aching. She didn't dare to confront him head-on, and hurriedly dodged. The rag doll chased after him, and Biluo watched coldly. The etiquette maid knew that this was a trap set by Liz Han, but she and Biluo were not friends, so she couldn't ask Biluo to stop. Liz Han curled the corners of his lips with satisfaction, thinking, should he take the opportunity to escape or take the opportunity to escape? However, the men in the dark were still staring at her. What should she do? She hesitated at the door. If she opened the door and let the two men in, would the housekeeper Billy fire her tomorrow? But if she let the two men in, she might not even see the sun tomorrow. People who lose their youth have no chance of survival. She knew this very well. Once she opened the door, she would lose her youth's value. Even if the two men didn't kill her, someone in the dark would do it. In a word, being a maid is really hard. When Liz Han was thinking about something, she habitually touched the little lion's head. The little lion rubbed against her feet in fear. She lowered her head slightly, but was shocked to see the scene in front of the door. Blood slowly overflowed from the crack of the door, seeping into the carpet, leaving a dark area. Could it be that something happened to Wang Ziyu? Li Zhan's face suddenly lost all color. She bent down, stretched out her hand tremblingly, and got a little blood on it. It was still fresh and smelled pungent. Not only did her pupil shrink, but her heart also shrank. What was going on? Why was it so serious? She looked back and saw that the two men were still fighting and had not noticed her movements. She hurriedly said, "The early bird catches the worm." The beautiful carvings were still as beautiful as ever. The bird on the door was still asleep, and the door was silent. She did not give up and shouted again, but the door was silent. Did they change the password? Or was the barrier broken? Liz Han stretched her hand forward and felt relieved after touching the cold barrier. As long as the barrier was not broken, Wang Ziyu would be fine. At this time, she did not understand why she was so worried about Wang Ziyu. Maybe because he is the master and she is the servant. But when did Wang Ziyu tell her the new password? What is the new password? Biluo and the etiquette maid were so sharp that they found that her action was wrong, and immediately stopped fighting, rushed to her side, and held her hostage. Especially the etiquette maid, her face turned pale with anger. "You lied to me? You are looking for death." "Shut up." Liz Han was interrupted and his temper was not very good. "If you have the ability, you can open it." The etiquette maid wanted to say something. But Billio picked up the rag doll's fist and stuffed it into her mouth, then raised a beautiful smile that made people suffocate, and turned to Lizhan. You have to think quickly. If something happens to the master, it is not something you can bear. Lizhan was also anxious, and had no time to pay attention to her. She just forced herself to calm down, and carefully recall every word Wang Ziyu said. Every time he changed his words, he would not tell her directly, but included it in his usual words, letting her guess. Therefore, she had to remember every word Wang Ziyu said clearly, otherwise, she would be turned away. She recalled Wang Ziyu's inexplicable visit tonight, and tried to say, "So girls are such fragile creatures?" This was a more special thing he said. However, the bird didn't wake up. The etiquette maid probably thought that Lizhan was playing with her, and her face was cold and cold. Although Billio didn't say anything, her legs changed position several times, and she was obviously very impatient. Lizhan turned back and glared at her, and thought again, could it be that Wang Ziyu threatened her? She said with certainty, "My bedroom is full of blood." She stared at the bird, but the bird probably went to sleep and didn't wake up. Lizhan guessed twice, and didn't get it right, and she became more irritated and wanted to stamp her feet several times, especially when she saw more and more blood overflowing from the door. She became more worried, and there was a faint fear in her heart. If Wang Ziyu was injured inside, she opened the door again, wouldn't it be like hurting him? An unprecedented sense of helplessness tightly gripped her heart. Open or not? If open, how to open? Chapter 84. She pulled her hair in annoyance, and the other two looked at each other, but no one dared to disturb her. For a moment, the door of the bedroom where more than 10 people were hiding was so quiet that only the sound of Lizhan's slightly rapid breathing could be heard. This is Wang Ziyu's home. Wang Ziyu said that it is those people who should be hidden, not him. In theory, Wang Ziyu is sure. As Lizhan comforted himself, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and he blurted out, "Tonight, I have a guest." As soon as the words fell, the bird suddenly opened its eyes, raised its head, and uttered a clear cry. The door opened. A pungent smell of blood hit them in the face. The etiquette maid and Billio were about to rush in, but they were afraid of an ambush, so they grabbed Lizhan and wanted to push her in. If there was any accident, she would be the one to die. Unexpectedly, the person hiding in the darkness near the door took advantage of their brief hesitation and flashed into the door, like a black shadow, at lightning speed. Lizhan stared at the scene in a daze, feeling terrified. As Wang Ziyu said, the bedroom was full of blood. Blood splashed on the wall, flowed down the white wall, and dripped on the snow-white soft carpet, like red plum blossoms in the snow. The bed and quilt were all stained with blood, which was more terrifying than the crime scene. The strong smell of blood stimulated her to vomit. Billio had never seen such a terrible situation. She closed her eyes and fainted. Although the etiquette maid could still stand, her face was as pale as paper. She could only stand by holding the door. As for those who ran into the door faster than them, after hiding in the bedroom, they found that their feet were full of blood, exposing themselves. Lizhan could not feel Wang Ziyu's magic wave, and her heart was a little relieved. Just as she was about to retreat, a hand suddenly grabbed her quickly. Before she could scream, her body flew into the air. At the same time, a 3-layer overlapping hexagram magic circle rose from the blood-stained carpet in the bedroom. In an instant, Jiqing's light stimulated everyone so much that they could not open their eyes. That was Abu's super unique magic trap. By the time they understood what was going on, it was too late. Except for Abu himself, no one could break it. Entering the bedroom was like walking into a trap. "Hey Donut, are you scared?" Analyze put Lizhan down in the desert and teased. "You guys are too much." Lizhan's legs were so weak that she fell on the sand. Thinking of what happened just now, she was still scared, especially the blood in the bedroom. She suspected that she would have a nightmare. "You can't blame me for this. Blame the prince." Analyze reached out and dug out the Nima crystal wine that was buried in the sand before. She also took out 2 crystal glasses from somewhere, filled them up, handed one to Lizhan, and took one in her hand. Lizhan took the crystal cup and took a big gulp. Drinking can warm the body, so drink more. As soon as the wine went down her throat, she regretted it, and tried desperately to vomit it out. The beautiful lady of Les smiled and said, "Have you found that the wine has become more mellow and delicious after the heat expansion and cold contraction in the desert?" Mellow, Lizhan almost wanted to curse. Drinking the cold wine was just adding insult to injury. She felt cold from the inside out. After this whole night of torture, she wanted to collapse. Lizhan threw the crystal cup away in disdain, sniffed her nose and shivered in the cold desert night, and sneezed again accidentally. "Lend me some tissues." Her coat was lost, and she was wearing a thin and cold nightgown. Her rabbit fur shoes were also lost. She was barefoot, and her face was flushed by fever. Annalise touched her face in surprise, as if she had just discovered something wrong with her. "What's wrong with you?" Liz Hahn looked at her with tears in her eyes. "I have a cold." "Cold? What is that?" The beautiful Les handed her a tissue, pointed her fingertips in the air, and turned out the classics she never tired of reading, and began her exploration journey. Sneezing is one of the emergency reactions of limbs to regulate heat and cold. This symptom means that your current limb temperature is too low. If it lasts for a long time, it will cause a decline in body function. "By the way, why are you so fragile?" "Ah, I found it." She excitedly pressed the page with her red fingertips. It turns out that colds are just an ancient infectious disease, and its scientific name is serotype rhinovirus infection. At that time, the magic continent had not evolved to this point, and people had this disease. However, this disease has been extinct 500 years ago. "How did you get this disease?" Liz Hahn was petrified silently. Annalise closed the book, patted her shoulder and said, "But don't worry, I asked Habby to make a medicine for you, and you will be fine tomorrow." "H.U." Liz Hahn took the second tissue from Lizzie, touched his nose, and said shiveringly, "I appreciate your kindness, but I'd better go back first. It's too cold here." Li's face was dark. "Don't you know how to use magic ways to keep warm?" "Oh, you really haven't formed the habit of using magic ways anytime and anywhere. You are such a poor child." Liz Hahn secretly wiped away a bitter tear. No wonder Billuo and the etiquette maid were dressed coolly, and were not afraid of the cold. She is really stupid. However, she would never take the harpy's medicine. She twisted the tissue, and her head began to shake. Her slender neck could not bear the weight of her head, like a dying prisoner. "Can I eat something else?" Loai spread his hands helplessly. "No, you have something important to do tomorrow." Liz Hahn raised her head, and became more sober. "Like tonight?" The beautiful Loai saw the uneasiness and fear flashing in her eyes, and lay back on the cold sand, sighing. "Don't worry, this time there will be no danger, and it will be very easy. All you have to do is let go, and have fun." The alcohol fermented in his body, and Liz Hahn began to feel his body gradually warming up. He took back the wine he had just thrown away, and drank it all up. His already dizzy head became even more dizzy. He said with a dull look in his eyes, "You want me to help you with something, but you never told me. Don't you think this is too much?" "This?" The beautiful Les looked far away. "I thought the prince had told you. Maybe the prince thought I had told you." "Oh, hee. Actually, the matter is very simple. There is a group of people named Supervisory Department. They have been eyeing the prince for a long time. The prince does not want to do it in his own home, so he thought of a way to catch the turtle in the jar. The jar is his bedroom. You know what the turtle is. There is also a group of people named Brother. They want to kill their brother, so they sent a lot of people. Half of the maids in the castle are their undercover agents. Once the Supervisory Department is dispatched, the people called Brother will fish in troubled waters. We caught so many turtles today, and the sharks will come out tomorrow. You and the prince go out to let the public be witnesses of your absence. Such a cold family relationship, fratricide, and internal strife, it sounds like a TV drama. Since you know they are bad people, why don't you just fire them?" Liz Hahn couldn't understand, knowing that there were tigers around. Why did he continue to support them? "You don't understand." Lai's beauty looked calm. "Even if I kill them, what does it matter? There will be new ones coming, so it is better to keep them, and occasionally use their tricks to let them pass some false information. You don't know how much I am looking forward to it." Lai's licked her lower lip with the tip of her tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty look. "I have been frustrated for a long time, and finally I have a chance to do something big." She talked for a while, but Liz Hahn didn't respond. When she looked again, Liz Hahn curled up and fell asleep. Lais looked at her silently, picked up the communicator, and sent a communication request to Wang Ziyu. "Hey, your donut fainted." Before she finished the rest of the words, Wang Ziyu appeared in front of her like a phantom. "Where is it?" Lai's beauty turned off the communicator, snickered and pointed at the person beside her, who was curled up like a donut. She bent her knees, hugged her legs with her arms, and buried her head in her knees, to reduce the spread of temperature as much as possible. The whole person looked only a tiny bit. In fact, Liz Hahn was not unconscious, but just asleep. Wang Ziyu discovered this as soon as he arrived. But he didn't have time to blame Lais. He walked to Liz Hahn, and found that her face was full of blush, which made her more beautiful than ever. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek. His hand was large and warm, and Liz Hahn subconsciously leaned towards his palm. Wang Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not pull his hand back. He just took out the magic book with his other hand, placed it in his palm, and turned it into a snow-white fox fur cloak, wrapped her up, picked her up with both hands, and strode away. Les watched his every move, and suddenly smiled. "Prince, do you regret it?" Wang Ziyu paused, and then walked out of the barrier. Lizzie had no chance to see the expression on his face. So Lizzie was very angry. She drank all the remaining crystal wine in the bottle, and threw the bottle. "Damn, I was ignored." Lizanne slept until she didn't know when she slept. She just felt like someone was knocking on the door. She got up with sleepy eyes, but her head kept drooping. She gave up and lay back on the bed, turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and continued to sleep. "I take a day off today." However, the door was still knocked non-stop, dong dong dong. At the beginning, I was able to maintain good business habits, one knock after another, not fast or slow, but after no one answered the door, the knocks became more and more urgent, followed by knocks on the door. "I'm not here, I'm not here." Lizanne hypnotized herself in her heart, and covered her ears with a quilt. At this moment, the door was knocked open. Lizanne opened her hazy sleepy eyes, and saw maids in black and white short skirts and uniforms, one after another, dazzling her. She murmured, "I must be hallucinating," closed her eyes, and fell down again. "Catch Miss Donut." A familiar female voice sounded beside her ear. It seemed to be Les' voice, but the voice seemed a little distorted, and I didn't know what was going on. Maybe Les was going crazy? Chapter 85. Anyway, with her here, everything can be solved. Lizanne fell asleep peacefully. During this sleep, she had a very short but very real dream. She dreamed that many maids in black and white short clothes grabbed her from the bed and forced her to sit in front of the only dressing table in her room. The beautiful Lady Les sat beside her with her legs crossed. She had bright red lips and charming wavy hair. Her expression was like that of a brothel owner in ancient times who instructed maids and forced girls to receive customers. There were many black and white uniforms around her, whispering. She thought to herself how scary the uniforms were actually transformed into demons, not only moving, but also talking. She quickly covered her face. "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything." After a while, her puppy pajamas were stripped off, she felt a chill on her body, and suddenly woke up a lot, grabbing her pajamas and shouting, "Indecent assault!" Puff, ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, someone beside her laughed for no reason. Lizanne looked at the black and white uniforms lying around and poked the one closest to her. "Why did my clothes come out automatically?" The uniform suddenly stopped there. "It's really an illusion." Lizanne staggered back to the bed, but before she touched the bed, she was covered with clothes and sat in front of the mirror. She looked at the person in the mirror, hazy and unreal. Every time she lowered her head due to sleepiness, her chin would be hooked and lifted up again. Later, a pair of hands held her head, and she could no longer move. So sleepy. Her face was sticky, and I don't know what was smeared layer by layer, and brushed again and again. "What are you doing?" Lizanne muttered. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyelids. "Ha, it will be done soon, just bear with it." The devilish voice of Les appeared in her ears again. In the silence, the beautiful Les slapped the record board and said, "Okay, perfect. Is it true that I, Les, also have a talent for makeup?" Lizanne saw a strange beautiful girl in the mirror, with pink cheeks like peach blossoms awakened by the spring breeze, shy and timid, and long and curled eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. She was wearing a tube-top dress with tassels on her wrists and hem. It wasn't luxurious, but it was delicate and real, without too many exaggerated accessories, and the degree of showing off was just right. If it weren't for her sleepy and dull eyes, she would be flawless. Lizanne thought she was hallucinating, and couldn't help but move closer, wiping the mirror with her hand to see more clearly. Les burst out laughing and clapped his hands with the clipboard. "Okay, Donut, have fun today. The prince is here." All the maids stood respectfully on both sides, leaving a path. At the end of the path stood an extremely elegant prince. Yes, the prince. He wore an exquisite white brocade coat with silver edges on the cuffs. Roland's tights had hollow carvings, revealing the silk shirt underneath. The gorgeous belt was inlaid with blue jewels and hung slightly diagonally. Black slim trousers were tucked into soft leather high boots. "Miss Donut," he said with a smile. It was a nightmare, and I even dreamed about him. Lizanne looked up blankly, opened her mouth to say something, and suddenly something was stuffed into her mouth. It was cold, pungent, and hard to tell whether it was sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy. The smell of sulfuric acid spread among the taste buds, which was 100 times more terrible than the invincible fresh juice made by Habi. Lizon only felt half awake in an instant, achoo, and wanted to vomit. But he was faster, and he patted her on the back. She subconsciously opened her mouth, and the thing rolled into her stomach. Now she was completely awake. Lizon rubbed her eyes, and looked at Wang Ziyu's face, achoo. She sneezed again. She hurriedly pulled out the tissue, and the beautiful Lizzie shouted, "Don't, it will ruin your makeup." Wang Ziyu heard this, took the tissue from her hand, gently wiped her nose, and then threw it into the trash can next to her. Lizon was about to move in midair, and suddenly realized that this was not a dream. There were indeed 2 rows of maids in black and white uniforms, Lizzie with a proud look on her face, and Wang Ziyu dressed like a prince. How could this group of people be in her room? Is it because she opened her eyes the wrong way? Then close your eyes first and open them again. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, Wang Ziyu helped her up. "Let's go. Donut, we're going to the Imperial capital today." Wang Ziyu's car was still the 8th level magic car of the Swift Beast. When the little lion saw the Swift Beast, he jumped on its back in surprise, and rolled around on its back excitedly. It really became more and more shameless. It liked to pounce on Wang Ziyu, and liked to get under the heels of the beautiful Les. It even didn't let the Swift Beast go. It really didn't limit men and women, and it was okay with both humans and animals. Wang Ziyu saw her staring at the little lion in a daze, so he reached out and picked her up horizontally. Lizon suddenly lost her weight, screamed, and grabbed Wang Ziyu's clothes. Wang Ziyu threw her into the car. "Let's go!" The magic car started slowly, and the morning breeze blew gently. Lizon felt drowsy again. Wang Ziyu said helplessly, "Haven't you slept enough?" Lizon wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers and muttered, "I didn't go to bed until 4:30. She slept for less than 3 hours, and was woken up by them. Is it easy for her? Wang Ziyu glanced at her lazily, put her shaking head on his shoulder, and said lightly, "Go to sleep. I call you when we get there." Lizon then fell asleep with the little lion in her arms. She didn't know how long she slept, but suddenly, she felt a murderous aura passing by. She sat up suddenly, and Wang Ziyu, who was resting his eyes with his chin on his hand beside her, felt her movement and opened his eyes slightly. "Hey, there is murderous aura." Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows, patted her head and said, in broad daylight, "It's okay to have murderous aura? Anyway, it won't hurt us. We are almost at the capital, so we should have some fun after getting enough sleep." "Oh!" Lizon yawned. Although his head still felt a little uncomfortable, it was much better than last night. Maybe the medicine was very effective. At least, he didn't sneeze or have a runny nose. The magic car slowly drove into the most prosperous street in the capital. Lizon saw rows of luxurious windows with different characteristics on the left, and he was immediately revived. What cold and dizziness, all thrown out of the sky. Beautiful clothes. Lizon almost dug out her eyes, and put them on the clothes. "Stop the car." The Swift Beast stopped the car obediently. Lizon cheered, jumped out of the car, and ran to the store. So many beautiful clothes. Wang Ziyu looked at her with great contempt from behind. It was just a few clothes. Was there any need to be so happy? The little lion didn't understand what was going on. He looked at Wang Ziyu, then at Lizon, and decisively followed Lizon into the store. The waitress saw a snow-white animal rushing in and hurried forward to stop it. "We do not accept monsters." The little lion probably understood the refusal. Seeing that Lizon had run away, he turned back and looked at Wang Ziyu with tearful eyes. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly. "It's not a monster, it's a pet." Wang Ziyu has the delicate texture of a doll, and his casual posture shows a natural elegance. When he smiles, it's like spring snow melting and everything blooming. The waitress was stunned. The little lion snorted in disdain and ran into the store. Lizon looked at every piece of clothing on display in the store with great interest, exclaiming from time to time. The saleslady saw that she was well dressed and couldn't take her eyes off, so she thought she was a big fat sheep. After seeing Wang Ziyu, she sighed even more that this was a big fat sheep. Lizon looked at the clothes one by one. Wang Ziyu stood in the customer lounge with an expression of, "Take your time to look, I'm free anyway." Looking at her expression was like looking at a jumping puppy. Lizon looked around, didn't buy anything, didn't even try anything, walked up to him and said, "Let's go." Wang Ziyu was surprised for a second. "Don't you like clothes very much?" Lizon spread his hands and said, "Like doesn't mean you have to buy. Besides, the clothes here are suitable for people aged 18 to 25, not for me." The reason why she was so excited was that she simply forgot and thought she was still in the Celestial Empire. In the Celestial Empire, you are 17 years old, but here you are not even 15. She decisively walked to the next store. The clothes sold in this store look much younger, and can be worn by people aged 15 to 20. She was so excited that she almost rolled around in it. She picked 4 or 5 styles, and ran to the dressing room to try them on. This time, Wang Ziyu acted as a commentator, leaning against the mirror outside the dressing room waiting to see the results. The first set was a gauze long skirt dress with a very special color, beautiful embellishments, and the skirt was also spread out very beautifully. After Liz Han put it on and walked out of the dressing room, Wang Ziyu smiled slightly. Except for the slight flash of his eyes at the first glance, his expression has not changed. Turn around. Liz Han turned around obediently. The dress is nice, but the figure is not. To wear it, you have to become a beautiful woman with big breasts, thin waist and long legs. Liz Han originally thought that this dress suited her very well. She felt a lot more noble when she wore it. She was secretly proud of herself, thinking that he would praise her. After hearing this, she wanted to throw her high heels in his face. Tim, can't you forget this sentence? Liz Han was full of hatred in her heart. Is it wrong for her to want to be a beautiful woman with big breasts, thin waist and long legs, exposing her shortcomings again and again? How hateful. The second set is a flat-necked off-shoulder vest and a combination of similarly tight flared pants, paired with a black top hat. Liz Han has short hair, which makes her look handsome and cute. The layered feeling created by the hem and sleeves makes the overall look neither dull nor high-profile, but very playful. Wang Ziyu's slender eyes half closed lazily. Naughty little boy. Liz Han rolled his eyes, and Wang Ziyu said, I'm giving you face by not saying you're a tomboy. The little lion. Ah! Shouted in agreement. Liz Han glared at Wang Ziyu, and kicked the little lion again, thinking that a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Chapter 86. The third set is asymmetrical short boots, a hoodie, and a zippered casual skirt. There are wrinkles everywhere, and various prints with no discernible patterns are printed on it. It is not gorgeous, nor is it cliched and sexy, but it has a bit of alternative, indulgent colors, and plays with fashion pleasure. She stood in front of the full-length mirror and asked in a tone that was almost gritting her teeth, What about this set? Wang Ziyu held his chin and said nothing, as if he was thinking about the wording. After a while, he finally found an appropriate statement. I forgot to wash clothes after picking up the garbage. Liz Han refused to try on any more clothes. She threw all the clothes back to the salesgirl and walked out angrily. She decided not to talk to this person again. She knew that she couldn't afford these clothes. Each piece cost 2,000 Dan coins, not to mention a set. She couldn't earn that much money even after working for half a year. She was dragged out today when she was half asleep. She didn't take anything and didn't have a penny on her. But that doesn't mean she can't even try on clothes. Besides, does it really look so bad on her? She was very depressed. Woohoo! Even if it was really that bad, he should at least comfort her. She finally had a chance to go shopping. When she was studying in Tianshao, she wore school uniforms from kindergarten to senior high school. The school uniforms were all sports styles, very wide, long and large. When worn, they completely covered the body. From the back, it was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. She thought about the college entrance examination every day. After the college entrance examination, she could wear all kinds of beautiful clothes. In the end, man proposes, God disposes. If we talk about this sad history, it will take 3 days and 3 nights. Liz Han sighed in frustration and decided to ignore this idiot. He called the little lion and ran out the door in tears. Wang Ziyu glanced at Liz Han, held his cheek, and smiled mischievously. Although his expressions have become more and more varied recently, such expressions are still quite rare. Unfortunately, the people who were teased and walked away didn't have the chance to see it. Wang Ziyu's expression quickly returned to normal, and he put his hands in his trouser pockets and followed Li Zhan's steps. Are you still shopping? Nonsense! Liz Han walked into the next store decisively. Compared with the previous 2 stores, this store was much simpler, with pure colors as the main color, fully reflecting the beauty of the fabric itself. Liz Han immediately fell in love with a pure white mid-length skirt, which was the simplest style, without wrinkles, prints, or complicated lace, and was incredibly clean. She flipped over the washing label on the inside of the hem of the clothes, which said that the ingredients were 100% spider silk. The spider is a magical beast. The silk it spits out is much better than the mulberry silk of the Celestial Empire. It is very soft and thin with a faint luster. Liz Han touched the material and wanted to take the whole thing off, but her hand paused for a moment, and she didn't take it. She turned around to look at other clothes. Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at the price tag under the skirt, and gestured to the salesgirl. Lizon came back after shopping around, but didn't find anything she liked more, so she walked back to the clothes. While no one was paying attention, she looked down at the price tag. Huh? Only 300 Dan coins. 300 Dan coins is very expensive for her, but compared to other clothes that cost thousands of Dan coins, it's 10 times cheaper. Lizon couldn't hide her surprise, and ran to Wang Ziyu, holding out 3 fingers. Hey, can I lend you 300 yuan? I pay you back when I get back. Wang Ziyu thought she would choose this dress, so he asked the salesgirl to change the price tag and remove a zero. However, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. What was so good about this dress? All the clothes she tried just now were 10 times better than this one. Did he accidentally distort her aesthetic taste just now? Or did he not understand girls' taste? Wang Ziyu readily agreed to lend her money and swiped 3,000 Dan coins for her, but asked the salesgirl to print out a 3,000 Dan coin receipt and put it in her hand. Remember to pay it back. Stingy, I pay you back when I get back. Lizon happily carried the bag and took his arm in a very polite way. Let's stop shopping and find a place to sit, okay? Wang Ziyu's eyes flickered. Okay. He was familiar with the road and took her to the opposite street. The street was wide and clean. There were no small vendors, and there were no crowds of people. There were many people like her, a man and a woman, walking outside with a pet. But she didn't understand. Occasionally, the magic car of the supervision department slowly drove by, and the patrolling supervisors seemed to be staring at Wang Ziyu. There was awe in the vigilance. Coupled with the occasional flash of murderous intent, Lizon almost believed that someone was following them. But looking at Wang Ziyu, he looked calm and composed, and even the frequency of his steps never changed, as if he didn't notice anything. Maybe this is the norm in the imperial capital. Lizon rubbed his heart and rubbed away the uneasiness. Anyway, there was no danger, so he pretended not to know. However, she could feel that 1/3 of the people on the street were above the level of 5-star magicians. The level of a 5-star magician was not high, about the same as the average level of 6th grade students in Kara Magic School, but Kara was the highest school in the magic continent. Lizon raised her head while thinking, and there happened to be a flashing object on the corner of the street on the arc reflected by the sun, and the sharp light shot into her eyes, stinging her eyes. She turned her head away and raised her hand to cover her face, but Wang Ziyu beside her stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be back soon." Lizon thought he was going to the bathroom, so she rubbed her eyes and nodded. Wang Ziyu put his hands in his pockets, looking like he was strolling leisurely, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. She thought for a while, saw the marble-raised window, walked over, sat on the marble, and waited for him to come back. The magic car of the supervision department drove over again. Lizon raised her eyes inadvertently, and found that the people sitting in the car were the 2 she had just seen. She silently calculated in her mind. This street was at least 1,000 meters long. Even if a magic car was in charge of the street, it was impossible to patrol back and forth in just a few minutes. Just as she was thinking, another magic car passed by. She looked carefully, and found that the number of the magic car was exactly the same as the number she saw when she first entered the imperial capital. Could it be that the magic car was specifically staring at them? No, it should be her. Wang Ziyu left, otherwise they should follow Wang Ziyu. Why her? She looked at both sides of the street. Because it was a pedestrian street, there were no vehicles, only 4 or 5 patrol cars moving leisurely. She had a bad premonition in her heart, and stood up suddenly. The little lion had been rolling around on the ground board, but when he saw her stand up, he also jumped up, shook his snow-white fur, and dust fell like rain. Lizon patted the dust off its head. Let's go. Then he ran towards Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu walked calmly to the corner, turned the corner, walked forward about 100 meters, and came to a huge circular square. There were exquisite sculptures in the center of the square, and in front of it was a majestic palace. Perhaps because of the strong aura, almost no one was walking around. He stood in the center of the square, lazily watching the morning sky. Clouds were floating by, the sky was blue, it was good weather for killing. After a while, the palace gate suddenly opened, and 2 rows of heroic knights galloped out and disappeared in a blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew from nowhere, rolling up many dark clouds, covering the sky layer by layer. Standing in the square, there was no blue sky. The earth was dark. In the gloomy sky, footsteps suddenly sounded, slowly approaching. The sun, which had been hidden, poked out a corner from the clouds, lightly outlining an elegant but evil figure. The man looked straight at him, his eyes were as cold as a viper, as if he wanted to pierce his heart. Wang Ziyu curled the corners of his lips, and said indifferently, "Aren't you tired?" It's not enough to send undercovers to watch the castle all the time, and it's normal to send assassins to assassinate in the middle of the night. Even if he goes out shopping, he will see him once, which is really annoying. You are not dead, how can I be tired? The man's face was pale and almost transparent, and his handsome features were 3 points similar to Wang Ziyu, but for some reason, he exuded a weird evil. Thank you for your concern. If I died, wouldn't you be very boring? Wang Ziyu said with a smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes, but full of indifference and ridicule. You are too conceited. The man's eyes became colder. He glanced at the little head that suddenly appeared in the corner of the building behind the square with the corner of his eyes. The corners of his lips raised slightly, and his smile was like a fox. But this is fun, isn't it? I will treat those people around you well. Wang Ziyu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, but he knew that the idiot had followed him. Thanks to his natural ability to disguise himself, he still seemed to ignore the threat and asked calmly, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" The man's cold smile had a hint of treacherousness, and he said, "I just remembered something interesting. If the people around you were cut into pieces in front of you, what kind of expression would you have?" Wang Ziyu's eyes condensed, and his hands in his pockets unconsciously clenched. However, on the surface, he still smiled nonchalantly. His disguise was almost real. If he wanted, he could keep smiling like this and kill the person in front of him. "Ha ha ha, Zhuyu, my dear brother, I will make you pay a very heavy price." The man laughed wildly, and suddenly rose up. When Wang Ziyu stood still and focused on the enemy, the man disappeared, leaving only laughter echoing for a long time in the square surrounded by buildings. Wang Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the palace in front of him silently. After a while, he turned his head expressionlessly, and walked back. Donut, that idiot, actually followed me. She should be thrown into the desert and scolded. Chapter 87. In fact, Liz Han was just looking at Wang Ziyu, and a man whose face she couldn't see clearly from a distance. Late said that no matter whether it was surveillance or tracking, one must keep oneself out of the opponent's attack range. This is the basic principle to ensure one's own safety. Liz Han had no intention of surveillance or tracking, but she felt uneasy. However, she forgot that those two people were not ordinary people at all. After hearing the laughter, she subconsciously turned around and ran away. After running a few steps, Wang Ziyu caught up with her. She turned her face away guiltily, and just as she was about to say something, her nose suddenly felt sore. Achoo, she sneezed loudly. After taking the medicine, the number of times she sneezed and had a runny nose was greatly reduced, but the annoying thing was that the strange smell kept lingering. When she sneezed, the whole nasal cavity was filled with this smell, and she wanted to go crazy. Wang Ziyu suppressed the urge to slap someone. His face was calm and almost indifferent. "Let's go." "Oh!" Liz Han called the little lion and followed him obediently. In fact, she wanted to ask, who was that person just now? What about the magic wave that was like a dragnet just now? But seeing Wang Ziyu's look of keeping strangers away, she still shut up. Turning the corner, back to the bustling street full of clothing stores, Liz Han secretly glanced at Wang Ziyu, and seeing that he was not looking away, she also pretended to be leisurely, and looked at the clothing store beside her. Among the rows of windows, there was a window that displayed not beautiful clothes, but flowers, yellow carnations. What is the flower language of yellow carnation in China? Contempt? This thought flashed through her mind, and Liz Han settled her feet. Suddenly, she felt a murderous aura coming towards her. Her body stiffened, and Wang Ziyu had already put his hand on her shoulder. This action was very leisurely, and it was normal for a couple. But they were not a couple. Liz Han reached out to pat his paw, but his paw did not move, and his thin lips slightly opened. "Calm down." Liz Han roared in her heart, calm as hell. There was still murderous aura every now and then. When I went out shopping, the magic car was driving around everywhere, and the magic waves came one after another. Has the social security been so chaotic? Or was it you, Mr. Wang Ziyu, who caused it? After all, she hadn't learned to hide her emotions, and everything was written on her face. Wang Ziyu read her emotions and pinched her face. Li Zhan glared at him angrily, and he said nothing, reaching out to push open the door of the sunshine flower room. A pure and beautiful girl in a super short maid outfit came up to him with a sweet smile. "Welcome." When she saw the little lion under her feet, her words immediately changed. "No monsters allowed." Without saying anything, Liz Han picked up the little lion and walked inside. As for the difference between pets and monsters, let Wang Ziyu solve it. Anyway, he has a handsome face that can bring disaster to the country and the people, so it is easy to deal with a girl. As expected, Wang Ziyu smiled slightly, and dealt with the girl with one sentence. He followed her footsteps. She looked at him with contempt and looked back at the girl. The girl just reacted, her pink cheeks flushed, and she walked up shyly, with an extremely crazy and admiring look, and a gentle voice that could squeeze water out of it. "Master, please come this way." Liz Han was horrified by her voice. A maid? Is this what she looks like? She has entered a very unusual profession. Wang Ziyu still kept smiling, but his smile was distant and cold, and he looked a little superior. Liz Han just pretended not to see it. Wang Ziyu? This man has a perverse personality, and is moody. He should be treated with caution. It would be better if the girl didn't step on the landmine. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt terrified. She turned around and threw herself into Wang Ziyu's arms, and said in a voice that could make a 30,000-word duck die, "Master, don't." Wang Ziyu shuddered, probably because she was disgusted by her. She looked at the pale maid provocatively, picked up the little lion and ran inside. The tables and chairs in the flower room matched the overall layout, and there were crystal walls around, and you could see all kinds of exotic flowers and plants planted outside. There were not many people, and a few guests were sitting in the store, leisurely, elegant, and not noisy. The maid followed them with her head down and her face pale, still maintaining a good professional quality, and reminded them at the right time, "Mr. Brooks and Mr. Asinobi have arrived, waiting for you in Crystal Flower Room number 3. Wang Ziyu's expression was the same as usual, and he was not surprised. Liz Han was surprised and asked, "You have guests?" Wang Ziyu said expressionlessly, "You can ignore them." He was not the kind of person who had time to stroll around the streets. Even when he went out, he had guests. Liz Han also knew that no matter how young and leisurely Wang Ziyu was, he was still the owner of the castle. To some extent, he had a certain status in this society, and socializing was inevitable. For her, it was good to be able to stroll around the streets without danger, and nothing else mattered. Liz Han walked through the back hall, and her eyes were brightened. What a beautiful green jungle! It was like stepping into an independent green world. Various plants were beautifully arranged. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. She opened her eyes. The people who came into her sight shocked her instantly. Police Chief Fitch Brooks and Icarus. Icarus was one step behind Fitch Brooks. Behind them, in front of the door of the Sunshine Garden, there were 2 rows of people standing straight, one in the uniform of the supervisory officer, and the other in night costumes. Judging from the situation, it seems like they are welcoming some important person. Liz Han looked at Ikaro suspiciously. Ikaro came. She was not only surprised, but also a little happy. "It's been a long time since we last met, right?" He looked more refreshing than when he was in school, with clear and honest eyes. He was wearing a standard knight's uniform, a white shirt and pants, which made his skin look even whiter. He was wearing a golden bow tie, a gold-rimmed outer robe, and a hat of the same color. He looked both elegant and noble. Ikaro looked at her and smiled slightly. Liz Han couldn't help but raise the corner of her lips, but she didn't want to see the police chief. Not only was he cold, but his eyes were so majestic and cold that she felt like a thorn in her back. When their eyes met, Liz Han pretended not to see him and looked away. Wang Ziyu followed and saw the unpleasant looks of the two. He casually put his hand on Li Zhan's shoulder and looked at them with a smile. With the majestic and cowardly little lion at their feet, they looked like a family of 3, which made Fitch and Ikaro stunned. Wang Ziyu symbolically pulled the corners of his lips, pretending to smile. "Mr. Brooks, Mr. Asinobi, long time no see." Fiki saw his expression, and his eyes became even colder. Ikaro didn't understand the frost between them, but was surprised and a little uneasy about Liz Han and Wang Ziyu being together. "Little tail sauce, why are you with the prince?" As soon as the voice fell, Liz Han felt Wang Ziyu's claws on her shoulders tightened, and she heard someone's voice pouring down from above her head, with a little mockery and a little provocation. "She can't be with me." Icarus smiled bitterly, did not argue with him, but stepped forward and saluted. "I dare not." The Knight's Orders Chief Trainee Knight Icarus Asinobi pays homage to His Royal Highness the Little Prince. The commander was unable to arrive in time due to some emergency matters. "Please forgive me." "What? The Little Prince?" The glass lamp suddenly became messy. "Is Prince Yu the legendary prince?" This king's paw is still on her shoulder. She had just read the history of magic the day before. The history of magic said that starting from 500 years ago, the magic continent was peacefully unified, and the ruler was changed to the Magic Guild, which had various departments under it: Education Department, Intelligence Department, Supervision Department, Knight's Order and other departments, responsible for various duties, among which the Knight's Order was the Royal Guard, representing the interests of the nobles, especially the royal family. As a royal family, the Farrell family continued its original monarchical status, but removed the actual power and retained the symbol of honor. Lizanne always felt that the royal family was far away from her, but she never thought that the prince was standing next to her. No wonder Lizzie kept calling the prince. The prince was not the Prince of Prince-You, but His Royal Highness. Isn't it too bad? She was probably hurt by the exam-oriented education. She kept reviewing her lessons, but never connected them with reality, and would never connect the name Joyeux Farrell with the Farrell royal family. Somehow, I suddenly felt that the world was really wonderful. Wang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded slightly. As for the chief of the supervision department, the chief of the police, he snorted and lowered his majestic head. The supervision department will not let any criminal go, no matter if the other party is a prince or a civilian. This sentence was obviously referring to Wang Ziyu, and Wang Ziyu smiled coldly. Somehow, Lizanne suddenly felt that the air was stagnant, and the leaves around her stopped shaking. At the same time, several suppressed magic waves expanded like water waves and collided with each other. She couldn't help but step back. Wang Ziyu held her shoulders, lowered his head slightly, and spoke in a gentle tone that was a little strange. Are you tired? Come in and sit down. This light and relaxed sentence contained his warning and protective attitude towards Lizanne. In an instant, both sides retracted the magic wave at the same time, and the air pressure returned to normal. Lizanne was like a fish that had been holding its breath for a long time. When it surfaced, it took a deep breath and ran towards the flower room, not wanting to stay for a second longer. The bag in his hand was blown up by the wind when he ran past, and the floral trademark was very eye-catching, by Mugranza. Ikaro froze suddenly, his expression as if he had drunk a whole bottle of vinegar. The clothes of this brand may not be luxurious or ostentatious, but it reveals its nature, and is usually abbreviated as BMG. In the minds of the world, it represents 3 words: be my girl, be my girl. This is the most popular clothing gift among young people. Wang Ziyu gave it to Lizanne. What does this mean? What does it mean? The answer is obvious, but his expression still looks like he is devoting all his energy to finding a way to solve a problem, almost tangled. Chapter 88. Wang Ziyu glanced at him lightly, pretending not to see him, and strode into the greenhouse. The crystal greenhouse is round, like a big crystal ball. You can't see inside clearly from the outside, but you can see the scenery outside clearly from the inside. There are exquisite gauze curtains hanging in the room, and the flowers and plants become looming in the fluttering. There is a round chandelier in the air, a round sofa, and a round crystal coffee table. The little lion jumped onto the coffee table curiously. The glass cup was afraid that it would break, so it quickly threw it on the sofa next to it, and quickly moved the wine glass under the coffee table. Seeing this, Wang Ziyu couldn't help but smile. I thought you were going to be a maid. As he said that, he sat down at the head of the sofa. There were 5 seats in total. After he sat down, Lizanne decisively moved 1 seat away from him before sitting down. The little lion was intimidated by Wang Ziyu's aura and didn't dare to jump to the position between them. He retreated and jumped to the other side of Lizanne. In this way, Lizanne, the little lion and Wang Ziyu looked at each other from a distance, leaving 2 seats beside Wang Ziyu. Fitch and Ikaro, who arrived later, saw that they couldn't sit down at all. Of course, they couldn't sit without Wang Ziyu's permission. And Wang Ziyu didn't intend to ask them to sit, but just watched them like bodyguards, standing on both sides, or like guards, monitoring them. Wang Ziyu didn't care. He came out today just to invite them to monitor him. Assassination, spy, undercover, everything, he would not let any of them go today. He didn't care about the daily little fights, but it didn't mean that the supervision department, the intelligence department, and the assassins of his brothers could run wild in his castle at will. Last night, he only used the formation to trap the bull-headed and horse-faced monsters, and didn't kill them. First, those people were just scum, and he was too lazy to do it. Second, he didn't want his castle to be stained by blood, because the butler Billy would complain and ask for a lot of cleaning fees. Moreover, taking hostages as a bargaining chip to exchange interests is the most effective means, no one else. Today, when he went out, people from all walks of life followed him. It was the best time for him to take action. The director of the supervision department, Fitch Brooks, thought he could catch him, so he came here and took charge in person. The knights were worried about the conflict between the 2 sides, so they came to mediate. Icarus appeared as an intern knight on behalf of the knights, and the leader of the knights, Papua Sinabi, was secretly monitoring him. In addition to some other malicious and non-malicious tracking and monitoring, it can be said that half of the people on the street came for him all day. Prince Yu was very satisfied with the scene. Especially just now, Les came to say that he had reached a deal with Bill Yuamachine and the former director of the supervision department, who was Bill Yuamachine's father. Today, the supervision department cannot take action against anyone who belongs to Prince Yu's castle. Although it was only one day, it was enough. Liz Han had always felt the magic waves everywhere, but she didn't expect it to be so serious, so she didn't take it seriously. She took out the clothes from the bag with great interest and laid them flat on the coffee table. The coffee table was very large, and there was still a lot of space after laying it flat. She used the bag to pad the middle of the skirt to prevent the pin force from penetrating the back. The three people and the lion present watched her actions at the same time, especially Fitch Brooks's eyes, which were so sharp that they made her feel creepy. She secretly told herself, ignore him, ignore him, ignore him. Still looking over here? Liz Han glared at him, made a face at him, and took out the feather pen she carried with her. This feather pen was made of a long wing feather, beautiful, and most importantly, very light, just like a feather, and could accurately respond to every subtle movement of her hand. She gently rotated the feather pen to the most suitable angle and wrote. The snow-white skirt soon had gray-black ink marks. The three people present were very surprised. Among them, Icarus was the most impatient. He came closer, squatted down beside the coffee table, and watched her strokes carefully, curiously asking, "How do you use clothes to draw? This kind of thing has never been seen before." Of course, it can't be because Liz Han can't afford paper. Liz Han said without raising her head, "I wanted to do this a long time ago." Yes, it started when she was a senior in Tianshao. The school uniforms were ugly, so they often made some small changes to them, such as drawing, signing, digging holes, in short, making themselves unique. At that time, she drew a yellow Pikachu on each knee of her school uniform. But before she could put it on, she was scolded by the teacher, and she had a grudge in her heart ever since. She decided that after the college entrance examination, she must buy a snow-white dress, let all the classmates sign their names, and then wear it in front of the teacher to show off. Unfortunately, she changed the space before the college entrance examination was over, so she was unable to fully experience the college entrance examination, one of the most important things in the life of human beings in China, and lost her only chance. In order to make up for the regret in her heart, Liz Han finally bought a skirt and painted what she wanted on it. She painted very seriously. Although Icarus was curious, he didn't want to disturb her. Wang Ziyu always expressed interest in what she painted. He held his chin and watched her every move, raised the corner of his lips and said, "What do you want to drink?" Liz Han paused, carefully observed the half-painted work, and pondered, "Ink box." Fitch and Icarus immediately felt that Wang Ziyu was a bad egg. Knowing that others are painting seriously, he actually bothered them. It would be fine if he just bothered them, but he actually asked such a question. Isn't this a deliberate prank? And Liz Han, who was deep in thought, actually followed his train of thought. What if she accidentally drank the ink? Wang Ziyu smiled brightly. What color? Blue-gray, oh no, black. After Liz Han finished speaking, he leaned down and continued to paint. She painted according to the texture and shape of the fabric of the clothes, and arranged the thinness and coarseness very beautifully. Wang Ziyu opened the ink cartridge brought by the maid, and put it next to her hand. The other two people stared at Li Zhan's hand intently, and would interrupt her as soon as she picked it up. How could Wang Ziyu succeed? None of them wanted to see the serious lady being teased. Liz Han finally finished, put the pen next to her clothes, and reached for the ink cartridge. The silent Fitch Brooks immediately said, "Don't drink." His voice was rough and majestic, and it was like thunder when he opened his mouth. Liz Han was startled, and her hand loosened, and the ink cartridge loosened. Wang Ziyu quickly stretched out 2 fingers to clamp the fallen ink cartridge to prevent it from falling on the clothes, and gently put it back on the table, and glanced at Fitch lightly. Liz Han looked at Wang Ziyu, then at Fiki, and was surprised. What happened? Wang Ziyu smiled. Nothing. Liz Han looked at Wang Ziyu, then at Fiki, and suddenly thought of something, pointing at the ink box and said, "Do you think I want to drink this? Do you think I'm stupid?" Fiki's face tightened instantly. Liz Han had an inexplicable fear of his gaze, and did not dare to talk to him. He picked up the little lion who was about to fall asleep beside him, dipped the little lion's paw in ink, and pressed it on the clothes. Every paw print was like a blooming plum blossom. The dark claw marks are matched with the light gray-black pictures, making the overall effect rich and layered. It is the finishing touch. The whole picture suddenly comes alive. The effect of pure hand-painted is much more vivid than the effect of printed, and the three-dimensional sense of the lines is also stronger. Liz Han said excitedly, "This is my purpose. Look, Does it look good? It looks good. Ikaro smiled, and was full of appreciation for her efforts, very creative, and profound skills. How many years have you been learning? Thank you. 14. Oh, I started learning when I was 4 or 5 years old. Lizhan almost said that he had been painting for 14 years. He is only 14 now, spread his hands. Wang Ziyu saw that she smiled like a flower to Ikaro, and said unhappily, it looks like graffiti from a garbage dump. Lizhan felt very powerless about his way of speaking, and was too lazy to argue with him, so he asked directly, lend me another 300 yuan. Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Continue to buy clothes? No, I want to buy 2 pens. Lizhan picked up the feather pen inside. The tip of this pen is too thin, it's hard to write with. Pen? Fiki suddenly spoke, which scared Lizhan. She patted her chest and glared at Fiki. This man always spoke suddenly, like thunder, catching people off guard. No need to buy it. The director of the supervision department suggested, I send someone back to the government to give it to you. However, because he had a cold face and spoke in a serious manner, like a director treating his subordinates, Lizhan was trembling when she heard it. What on earth did he want to do? She just wanted a pen. Was it necessary to run home to get it? Fitch Brooks had never been an elegant person who loved music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Wang Ziyu knew this very well. Why did he change his personality today? Wang Ziyu looked at him thoughtfully, his eyes inadvertently scrutinizing. Fitch Brooks had no time to pay attention to him at this time, and still had a paralyzed look, but his face was slightly red, and he was actually very excited. He was excited about having such a godsend opportunity. Wang Ziyu sneered slightly, holding his chin with one hand, looking at the pterosaur gliding across the sky outside the crystal flower house, and smiled. This is very good, so that donuts won't be too heavily in debt. Come, have a drink. Of course, Fitch didn't have to go home in person for the pen. His home was in the imperial capital, only a few streets away from here. He sent a message, walked back, and saw that everyone was waiting for him, so he casually ordered merry wine. Lizhan asked for a cup of flower tea, rested her chin on the crystal table, and felt a chill. She had just finished painting, and she was a little tired, but it was not appropriate to take a nap. She raised her eyes, and the police chief happened to be looking at her, and their eyes met. She quickly lowered her eyelids, and pretended not to see it. His eyes were very light, blue-gray, and they were scary when he stared at people closely, right? Chapter 89. Feichi stood up suddenly, and felt that there were several strong magic waves around the greenhouse, with undisguised strong murderous aura, approaching him. That was not the magic wave from the Magic Guild. Even if the Magic Guild wanted to kill people, they would never be so unscrupulous. Is it Wang Ziyu's people? No, he immediately rejected this idea. The identities of Wang Ziyu's people are currently unknown, but they are all people who cannot stand the light of day. They will only act quietly, kill people and leave, and will not be so high profile. Apart from these 2 groups of people, the rest are the many big fish that are ready to follow Prince Yu out today. Most of those big fish are from the feral royal family. Although he did not send people to watch them one by one, he knew the overall number and quality, and they would not have such great ability. These people approaching the greenhouse seem to have suddenly appeared. Judging from the strength of the magic wave alone, they are at least black magicians of the 3-star wizard level or above. If I guess correctly, their target should be Prince Yu in the Sunshine Flower Room. He was too careless. Fitch made a prompt decision, took out the communicator, and issued the order of the police chief. I am Fitch Brooks, the director of the supervision department. The first group of the supervision driver's mobile team listened to the order, and immediately went to the A3024 position of the 3rd Street of the Imperial Capital. The second group of personnel intercepted the Black Magician. The patrol personnel of the 3rd Street immediately dismissed all irrelevant personnel from the A3000 to the A4000 position to avoid unnecessary harm. In addition, all personnel were deployed by the deputy director. I will fully protect His Highness Zhuyu Feral. He held the communicator tightly in his hand, as if he was concentrating on thinking, but in fact he was looking at the sky outside the greenhouse. He probably guessed who the visitor was. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be someone said by Zhuan Feral or Zhuani Feral. Today, he suddenly realized that he was used by Wang Ziyu. A few days ago, the Magic Guild received an accusation from the intelligence department that Wang Ziyu used black magic without authorization and injured the deputy director of the intelligence department. The Magic Guild ordered him to closely monitor Wang Ziyu's behavior, and if he used it again, he would be detained. In the past few days, Wang Ziyu often fought with others. This was the best time for him to get evidence against Wang Ziyu, so he came to watch him in person and asked the knights to be the middleman. Unexpectedly, the supervision department was used, and the knights were also implicated. Now the entire magic guild is being led by the nose by him. However, knowing that he was being used, he still had to do it. Thinking of this complicated matter, he rubbed his forehead with a headache. This matter has to start with the royal family of the magic continent, the Feral family. The 106th king of the magic continent is about to abdicate, and the war between his sons is approaching a fever pitch. Among them, the eldest son Joan is determined to get the throne. The second prince Swinny is the most vicious and cunning, and there are also the third prince and the fourth prince. Prince Yu is the youngest. Currently, the third prince is bedridden, the fourth prince is disabled, and only 1 or 2 are left. Prince Yu is an illegitimate child who was driven out of the castle when he was very young. He was not a deterrent. Shuoan and Zhuini did not take him seriously, and sent 2 people to kill him casually. However, after the deadline for killing, Wang Ziyu was still alive, while the people they sent out disappeared without a trace. They panicked and sent more people out. Time and time again, Wang Ziyu's castle remained calm. They suddenly realized that Wang Ziyu was not as easy to deal with as they thought, so they began to send spies, undercovers, and assassins. They even temporarily slowed down the fighting between each other, stopped the civil war, and united against the outside world. In addition, they used their connections, used black magicians, and framed Wang Ziyu, hoping to use the magic guild to get rid of him. As they wished, Wang Ziyu completely ignored the matter, asked the intelligence department to watch, the supervision department to monitor, and the knights to guard, and went out to shop very calmly. Now that the black magicians are coming, the magic guild must condemn the behavior of the black magicians in response to public demands, and the supervision department responsible for social security must take responsibility and expel these black magicians, which is equivalent to protecting Wang Ziyu invisibly. The knights themselves represent the interests of the royal family. Faced with the little prince of the royal family being hunted by the black magician, they cannot stand by and watch him die. They all became Wang Ziyu's guards. Fitch Brooks almost crushed the communicator in his hand. I should have known it earlier. Shuowen and Zhuini are armed with super black magicians, and Wang Ziyu can't fight against them at all. The only way for Wang Ziyu to survive is to seek help from the Magic Guild. But as proud as he is unwilling to bow to the Magic Guild. And as smart as he successfully used the Magic Guild to help him stop the enemy. A 17-year-old boy with such intelligence, such decisive style and action ability, it's creepy to think about it. Seeing Fitch's face was as gloomy as water, Akaro stood up and comforted him. Don't worry, Chief. Our leader is leading the 10 riders of Team S to negotiate with the other party, and there should be no problem. Fitch nodded and stared at Wang Ziyu sitting on the sofa without saying a word. Wang Ziyu was still communicating with Les with a pen and paper, frowning, and the corners of his lips that were originally raised were tightly pursed, full of energy. Ikaro walked over and wanted to say something to him, but the communicator made an inopportune beep like a siren. This sound was a mandatory collective communication within the Knights, and would be broadcast automatically. After 3 beeps, the Knights leader's feminine but cute voice sounded. Attention all members, 3 seconds ago, the intelligence department issued information about the black magicians gathered on 3rd Street, and I just set a team adjustment plan. You must read it quickly. If you don't adjust it within 1 minute, you will be beaten by the deputy leader. Fitch couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Papua Sinabi was even more of a she-male than a she-male. Icarus held the communicator with great respect, and saw a magic paper with a soft glow materialized in front of him. Icarus quickly glanced at the personnel adjustment plan and said to Wang Ziyu, "Information on black magic." Wang Ziyu understood his thoughts and said without raising his head, "No need." Lizhan was very nervous when she saw Wang Ziyu's expression. She felt something was wrong when she was drawing just now. What made her even more nervous was that she could feel more and more magic waves gathering outside the greenhouse, which were getting stronger and more chaotic. She was sweating in her palms, and couldn't even sneeze. The changes were too fast. The magic world is always based on speed and strength. The faster you move, and the stronger you are, the more you can take the lead and dominate the world. She still needs time to adapt to this. Through the crystal clear crystal of the greenhouse, you can see the blue sky and bright sunshine. Occasionally, pterosaurs and winged tigers fly by and disappear quickly. It is in such seemingly peaceful days that there is full of killing. The invisible and intangible, but perceptible magic waves cover the sky. Perhaps they have become trapped beasts. The flower room was like a cage. They couldn't walk out, and they couldn't walk out. Wang Ziyu finally put away the card, stood up, ruffled Lijian's hair, leaned down slightly, and whispered, "Donut, One of the things Les told you last night was actually wrong. Lizan probably guessed what he was going to say, and her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out. What? You can't go shopping today, and it's very dangerous today, he whispered, putting the card in her hand. Don't leave me. Lizan sighed in frustration. I knew it. At present, she didn't know what the situation was. Facing the three people in the greenhouse, the first person she chose to rely on was Wang Ziyu. So, she hooked her fingers, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, Why don't you want the Black Magician's information? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly and whispered in her ear, Because I stole this information 3 minutes ago and gave it to Les. Infua is a technical expert of the desert team, hiding during the day and coming out at night. Lizan rarely sees this, but she admires this move alone. What should we do now? Lizan asked worriedly. It was the first time she faced such a life-and-death battle, and she was very nervous. Don't do anything. We just sit here. The Magic Guild will have to clean up for us, and Les will take advantage of the situation. Wang Ziyu was much calmer. There was no smile on his face, but he was very kind. Ikaro saw him whispering to Lizan calmly, and felt a little unhappy. He walked over. Wang Ziyu happened to look up and saw him, so he made a gesture of invitation and invited him to sit down. Icarus was very anxious, shook his head and declined. Lizan looked at Fitch, who stood straight, then looked at Icarus, who was trying to suppress his anxiety, and then looked at Wang Ziyu and sighed. She knew that there was nothing for her to do, but her hands were shaking for some reason. She wanted to draw, but she couldn't write at all. Time passed by minute, and under the pressure of this strong magic wave, Lizan felt dizzy. If she hadn't been trained by Les with an iron-blooded policy for half a month, she would have fallen to the ground long ago. At this moment, a shrill cry suddenly came from outside the greenhouse. Black magic, help! Then, a boom sound was heard, and the greenhouse next to it was shattered, and the world was shaking. What happened? Lizan jumped up suddenly, and saw the maid who had just been crazy about Wang Ziyu stumbling out of the broken greenhouse, and her apron was stained red with blood. Lizan's face changed, and she ran out in a hurry. Wang Ziyu wanted to stop her, but it was too late, so he could only follow her. Please stay. Fitch, who was standing at the door of the greenhouse and watching everything happen, stretched out his hand to block Lizan's way. Lizan looked up and glared at him. She's injured, are we going to watch her die? Chapter 90. The crystal in the flower room exploded and fell to the ground, sharper than glass. The maid fell on the crystal, her ribbon fell off, her soft hair stuck to her cheek with sweat. She bit her lip and looked at their flower room with a look for help. Fitch's expression did not change. He did not want to watch them die without help. But the flower room they were in had a barrier set up. If the people inside forced their way out, it would be very likely to destroy the barrier, not to mention that his current duty was to protect Wang Ziyu. Although he felt bad about the maid, he would never do anything unnecessary. The more unnecessary things you do, the more trouble you will cause. The first principle of executing a mission is, do your own thing and don't worry about the life and death of others. But, as an ordinary female high school student, Lizan couldn't bear to watch a girl of the same age fall in front of her, so she shrank her head, got out from under Fitch's arm, and rushed out of the greenhouse. Wang Ziyu wanted to reach out to hold her, but when his hand reached halfway, he suddenly stopped and retracted it. As soon as she went out, a sharp cold wind blew over, almost making it impossible to open her eyes. Lizan immediately felt a strong and disgusting corrosive smell. This was not a summer wind, nor was it a summer breath. Then there was only one possibility, a magician of the wind element plus a magic beast. Lizan didn't care about anything else and rushed to the maid. She was about to pull the maid up, and suddenly a big ugly mouth appeared behind the fallen crystal flower house. It was a terrible magic beast, with a body full of spikes, a super big head, and teeth like needles in its open mouth, and light-colored eyes like trays. Ah! Lizan screamed and sent dozens of silver light sticks towards his tray-like eyes, while pulling up the maid and running away in panic. The monster shook his head, and most of the silver light sticks deviated from the direction. Only two, one hit its face, and the other hit its eye. Lizan shot quickly and urgently, but the force was not very strong. Its skin was thick and its flesh was thick, so the one that hit its face did not have any effect on it, but the one that hit its eye did penetrate. Roar! The monster raised its neck, opened its mouth, and howled to the sky. Blood and tears flowed down its eyelids, and then a strong wind blew, and all the crystals on the ground were stirred up by the wind, and fragments flew everywhere. Lizan was shocked, but heard a magic spell behind her. Crystal wall. As soon as the words fell, a silver crystal wall appeared behind Lizhan, blocking all attacks for her. She turned her head, and saw the determined light in Wang Ziyu's eyes at that moment. Wang Ziyu quickly retracted his gaze, and trapped the monster inside, with a forbidden spell coffin pendant. He ignored it, and said in a penetrating voice, "Donut, come back to me." "Oh!" Lizhan finally reacted, dragging the injured maid forward carefully. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Run!" Crackling with sparks from lightning, the crystal flower house, where Wang Ziyu was struck by lightning and exploded from the middle. The crystal bloomed around, like a beautiful white rose. At that moment, the clear crystal shone with colorful light under the sunlight. After the flower house broke, the fire caused by lightning burned the fresh flowers, plants and trees near the flower house, and thick smoke billowed. Lizhan was choked, and her nose and tears flowed. She couldn't see the road, and she was dragging someone in her hand. She could only close her eyes, and crawl forward according to her feelings. After a while, she bumped into a wall and looked up. It turned out to be the outer wall of the Sunshine Flower House. On the other side were well-preserved green plants. She took a breath, wiped her tears with her hand, blinked, and when her vision recovered, she looked at the maid in her hand. "Are you okay? How are you now?" The maid pressed her abdomen and panted violently. Thank you for saving me." Lizhan was anxious, but she just pulled the corner of her lips after hearing this, and pushed her into the bushes covered by grass and trees. Although magicians usually don't use their eyes to see people, but use magic waves to locate them, there is not much difference between being on the roadside and in the bushes, but she still did it. First, it was to avoid the building from falling and hitting her, and second, her magic waves were not strong, and even if ordinary people found her, they would be too lazy to pull her out of the bushes. "I can only help you so much. I don't know first aid, and there are companions in the flower room." Lizhan stood up, and was about to leave, when the maid suddenly stretched out her weak hand and grabbed her. "Is it Prince Shuyu?" Lizhan didn't understand and just nodded. "No, it's useless. Prince Yuan must kill him." The maid took a breath and continued, "Everyone on this street is his man. Even the Magic Guild can't stop him. Because they don't show up in person, all the people are led by the black magicians, who are secretly trained. If anything goes wrong, the black magic will be used as a scapegoat. All." Lizhan lowered her eyes slightly. "Even so, I have to go." The maid coughed. The sound was so tragic that it was heartbreaking, and bright red blood gushed out of her mouth. She wiped it with her hand and said with trembling lips, "Do you like him?" Lizhan was stunned and asked as if he was looking at an idiot, "What is the relationship between saving people and liking?" She paused and said, "He knows first aid. I will go and find him to save you. Even if he doesn't go to find Wang Ziyu, she must go away. She doesn't have a strong enough heart to face this bloody scene." The maid looked at her back and suddenly used all her strength to ask, "What's your name?" "Lizhan Bossman." Lizhan walked away, leaving only her voice in the air. "Lizhan Bossman." The maid silently read her name, showing a bleak smile, and murmured, "My name is Fig. I hope you can remember me." Although she knew that Lizhan could not hear it at all. She did not tell Lizhan that she was actually Prince Yuan's person, but she became an abandoned child. When they smashed the crystal flower house, they had never thought that she was still inside. With a hint of disbelief, she rushed out of the flower house almost in revenge, wanting to tell her opponent that the crystal flower house was in danger. However, none of them came out, only Lizhan came out, and saved her. The blood on her abdomen was gushing, representing her fading life. The magic wave enveloped the area like water, and she was drowning in the water, almost suffocating. However, she could still see the very blue sky and the very bright sunshine. Lizhan walked out anxiously, and walked towards the crystal flower house. Sunshine Flower House is a very large shop. There are dozens of crystal flower houses like the one just now. She couldn't see the road clearly when she came out just now. Now she saw the crystal flower houses collapsed, and didn't know which one was where Wang Ziyu was. In desperation, she took out the cardboard and quickly folded it into a butterfly. "Go find Shuyu Feral." The butterfly flew up. Lizhan was about to take a step, when she suddenly felt something strange behind her. She squatted down suddenly, and a cold fist passed over her scalp. She secretly thought it was a close call, but who knew that two long tentacles suddenly stretched out from behind and entangled her, and a voice said with a smile, "Lizhan Bossman, long time no see." Lizhan raised her head, and looked up along the slender legs in black stockings, and saw the breathtakingly beautiful face of Biluo Mirkson. Her hair was spread out beautifully, and matched with the one-step skirt uniform of the female interns in the supervision department, there was no flaw. However, what spoiled the scenery was that in the middle of her right cheek, there was something like a band-aid. That was the place where the silver light stick had scratched. Lizanne immediately understood that Biluo was an intern at the supervision department. Logically, she should be maintaining social order at this time, but she is here to seek revenge. It's okay if you want revenge. But I have other things to do now. Come back in 3 days. Lizanne said in an unprecedentedly fast tone, and walked forward again. Do you think you can live after 3 days? Biluo was so angry that her eyebrows were raised, and she instructed the 2 dolls, there are people from the supervision department everywhere here. As long as I open my mouth, any one of them can crush you to death. Lizanne narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Aren't the people from the supervision department going to deal with a black magician? You are just looking for death by using them at will at this time? TSK. Biluo smiled smugly. What do the lives of others have to do with me? Do you think Fitch Brooks dares not to obey my orders? Lizanne's heart jumped suddenly. Who are you? Biluo raised her fingertips and stretched them to her lips to make a charming gesture. It's okay to tell you. Fitch is my father's adopted son. After that, her tone turned cold and she ordered the dolls, go. I don't know if it was because the previous doll was torn by the etiquette maid, or if she felt that the other doll was not strong enough, she brought 2 dolls this time. One was an octopus with 5 or 6 long tentacles, and the other was a diamond made of titanium alloy or something else, cold and hard. Lizanne was not afraid of her, but just helpless. She looked in the direction of Wang Ziyu and swung out 5 paper strips at the fastest speed. The white paper strips wrapped around the diamond doll like a snake. The paper tape was not as good as the tentacles of an octopus, Biluo sneered. However, she underestimated Lizanne. After returning that night, Lizanne figured out how to crack her rag doll. Moreover, her current state was completely different from that night. That night, she was cold and sleepy, and had no intention of fighting at all. Today, she was ready to rush forward with her weapon at any time. Therefore, after she shot out the paper tape, she used magic waves in her left hand to condense silver light sticks, a total of 14, and shot them at the 14 joints of the King Kong rag doll. The speed of the paper tape was 0.1 seconds faster than the silver light stick. Once the paper tape was bound, the silver light stick was inserted into it, holding up the rag doll and making it unable to move. Biluo was originally a 3-star magician, with abilities above Lizanne. She had never taken Lizanne seriously, and when she realized that something was wrong, it was already a little too late. Chapter 91. Biluo Myrksen manipulated all the tentacles of the octopus doll to swing down from the top of Lizanne's head like a whip. Lizanne did not raise her head, but used her newly freed right hand to support the top of her head, and a barrier was formed on the top of her head, just blocking the whip. She looked back at the octopus doll and waved her hand, coffin pendant. She had no scruples when facing inanimate objects. The black coffin fell from the sky, covering the octopus in it. After 0.01 seconds, the octopus turned into broken cotton wool and fell to the ground. Lizanne looked at Biluo coldly. Do you want to continue fighting? Seeing that she couldn't force him, Biluo suddenly took 2 steps back and screamed, Ah, it hurts. Lizanne was stunned. He didn't hit her. She soon understood what was going on. With the speed of a phantom, several male magicians wearing the same supervision department uniform rushed over and immediately surrounded her. Biluo's green eyes were filled with tears, which then fell with the wind. She pointed at Lizanne and said, She is a black magician. She even wanted to kill me just now. Look, she broke all my dolls. When the idiots from the supervision department heard her say that, they used the supervision department's catching magic circle, rope twist, without saying a word. Rope twist is a very simple but very effective magic circle, with a magic symbol above the head and a magic symbol under the feet, rotating in opposite directions. People in it will be torn in the opposite direction, and fall into a coma at the least, or their bodies will be broken at the worst. Lizanne was anxious and angry, and injected magic waves into his feet, stood on his right foot, and lightly tapped his left toe to draw a perfect arc, forming his own magic circle and forcibly changing the magic symbol under his feet. As long as one magic symbol loses its function, the magic circle will collapse. When the magic symbol began to shake, Lizanne took out the feather pen, turned it twice on her fingertips, injected magic waves, and tapped it on the circuit of the magic circle to cut the formation, while the other hand performed the fish dragon dance. Although the idiots in the supervision department were stupid, their magic was still better than hers. At that moment, the 4 of them surrounded her from 4 directions. Lizhan gritted her teeth in anger. She was a protection system, but it was too difficult to face 4 magicians with higher levels than her, and she had no time to delay. There was only one way, to trap all of them at once with a magic trap. However, this was only the most beautiful idea. In fact, as soon as her magic trap was activated, someone on the other side released an ice blade at her. She hurriedly set up a barrier. Thanks to the torture of Lates and others, she had such a fast technique and combat experience. Biluo was dissatisfied with the delay of several people, and remotely controlled the flower pot to smash Lizhan on the head. Lizhan had no time to dodge, and watched the flower pot smashing towards her, thinking to herself, it was terrible. Suddenly, her body flew out involuntarily, just avoiding the disaster of the flower pot. She screamed, and her body fell straight down after the momentum of flying was exhausted. At this time, a pair of slightly cold hands caught her. She turned her head, and saw that it was Ikaro. Ikaro with a dark face. He wore black-framed glasses, and white gloves. There were some bloodstains, and some crystal fragments on his white uniform with gold edges, reflecting bright light in the sun. Ikaro's expression was horrifying. Most of the magicians in the supervision department knew Ikaro, but no one had seen such a terrible Ikaro, who was just like a doctor who cut open people's stomachs. He held a glass in one hand, and said in a contemptuous and cold tone, "You are the interns of the supervision department? No wonder people say that the supervision department has no future. It turns out it's because of you. You are in the supervision department, and you are collectively bullying a girl. Are you proud?" He paused, and through the reflective lenses, he showed an absolutely controlling look. Slap yourself. The intern of the supervision department looked at him blankly, raised his hand automatically, and slapped his face. His face was red and swollen, and he seemed to feel nothing. Biluo watched from the side, and felt horrified. A powerful mind magician, with a simple spell of words, could make everyone obey his orders. When the idiots from the supervision department beat him up until blood came out of the corners of his mouth, Ikaro spoke again, "Get lost." The 4 idiots from the supervision department immediately ran away in disgrace with their tails between their legs. Biluo stamped her feet in exasperation, and when she saw Ikaro turned around, she immediately changed her expression, and her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with tears, dripping with the wind, like a pitiful and weak girl who was bullied. She just didn't believe that the gentle Ikaro could escape her trick. Ikaro said coldly, "Why don't you get out?" Biluo froze suddenly, covered her face, and ran away. She was actually disliked. Ikaro waited for her to leave, suddenly turned Lizhan's body over, and then held her face with his cold hands, his ice blue pupils full of toughness. "I like you." "Ah!" Lizhan, who was already dumbfounded, was petrified. He was confessed. "What's going on? In such an occasion, with such a tone and such a face, is this person Icarus?" Lizhan stared at the 10th senior Icarus with a serious expression. Then he spoke his mind as if guessing, "You are not Icarus." This low-voiced assertion made Icarus' pupils slightly open, and in those cold eyes, there flashed a sarcastic light that could not belong to Icarus. You noticed it, which is commendable. Lizhan suddenly felt uneasy. "What's wrong with you? There is such a huge difference between you and Senior Ikalo." Ikalo seemed as cold as ice, and showed a hint of amusement, like a hunter admiring his prey. Lizhan took a few steps back involuntarily, but did not look away. "Because he is my shadow." "What? You are lying." Ikalo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. "My name is Ikalu. Remember my name." The two of them confronted each other, but the atmosphere around them had changed. Ikalo picked up Lizhan horizontally, and jumped lightly onto the roof of the building next to him. Boom! With a bang, the place where they just stood was blown into a big hole. Ikalo freed one hand, extended his index finger forward, and used magic waves to draw 2 overlapping triangles in the void, and said, "Break." As he spoke, something seemed to be hit in the void, and a person actually fell down. Lizhan took a look. The person was wearing a black robe. When he fell, he looked like a torn piece of clothing, and nothing could be seen clearly. Is that person dead? Lizhan only felt a tremor in his heart. If it was Ikalu, he shouldn't kill people, right? The midday sun was so bright that it was scorching. Behind them, without them noticing, a dark light flashed, and suddenly a young man in a black magic robe appeared behind them. Powerful air currents surged, and black fog emerged. It was actually a sneak attack. However, Akala had already sensed the danger. His blue eyes were like sharp blades, and his golden hair flew against the wind, appearing as bright as gold in the gradually spreading black fog. The leaves around him suddenly turned into thousands of sharp blades, attacking the black magician like 1,000 arrows, trying to pierce his heart. At the same time, Akala picked up Lizhan and retreated quickly. Black fog, if you inhale more than 1 milligram, you will be poisoned and suffocated. The black magician raised his black lips. You must die if you kill my kind. As he said that, the black fog that was originally an indiscriminate attack suddenly condensed into a black dragon, which came fiercely and hit Akala's forehead. Lizhan's hands were sweating. She held Akala tightly, and dared not let go. She couldn't intervene in such a powerful battle. Even if she intervened, it would be a hindrance. Icarus was only a 3-star magician, and he had no ability to fight back against a wizard-level black magician. Lizhan was even somewhat relieved at this time, because Icarus's ability was much higher than Icarus's. She knew that if she left Icarus, he could give full play to his abilities, but the moment she left, she would inevitably become the target of the black magician, and Icarus might also be distracted by this. She didn't dare to move. She could only watch Icarus fight with the black magician. The black magician's ability obviously exceeded Clyru's by a lot. He cracked Clyru's attack step by step, approaching Clyru, and also approaching her. Wherever there is air, it is the black magician's world, because he controls the mist. Even the thinnest air will turn black in his hands and become a murderous poison. Coupled with the vicious power of black magic, no matter what attack Clyru launches, it will be resolved by him. What's more troublesome is that Clyru has no time and no opportunity to perform his best pupil technique. The leaves he used all withered, rotted, and fell to the ground in the black air. Seeing the black magician's black air shooting at him again, Lizhan panicked and subconsciously blocked it. If Akala was injured, they would not be able to escape. The black air shot at her shoulder, making a hole in her shoulder, and blood flowed out. Lizhan felt as if thousands of arrows pierced her heart. She felt black in front of her eyes, and was about to fall to the ground. Akala was shocked, and quickly reached out to support her. He had not expected Lizhan to sacrifice for him like this, and the lines on his stern face became more and more tense. Lizhan was injured, and he had to deal with the enemy in front of him as soon as possible, otherwise both of them would not be able to escape, even though he knew that the other party was much stronger than him. Akala gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. The atmosphere is a natural thing. How can you control it? He hesitated for a moment, covered Lizhan's ears, and decided to use the speech technique and the pupil technique at the same time. He rarely used both at the same time because it was very dangerous, but if it succeeded, the effect would be immediate. His voice was full of magnetism, making people want to look at him, listen to his voice, and follow his consciousness. However, the black magician used magic waves to block his verbal attack. He did not follow his thoughts or look into his eyes. He just sneered and said, "Why can't I control it?" His voice was full of tension, and his words went straight into his heart. Chapter 92. Akala couldn't hold on, and spit out a large mouthful of blood, his body swaying. The bright red blood set off his pale cheeks, like plum blossoms in the snow, so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. "Senior!" Lizhan shouted in panic, and hurriedly reached out to help her, but he didn't expect that he had no strength left, and couldn't pull her up, but instead they both fell to the ground, in a miserable state. Akala's weight pressed on her, making her breathless, but what really suffocated her was the strong magic wave emitted by the black magician. Lizhan looked up in shock, only to see the black magician walking towards them step by step. "If you kill the heir of the knights, there will be no successor to the knights, right?" The black magician's black lips were filled with bloodthirsty pleasure. "It turns out that the knights are only SOSO, how disappointing. We can't fall here. We must not let him get what he wants." Lizhan let go of Akala, covered the wound on his shoulder with one hand, supported the floor with the other hand, and slowly stood up, protecting Akala behind him, and suddenly smiled. "If killing the senior, the knights will have no successor, then killing you, will the black magic also be extinct?" That smile was so bright. Just like the sunshine at this moment, the black magician suddenly felt something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and used magic waves to scan the surroundings. Could it be that she had backup? For him, it only took 1 second to scan a distance of 200 meters, and he did not find anything wrong. He regarded Lizhan's smile as a delaying tactic, and planned to kill both of them at once to avoid more trouble. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange burning sensation under his feet. Looking down, he suddenly discovered that a blue hexagram magic circle with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside appeared on the ground, and the light rose instantly, covering him. Even if he was faster, he couldn't escape. "You?" the black magician roared, and his dark face was filled with anger. Lizhan was terrified and manipulated the magic circle under his feet to rotate in the opposite direction at a faster speed, constantly strengthening, connecting with the hexagram magic circle in different directions, making it impossible for him to escape even if he had wings. Gorgeous, spectacular, and most importantly practical, this magic circle combines her hard work, Liz's positioning skills, the Beard Uncle's deception, and Abu's skills. Lizhan tightly grasped the cardboard in his hand, drawing and drawing more, to make him unable to get out. In the constant turning and reincarnation of the magic circle, the black magician could not hold on, and fell into the center of the circle, with black blood constantly flowing from the corners of his lips. The black magician, even his blood is black. Ah! Seeing that the situation was not right, Akali got a chance to catch his breath, stood up, picked up Lizhan, and ran away. His speed could be described as lightning. He jumped over the roofs everywhere, and even passers-by thought it was an illusion. Lizhan. Akali suddenly stopped and said in a low but firm voice, "I like you, Lizhan. So you must never like someone else." Huh? Lizhan turned around and saw Akali's face enlarged in front of her, and then fell on her. Senior? Senior? Lizhan shook Akali's shoulders, but he didn't respond at all. The black-framed glasses on his nose slowly slipped down. Lizhan also lost a lot of blood and began to feel dizzy. Seeing that the lines of his expression became soft in his coma, he thought he was hallucinating and didn't care. However, his limbs were weak, let alone moving Akali. He couldn't even move a step. They were behind a very tall building, in a place similar to an alley. It was a bit dark without sunlight. It was impossible to run out and ask for help like this, and he was unconscious. What should she do now? She didn't know where this place was in the imperial capital. Lizhan had no time to think too much, only one thought. She must ask for help. Lizhan trembled and took out the communicator from her pocket, shook her head, and tried hard to wake herself up. The first person on the communicator came into her sight, Ji Rongxi. Yes, she could ask Ji Rongxi for help. She sent a communication request to Ji Rongxi with trembling hands, but before she pressed it, her eyes went dark, and the black magician appeared in front of her like the wind. "Aren't you very good at running?" The black magician raised his black lips, and stared at her like a hunter staring at the best prey. No one had ever trapped him for so long, which greatly aroused his malice to want to ravage her a million times. Li Jian didn't have time to think, and condensed the last bit of magic wave on the tip of the pen, and quickly drew two triangles in the air, in opposite directions, forming a six-pointed star shape. "Please listen to my story and seal it," Li Jian shouted, and the six-pointed star expanded several times, turning into dozens of them, tightly surrounding them in a circle, protecting them firmly in the center. After finishing, she almost closed her eyes in despair. This barrier can't last long. She knew, but it can last as long as it can. She fumbled for the communicator, and sent a communication request to Ji Rongxi. Beep. Beep. Lizhan kept urging in her heart, "Ji Rongxi, go check your communicator, quickly." Time passed by minute with the beeping sound. She was so nervous that she wanted to cut off the communication with Ji Rongxi immediately and seek help from others, but she was afraid that once the communication was cut off, Ji Rongxi would not know, and that would be terrible. She wanted to ask Wang Ziyu and Lai Zi for help. However, she didn't have Wang Ziyu's contact number or Lai Zi's. Who else was in the communicator? Lizhan stared at Ji Rongxi's head portrait on the communicator, and she was almost desperate. She didn't have a familiar person to ask for help. God, don't play with me like this. I want to collapse. The black magician narrowed his eyes slightly, and a black mist drifted from his hand again. The black mist did not drift around, but gathered around the barrier and began to eat away at the barrier. At the same time, he swung out a laser-like black gas, shooting straight at the same place. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on until they come. The will to survive supported her, and prevented her from falling. She threw away the communicator, held the paper and pen in her hands again, closed her eyes, and sought the source of her magic wave, and described its form. Even if it was a struggle before death, she had to struggle a little. However, at the moment when the magic wave just gathered, swish! With a sound, the black gas shot through the hexagram barrier. Lizhan hugged Akali desperately. Suddenly, a sharp sword came down from the air at an unparalleled speed. The silver shining sword brought with it an overwhelming magic wave, pressing down like a raging wave. The black magician, who was about to destroy Lizhan, was shocked when he saw this. He jumped to the highest point of the building, condensed the magic wave of his whole body, and stared at the newcomer vigilantly. I saw a huge open magic book flying from the sky like the wind, and landed accurately on the highest point of another building 30 feet in front of the black magician. After a while, Wang Ziyu stepped down from the magic book, and with a slight hook of his fingertips, the magic book automatically closed, became smaller, and jumped into his palm. He casually put the magic book into his pocket, and looked up at the black magician. The corners of his lips slightly raised, with a faint and mocking smile, and the wind blew his hair, refreshing. He opened his thin lips slightly. You know, those who hurt me will go to hell. Lizhan looked up at the highest point, where the sunlight shone on Wang Zi's face, bright and warm. She finally waited for him to come. Thinking so, she finally fainted with peace of mind. The sky was completely dark. The huge white crystal magic lamp emitted a bright light on the ceiling. Habby yawned and changed the medicine for the person on the bed, leaning against the door frame and falling asleep again. Les sat aside with a frown, looking at the pale person on the bed, biting the pen in some confusion. The hole is 2 centimeters deep, 3 centimeters in diameter, and the blood loss is 31.47%, which is not too serious. According to Haha's treatment data, he should be awake by now. Donut, why do you always make people worry? The little lion, who was fussing around at her feet, seemed to understand what she said. It approached Lijian's face again, and stared at Lijian's closed eyes without blinking, as if the eyes would open if it just stared. Unfortunately, its eyes hurt from staring, but the unconscious owner still didn't open her eyes. Her expression was so peaceful, just like she was asleep. The little lion squatted silently, raised its front paws, and sat obediently on the edge of her bed. The eyes of the beast seemed to be covered with worry. The spacious room was suffocatingly silent. Ah, so depressing. Louise slapped her head with the clipboard frantically. Donut, if you don't wake up, I step on your nose with the little lion's paw. She grabbed the little lion's paw threateningly, and pressed it on Lijian's upturned nose. The little lion's fur accidentally got into Lijian's nasal cavity. Achoo! Lizhan suddenly sneezed, and tried to open her eyes. The strong light at that moment made her hurriedly block it with her hands. Les quickly covered the light of the magic lamp with the recording board and snapped his fingers. Pop, the magic lamp went out, and Habby lit a lamp as big as a rose petal not far away. The lamp emitted a faint yellow light, illuminating only an area of 1 meter. Les took away the recording board, sat back in his seat, grinned. Well, my record is correct. Lizhan blinked, barely adapting to the weak light. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a weight in her arms. It turned out that the little lion jumped on her. It scratched her face with its soft furry paws, and coquettishly nudged her chest with its head. Hey, you should consider the occasion when you touch her breasts, right? Lizhan reached out and grabbed it, wanting to give it a piece of fried pork slices, but it looked at her with tears in its eyes, and seemed very worried. She couldn't help but soften her heart, and instead stroked its fur, and smiled comfortingly. She opened her mouth to speak, but found that her lips were so dry. She tried to speak, but her throat felt like it was filled with cotton, and she couldn't speak at all. It took her a long time to find her words. How long have I slept? Chapter 93. Not long, just 1 day. Much better than the prince's soul. The beautiful Lady Liz smiled, and pushed the harpy, who was playing chess with Zhou Gong. Give me some water. The harpy opened his eyes blankly, rubbed them once, and then again, as if he just understood what happened. Oh, you're awake. Then he turned aside to pour water. Lizhan took the water, and drank it without saying a word. The water tasted a bit strange, not sour or astringent, but with a strange smell similar to plant juice, as if salted fish was mixed in. She looked at the empty cup, raised her head suddenly, stared at Habby, and then she realized belatedly, is Habby's water drinkable? Will there be any slugs or springtails in it? She put her hand into her mouth, wishing she could dig out what she had just drunk. Louise laughed and said, Okay, donuts, this is Habby's special blood tonic. Although it tastes a bit strange, the effect is still good. Lizhan exhaled and fell heavily back on the bed. For a moment, she lost her sleepiness. Everything that happened before the coma was pieced together in his mind, and Lizhan couldn't help asking, Where is Senior Ikaro? Oh, the boy you were with? He was picked up by the leader of the Knights. The leader of the Knights is so good-looking, with those sexy lips, that kind smile, and bright eyes. He almost killed me in an instant, if I hadn't faced the prince for a long time and developed an indestructible body. Lizhan rolled his eyes. Les, you are getting more and more noisy. Pa! The recording board hit her head hard. Lizzie pinched the fragile recording board with his delicate fingers. His eyes were full of smoke. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Do you think it's easy for me? No one has said a word to me in the past few days. Lijian's heart was inexplicably choked, and suddenly she felt warm. After coming here for so long, this is the first time someone cares about her and stays by her side when she is injured. Liz is just a guy who says one thing and means another. Thinking of this, she curled her lips and smiled, and asked casually, "How did you find me that day?" Louis covered his face with the clipboard, paused and said, "I think this is not very moral, you should ask the prince." Lizanne rolled her eyes at her in dissatisfaction, wondering if there was something strange about this matter, but seeing Louis looking at her with a smile, she simply put it aside and asked, "What was the melee that day about?" "Nothing to say, it was just a civil war in the royal family. The prince's 2 brothers sent out 18 black magicians to kill him," Louis said, sighing slightly. "Poor us who accepted his flowers. There is no other way except to fight bloody battles." "Flowers? What does this have to do with flowers?" Lizanne opened her eyes wide. "Wang Ziyu once put a white rose in her hair. Does that count? He gave us calamus. Calamus is like a sword." Louis' tone was somewhat melancholy, but then he became excited. "We are his swords. Is it a bloody battle? But in fact, I am very satisfied with killing, right?" Lizanne secretly wiped the sweat off her forehead. Louis smiled and stood up and said, "Okay, now that you are awake and your wounds are fine, go see the prince. After all, he saved you." Lizanne nodded, washed her face, sobered herself up, and walked in the direction that Lizzie pointed. This was not in her residence, but in a room in the castle. The corridor in the castle was very long, and there was no end in sight, but for some reason, the magic lights were a little dim, and there was a sense of desolation. Along the way, there was no maid or housekeeper. Ah! A scream suddenly pierced through the night, and Lizanne became inexplicably panicked. With the help of the faint light, she ran to Wang Ziyu's bedroom in the direction of the sound. Arriving at the door, she shouted the command, ran in quickly, and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened?" The bedroom was pitch dark with the lights off. Lizanne squinted her eyes, and tried to see what was going on. If it was a thief who broke in, Wang Ziyu would not have screamed so miserably. So, she intuitively thought that there was only one possibility. The black magician came back and wanted to kill him while he was sleeping. And the sound just now would definitely attract Lizzie and the others. The black magician might have run away. What she had to do now was to check whether Wang Ziyu was still alive. However, when he walked to the bed, Lizanne found that he had guessed wrong. Wang Ziyu huddled in the corner of the bed and kept shouting, trembling all over. "Is this Wang Ziyu?" Lizanne quickly jumped onto the bed and shook his shoulders. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What happened? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Ziyu felt the warmth of her hand in the dark, so he followed the warm arm and quickly circled her waist. He pulled her into his arms with his whole body trembling, and once he was wrapped around her, he would never let go and hugged her tightly. Lizanne was shocked. Wait a minute. What happened to you? You're holding me too tight, let go." Rather than hugging me tightly, it was more like he was going to crush me. Being hugged tightly by Wang Ziyu was such amazing strength. Lizanne felt that her bones were about to break, and she clapped his hands hard. In an instant, Lizzie, who heard the scream, rushed in like the wind, looking nervous. What happened to the prince? She had never heard such a scream in the 12 years she had been with Wang Ziyu. I don't know, he seems to be a little bit wrong. It hurts so much. He seems to be out of control. I don't know why. It hurts so much. I don't know what's going on either. Come and pull him away," Lizanne said intermittently. She was seriously anemic, and her wounds had not fully recovered. When he strangled her like this, she immediately felt dizzy and her wounds were hot. After Wang Ziyu hugged Lizanne tightly, he stopped shouting, but his whole body was tense, holding her tightly, and he refused to let go. Louis reached out and lit the magic lamp, but he turned the light to the dimmest, barely able to see the figures within a radius of 1 meter. It wasn't that she cared about Wang Ziyu and didn't want to see him lose control, but she believed that as she saw it, Wang Ziyu, who had calmed down, would cut her into pieces the next day and throw her into the ravine to destroy the body. She didn't go near, but just watched from a distance. "Is it okay?" Lizanne's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, and she shouted depressedly, "I'm almost choked to death. Woo-woo, Lizzie, you bad guy. It's so uncomfortable." "TSK?" Lizzie gloated, "The picture of you being hugged tightly by the prince is really tempting. It's not easy to get this opportunity, so enjoy it." Lizanne gritted her teeth. "Oh hee, just kidding. Since you're working so hard, I stay in the next room for a while. If you feel you can't breathe, you can call me." The beautiful Les patted her, and walked out of the door. There were many maids standing outside the door, as well as the butler Billy. She shrugged, "It's okay, everyone go back and take a shower and go to bed." As she said that, she closed the door casually. After closing it, she suddenly remembered that once the door was closed, it would require a password to open it again, and the only person who knew the password was still in the room. A man and a woman alone, a beautiful man and a Lolita, is something going to happen? She thought about it with her chin in her hand, pouted her red lips, and left without even going to the next room. After watching Li Zi leave, Lizhan frowned and looked down at Wang Ziyu. If he didn't calm down quickly, he would really be crushed to death. It looked like he was in a state of confusion. What should I do? I really wanted to punch him hard. If I wanted to hit him, I had to use my hands first. Unfortunately, her hands were pressed against her chest by him. She had no choice but to pull them out. Wang Ziyu thought she wanted to escape, so he pulled her closer to him. Hey, if you keep strangling me like this, I'm going to suffocate. Li Zhan thought tragically, I won't be the first person to be suffocated by a hug, right? She lowered her head resignedly, opened her mouth, and bit Wang Ziyu's neck. A sharp pain made Wang Ziyu dazed. Lizhan took the opportunity to pull out her hand, hugged his head, leaned down, and stared at him with bared teeth. If you continue to strangle, be careful that I will suck all your blood. Wang Ziyu looked at her blankly, and suddenly exerted force on his hand. Lizhan was strangled to death before she could scream. Am I really going to fall here? This was the only thought she had before she fell into darkness. This time she fainted completely. In the end, she didn't know whether she fell asleep or fainted. Anyway, in the middle of the night, I woke up in a daze. Strange, it felt so warm. There was a heavy object pressing on my body, but strangely I didn't feel uncomfortable. She touched the thing on her body half asleep and half awake, and the warm touch made her feel incredible. Is it a little lion? Why is its hair shaved? And it is wearing clothes? Whose prank is this? Lizhan opened her eyelids with a hazy consciousness, and moved her eyes slightly upwards, and saw a handsome face in front of her. How annoying! How can someone have such long and thick eyelashes? Lizhan stared at the face in front of her blankly, and suddenly woke up. Lizhan tried to move her body, but couldn't. The one pressing on her. No, it was a claw that grabbed her and prevented her from getting up. What was going on? Hey, Wang Ziyu, wake up! Let me go, Wang Ziyu! Wang Ziyu opened his eyes sleepily, and saw the person in his arms, with eyes wide open in disbelief. He reached out to cover her eyelids, then hugged her even harder, fell down, and continued to sleep, completely ignoring her protests. Get up! Lizhan almost died. This guy really made people want to slap him. I don't want to be alone in the dark. Chapter 94. Wang Ziyu took a long time to tell the embarrassing truth, and buried his head in her neck, not letting her see his vulnerable appearance. Li Zhan was slightly stunned when she heard this, and no longer rejected him. She maintained the posture of being tightly hugged by him, and put her hand gently on his back without saying a word. It turns out that he is afraid of the dark. No wonder every morning when she came in, she found that the magic lamp in his bedroom was on, but the light was dimmed. Children who are afraid of the dark often lack a sense of security. It turns out that he has no sense of security. He looks so strong and straightforward, but he has no sense of security. She didn't find it funny at all, but felt an inexplicable heartache. When people live in front of others, they are often bright and beautiful, but behind the scenes, they are more bitter than one another. Although she has never been afraid of the dark, she knows this feeling very well in her heart. Once, when she suddenly came to this world, she was also so helpless and so frightened. Unfortunately, at that time, no one could hug her, and she could only sit in the examination room and overcome it alone. Now, when she can hug him and give him warmth and strength, she is willing to give it. After a long time, Wang Ziyu finally let go of his hand, leaned against the head of the bed, but leaned forward and put his head on her shoulder. You? Lizhan stopped protesting when she saw his still pale face, and sighed. Wang Ziyu heard the pity in her voice, and reluctantly covered his eyes with one hand, adjusting his disordered breath, and feeling awkward. In the quiet night, the moon quietly disappeared in the clouds. The bedroom was quiet, and even the chirping of insects in the garden could not be heard. The only sound was Wang Ziyu's shallow breathing. After a long time, Wang Ziyu's breathing slowly stabilized and whispered, I don't want to be alone. In the dark. Lizhan casually took a tissue and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and casually said, Why? Before, I was often locked in a secret room. Lizhan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who is so cruel? Brother, half-brother. How could this happen? Lizhan grabbed his arm, feeling incredible and angry. As a brother, how could he lock his weak brother in the dark? Shouldn't they protect their brother? She is an only child, and she always envies her classmates who have brothers, because they were raised by their brothers. A situation like Wang Ziyu could only appear in TV dramas about house fighting. Wang Ziyu closed his eyes, leaned all his weight on her, and sighed, I am an illegitimate child. I am redundant, and my mother died when I was 3 years old. My brothers thought I was easy to bully, so they always locked me up and didn't let me eat. So serious? Sometimes when they are unhappy, they take it out on me and vent their anger. His voice sounded muffled, and it was unclear whether it was because he buried his face in her shoulder or because of something else. Oh my God! Liz Han unconsciously clenched his fists. How did he spend his childhood? Once, I jumped out of the window and hid in the library. I stayed with the old man in the library for 3 years. He taught me to read, write, and teach me magic. But when I was 6 years old, he was killed by my eldest brother because he was protecting me. I didn't know at the time, and I cried for a whole year, not understanding why he never came to the library again. It must be because I was naughty. At that time, he became a lonely person, with no place to stay, and he could only wander around aimlessly. Like a mayfly, no one noticed his existence. He always woke up alone and fell asleep alone, like a wandering soul in the dark night. I hate the night, and I don't like sleeping alone. When I stay alone in the dark, I will think of many things, terrible memories will keep emerging, and even things that have been forgotten will be remembered together. When I was 8 years old, I took the savings left by my mother and escaped from the prison. Later, I met Les. Liz Han leaned against him gently. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the castle was always deserted, why he dared to question everything, and why he was a one-star wizard before he was 18 years old. It turned out that all this was forced. He was alone. Although he was not cute at all, he could survive in that environment and live so well. I have to say that he was really amazing and hardworking. He got up before dawn every day to practice magic. Every day, he practiced as seriously as if he was on the battlefield. All of this was for survival, so that he could still talk and laugh in front of the enemy. It can be said that Wang Ziyu is a person who is good at disguising himself. On the surface, he doesn't care about anything, but his heart is as clear as a mirror, and he knows how to use disguise to achieve his goals. Liz Han patted his back soothingly and whispered, You are not in that prison now, you are free now, you can do whatever you like, so let these past events go to hell. You just need to live well, that's enough. Wang Ziyu hugged her again. Some things cannot be forgotten, and cannot be forgotten. Even though he was free now, he didn't even want to be called feral, but he was still a member of that family, and was still hunted by those so-called brothers. A few days ago, the cruel killing method meant that his brother's desire to get rid of him became stronger and stronger. However, he could survive when he was 3 years old, the weakest, let alone 17. After more than 10 years of nightmare, he was ignorant and weak, but he is no longer the child. His aura gradually condensed and accumulated. Now he seems to do things that no one can stop. Liz Han didn't return to the ward until after midnight. Since she was a patient, Lizzie took care of her in a rare way, instead of taking the opportunity to drag her to the desert and torture her to death. During the day, she lay in bed like an ordinary patient, reading textbooks and drawing casually. At night, Lizzie washed off the sand and came to her ward again. Hey, did you do that with the prince last night? Liz Han glanced at her and covered her face with the magic book, trying to ignore it. Just tell me. Louise sat down on her bed, threw away her magic book, and looked at her with a mischievous smile. Liz Han rolled her eyes. When did you meet Wang Ziyu? Louise raised her right eyebrow and looked at the floating clouds outside the window with a melancholy look, but it was night time. Not only did she lose her mood, but she also looked like a resentful woman, when I was still a pure girl. When I think of this, I feel depressed. All my best years were wasted on him. Liz Han said nothing. She felt that Lizzie would continue to talk. To some extent, Lizzie and Wang Ziyu's past was like her past, which was kept in her heart and could not be told to others. She understood this emotion very well, and wished that there was someone to share this past with her, or to have common memories with her. Lizzie now had her as a listener, and he would definitely speak out. She thought sadly, perhaps, she would never be able to tell others about her history in the Celestial Empire. I had just escaped from prison when I first saw him. It was snowing heavily at that time, and the whole world was pure white, except for me. I was wearing a black robe, and there was almost nowhere to escape in the snow, but I couldn't give up this only piece of clothing that could cover my body. The wind was very cold, cutting my face and body like a knife. She could never let go of the scene dominated by the cold white queen, with snowflakes flying. When I had no way to escape, I suddenly saw him. He was only 7 or 8 years old, wearing white children's clothes and a very cute hat, but he held a dagger in his hand, and the blood on his clothes looked like plum blossoms. The most terrifying thing was that he was smiling, and his eyes were as charming as the crescent moon. I thought he was crazy. He said to me, "Someone is chasing you." I was stunned. He asked again, "Do you want to live? I can save you." I nodded without hesitation. So he cast an illusion and let me escape from the life of being hunted. A child with extraordinary skills helped her escape from the sea of suffering, and she never forgot it. The prince is actually a very simple person. He never cried because of his brother's abuse, because he didn't know how to be sad. He was hurt too deeply when he was too young, and he didn't even know he was hurt. She still remembered that after moving into the castle, he often wandered around like a shadow, and he was still looking for the old man in the library who had taught him. So, he often picked up some people and brought them back. Almost everyone in the desert team has an unknown bitter past, and they are protected because of him. I was afraid of being caught, so I dared not leave the castle. Every time he came back, he would be covered in wounds, cuts, abrasions, burns, and rarely intact. The only thing I could do was to help him apply medicine and accompany him silently. Luai sighed with deep sadness, his thoughts immersed in the memories of the past. Donuts. What he has is not available to everyone: the dignity of the royal family, the luxurious castle, the endless enjoyment of fine clothes and delicious food. All these are things that everyone envy, but he has nothing of the easiest things to get. Family affection, love, comfort and tenderness are all indispensable in life. I can make him stronger and stronger, but I can't do this, because I have nothing either. The only thing that makes me luckier than him is that I was mature enough to face the disaster when I suffered it. And he was alone in the dark, and he was so scared that he couldn't sleep, because he was too young at the time. And his mental trauma has not healed yet. What she didn't say was that the result was even more terrible. Once he understood the whole story, including his brother's attempt to kill him, he rebounded even more, and he just wished he could remove them from the source. Chapter 95. Lihan didn't think so much. The only thing she wanted to do now was to find Wang Ziyu. She didn't know why she wanted to find him, but she felt that only by finding him could she feel at ease. At the same time, Wang Ziyu lay on his back in the middle of the vast desert, staring at the starry sky in a trance. The desert is an extremely quiet place. There is no wind, the temperature has dropped to almost 0 degrees, and there are no grass insects. There is no grass in this place. Even if there are desert springtails, they hide 3 feet under the ground. The starry sky is very clear, and the sky is full of twinkling stars. Occasionally, 1 or 2 meteors pass by, leaving long tails. He looked at the starry sky with a lost gaze, and people of all kinds flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He was like a passerby, watching them coming from afar, approaching him, but he seemed not to see him, and gradually walked away. He wanted to see their faces clearly, but they were like faceless people, with an illusory face. Because, from beginning to end, he was the only one. After an unknown amount of time, there was a rustling sound of feet stepping on the sand in the distance. He sat up suddenly, with a hint of joy on his face, but seemed to think of something, and sat down slowly again, tapping the sand beside him with his right finger, and performing a magic to control the sand. Lihan walked less than 100 meters in the barrier, when suddenly a strong wind blew, blowing up the sand on the surface, and rolling towards her, comparable to the sandstorm in the capital of the Celestial Empire. She reflexively lay on the ground and built a circular barrier about 1 meter high on the spot. The sandstorm hit the barrier with an extremely fierce attitude, but fortunately the barrier was strong enough, and the sandstorm was just passing by and disappeared in a minute. She removed the barrier, only to feel her nose itchy and sneezed on the spot. What was worse was that her guiding butterfly was buried under the sand, because she didn't have time to recall it. She didn't know where it was. Lihan got up, patted her clothes, rubbed her nose, used magic waves to keep warm, and recalled the butterfly. The sand wouldn't jump up automatically, it must be man-made. However, Lihan had long been accustomed to being attacked every time she entered the desert, so she didn't take it seriously. She released the butterfly again and ran towards Wang Ziyu. About 4 minutes later, she finally saw his figure in the center of the desert. He was lying alone on the sand, as if he had fallen asleep, and there was an indescribable loneliness. Lihan couldn't help but raise the corner of her lips and ran to him. "Hey, you are here." As soon as she said this, she immediately felt something was wrong. Why did she come here on purpose? Is she sympathizing with him and pitying him? Wang Ziyu slowly opened his eyes. His black jade eyes were as cold as the snow on the mountains. "Lihan, please pay attention to whether your words and actions affect others." Lihan was stunned for the first time when she heard her name being called instead of a nickname. What do you mean? Wang Ziyu didn't answer, but just stood up and looked down at her. Without any small movements, she just stood up casually. Liz Han suddenly took 3 steps back. She believed in her feelings. Just now, Wang Ziyu was full of murderous aura, which made her feel that she was not his friend, but his enemy. That day, he treated the black magician in this way. The feeling of murderous aura passing through her neck made her feel like she was dreaming. The distance between the two was less than 3 meters. Liz Han thought she had misunderstood, and blinked, trying to see a clue from his eyes, or hoping that he would suddenly smile and say to her, "Donuts." However, Wang Ziyu did not. He just stared at her coldly, as if he was looking at an enemy who had entered his territory. Liz Han didn't know what was going on, and suddenly felt a strong sense of fear. "What are you going to do?" "Kill you." Wang Ziyu had no expression on his face, and the lines on his face were terrifyingly deep in the shadows of the night. "I used sand to stop you from coming, but you insisted on breaking in, so I will fulfill your wish." As he said that, he took the first step. "Stop." Liz Han didn't understand what was going on at all. She found that the magic wave, like a tide, was pressing on her chest. She took a few steps back and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" "Tangle." "Not." Wang Ziyu said word by word, and as he spoke, 3 magic symbols with round outer edges and pointed inner edges appeared from under his feet, like a star-shaped track, overlapping each other, making the ground and the air float. As long as the glass lamp touches one of the lines, all the magic waves will be taken away. This is what Abu told her, one of the magic circles that Wang Ziyu is best at. She never thought that one day, Wang Ziyu would use this magic circle to deal with her. She looked at Wang Ziyu again, hoping to see some information from his eyes, and naturally thought, maybe he just wanted to test her current level. She comforted herself in her heart, and jumped 3 meters away like a rebound, while injecting magic waves into her feather pen and attacking Wang Ziyu. She hadn't had a chance to fight him in the castle for nearly a month, so this time she would just treat it as a normal practice. She didn't believe that Wang Ziyu really wanted to kill her. At most he was using this method to force out her strength. Thinking of this, she moved faster, and the feather pen quickly cut the magic line near her. The moment she touched the magic line, she found that the force on the magic line was much greater than she imagined, forcing her to inject magic waves again to cut one. After injecting magic waves into the feather pen twice, she paused for 0.07 seconds due to the stagnation of her breath. This time is insignificant to ordinary people, but it is a huge loophole of 7 seconds in front of Wang Ziyu's magic circle. As soon as she cut the magic line, 7 magic lines wrapped around her feet at the same time. Liz Han couldn't make a sound, and before she could even think, she knelt down on the magic circle. Wang Ziyu looked at her with malicious provocation, a mocking smile on his lips, but he didn't say anything. Liz Han angrily performed a dragon dance, and used this thrust to throw herself out of the magic circle. Seeing this, Wang Ziyu picked up sand and threw it on her head. At present, she had no problem dodging the bullets fired by the pistol, but facing the rain of sand, she was unable to resist. This is the difference in strength. Liz Han fell on the sand, coughing and spitting out the sand she had accidentally eaten just now, staring at Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu grabbed her collar and lifted her up, like grabbing a broken bag. She slapped his hand away in frustration, and he simply let go, put his hands in his pockets, and his expression was cold to the end. "Ask Billy to settle with you tomorrow. The castle doesn't need you anymore." What? Liz Han could hardly believe her ears. What he meant by this sentence was, "Are you going to fire me?" Wang Ziyu did not answer, but turned and left. Silence is equal to acquiescence. Liz Han shouted in disbelief. Why? Was it because she lost the fight? That's impossible. But he was fine 2 days ago. Could it be that she saw his unknown side? Liz Han suddenly shuddered. There are often such plots in TV dramas, where a servant accidentally discovers the master's shocking secret or weakness, and is then killed by the master with an excuse, and dies without a burial place. Wang Ziyu would not kill her here and bury her body in the sand, right? She didn't want to be a mummy. Wang Ziyu finally turned around. His tone was cold and cold. Maids below 4-star magicians will only be a burden in the castle. What I need is someone who can bring me benefits, not someone who drags me down. The fantasy was suddenly interrupted. Liz Han felt like someone poured a bucket of cold water on her, when she heard the reasons from his mouth. Her heart was chilled. This statement was even more difficult for her to accept than the reasons she imagined. Was Wang Ziyu blaming her for getting him into trouble in the capital that day? She slowly squatted on the ground and covered her face. She knew that her magic was indeed weak, but she still didn't understand what happened that day in the capital. Perhaps in Wang Ziyu's eyes, only the strong can survive, but has he ever thought that she was helpless to be brought into such a world of the survival of the fittest by him without knowing anything? She felt insulted to be fired from her first job under such circumstances. After a while, she raised her head and pulled an ugly corner of her mouth. Wang Ziyu, being your maid is so tiring. Wang Ziyu paused as he left, without looking back or saying anything, just listening quietly. Wang Ziyu, you once asked me to join your team. But do you understand what a team is? You keep saying this, but you never considered me as one of them. Even if I am not a member of your team, at least you should give me the right to know about my affairs, instead of letting me die without knowing what is going on. You took me shopping in the capital, I am grateful to you. But did you ever tell me what might happen? Do I deserve to be kept in the dark and get hurt just because I am weak? People in high positions, like you, usually don't consider the lives of those below you. I just wanted to find a simple job, I didn't want to get into danger, and I didn't want to lose my life inexplicably. It doesn't matter to me what the Magic Guild is like, or what the Falaire royal family is like. My life goal is very simple, to learn things I don't understand, and to draw what I want to draw. I'm very happy to be fired by you, because I finally get out of this kind of life. Wang Ziyu said nothing. His expression at that moment was a unique spectacle, but he was standing far away, and Liz Han lowered his head, so he didn't see it. Finally, I want to ask you a question. Liz Han raised his head, his eyes soaked with tears were shining. That night in the Kenyan forest, we met a wolf. Did you hurt me on purpose? Originally, she trusted him. He was just a boy under 18 years old, with limited magic ability, and couldn't control all the wolves. It was normal for her to get hurt. But after entering the castle, she found that Wang Ziyu's magic should be at the level of a 4-star magician, which was more than enough to deal with a black magician, not to mention a few wolves. Chapter 96. She didn't ask because she felt that the matter had passed, and there was no need to dwell on it. But now that he treated her like this, she finally couldn't help asking. No matter who you are, you can't rely on others when you are in danger. You naturally can't trap so many wolves, so you have to bear the consequences that may come from this. You can't blame others for this. Wang Ziyu seemed to be talking about something insignificant. Liz Han felt a sharp twitch in her heart. Did he dislike her from the beginning? She gritted her teeth, controlled her tears, silently performed a maid's etiquette to him, turned around, and walked out of the barrier. The moment she stepped out of the barrier, tears fell like rain. At this moment, she couldn't figure out whether she was wronged or disappointed, or both. In short, she was very concerned. No matter what the reason was for coming to the castle, for work or on impulse, but after living here for a month, she has already put her heart here. She really put her mind to it, working hard and taking him seriously. However, he told her that in his heart, she was nothing but a maid who could be summoned and dismissed at will. He not only denied her ability, but also the value of her existence. Liz Han wiped away her bitter tears, squatted down silently, and held the little lion in her arms. After all, this place is not suitable for us. Let's go back to school. The housekeeper Billy was very efficient in recruiting people, and was also fast in driving people away. At 10 o'clock the next morning, she had received her own salary of 1,400 Dan coins, holding a comic book, and standing on the street of the imperial capital with a little lion. After working hard for 4 weeks, she was still deducted a week's salary. Liz Han expressed resentment. What made her even more resentful was that she would not receive her work injury compensation until 3 months later, and she didn't know the exact amount yet. According to the housekeeper Billy, the work injury compensation was divided into 2 parts. One part was the compensation from the Magic Guild. As a magic citizen, if you were accidentally injured in the imperial capital, you could get compensation. However, the Magic Guild was a very deceptive place, and the procedures were extremely complicated. Generally, it took 3 months for the compensation to be paid. The other part was the compensation from the castle. The housekeeper Billy said that since it was all compensation, he might as well wait until the compensation from the Magic Guild came down, and then pay it to her in one lump sum. 3 months. With less than 2 weeks until school starts, what should she do with her tuition? To pay the tuition, she must at least multiply the money she has now by 14. Li Zhan looked at the magnificent and splendid imperial capital, and was at a loss for a moment. What should she do? She should have considered this question a month ago, but because she became a maid, she postponed it for a month. Perhaps she should be grateful to the castle for allowing her to live there without worries for a month, so that she could adapt to the life in this world before starting to consider this question. Liz Han sighed silently, and sat on the stone benches on both sides of the street in a daze. What should she do now? How should she go back to school? What should she do with the tuition? What should she do with her future life? One question after another troubled her. She felt that her thoughts were in a mess. It was probably because she was in a bad mood and didn't sleep well last night. Her head was dizzy, and she couldn't think at all. She played with the communicator in her hand, thinking sullenly, if her parents were here, it would be great. She could hide in their harbor, and don't need to think about anything. Thinking of her parents, who had a lot of white hair on their temples, she felt even more sad. No matter how she thought about it, it was just a fantasy, just a luxury, which made her feel more helpless. She lowered her head in frustration, and suddenly thought of her relatives, who were far away on Bowman Island. She immediately sat up, and sent a communication request to them. At this time, they were the only ones. The one who received the communication was Uncle Laurie. Hearing the familiar voice, Lizanne felt tears welling up and almost cried, "Uncle, I'm lost at the crossroads, what should I do?" Laurie was silent for 3 seconds, and then said softly, "Shally, do you remember what you said to us before we went to Kara?" Lizanne's body stiffened, and her mind immediately became clear. How did she know this? If she was caught off guard and found out, it would be a disaster. However, her uncle did not intend to let her answer and sighed, saying, "You said, you have to prove to us that you can be independent." Hearing this, Lizanne burst into tears. She turned her face away and covered her mouth with her hands to stop herself from crying. Independence, for her now, is such a distant word. People are always like this. When they can rely on their parents and relatives, they always clamor for independence. But when the day comes when no one can help them, and they have to be independent, they realize that their hearts are not strong enough and their experience is not rich enough. However, life cannot be lived by experience. Everyone has come and gone like this. When they have figured out everything, they have become gray-haired old people, and there is no chance to come back. Many people even leave the world without understanding anything. She was lucky enough to live again, which was already a blessing from God. If your heart is not strong enough, you must learn to be strong. Even if you have no experience, you must be independent. The uncle did not hear her talk, and could not see her face on the screen. He thought she was probably daydreaming, and said, "In fact, the protection system is not so suitable for you. You have a strong temper, and the blood flowing in your body is not that of a guardian. But I hope you can protect yourself and not get lost in the capital." Lizanne just cried, and couldn't say a word. Laurie said nothing and turned on the communicator, and watched her silently. The little lion saw that the communicator was on, so he stretched out his paw curiously, and looked at the screen. He saw a tall and mighty man with a gentle smile, and he was scared and turned it off. Lizanne raised her misty eyes, looked at the little lion, reached out and held it in her arms, and continued to vent her emotions. After venting her emotions, the sun was almost at noon, and the sun shone on the place where she was sitting, making her whole body hot. She wiped her face with a tissue, wiped her nose, and stood up firmly. Maybe you don't feel the role of your family at ordinary times, but sometimes just a few short words can help you get out of the quagmire. Although her uncle didn't say much, he could let her vent her emotions quickly, calm down, and start a new goal again. After regaining her sanity, the first thing she did was to sit in a cool place and think about which direction to go. Working as a maid in Wang Ziyu's castle was a choice and a wrong choice. This time, she didn't want to make the same mistake again. Living for the present proved to be unworkable, so she had to plan for the future first. She had lived under the arrangement of her parents for the past 17 years, and had no freedom at all. Now she had freedom, but was blocked everywhere. So, before freedom, she should be independent first. She couldn't rely on anyone, either mentally or financially. Last night, she cried all night. Now thinking about it, she didn't understand why she was crying at that time. Was she wronged or hurt? This time, she understood why she was crying. To wash away all the unpleasant things belonging to the castle, for her uncle's understanding and expectations, and to make herself stronger. After this, she understood that people who are not strong enough have no right to cry. In her heart, she couldn't say that she hated Wang Ziyu. She already understood that to survive in this world, she must be independent, and to be independent, she must have strong magical abilities. Uncle was right. The first thing the protection system protects is oneself, and then others. If she can't even protect herself, what else can she do? She firmly thought that she would climb the pyramid of the magic world in order to control her own life. To climb the pyramid, she first continued to learn magic. It was a pity to lose Lizzie's teaching, but she had learned to learn, and she could learn by herself. What's more, she still had Kara Magic School. Thinking of Kara Magic School, it involved financial issues again. Because to go back to school, the first thing she had to do was to raise enough tuition, 20,000 Danish coins. She could borrow the tuition from Ji Rongxi first, and then slowly pay her back. In other words, she had to find a new job. Start your life again. Lizanne smiled with the corners of her lips curved, saying to herself and the little lion. Although her eyes were still red, she had learned not to cry. The little lion rolled beside her with satisfaction. She touched the little lion's head and walked to a smaller street next to it, holding the comic book. In the imperial capital, small streets are always more humane than the main streets, and the shops on both sides are also a little more friendly, unlike the cold and icy street just now, which always has an expression of looking down on everyone. She walked to a bookstore and stopped. There was no one in the bookstore. Various books were neatly arranged on the shelves. There were several desks next to them, where people could sit and read. The owner was a typical representative of the slightly plump world, who wore glasses. He sat at the counter and read comics. Lijan's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "You sell comics here?" The owner put down the comic book, took off his glasses, and polished them on his clothes. "Which set do you want?" Lizanne thought for a moment and said, "Let me take a look myself first." As she said that, she walked to the comic bookshelf and casually took some to read. After reading about 4 or 5 books, she came to the conclusion that the comics here were too ugly. Actually, they couldn't be called ugly, but the lines were very rough, like doodles, and most of them were about monsters, and there were very few humans. Even if there were humans, they were children who raised monsters and the adventures of someone, and there were very few works from the perspective of girls. She put the comic book back on the shelf, walked up to the store owner, and said hopefully, "I have a comic. Can you help me take a look?" The shop owner looked at her in surprise, and said with a smile, "Okay. When it comes to comics, even if I'm not an expert, I'm at least half an expert." Lijanne hurriedly took out the best butler from her own works, and handed it to the shop owner. She thought happily, if she could make money by selling comics, would her tuition be paid for? Chapter 97. The shopkeeper turned to the first page and saw the character introduction in the color illustrations. He nodded and said, "Well, the writing is good." Then he turned to the second page and the third page. However, he soon turned faster and faster. At the end, he could read 10 lines at a glance. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he finished the whole comic. Lijanne looked at his movements and felt a little disappointed. "Did she draw very badly? Very bad?" she said with confidence in her writing skills and YY skills. "Well, your writing is very good and novel, and the angles you choose are also okay, but..." The shopkeeper closed the comic and said carefully, "But there is a problem, that is the plot. Looking at all the comics here, almost all of them are about upgrading, that is, a person or a monster, starting from a weak and becoming stronger, which satisfies the psychology of many magicians. Many magicians with insufficient talent cannot reach a very high level, and they can get satisfaction from this. Your comic is about beautiful love, which is also fine. After all, love is an enduring theme. But your protagonists are the princess and the butler. Most of the readers of this type of comics are schoolgirls, and most of them do not want to fall in love with the butler, but with the prince or the knight. If you are telling the beautiful love between Cinderella and the prince or the princess and the knight, then I will definitely accept it. A suggestion, for the version of the prince, you can refer to the black-bellied Prince Swinny or the maverick Prince Shuyu in reality, and for the knight, the leader of the knights is very good. At the beginning, Lizanne thought that he was talking very logically and made sense, but after he mentioned Prince Yu, he felt thunder rolling. Prince Yu? What a jerk. On second thought, could Wang Ziyu be drawn as a villain? Well, a villain who is too evil and finally abandoned mercilessly. Lijanne thought and smiled, and promised, "Okay, I go back and draw another one, and I promise there will be a prince and a knight." The shop owner smiled, and gave her a business card. "Remember to show it to me when the time comes. Girl, you have great potential, make the most of it." Lijanne nodded and bought a map from him. The map cost 1 Dan coin each. Lijanne hesitated for a long time, biting his lip and said, "Can you give me a discount?" Thinking of her upcoming debt of 20,000 danbi, she could only haggle over every penny. What a miserable life. The shop owner glanced at her. "Isn't it just a map? I give it to you. You can also look at the map next time you forget the way here." Lizanne thanked him profusely, and walked out of the shop, breathing a sigh of relief. Now she finally had 2 things settled. First, she could make money by drawing comics, and second, she found a way back to school. After asking the shop owner, she learned that the Magic Guild had a very favorable policy for students. As long as you are a student, and you are in the Imperial Capital, you can take a bus for 2 danbi. Although Kara Magic School is on the mountain, it still belongs to the Imperial Capital. So, She only needs to spend 2 Dan coins. Lizhan was in a very happy mood and got on the magic car to go back to school. Because the school has not started yet, there are not many people in the school. The campus is clean and various flowers are in full bloom. Lizhan is free for a rare time. As soon as she got back, she washed the washable things first and cleaned everywhere. She didn't know water magic, so she had to use her hands to wash everything. She could wait for Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi only needed to wave the magic wand to roll the water in the room, and then wave the magic wand again to evaporate the water. But she thought about it, and decided to forget it. Instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on her own hands. The next day, she slept until she woke up naturally, took the little lion to visit its hometown, and took a walk on Kara Mountain. She couldn't understand why the little lion appeared inexplicably in the back mountain of the school, but this was not something she needed to pay attention to at the moment. As long as the little lion can accompany her, it will be fine. On the 3rd day, she went down the mountain to look for a part-time job. The little lion was not happy that she left it alone at school, so it ran after her happily. Lizhan attached great importance to her only companion at present, so she took it with her. With a companion, she would not be lonely. She smiled and smoothed the little lion's fur. She rested her head on its back. It was very comfortable, wasn't it? At the foot of Kara Mountain, near the imperial capital, there is an old street. Compared with the 3rd street of the imperial capital, it is simply inconspicuous. There are many specialty shops on both sides, and the buildings have a history of 200 to 300 years. The trees in the middle of the street are lush and green. Vehicles cannot pass. The elderly people nearby treat the street as a park and walk their dogs. Lizhan feels like walking in a time tunnel. She looked at the shops one by one leisurely, until she came to an old shop selling magic wands. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is old. Lizhan has seen such a building in history books. It seems to be 600 years old. The corners are dilapidated and rotten, but because of the nourishment of people, the front can still preserve its intact appearance. The name of the store is Lai Zhang. Maybe this is the one? There are many stores like this on the old street. If you want to find a high-end one, there is definitely no such store. Other stores do not sell magic-related things, only this one. To learn and integrate magic faster, it is best to find a store that sells magic props. Unfortunately, I don't know if the owner is hiring. Lizhan turned his head and glanced at the little lion. The little lion seemed to be cheering and let out to show support. Good boy. Lizhan patted its head and strode into the store. The store is about 100 square meters, and it is very large. However, there are such large stores everywhere in the old street. I don't know whether it is because the rent is cheap or because it is their own territory. The walls of the store are full of magic wands, made of wood, metal, stone, and many of which are made of unknown materials, long, short, round, and pointed, lined up in rows. There is a black counter in the right corner. It looks very smooth because it has been used for many years. There is a white-haired old lady sitting behind the counter. She was wearing a cracked magic hat, and her reading glasses were hanging down on her nose. She was sitting there reading a book. Behind her was a row of shelves with many strange things on them, even the folding fans popular in China. When the old lady saw Lizhan coming in, she looked at her from above her reading glasses, looking very old and lovely. I think the 9th magic wand on the right-hand side of the 3rd row on the left wall might be suitable for you. It is made of white birch and inlaid with sapphires. But you probably don't have the mind to do that. Can you tell what the guest needs and understand the guest's purpose at a glance? She must be a magician, and she has a lot of experience. Lizhan clenched his fists and decided to work for her as a clerk. It's only natural that the old lady needs help, right? She smiled shyly and said, I'm not here to buy a magic wand. She took a few steps forward, wanting to ask the old lady if she could be a clerk, but her eyes accidentally fell on the book she was reading. After seeing this, Lizhan suddenly felt like thunder was rolling in the sky, and the feeling that he had just thought that the old lady was very experienced and experience flew out of the window. The old lady was reading a comic book called I Want to Say I Love You. The cover showed a long-haired girl in a school uniform standing in a sea of roses. Should she say that the old lady is young-hearted or old-fashioned? In fact, she herself could not agree with either statement. Whether one lives a good life depends on one's state of mind. The old lady's state of mind is good and young, which is enough to be admired. The old lady saw where her eyes were inside. Alas, people are old. I used to like heavy flavors, but in recent years, I have only read plain noodles. I really miss the innocent feeling of my student days. Li Zhan. Poochie. Laughed. I don't understand this, but young love always lasts forever. because of its innocence. She thought maliciously, should I draw more girl comics in the future and sell them to the old lady? The old lady nodded, looking disappointed. That's true. Yesterday I saw the heroine fail to confess her love, which made me cry all night. I just hope that they can get married soon, but I am afraid that I will have no books to read after they get married. When people get old, they get tangled. Li Jian thought for a moment and nodded. If the heroine succeeded in confessing her love so quickly, she would lose the feeling of innocence. Love is like a dance for two people. You advance and I retreat, I attack and you defend. But the two of us always keep that 3-foot distance, and this process is worth enjoying. You are so right. The old lady stood up suddenly. It's really rare. Nowadays little girls have such a deep understanding. If I had your awareness back then. Oh, let's not talk about the past. Lizon twitched his lips and laughed dryly. Are you hiring a clerk here? How about I help you with the work in the future and discuss the plot by the way? The old lady slowly put down the comic book after hearing this, and her eyes through the reading glasses were more scrutinizing, and then she smiled and said, Do you want to work here? Lizon did not hide it, and nodded generously. The old lady looked at her, then looked at the little lion, who was looking at her with his eyes, and said thoughtfully, What's your name? Seeing that she did not refuse immediately, Lizon thought there was a chance, and answered in a clear and fluent voice, Lizon Bossman. The old lady's eyes flickered. Leave? Lizon shook his head. No, it's the glass of Li. The old lady sighed suddenly. You can stay here. The time is now 11:05 in the morning. Go to the back hall, and find me a magic wand that you think is suitable for me. Come back here before 10 o'clock. If I am satisfied, I will accept you. Yes, sir. Lizon was overjoyed. He gave her a boy's gift, and ran to the side door that was not closed. The little lion. Ah! With a cry, she also ran away. The old lady looked at her back with a sense of loss. Lizon, what a rare name. However, meeting his fate, isn't it? Lizon didn't know what the old lady was thinking, and just thought that as long as she found a suitable magic wand, it would be fine. She ran to the back, and saw a door connecting the front and back. This building, which is hundreds of years old, is ingeniously connected to the back hall and the front hall, but the direction of the door is just right, and it can't be seen at all when standing in the front hall. No wonder she always felt the breeze blowing on her face when she stood in the front hall. It turned out that the wind was blowing from the back hall. Chapter 98. Entering the back hall, Lizon was a little stunned. The back hall was like a new world. The back hall was more than twice as big as the front hall. There were rows of shelves, and on the shelves were more magic wands. Some were stored in long black boxes, and most were just hanging directly. There were all kinds of materials, which was dazzling. Lizon had time to carefully check the magic wands. Some were very old, and had been held for a long time. They were so round that even the most powerful craftsman could not produce that effect. There were also some very luxurious ones, inlaid with various gems, with carved or gold-plated sticks, and the shapes were endless. The window in the back hall was open, and the golden fruits were shining in the light. Dense ivy hung from the column corridor, emitting cool air. Some water plants were raised in clay pots, with large leaves, drawing beautiful shadows on the stone ground. The little lion, whoosh, ran into the yard. Lizon was very confident in it, so he ignored it, and carefully thought about the old lady's test questions. She knew nothing about the old lady, and she knew nothing about the magic wand. But she heard from Les that the wand serves magic, so the magic wand must be integrated with the magician's magic wave, otherwise the magician cannot control the magic wand. People choose magic wands, and magic wands also choose people. Only when the two are in harmony can they exert their greatest ability. Lizon took out the card while thinking, and located the old lady's magic wave. Because of the different attributes of people, the magic wave will have different reactions on the card. As long as she can measure the old lady's magic wave, she will know her system and element. However, Lizon unexpectedly discovered that she could not detect the old lady's magic wave at all. No magic wave! What was going on? It was impossible. If she did not have a magic wave, how could she tell what kind of magic wand the customer needed at the first sight of the customer entering the store? How could she distinguish the nature of these magic wands? Just based on experience, this is impossible. Lizon shook her head, and walked row by row between the shelves. She was sure that the old lady had a magic wave. The reason why she could not detect it was probably because her foundation was too shallow, because there were indeed people in this world who could converge their magic waves and not let anyone find out. If that's the case, the old lady is very likely to be a peerless master. Lizon was very depressed. Masters don't need magic wands, right? Just move your fingers and you can kill people. So, for masters, they only need to know one thing, that is the future. At this moment, a crystal ball came into her eyes. The crystal ball was about the size of 2 palms, placed on a base like a receptacle, with a smooth and clean surface. There was a beautiful flower shape in the ball. The lower part was purple, like the petals of a lotus, one petal at a time, and the upper part was silver-gray lines, one after another, like the star silk of a compass. Maybe that's it? In the magic world, crystal balls are treasures of fortune tellers because they can predict the future. She felt that the old lady was not a person who lived a carefree life, but a person who was indifferent to the world. She did what she liked, such as reading girls' comics, even if this behavior was incomprehensible to others. On the other hand, the old lady knew her future, so she made her life easier and happier, so she read girls' comics. It seems that the reason is a bit far-fetched. Lizanne puffed her face in depression, imagining the scene of the old lady taking off her glasses and sitting in front of the crystal ball. Well, it was quite suitable, and she felt like a witch. So, she picked up the crystal ball decisively, called the little lion, and walked to the front hall. When she walked to the counter, the pointer just pointed to 10 minutes. The old lady raised her head from the comic book and accidentally saw the crystal ball in her hand. Her lifeless eyes suddenly burst into a sharp light. Lizanne smiled embarrassedly and handed her the crystal ball. I guess this may be suitable for you. Take a look. The old lady took the crystal ball with one hand and covered it with the other hand. She gently touched the top of the crystal ball and asked, "How did you think of this?" Lizanne scratched his head and blurted out, "Because you look like a witch when you hold this." As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Isn't it asking for trouble to say this? Ah, that's quite true. The old lady was not angry, but laughed and put the crystal ball aside. Lizanne was amazed in her heart. This crystal ball was obviously not an ordinary thing. It cost at least tens of thousands of Dan coins, and she was so casual about it, as if it was no different from putting a comic book aside. The old lady stretched out her hand to her. "Let me see your magic wand." Lizanne, "Oh," reacted, "I don't have a magic wand." The old lady didn't seem surprised. "What do you usually use?" "Of course, cardboard and a feather pen." Lizanne took out a feather pen and cardboard from his pocket and handed them to her. The old lady reached out and picked up the pen. This feather pen looked very ordinary, with white feathers from wings. The pen body was round and textured. The part where the index finger held it was slightly concave, which was the result of frequent use and fit with the hand, at least 30 years. A feather pen is something that is extremely easy to be damaged. Its lifespan is usually between half a year and a year. However, every tiny hair of this pen has not been damaged in 30 years. She was surprised, especially when she saw that Lizanne did not take special care of it. Lizanne looked at her expectantly, hoping that she would tell him something about the function or origin of the paper and pen, but she said nothing, and did not even look at the card paper. She returned the 2 things to her and smiled kindly. "When do you want to come to work?" "Huh? So it's approved?" Lizanne blinked in disbelief. "I start classes in 8 days, so starting from tomorrow, I come for 7 days, and during the classes, I only come here on weekends. Is that okay?" The old lady nodded. "Okay. From 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, you can have lunch here. 50 danby a day, is that acceptable?" 50? It seems like a lot. Then she have 350 danby in 7 days, and they can accept her only coming here on weekends. That's really great. Lizanne couldn't help but cheer. "Thank you, shopkeeper, thank you." The old lady smiled indifferently. The reason why she didn't mind when Lizanne came was that it didn't matter to her whether there was one more person or one less person. She only cared about this unique little girl. It can be said that she is indeed a witch. However, there is a general term in the magic world called prophet. Lizanne walked out of the door with the corners of her lips raised all the time, and she was just about to laugh out loud. She ran to the snack shop next door and bought a bag of donuts, which she put in her mouth and bit, and bought a box of dried animal meat, took out a piece and handed it to the little lion, who took it in one bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into his stomach. "Hey, don't eat so fast." Lizanne is now in financial difficulty. If she hadn't just found a job, she wouldn't be willing to buy food. It was better in the past, with hundreds of flavors of donuts for free. She used to live a luxurious life, but now she is back to the bottom and looking back at the past. However, she doesn't feel depressed, but very happy, because she has finally taken the first step in her life. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Lizanne? John?" Lizanne turned around, and saw Akaro standing behind her. The midday sun shone on her chestnut hair, making it glow. Her face was as clear and beautiful as a green lake, and the ripples flowing in it were so gentle that they were intoxicating. Senior? Each time they met, the occasion was unexpected, but Lizhan still ran over happily. Why are you here too? Akaro rubbed her hair, his lips slightly raised. A gentle smile spread across his lips, and two shallow dimples appeared on his face. Lizhan always thought that dimples were exclusive to girls, but occasionally seeing a boy with dimples, she felt that he was even cuter and couldn't help staring at his dimples. I went to the prince's castle to find you. The housekeeper told me that you resigned, so I came here. Akaro said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Will you sit with me? Lizhan nodded. Okay. Akaro did not choose to sit in the store, but walked to the park at the foot of Kara Mountain. There are not as many people in this world as in China, not even 1/50th of China. The park is very quiet, and almost no one walks around at noon. I'm glad you've resigned. Akaro spoke again, and Lizhan was a little stunned. Are she and Akaro so familiar with each other? She remembered that Akaro used to talk to her in a friendly way, but there was always a sense of alienation. Where did that sense of alienation go now? Lizhan was speechless for a moment. Huh? The prince is a prince after all. His world is full of troubles. If you get involved, you will easily hurt yourself. Akaro said bluntly, I came here today to thank you. You saved me that day. Speaking of this, it also touched another concern of Lizhan, that is, Akalu and Akalo. What is the story between these two people? She waved her hand and smiled. Don't keep it in mind. If I don't help you block it, you will be injured, and we may not come back alive. By the way, are you and Akalo really the same person? Akalo didn't say anything, picked up the juice he bought, and drank it slowly. Lizhan guessed that she probably asked something she shouldn't ask, so she stopped talking and just stroked the little lion's fur from time to time. The little lion had just finished eating dried meat, and was holding the juice that Akalo bought for it in its two paws, sucking it with relish, and its pair of eyes kept turning around. Although it was bribed by it, the little lion felt that it still didn't like him, so it walked to Lizhan's side and scratched Lizhan with its paws from time to time, hoping that she would pay attention to it. Akalo glanced at the little lion and said sadly, I have a dual personality. I am Akalo, and Akalo appeared last time. Maybe you can see that as Akalo, I have a gentler personality, while Akalo is more straightforward. As a knight, I must abide by the rules of knighthood, so I appear more often. To be specific, I am here to thank you on behalf of Akalo today. Chapter 99. Lizhan was surprised, and a little confused when he saw someone with a dual personality for the first time. Will your life be chaotic? Don't worry. Akalo turned around, with a slight smile on his face. After all, we are still the same person, and we like the same things. Akalo likes you very much. He said that he confessed to you before? Boom. Lizhan's face turned red, and he stammered, I actually. Icarus saw that although she blushed and was a little shy, there was no emotion in her eyes, just like the last time she confessed to him. He knew that it was hopeless, so he rubbed her head and said, just a joke. Lizhan laughed dryly twice, not knowing how to continue. Icarus pretended to be indifferent, and turned his eyes away, and changed the subject. By the way, I have to go to an off-campus internship in the 5th grade. I have been in the 9th since the holiday. I probably won't have much time to stay in school this semester. The only thing I am worried about is you. This was too much. Lizhan's brain almost froze. What on earth was Akaro trying to say? He was talking about something else. If you have any difficulties, please tell me, okay? Akaro prepared for a long time, and said it tactfully. He wanted to say, if you have difficulty with your tuition, I can help you pay. But if he really said it, it would seem very high-handed, like charity, which would make her feel uncomfortable. He knew Lizhan's situation, and he also knew that Ji Rongxi paid for Lizhan's tuition. Now that she saved him, it would be no problem for him to pay for her tuition in Kara. But I don't know how to ask for help. Lizhan's eyes lit up. Really? Akaro nodded as if promising. That's great. I was just wondering what to do. Lizhan blinked her watery eyes, looking like a little lion begging for food. I've been coveting the school's exclusive training room for a long time. Do you have any way to help me get one? Akaro was caught off guard, thinking she would talk about tuition fees, but although he was surprised, he immediately reacted, this is easy, I'm not in school anyway, I give you mine. Really? Lizhan opened her eyes wide, take me now? Look how anxious you are. Akaro patted her head lovingly, and took her to school. The two of them were all seen by Lizzie and Wang Ziyu on the hill in the park. After Liz Han and the other left, Wang Ziyu got up and left without saying a word. Lizzie looked at Li Zhan's back as she walked further and further away, and then looked at Wang Ziyu with a gloomy face, and shrugged helplessly. Prince, since you drove them away, why did you follow me here? Wang Ziyu glanced back at her, his tightly pursed lips twitched, and he left without saying a word. The straight back showed silent indifference, probably because he was depressed. Lizzie sighed in frustration. Losing a student who could be trained, she was also depressed. In fact, she understood Wang Ziyu's thoughts. After the battle on the 3rd Street, Wang Ziyu felt that it was too dangerous to keep Liz Han by his side. As a person who had offended the Magic Guild, the Feral Royal Family, and the Dark Magic World, she would be implicated if she was not careful. He didn't want too much killing in her life. This kid is too soft-hearted, but he's too ruthless. How can Donut forgive you if you're like this? Luai stood up, straightened his clothes, and followed Wang Ziyu in a charming way. It was better for Donut to hate him, so she wouldn't have to worry about him. Ikaru's exclusive training room is in room 3601 of the training building, on the top floor of the training building. The training room was not locked, and Ikaru pushed it open with a light push. Liz Han was surprised and said, "Is it okay if it's not locked?" Icarus smiled and said, "Just set up a barrier." He removed his barrier and said later, "You set up your own barrier. Then even I can't get in." The training room is similar to the one Ji Rongqi used. There is a platform inside, which is specially used for testing results. Liz Han ran over excitedly, wanting to test her current level. After staying in the castle for a month, how much has she grown? She turned to Icarus and asked, "Can this test the level of a magician?" Icarus shook his head. "This is just a simple instrument. It only measures your grades." He opened the platform and pointed to the button on it. "Enter your grade, and the instrument will automatically adjust your grades according to your grade. For example, if you enter the 3rd grade, the measured score is only 30 points, but if you enter the 1st grade, it may be 90 points. Liz Han thought for a while, holding his chin. What if you want to test the magician level? If you want to test the magician level, you have to go to the Carlo Magic Association. Icarus walked to the window, opened it, pointed to a villa-like building not far ahead, and said there are certifications and standard tests by authoritative experts. After the test, no matter what the result is, it will be recorded. Icarus was afraid that Liz Han would be upset and go for the test. If the test result was too low, it would dampen her enthusiasm. If you want to work in an association or union, you must take the test. There is no mandatory requirement at other times. For the school, in fact, the school does not encourage students below the 4th grade to take the test. Liz Han was puzzled. Why? Isn't it a good thing for the school to know the students' abilities? Ikaru shook his head. This matter is actually related to the biennial inter-school competition. Once the test is done, it will be registered and filed, and any school can check it. Therefore, there is no way to keep your own strength secret. The inter-school competition is for grades 1 to 4, so the school usually organizes a collective test for students at the end of the 4th grade. No wonder she asked the people in the desert team about their magic level, and most of them shook their heads and said they didn't know. Like them, they have many stories. If they are tested, they will be remembered. Even so, she still wants to know her results. Liz Han blinked and asked expectantly, "What is your level?" Icarus stretched out one hand. 5-star magician? Liz Han exclaimed, "So amazing." Icarus shook his head with a smile. "I'm nothing. Students from our school are generally 4-star magicians in the 4th grade. I just walked a step faster." 5-star magician. Liz Han counted on her fingers and thought silently, can she reach this level in the 4th grade? After visiting the training room, the two walked out of the door. Ikaru looked back at the training room that had accompanied him for 4 years, showing a little melancholy, but his emotions disappeared quickly, and he smiled again. "Now you can use the barrier to draw your mark, so that no one can snatch it away." Liz Han didn't bother to be polite with him, and injected magic waves into the feather pen, drew a line at the door, and the barrier was formed, clean and neat, without dazzling light or flying magic waves, almost as beautiful as a professional technique. Ikaru couldn't help but secretly marvel. She didn't learn anything in Kara for a year, but she made great progress in the castle in a month. Was it because of Wang Ziyu's good teaching? Ikaru laughed, not knowing whether he was laughing at himself, or something else, or just wanted to laugh. At the end of the semester, Liz Han confessed to him, but he was reserved and didn't say anything. Maybe at that time, he thought she was just a junior school girl's admiration for the senior. He never thought that Ikaru liked her very much. When he was ready to tell her his feelings, he was a step too late. Emotions happened in an instant, and they are destroyed in an instant. In the 1 month in the prince's castle, she has changed a lot. Wang Ziyu. He silently recited this name in his heart. This person is his role model, but also the object of his envy. Wang Ziyu has done everything he can't do. Perhaps there is still a hint of jealousy in his heart. Liz Han saw him squinting and looking up at the sky, and the line of his chin was particularly clear. He couldn't help but reach out and poke his arm. Hey, thank you. Can I ask for one more thing? Ikala lowered her head and looked at herself again, her thick eyelashes covering her eyes all at once, and she felt a little sad for a moment. You said, as long as I can do it. Liz Han was used to his faint smile and gentle tone, and was not surprised. She said expectantly, I want the key to the school library. Any door will do, preferably one that is not conspicuous. She had not been to the school library many times, but she would definitely go there often this semester. If she went through the normal channels, that is, during the normal opening hours of the library, she would go in through the only open door and punch in to borrow books, which would be too troublesome. The library has dozens of doors. As long as she has the key to one of them, everything will go smoothly. Liz Han will be very happy as long as she thinks of this. Ikra stared at her for a moment and suddenly sighed. You have really changed. Li Zhan's body froze. What does this sentence mean? Ikra smiled and explained. I am curious. What method did the prince use to make you work so hard? If the queen sees you now, she should be very pleased. Liz Han said depressedly. In the castle, every maid is a magician of 5 stars or above. I was forced to do this. Ikaro sighed in his heart and smiled again. Will you accompany me to the student union office? My keys are there. In just one day, Liz Han got a job and the keys to the training room and library. His mood was soaring. He excitedly pulled Ikaro and said, Let's go to dinner. Since you helped, I treat you. Icarus just smiled. Liz Han pouted in dissatisfaction. It's just a meal. Even if your girlfriend knows, she won't mind, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After 9 steps of silence, Liz Han knew that Icarus turned his head to look at her, and felt that this kind of indirect behavior was actually very direct, and she couldn't help but feel regretful. God knows clearly, she just wanted to know if he had a girlfriend. Chapter 100. Such a gentle senior, she really has some selfish desires, and wants him to be so nice to her in the future. Ever since he carried her on his back all the way in the Kenyan forest, she has determined that he is a good boy, and will be a good man in the future. At this moment, Ikaro gently replied, Yeah, it means he has a girlfriend. What does she look like? Liz Han couldn't help asking, what kind of person is the senior's girlfriend? Ikaro raised his head, dragged out the tail tone for a long time, but suddenly laughed and said, I don't know. Perhaps, that sound was just to tell myself not to think too much. Liz Han suddenly realized something, turned around and glared at Ikaro. You are lying. Ah? Ikaro still had a smile, but the smile was a little forced. Another personality in his body was ready to move. He wanted to put on the glasses. If he put them on, he would become Ikalu. But he suppressed it, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled. You can go back. You have been busy for so long today, and you are tired. Liz Han was a little disappointed, and nodded with a flat mouth. After she turned her head, Icarus slowly put on his black square-framed glasses, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Liz Han went back to the library, used the key Icarus gave her, stole a few books about magic wands, and took them back to the student dormitory to learn more about magic wands in case there were any problems at work. However, when she really started working, she found that things were not at all what she imagined. She didn't have to learn so much about magic wands, didn't have to salute, didn't have to keep a smile showing 8 teeth, and didn't have to say, what kind of magic wand do you want? At 9 o'clock, the shopkeeper old lady walked from the back hall to the front hall, sat at the counter, took out a comic book from the drawer, and read it with relish. The expression on her face changed from sad to happy, as the content changed. She even wiped tears when she saw the touching part. She had no idea that she was doing business. She just shook her head at Li Zhan's efforts. When there are no customers, you can do whatever you want. When there are customers, take him around the front hall. If there is no suitable one, take him around the back hall. If there is still no suitable one, then tell him that we don't have a magic wand that suits him. Please go back. Liz Han was in deep doubt. Would anyone come to buy things in such a store? She couldn't help but ask in surprise, if the customer doesn't know what kind of magic wand is suitable for him, then wouldn't it be a waste of time? If a person doesn't even know what kind of magic wand is suitable for him, he must have come in vain. The shopkeeper said without even raising his head, people choose magic wands, And magic wands also choose people. You take him to the magic wand, and if the magic wand chooses him, there will be a reaction. At this point, whether the customer wants the magic wand or not is his business. Liz Han was confused and asked, "Then when I came in, you said that I might be suitable for a magic wand?" "Ah." The shopkeeper pushed the reading glasses on his nose. "I have seen it for so many years, so I naturally understand. But you don't understand it yet, so you will take the customer around for the next few days. If you pay attention to the customer and the magic wand that reacts to him, you will understand some truths after a long time." "Oh." Liz Han sat down on the stool in frustration. She thought she would learn a lot of professional knowledge, but she didn't even get started. The shopkeeper was too lazy to teach her. Perhaps because she was a little depressed, the shopkeeper asked again, "Are you dissatisfied?" Liz Han pouted as usual, "I don't know where the door is. Anyway, I'm free. Take a look at these 2 books." The shopkeeper took out 2 classics from under the counter with a dismissive look. The heavy books were thrown to her by her. Liz Han hurriedly caught them with both hands. One was Magic Wand Ranking, and the other was Magic Wand Material Science. Liz Han glanced at both books. For her, she preferred to read Magic Wand Rankings because it involved many allusions and history, as well as many anecdotes. However, the production of magic wands belongs to the manufacturing industry, and material science is an introductory subject. She weighed the pros and cons, and decided that she would have a chance to read the rankings later, but a book like Material Science was not seen in a reading room as big as the castle, so it should be quite rare. So, she chose to read Magic Wand Material Science first. The old lady narrowed her eyes, and looked at her thoughtfully, then pushed her reading glasses that had slipped down her nose, and buried herself in her favorite girl comics. In the week before school started, Liz Han worked at Leia's Hang from 9 to 5. She quickly got used to this free way of working, discarding all the red tape and messy rules. She only needed to sit in the store every day, read a book, and wait for customers to come. There were really few customers at Leia's Hang, less than 5 people a day. However, the transaction rate is very high. 9 out of 10 people can buy a satisfactory magic wand and leave. As for the 1 or 2 out of 10, it is not that there is no suitable magic wand, but that they believe they can get a better one. The price difference of magic wand transaction is also very large, ranging from 500 Dan coins to 50,000 Dan coins. The old lady is a top-notch person. After opening the door in the morning and selling a magic wand for 38,000 Dan coins, she decisively closed the door and sat in the yard to bask in the sun. Liz Han was puzzled and asked her. She only said, "It takes a long time to make a magic wand, from a month to several years. Some even take the magic wand master's lifelong efforts to make. Selling 1 stick a day is not bad, but selling 2 sticks a day will not make ends meet. If I sell all the sticks in one go, what will I do in the future?" Liz Han secretly wiped her sweat. It turned out that she was not applying for a clerk of Leia's Hang, but an old lady's companion. What's disgusting is that Liz Han loves this job. It's easy, she can learn, and she has a company. She is not a lonely person, but during the holidays, even the best Ji Rongshi finds it difficult to talk to her. The old lady who likes girls' comics is a good chat partner. Fortunately, apart from the 4 or 5 customers every day, there are occasionally 1 or 2 customers who come to repair their magic wands. Every time this happens, the shopkeeper's sleepy eyes become bright and sharp, like a completely different person. She watched from the side and learned a lot about maintaining magic wands. The only pity is that she doesn't have a magic wand. At 4:50 p.m. that day, the old lady closed the girl's comics she had just finished reading, yawned and said, "Okay, let's stop here today." Liz Han was still watching the application of magnesium in the magic wand with great interest, and reluctantly said, "Can I take it back to see? I give it back to you tomorrow." The old lady looked at her for 2 seconds and shook her head slowly. "You don't have to come tomorrow." "Ah, why?" Liz Han jumped up suddenly. Was she fired again? After being fired once, she had a psychological trauma from then on. If she was fired again for no reason this time, she would even want to die. "You will have guests tomorrow." The old lady smiled and said, "You start classes the day after tomorrow, so see you next week." Liz Han wondered suspiciously, how could she know if there would be any guests? What kind of guests could affect work? Liz Han couldn't figure it out. She didn't have many friends, and probably didn't have many familiar classmates. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received no communication during the entire holiday. Except for Ji Rongshi returning to school, she couldn't think of anyone who would come to see her. Could it be that her grandfather and uncle in her previous life were worried about her, and came all the way from Bowman Island? The old lady always meant well, so Liz didn't refuse. He stepped forward, hugged her, kissed her cheek as a parting gift, and ran away with the little lion. Such a relaxing life is coming to an end. Liz bought a bag of donuts that she liked to eat, a bag of crunchy fruit that the little lion loved the most, and some fruits at a nearby store, and carried them back to school. Since she didn't have to go to work, she would sleep until she woke up naturally. Liz was originally a person who loved to sleep in, and she was often scolded for this since she was a child. Later, she had to take the college entrance examination, so she had to give up her pet reluctantly. Even so, she would find time to do it whenever she had a little time. The time she worked as a maid in the castle was the lowest point in her life. Did you get up at 5 o'clock every morning? If she works part-time, she will have to get up at 8 o'clock every morning. Tomorrow, she can finally sleep until she wakes up naturally. What an exciting thing. When she returned to her residence, Liz saw that it was still early, so she took the little lion to the bathroom. Because it ate well and slept well in the castle, it was much fatter than before. If she forgot to inject magic waves into her arms, she would not be able to pick it up, so it naturally lost this privilege of being a pet. As a majestic beast, the little lion doesn't like water, because water on its body will damage its dignity, right? In the castle, she spent a long time to make it like taking a bath. Now, when it heard that it was going to take a bath, its eyes immediately lit up, and it jumped into the super large bathtub that Liz bought for it. Liz filled the bathtub with water and poured in bubble bath gel. The little lion was immediately attracted by the bubbles dancing in the bathtub. It stretched out its chubby paws and excitedly slapped the colorful bubbles floating in the air, just like a kitten who likes to catch butterflies. The bubbles were popped under its claws. Liz put her hand into the water and stirred it again. The bubbles immediately became more abundant. The little lion looked at the bubbles and then at Lijon's hand. He thought the bubbles grew from her hand, so he pounced on her hand. Liz was so depressed that she just wanted to drown it after being splashed with water. After finally cleaning it, Liz took it out of the bathroom. When she wiped its cute ears and body with its special towel, the little lion fiddled with her fingers as if it was ticklish. Liz looked at the little lion and felt a little funny. It was really a happy thing to have such a cute partner. Chapter 101. Liz patted its head with a smile, threw a bag of dried animal meat to it, took a bath, and went to bed, rolled up the quilt, and prepared to have a long dream. After a while, the little lion, whose hair was finally dried by natural air drying, jumped gently onto the bed and got into her quilt. She held it in her arms in a daze, muttering, "Don't wake me up tomorrow. Absolutely not, otherwise there will be no dried animal meat to eat in the future." The little lion, this bastard, is lazy and likes to get up before dawn to practice his claws, scratching the table in the room with scratches everywhere. The little lion said he was innocent of her warning. The ears on his head twitched slightly. He stretched out his pink tongue to lick her face, and nestled beside her obediently. Last time, he was dismissed from his favorite crispy fruit because of his mischief. If he lost his dried meat this time. The little lion bit his lips pitifully, and almost burst into tears. A good night's sleep. The next morning, the little lion poked his head out of the quilt. He tilted his head, and stared at Liz with his round eyes. Seeing that she was still sleeping, he controlled the desire to roar like a lion, and just yawned with his paw covering his mouth. It jumped off the ground, walked a few steps with its head held high, and then felt bored, so it turned back to look at the person sleeping on the bed. This little ancestor didn't learn any other skills, but he learned the skill of acting cute. Seeing that Liz was unconscious, like an ignorant baby, it suddenly became bolder. It clapped its paws, jumped onto the bed again, and scratched Lijon's face with its paws. When it felt the delicate touch under the paw pad, its ears curled up. It felt so comfortable and soft. It decisively stretched out its paw to lick. Paw. A slap hit the little lion's head, and the little lion sat up suddenly. Looking again, Liz buried her face in the pillow and continued to sleep. It turned out that she didn't notice. The little lion was bolder again, rubbing against her side, and using his claws to dig out her face. Her face was buried deep, and he couldn't dig it out. The little lion was depressed. It scratched her neck hard and bit her quilt. Plop! The little lion suddenly felt a force overturning it, and it lost weight in an instant and fell to the ground. Liz sat up from the bed, sleepy but furious. She had kicked the little lion down just now, but she still didn't feel relieved. She grabbed the little lion's neck and dragged it up, looking down at it and saying, "You can kill yourself, don't force me to do it." Ah! She accidentally aroused the low blood pressure demon's irritability when he got up. The little lion covered his eyes in fear and dared not look at her. She grabbed its ears angrily and threatened, "If you dare to disturb my sleep again in the future, I will sell you to a pet store." How terrible! The little lion looked aggrieved, and just kept shaking his head. Lizhan lay back on the bed, and when he saw it was about to pounce again, he glared at it fiercely, and it hurriedly stopped moving motionless, pretending to be a sculpture. After 3 times like this, Lizhan lost her sleepiness. Remembering that this was the last day of the holiday and there were still many things to do, she jumped up from the bed, washed, changed clothes, had a meal, and went out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The most important thing today was to set up the exclusive training room. The exclusive training room that she got from Akaro had nothing to do except the basic barrier. For her future training, it was necessary to make some preparations. She wanted to arrange the exclusive training room like a castle desert. It was invisible to the outside world and could not be entered by outsiders, but there was a different world inside, with enough space and sufficient conditions for her training. Therefore, after entering the exclusive training room, the first thing Lizhan did was to build a triple magic camouflage barrier, using Abu's unique method. During her training, she asked Abu how the desert was formed. Abu told her that the desert was real. The temperature, wind, sunlight, and night were all natural, not man-made. Moreover, the desert was located in a desert called Camp Basin, tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. In order to connect the castle with the desert, he built a rose camouflage barrier. Within the barrier, he cleverly used a magic teleportation array to connect the land of the castle with the desert in reality. As long as you stand in the magic array, you will automatically be transferred to the desert. As for the desert in reality, he also used a camouflage barrier to prevent outsiders from entering. In general, it can be described in 4 words: stealing the sky and replacing the day. It looks like the desert has been moved into the barrier. Abu's barrier ability is magical. Lizhan thought that this magic was very powerful at the time, so she begged Abu to teach her. Now, it actually came in handy. After Lizhan set up the barrier, she walked to the center of the training room and took out the card and feather pen. She first injected magic waves into the card, turning it into a drawing board, holding it in her left hand, and then injected magic waves into the feather pen in her right hand to locate the place she wanted to connect. The desert is impossible. Especially the desert tens of thousands of miles away. That is a realm that only Abu, a master of enchantment, can reach. Because the farther the distance between 2 places is, the smaller the chance of reaching the corresponding place accurately. Ordinary people can only reach a few miles, or even just a few dozen meters. Lizhan has never tried it, and she doesn't know how far she can reach. But on the first day back to school, she walked around Kara Mountain and found that there was a groove on the top of the left mountain. There were beautiful exotic trees with pink flowers hanging on the branches, which were very beautiful. Its trees were covered with hard thorns, and almost no one dared to approach. Usually, few people walk there, so she thought about moving that beautiful exotic forest into the enchantment. Of course, she chose it for another reason, that is, she had suffered in the Kenyan forest before, and this time, no matter what, she wanted to overcome the forest. East 414.2, North 98.4. Lizhan determined the position, and drew a circle on the position with a feather pen. The most magical and unique thing about the cardboard is that it does not require walking to the corresponding position to circle the area. Just draw a line on the corresponding position on the cardboard, circle it, and then use the ordinary way to establish a barrier to remotely establish a barrier. After the construction, Lizhan put away the cardboard and began to build a magic teleportation array indoors. The process of drawing the magic teleportation array is extremely complicated. You must be extremely cautious and focused. Otherwise, you will easily be attacked by the elements in the process of gathering high-concentration magic elements. The lightest is vomiting and diarrhea, and the worst is vomiting blood and death, which is almost like being possessed. The little lion saw that she looked serious, her lips were tightly pursed, and she kept drawing circles of magic lines on the ground. He felt that the situation was beyond his imagination, and he did not dare to disturb her casually. He just sat beside her obediently, with his 2 front paws erect, and looked at her pen tip with full concentration. As the magic wave condensed into thin lines under the pen tip, it felt the growing power of this formation. With each additional line, its power doubled compared to before. This is not a power that ordinary humans can control. The little lion somehow felt a sense of awe and moved slowly, trying to retreat. After drawing, Lizhan began to fill in the totems between the wires. It was a very strange totem, with bone spurs like a pterosaur, a head like a unicorn, and a tail like the phoenix in the ancient Chinese legend. Abu said that this totem represents the fastest speed, the strongest power, and the greatest predictability. With the power of this totem, as long as it does not exceed the ability too far, it can generally succeed. After the glass was finished, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to chant the extremely difficult spell. However, nothing happened, really nothing. Not only did the magic circle not work, but it completely disappeared at the moment the chanting was finished, leaving nothing behind. No way, it just disappeared like that? Lizhan was so tired that she stumbled and fell to the ground. The little lion suddenly jumped in front of her. She was afraid of crushing it, so she lifted her body. With just such a slight movement, she suddenly found that the world had changed. There was a bottomless abyss in front of her. If she took another step forward, she would fall down and be smashed to pieces. The abyss was filled with thick fog like smoke and dust, surging and rushing in front of her. Under the illumination of the first ray of light in the morning, countless colorful and magnificent rainbows appeared. Lizhan broke out in a cold sweat and took several steps back before she fell to the ground. What exactly is this place? How could the failure of the magic circle bring her to this place? Lizhan turned her head and looked behind her. There was a dense forest behind her. The thick fog in the forest had not yet dissipated, and it was very cool. Lizhan breathed a sigh of relief and fell on the grass. After she felt relieved, the sequelae of exhausting the magic wave came out. So tired. She felt so exhausted that she felt like she had been abused by Shirzilung millions of times. She closed her eyes and touched the soft fur of the little lion. It was very well behaved today and did not leave her side. She rubbed her face on its fur. It felt good. Although it was usually a little scared, it was rare for it to stay with her at this time. Lizhan thought with emotion, resting her head on its back and closing her eyes to rest. It seemed to sense her weakness and gently placed its paw in her palm. It was soft and warm, as if a heat was transmitted through its paw. Lizhan felt as comfortable as Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. He felt relaxed all over. Gradually, his eyelids became heavy, and he fell asleep. Beep. A sound suddenly rang beside his ear. Lizhan reached out to press it reflexively, but it was empty. Beep. The sound seemed to become distant, muffled, as if he couldn't breathe. Beep. Am I going to be late? Lizhan suddenly sat up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, looked in the direction of the sound, and couldn't help laughing. I must have been dreaming just now, so I thought I was only late for work. Chapter 102. She was still on the edge of the cliff. Strong winds blew from the abyss, and it was a bit cold. Fortunately, it was the last day of the hot July, and the sun was getting stronger, so Lizhan didn't freeze into ice. The little lion covered the place where the sound of the communicator came from with his claws, and turned his head to look at her, with a guilty look in his eyes. Lizhan stretched out his hand. Give it here. The little lion didn't move. Give it here. Lizhan's words became more and more concise, with a hint of threat. The little lion walked slowly to her side, and handed over the communicator obediently. Lizhan glanced at the person on the communicator, and suddenly felt bright in front of her eyes. Her eyes were no longer sleepy, and her body was no longer tired. She quickly grabbed the communicator and said excitedly, Mr. Assistant, has the Magic Guild sent compensation? She still remembered that when she left the castle, she repeatedly told the butler to notify her immediately, as soon as he received the compensation from the Magic Guild. She was worried about not having money to pay for tuition, and the butler Billy sent a communication. It was like a timely help. Isn't it so touching? If she could get the compensation now, she wouldn't need to ask Ji Rongxi for money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Butler Billy was silent for 5 seconds, and said in standard etiquette, Hello, Miss Lizhan. Regarding the compensation, the castle has applied to the Magic Guild, and received a positive response from the Magic Guild. There will be a result soon. Please continue to be patient and wait. It turns out that it is not compensation. Wow. Lizhan can completely imagine the expression of Butler Billy at this time, which is extremely serious, and also extremely official. These words are as good as nothing. But why did he suddenly come to see her? As if he understood her confusion, Butler Billy did not keep her in suspense and said directly, I came to you this time because I really have something very important to ask you. Can you spare 10 minutes? Go ahead. Lizhan said lazily. Her expectations were dashed, and she suddenly felt tired all over. She lay down where she had just slept, and waved to the little lion. In name, she was helping it to smooth its fur, but in fact, she wanted to use it as a pillow. Butler Billy said, Meet on the second floor of the third restaurant in the school in half an hour, okay? Lizhan frowned. Can't we use the communicator? This is strange. The castle is separated from Kara Magic School by a whole imperial capital. If the butler wants to come to the school, he has to cross the entire imperial capital. When did the butler, who is in charge of the castle and its industry, have so much time? Or is this really serious? She thought of several possibilities in her mind. Did Wang Ziyu die? That has nothing to do with her. Is Les going crazy again? It seems that she can't stop it. Of course, no matter which one it is impossible to happen. As a former morning maid, she felt that her job had never been related to important. But the more so, the more uneasy she felt. The unknown things are the most hateful, because it always makes people think of the worst. Butler Billy smiled. If that could be considered a smile, this matter is of great importance. I hope you can understand. Okay, I go, Lizon said, turned off the communication, threw the communicator on the grass beside her, and continued to lie dead. After lying there for a few seconds, she suddenly remembered her failed magic circle, and jumped up from the ground. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the abyss on the north side of Kara Mountain. If you walk back to school from here, it will definitely take more than half an hour. But this place is not the beautiful forest of strange trees that she originally imagined. Even if it is really a beautiful forest of strange trees, she has no strength at this time. No, she is very strong. Lizon tried to raise her hands and kick her legs. To her surprise, she felt comfortable as if she had had a good night's sleep. She tried to circulate the magic waves in her body, and the magic waves were also very abundant. No, she had just used up all the magic waves. When did her physical strength recover so quickly? Lizon was puzzled, so she simply stopped thinking and called the little lion and ran down the mountain quickly. As long as she ran faster, she could still get back to school in half an hour. Of course, the premise was to go through the back door. After running for a while, pink petals came into view. Lizon looked up and saw the beautiful forest of exotic trees she wanted, where her barrier was set. She couldn't help but stop. The barrier was set correctly, and the only thing she didn't control well was the magic teleportation array. She had to think about it again when she went back. Lizon wanted to go inside and draw a magic teleportation array again, but she was afraid that she would fall to the ground exhausted like before. It would be okay to be alone, but if she accidentally fell somewhere on campus, she would probably become a laughing stock, and she would not have the energy to keep the appointment. She stopped thinking, went down the mountain, and went out the back door. Because the school had not started yet, the back door of the school was not open. She thought about it, picked up the little lion, injected magic waves into her feet, jumped up, and jumped over the 5-meter-high door. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Akaro to give me a back door key first, after landing on her, but this was the only thought left in Lijon's mind. She pulled her messy hair, patted the dust off her body, and ran to the third restaurant of the school. The third restaurant is the highest-end restaurant in Kara. It is said that the confidentiality measures are very good. Many leaders in the school or high-ranking people in the magic world from outside often go to that restaurant. Of course, all this is just a rumor. In fact, Lizon has never been to the third restaurant. The third restaurant faces the water on both sides. You can see the huge floor-to-ceiling windows from afar. The ends of the aqua-blue gauze curtain sway gently in the wind. Purple hibiscus flowers are planted on the two sides close to the ground. The petals of the flowers are falling, which is very beautiful. As soon as Lizon walked to the door, a waiter came up to him and said, "Student, monsters are not allowed to enter." Lizon rolled his eyes at him, turned back to look at the little lion, who was confused, and said, "You watch it yourself." The little lion rolled on the ground in grievance, like a poor abandoned puppy. "Asshole, don't show me a puppy-like expression." Lizon squatted down and poked its head with regret. "You are a lion that dominates all directions, not a puppy that wags its tail and begs for mercy." The waiter's face froze when he heard it. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Number 9. The waiter suddenly stood up and saluted. "Please come in." Lizon nodded and followed his instructions. The little lion saw her leave and followed her. The waiter glanced at the little lion and didn't dare to say anything. He didn't dare to offend the people in room 9. Just after taking a few steps, the little lion probably smelled the breath of a familiar person, jumped up, and with a few clicks, it reached the second floor. The waiter was very anxious, and saw it accurately pushed open the door of room 9. Butler Billy was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, facing the door, holding a writing board in his hand, writing something quickly, and raised his head when he heard the sound of the door opening. The waiter hurried forward and tried desperately to apologize, but Butler Billy just said lightly, "It's okay, go down." Compared with the usual tone in the castle, it was obviously more distant and majestic. The waiter bowed, walked out of the room, and quietly closed the door. Liz Han reflexively wanted to bow to the butler Billy, but then she realized that she was no longer a maid, so why should she bow? So she paused and nodded. Mr. Assistant? Butler Billy motioned her to sit down. Although he still had a serious expression as always, his lines were much softer. He didn't say any nonsense and said straight to the point, I came here to ask for your help. Liz Han didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. She looked at his flat face and said, You go first? It's like this. Butler Billy coughed slightly, cleared his throat and said, The master will officially become a fourth-year student at Kara Magic School. He will come to school tomorrow and study for a year. It's not convenient to bring a maid with him to school, so I hope you can continue to work for the castle and be his maid while he's in school. Ah. What is Wang Ziyu doing again? She said she was a transfer student last semester, but she came to harm the candidates. She's coming again this semester? If she changes the exam regulations again, will she still be alive? That's too much. No. Liz Han refused decisively, but before she could finish her words, the housekeeper Billy interrupted her. I'm sorry for the master's bad attitude towards you before. I can assure you that such things will not happen again in the future. Also, if you are willing to continue to be the master's maid, the salary will be the same as that of a regular employee, 2,000 Danish coins per week, and you will have the benefits of a regular employee, that is, schooling, training, food and accommodation will be fully paid by the castle. In other words, if she works as a maid, not only will she not have to pay tuition, but she can also get 2,000 Danish coins per week, and she can pay off the tuition in less than 3 months. If it were normal times, it would be great news for her who still needed 18,000 yuan for tuition, and she would accept it immediately without hesitation. Butler Billy's tone seemed to predict that she would accept it. Is it because he knew she was short of money? Liz Han expressed contempt. Faced with such generous conditions, she just listened expressionlessly without saying a word. With such a generous salary, anyone would be willing to take it, not to mention that there are so many maids in the castle who like and care for Wang Ziyu. Why did he look for her? Does he want Wang Ziyu to fire her again? It's enough to fall down once in one place. If you fall down again, you'd be a fool. No matter how difficult it is, she wants to make money with her own efforts and hands, instead of accompanying a moody prince. She doesn't blame Wang Ziyu. He taught her the reality, and he also told her that the world is actually very dangerous, and told her what the law of the jungle is. Of course, it was because of him that she completed the basic courses of the first grade, theory and practice, in just 1 month, and turned from a magic idiot who knew nothing into a real magic student. She was very grateful to him, but she didn't want to get close to him again unless she could defeat him. Chapter 103. She is in a good condition now. She has plenty of time to learn about magic wands, and has a simple and happy job. One day, she will be able to pay off all the tuition fees. Thank you, Mr. Assistant. Liz Han stood up and smiled slightly. I am very grateful for your invitation. Unfortunately, I have a new job now. I hope I will have a chance in the future. After speaking, she bowed and turned to walk towards the door. In the castle, it was the butler who taught her how to live and the etiquette of the nobility. This gift was entirely to express her gratitude to him. Liz Han, please think twice. Butler Billy didn't expect her to refuse so readily. Liz Han paused, stretched out his hand to open the door, and walked out. Butler Billy sat back on the sofa and sighed slightly. As a butler, he understood Wang Ziyu's thoughts at certain times better than Wang Ziyu. There were 2 reasons why Wang Ziyu entered Kara Magic School under the pretext of being a student. First, the security department of Kara Magic School was the most powerful department besides the headquarters of the Magic Guild. Entering Kara Magic School meant that safety was guaranteed. What's more, Kara Magic School has the support of Carlo Magic Society and Kirk Mercenary Group. No matter how powerful the forces are, they dare not easily enter Kara School to cause trouble. Wang Ziyu has been hunted down by various forces recently, but he is not ready to fight with others for the time being, so he simply enters the school to protect himself. Second, to experience the life of a student. Wang Ziyu had an unfortunate life when he was a child. Later, he recruited soldiers in the castle, and successfully took over the Carlo Magic Association. He also established a cooperative relationship with the Kirk Mercenary Group, but he never had the opportunity to go to school. He believed that it would be very useful for Wang Ziyu to enter the school and experience the life of a student for his personal physical and mental development. Therefore, he actively helped him take care of everything in advance and hoped that Liz Han could help. Although Wang Ziyu didn't say it, he knew that Wang Ziyu had been paying attention to her, and was not as indifferent as he seemed. However, the beauty was heartbroken. Butler Billy did not intend to give up. For him, as long as it was useful to the master, he would do it no matter how difficult it was. At this moment, the curtains moved slightly, and a figure appeared on the balcony. Wang Ziyu's profile was reflected by the gorgeous hibiscus flowers, and he blushed. "Billy, you are so talkative." After leaving the third restaurant, Liz Han felt upset. The housekeeper Billy mentioned that incident, which reminded her of the person who made her feel wronged and angry again. She didn't hate him, but it didn't mean that she had let it go. The scenes of their past together flashed in her mind. She remembered seeing him lying on the bed in his bedroom in the early morning, with the quilt not covered properly, revealing his slender legs, and he always touched her hair and said, "You look like a puppy." Remembering his ruthlessness in wanting to kill her in the desert, and the cruel words he said. Sometimes, you don't want to mention someone, not to forget him, but to avoid being depressed. Defeat him, and then throw these words on his head, Liz Han said to herself in her heart. Beep, the communicator rang again. Once, twice, 3 times. Liz Han thought it was the butler Billy, and didn't want to answer it. Unfortunately, the little lion didn't understand her thoughts. When he heard her communicator ringing in her pocket, he kept digging her pocket with his claws, like a curious baby, trying to take the communicator out. Liz Han slapped its claws away, impatiently took out the communicator, and without even looking at it, she reached out and pressed it, and threw it back into her pocket. Beep. Beep. The communicator rang again, persistently, as if it would keep ringing if she didn't answer it. Stop bothering me. Liz Han took out the communicator, and said loudly. Who is bothering you? The voice on the other end of the communicator was not the butler Billy, but Queen Ji Rongxi's voice, cold, and a little dissatisfied. Are you so unhappy to see me? Oh no. I was just scolding the little lion. Liz Han scratched her head embarrassedly, ignoring the little lion's protesting eyes. She couldn't afford to offend Queen Ji Rongxi. I'm at the apartment. Ji Rongxi said something without any reason, and then the communication was disconnected. At the apartment, Ji Rongxi returned to school. After receiving this news, Liz Han immediately threw away the unpleasantness just now, ran back to the apartment, and shouted loudly before opening the door. Ji Ji. Ji Rongxi opened the door. Ji Rongxi's neat short hair was fixed, shorts and boots matched with a small suit. She looked neat and tidy, and she was a neutral and straightforward woman. What was different from before was that she became whiter, with white and rosy skin, so tender that you could almost squeeze water out of it. You are so white, Liz Han blurted out. You are white. Ji Rongxi was allergic to the word white, stretched out his hand and pinched Li Zhan's cheek, and found that she was not white, but her skin was a clear honey color, shiny and lustrous, and matched with her brown poppy-like hair. She was actually very playful and cute. Where did you get such a beautiful tan? Ji Rongxi couldn't let go, and pinched her face again and again. She always liked wheat-colored skin, but unfortunately her mother almost drove her crazy during the rebellious holiday. She didn't see the sun for a month, but she didn't get darker. Instead, she became ridiculously white. Liz Han thought of the time when she was tortured by Shi Zilong in the desert, and said with a wronged face, I don't like sunbathing. My goal is to be as white as you. Ji Rongxi lay back on the sofa and laughed heartily. So you like me and I like you? Haha. Let's switch at school. I go out to bask in the sun, and you won't go out. Li Zhan threw the pillow at her with a sly smile, and then he mentioned the things that bothered him. Ji, why didn't you answer my calls during the holidays? Especially when she met the black magician. If Wang Ziyu hadn't come, she would have hung up. Because of my mother. Ji Rongxi put his hands behind his head and sighed. She actually gave me 2 younger brothers. It's terrible. It's a disaster for me. Those 2 little guys are so attached to me that I can't get rid of them. Fortunately, school has started, otherwise I would go crazy sooner or later. 2 younger brothers? Twins. 16 years older than you? Liz Han asked excitedly. Do they look like you? Are they cute? Do you have any portraits? Show them to me? Aw, don't ask me. I'm going crazy. Ji Rongxi picked up the pillow and hit her. I have been asked this question for a whole month. The child is simply a devil. Liz Han stared at her with sparkling eyes. I despise you. Don't you think being a sister is very fulfilling? Don't you think it's fun to have 2 identical children? Don't you want to teach them to be worse villains and go out to harm others? I know you are not pretending to be kind. I ask you to go to my house in a few days, and you will understand. Ji Rongxi threw the pillow away, stood up, picked up the small box he brought with him, opened it, and took out a wooden brocade box. Look, this is the gift I brought you. Liz Han reached out to take it, only to find it very heavy. The feeling in her hand was a bit like the material of magic wands, pear wood. Ji Rongxi glanced at her. Are you familiar with this? Lizan smiled and said, oh, I heard that this wood is used to make magic wands, so I took a look. She put the brocade box on the coffee table, opened it with both hands, and was suddenly stunned by what she saw. It's a set of paintbrushes. The ink-colored pen holder has no extra decorations, but the lines are smooth and the tip of the pen is delicate and soft. It is a high-quality work at first glance. Lizan couldn't help but think of the set that Fitch Brooks wanted to give her that day in the Crystal Flower Room. Later, an accident happened. In the chaos, it was unknown whether Fitch took the set back. Compared with the two, Ji Rongxi's set is more practical and pays more attention to the connotation. She didn't dare to accept Fitch Brooks's things, but she was so grateful that Ji Rongxi could prepare such a good gift for her. She was so excited that she threw herself on Ji Rongxi and rubbed him in various ways. Are you really giving it to me? Nonsense. Ji Rongxi smiled and poked her waist, thought for a moment, sat up, took out a wallet, and pulled out a bill from the wallet. Also, I have paid your tuition. What? Lizan opened his eyes in confusion, slowly put the box back on the coffee table, and reached out to take the bill. It really said that 20,000 Danish coins were paid, and there was a stamp from the school's finance department. Looking at the date, it was 5 days ago, which was the day when tuition was open for payment. Why? Lizan was surprised. She was just thinking about how to ask her for money, but she had already paid it all. It was totally beyond her expectation. Ji Rongxi looked at her with an expression of "Are you an idiot?" poured a glass of water, drank it, and said lazily, "My family paid for the tuition. You wouldn't have forgotten this during the summer vacation." Lizan was stunned. Originally, Ji Rongxi's family paid. Even if Ji Rongxi's family was rich, ordinary friends would not be able to do this. If they were just ordinary friends, Ji Rongxi would tell her and advance the money for her if he knew she needed it, instead of taking it for granted. He told her now after so many days, as if it was nothing important. So, the relationship between the predecessor and Ji Rongxi was not just a simple roommate and friend relationship? Is there any mystery in this? She thought about it for a long time, her brows were furrowed, and she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Ji Rongxi, why are you and your family so good to me? You let me live here, took care of me and everything, and even paid for my tuition. I feel so ashamed. Ji Rongxi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for you saving my grandfather, he would have died long ago. My grandfather told your grandfather that supporting you to finish Kara Magic School is a way of repaying you. What are you thinking? The casual words were like a thunderbolt that hit Lizan's head hard. Lizan felt that her heart was like a tree that was struck by lightning, and she was instantly heartbroken. So she was just an object of Ji Rongxi's gratitude? What a ridiculous truth. She thought Ji Rongxi was so good to her because of friendship, but it turned out to be just a relationship of interest. She was so uncomfortable that she curled up and squatted on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. If even Ji Rongxi didn't treat her sincerely, then who else could be her friend? Chapter 104. How bad is she as a person? The more Lizan thought about it, the more upset she felt. The grievances she suffered in the prince's castle during the holiday burst out like a tide. The new bitterness and old grievances ruthlessly devoured her heart. This news made her even more sad than Wang Ziyu firing her. She thought she was the happiest person in the world because she had Ji Rongxi who took care of her so much, but she never thought that this was just an illusion. Ji Rongxi's kindness to her was just a return. It didn't matter whether she was the predecessor or a passerby. The friendship she was expecting and praying for was just a payment slip. Ji Rongxi's explanation was like the last weed that broke the hunchback and her fragile heartstrings. Snap. Broke, and in an instant her life became gray, and the sky was dark. She just wanted to drown in her own world and never come out. After an unknown amount of time, she raised her head with a sad smile, and said with a pursed lip, "Thank you." Lizan lowered her head and silently put the tuition slip on the coffee table, and got up to go back to her room. Ji Rongxi looked at her excited expression inexplicably, and suddenly turned cold and then pale, and wondered, "What's wrong with you?" Lizan didn't answer, nor did she turn around. She was afraid that the moment she turned around, she would not be able to control her tears. Seeing that she didn't answer, Ji Rongxi asked anxiously, "Hey, what are you doing? Stomachache? Women's problem." Lizan turned his back to her, shook his head slowly, walked into the room, and gently closed the door. The moment the door closed, the whole person could not support himself, and he slid to the ground helplessly against the door. Tears kept falling down. The road is ruthless, but people are affectionate. She always felt that people living in the world must have some connection with certain people, and things in one way or another. Otherwise, a lonely person is like a ghost, and there is no meaning of existence at all. People can live without enemies, but they must live without friends. When she came to this world, she had already lost her parents, her former classmates and friends. When she left the castle, she lost the people she was close to in the castle. Now, she even lost the last Jirongshi. What does this mean? She asked herself, covering her chest. Usually, she didn't feel that her life was so difficult, but Jirongshi's words made her suddenly realize that she actually had nothing. She had nothing. Just as Wang Ziyu said, life is like floating. Every day, he wakes up alone and falls asleep alone. No one looks at him, and no one cares. It seems that his existence is nothing. She suddenly became very afraid of this nothingness. She was very afraid that everyone would forget her and ignore her existence. She wanted her parents to be around. She wanted someone to talk to. She wanted. Suddenly, her face felt warm. It was the little lion licking her tears. Bastard. Lizhan slapped its head away, and saw that it was still coming closer, with a pair of wet pupils as if full of worry. She stared at it for a while, and felt her eyes warm. She reached out and hugged it in her arms, muttering, "Little lion, little prince, you can't abandon me, I only have you, you can't abandon me." The little lion opened its mouth and let out a lion roar. Lizhan saw that its expression was so cute, and her expression could not help but soften. She came back to her senses from the chaotic sadness, reached out to wipe away her tears, and said, as if asking for advice, "Anyway, ask Grandpa about this matter." She adjusted her mood and calmed herself down, then lay on the bed, and sent a communication request to her grandfather. "Xiaoli, are you going to school soon?" Grandpa asked with a smile. "I received your sketchbook, it's very nice, but it's a pity that the teacher is too ugly. Is your penmanship not good?" Li Zhan felt better when she heard the familiar teasing and kind voice, sniffed and said, "Next time, I will draw a beautiful teacher for you. Anyway, the class will start tomorrow." Grandpa nodded and said, "Well, schools in big cities are always better, you must study hard." Lizhan was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "But Grandpa, why did you ask Jirongshi Ran to pay my tuition? Even if we saved her grandfather, we shouldn't do this." If she didn't ask, this matter would always be a thorn between her and Jirongshi, which would only make her feel uncomfortable. This matter? Grandpa sighed. "The old man Rand has a very stubborn temper, like a cow, and he will repay our kindness no matter what. In fact, I just grabbed a handful of hemostatic grass behind the house for him, and he has been thinking about it for so many years. Except for paying your tuition, I can't think of anything else that I can need his help with, and he is always noisy, so I let him do it." After Grandpa finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did someone say this to you and make you feel wronged?" "No." Lizhan felt depressed and pouted, "Nothing. I'm just a little depressed." It turned out that Jirongshi really wanted to repay her. It had nothing to do with friendship, just repaying her. After cutting off the communication, Lizhan threw away the communicator, changed her clothes, and went to the exclusive training room to train like crazy. Only in this way could she feel better. Jirongshi had just arrived at school, and had many things to sort out, and many things to deal with. Because of the promotion to the 4th grade, he retired from the position of vice president of the student union. He was busy with the handover these days, and did not have much time to take care of her emotions. He thought she was just a few days every month. It was not until the 5th day of school that Lizhan suddenly proposed to move back to his own apartment, and then he realized that the situation was serious. Lizhan originally had an apartment of his own, a single room, not big, on the 4th floor, with a small lawn outside the window, planted with a few hibiscus trees, very quiet, not noisy. Lizhan didn't want to face Jirongshi every day and make herself uncomfortable, so she found some time to go back and take a look. The apartment was fully equipped, and no one had ever lived there. She could take care of it, and move her things in. Maybe it was time to live her own life. No matter what Jirongshi thought of her predecessor, or why her predecessor had moved to live with Jirongshi, these were all things of the past. She wanted to be herself again. As soon as Jirongshi received the news, he rushed back to the apartment in a hurry. When he saw her packing clothes, his face turned black on the spot, as if he had caught her in bed. "John, tell me, what happened to you?" Hearing this, Lizhan slowly raised his head, and pretended to be stupid. "Nothing." Jirongshi frowned slightly. This attitude was obviously rejecting her. Since they met, Lizhan had never spoken to her in this tone, which made her very puzzled and uneasy. "Then you live well here? Why do you want to move? Didn't you say that living over there was boring?" "Yes." Lizhan pretended to be indifferent, but I usually don't clean up my things, so it's very messy. I'm really sorry to cause you so much trouble. Lizhan, what do you mean? Ji Rongxi was so angry that his face turned red. He walked up to her and shook her shoulders, saying, "You know what kind of person I am, and I also know what kind of person you are. Why do you say such hurtful words?" Lizhan looked at the aggressive Ji Rongxi, and her confidence became speechless. Ji Rongxi frowned more deeply when he saw her like this. "What happened? Tell me, don't carry it alone. What's the trouble? Are we still friends?" "Friend?" Lizhan suddenly raised her head and bit her head mechanically. She stared at Ji Rongxi for a long time without saying a word, and finally turned around and ran out of the door in embarrassment. Ji Rongxi looked at Lizhan's back as if she was running for her life in astonishment, and a certain place in her heart quickly spread an unprecedented pain. Aren't they friends? Why did they develop to this extent when they were still together and happy some time ago? Ji Rongxi couldn't figure it out. She followed him out of the room and heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She couldn't help but sigh and knocked on the door, saying, John, no matter what you think in your heart, I always treat you as a friend, and I hope you don't have to bear it alone if you have difficulties. I can help you. When did you consider me a friend?" In the bathroom, Lizhan finally yelled out, and in the noisy sound of water, a few sobs could be vaguely heard. Ji Rongxi was shocked. She was silent for a long time, and said softly, "Why do you think I don't consider you a friend?" Lizhan could only feel an unspeakable sadness in her tone through the door, and said with a lack of confidence, "You know it in your heart." Then he deliberately turned on the water to the maximum to cover up his own voice. Ji Rong stretched out his hand to knock on the door, but halfway through, he retracted his hand, opened his mouth, and sighed, John, I really don't understand why you think so. I have always regarded you as a friend. If you think I have not done well in some aspects, how can I know, and how can I change it if you don't tell me? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were such a cute little girl and I wanted to protect you. This idea has not changed until now. Lizhan covered her ears with her hands in annoyance. I don't want to listen. John. Ji Rongxi's body froze, swallowed all the words he wanted to say, turned around and left the bathroom. The apartment seemed to be suddenly quiet, with only the sound of running water, monotonous and indifferent. The world seemed to have suddenly lost its color, and even black and white became blurred. Lizhan suddenly felt panic. She secretly opened a crack in the door, but did not see Ji Rongxi's figure. Somehow, the panic and sadness became stronger. Ji, I am so afraid of the practical test. What should I do? Can I skip the test? No, I go to the training room with you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. But I want to sleep a little longer. If you dare, I definitely kick you off the bed. Ji, look, this is the comic I drew. It looks like you, doesn't it? Well, it turns out to be your handyman comic. It's really... why do I have an extra whisker on my face? That... I accidentally fell asleep while drawing, and there was an extra stroke. Ji, why did you come to help me? I will definitely make anyone who dares to cut your hair bald. Scattered memories kept coming into her mind, all of which were about her and Ji Rongxi. At this moment, the dissatisfaction and sadness in her heart were gradually replaced by happy memories. If Ji Rongxi didn't treat her as a friend, would he be so good to her? With the pressure of criticism from the whole school. Ji Rongxi was such a straightforward person. If she didn't like her, would she be willing to live with her for so long? What was the source of all her sadness? Chapter 105. Did she ask Ji Rongxi for help on the day she was in danger, but Ji Rongxi didn't answer her call? Or was it because she thought that Ji Rongxi and her were purely friends, but in fact Ji Rongxi was so kind to her just to repay her? Or did she simply think that the world had abandoned her? She had forgotten the original reason. At the end of the argument, she even forgot what she wanted to express. Perhaps her possessiveness was too strong. Even if it was friendship, when she had given so much, she hoped that the other party would also give the same friendship, otherwise she would feel uncomfortable. Thinking about this, she suddenly realized a problem. It was true that she regarded Ji Rongxi as a friend, but had she ever paid anything for Ji Rongxi? Did she go to the Kenyan forest to look for her after hearing that she was missing? Or was it just a simple feeling as a friend? She couldn't help but think of the Queen of Kara drawn by her predecessor. In that comic, she recorded in detail every bit of her time with Ji Rongxi. On the first page of the comic, there was a picture of Ji Rongxi holding a magic wand, and on the picture, it was written in childish handwriting, Ji Rongxi is the Queen of Kara, but no one knows that she is just my queen. In the comics, the two of them had almost no quarrels. Ji Rongxi was like an older sister to her. She still remembered the first time her predecessor met Ji Rongxi. It was on Bowman Island, the season when the dragoning flowers were in full bloom. The trees were full of brilliant flowers. When the wind blew, the petals fell in a riot of color, extremely gorgeous. Lizhan was like a frog, jumping and reaching out to the lowest branch of the dragoning flower. The dragoning flower was so close that it seemed that she could touch it with just one hand, but she was always just a little short of it and couldn't reach it, which made her more and more unwilling to give up. After failing several times in a row, she still danced unconvinced, completely forgetting that she could actually move a small stool. "Do you want to pick flowers?" A girl's mezzo-soprano voice came from behind, not deep or sharp. Lizhan thought it was a customer who came to the store to buy something, so he didn't care and didn't even turn his head back. "Yes, you can go to Grandpa to buy things, he's in the house." The girl didn't answer. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over, and only the rustling sound of leaves could be heard, and the petals of the longing flower blown down by the wind drifted down like snowflakes. Ah, so beautiful! The scene in front of her was like a dream. Lizhan looked up and saw a cold light flashing by. Several dragoning flowers that were just in full bloom fell and flew behind her. Lizhan's eyes followed the dragoning flowers and turned around, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. This girl has handsome features, a tall figure, and gorgeous clothes. This is the first time Xiaoli has seen such a handsome girl. There is no such person on the island. The girl reached out and handed her the dragoning flower she had taken. "This is for you." Lizhan finally reacted. "Oh, okay, oh, thank you." The girl looked at her thoughtfully for a while, then suddenly smiled and stretched out her hand. "Come with me, I will protect you in the future." Now that she is quarreling with Ji Rongxi, she is just constantly putting herself in a negative state, and using this as an excuse to hurt the person who treats her best. Lizhan stared blankly at the pale, painful, and mentally exhausted person in the bathroom, and suddenly realized. She is not alone. Ji Rongxi cares for her and loves her, but he is hurt by her. She knew in her heart that no matter her previous life or her current self, she was very grateful to have Ji Rongxi as a friend. She patted her cheeks with water to calm herself down, then wiped off the water drops, tidied herself up again, and walked out of the bathroom. Ji Rongxi's door was tightly closed, and no sound came out. She just felt guilty, and didn't dare to quarrel with her. She walked back to the room quietly, found the book Queen Kara drawn by her previous life on the bookshelf, wrote a few words on the last page, walked to her door, knocked on the door, stuffed the comic book through the crack of the door, and then ran back to the room like a thief. When Ji Rongxi opened the door, she only saw the corner of Lizhan's clothes lifted by the wind when she ran away. She looked at Lizhan's closed door suspiciously, then looked at the ground, saw the comic book, picked it up, opened it, and read it page by page. The comic book Queen of Kara is the most exquisite and beautiful one among all the comics of Lizhan, because she has put the most effort into it. From the first meeting to the acquaintance to living together in Kara, every moment of touching and laughter is included in it. Her door was not closed, and Lizhan quietly walked out of his room and hid in front of the door to watch her expression. The little lion cooperated by opening his round eyes wide, not blinking for a moment. Ji Rongxi looked at the comic book for a while, and suddenly laughed at it, pointing to a picture on it and said, "It looks like a caterpillar." Lizhan saw that she was laughing for no reason, and couldn't help but run over. When he saw it, it was the previous incarnation who wrapped himself in a quilt when he was sick. When he moved, he stretched and shrank, just like a cabbage worm. So stupid. Lizhan wanted to cover his face. Ji Rongxi pretended not to care about the unpleasantness just now, turned his head and looked her up and down. "It's a pity that you are not so cute now. Maybe because you have grown taller? It seems that she has really grown a lot taller." Her face was rounder before. She grew 2 centimeters taller during the 1-month vacation, and Ji Rongxi also noticed it. "In fact, you don't need to care so much about friends." Li Zhan put his hand on the comic book, blocking Ji Rongxi's sight, and asked softly, "Then Ji Rongxi, you are so good to me just to repay the so-called life-saving grace?" "Who said that?" Ji Rongxi immediately understood that she was only entangled with this. "Are you talking about the tuition? Tuition is a matter between your family and mine. The relationship between you and me is a matter between you and me. We are friends, and this has never changed." "Ggi. John, you are a pig," Ji Rongxi said contemptuously. "I think I am a pig too," Lizhan said sullenly. Ji Rongxi glanced at her and continued to flip through the comic book, looking at the growth process of the two, until before the holiday, Ji Rongxi shaved Fanny's hair for her. Maybe there were many tears in the past, but the original comic book only recorded touching and laughter. Ji Rong paused and turned to the last page. There were only 5 words. Gigi, I'm sorry. She looked up at Lijian, who pretended to know nothing, and turned to look out the window. This was the girl's proud self-esteem. It was impossible for her to say these 3 words in person. Ji Rongxi smiled lightly. I confiscated this comic. Lijian pouted and said, TSK, it's nothing. Take it if you want it. I'm moving away anyway. Damn it. Ji Rongxi stretched out his leg and kicked her, you pighead. What's the benefit of moving back? Even if you don't want to live with me, there's no need to move out. I only have 1 year left in the 4th grade, and by then, this big suite will be yours. Why do you want to go to that godforsaken place? Lijian was secretly happy in her heart. She had said she was going to move out, and she didn't know what excuse to make to stay, but Ji Rongxi actually gave her a way out. What do you mean by me? I won't let you move out. Ji Rongxi said this, and closed the comic book with a snap. If you say this again, I will definitely throw you downstairs. Yes, Queen. Lijian saluted her like a Boy Scout, and ran out the door. Seeing her unable to suppress her smirk, the little lion looked at her suspiciously, then looked at his master, and leaped into his arms. Unfortunately, Lijian suddenly thought of something and turned back. Before the little lion could jump into his master's arms, he couldn't stop his momentum, so he missed and fell to the ground miserably. He rolled over to stabilize his body. Ji Rongxi asked, by the way, there is an inter-school competition this semester. Do you want to consider it? Lijian was stunned. Inter-school competition? Will it be a literary competition or a martial arts competition? Ji Rongxi laughed demurely. A magic competition. She put the comic book on the desk, and took out a few plans and competition rules from the previous session from the bookshelf and threw them in front of her. Well, it's a big inter-school event. This is the old information. If you are interested, you can take a look. This year, Kara is the host, and the time, place, and people are alright. Lijian was originally thinking about taking out the packed clothes, but he was too lazy to do it now, so he picked up the information and ran to the living room to take a look. The inter-school competition is a competition that schools across the country participate in every 2 years. Participants are from grades 1 to 4. The ranking of a school is directly linked to the school ranking. In order to get a good ranking, almost every school is trying their best to be the first. The competition is divided into 2 semesters. The first semester is the school selection competition. The second semester is the inter-school competition. There are 2 types of competitions, 1 vs 1 and 2 vs 2, that is, individual and team competitions. The Magic Guild and the Magic Association will have senior personnel to watch, which is a good opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. Ji Rongxi squeezed 2 glasses of red grape juice, handed one to her, took one himself, took a sip, sat down beside her, and said, if you want to work in the Magic Association or the Magic Guild in the future, it's best to join. Then will you join? Lijian asked. After training in the castle for a month during the holiday, her magic ability has improved by leaps and bounds, but she doesn't know what her ability is in Kara's school. If she can have such an opportunity to verify her strength and improve herself, it would be great. Even if she doesn't get a rank, at least she knows her level among the student magicians. Participating in the competition can help her learn magic combat experience faster and more directly, so she won't be beaten so badly by Shirzilong. Of course, Ji Rongxi said firmly. Lijian said excitedly, then let's participate together. We can train together at ordinary times. Seeing her excited expression, Ji Rongxi poured cold water on her very frankly. If you want to participate in the individual competition, you must first defeat your peers and challenge the 3rd and 4th grades. If a prodigy accidentally comes to the 1st grade this year, you will still be challenged by them. In other words, after the grade competition is over, only 2 students will advance to participate in the inter-school competition. Chapter 106. Lijian was shocked. Isn't that very difficult? Ji Rongxi smiled mysteriously. There is a shortcut. Lijian's eyes lit up. You say. Ji Rongxi pointed at himself. You and I will form a team and participate in the team competition. The team competition is based on the student with the higher grade. You and I are together, and we are in the 4th grade. As long as we beat the 4th grade, it will basically be no difficulty. What do you think? Do you want to consider me? But, Lijian scratched his head in confusion, I'm afraid that I'm not capable enough. What if I affect your performance? It doesn't matter. We still have time. Ji Rongxi said with a smile. She is already in the 4th grade, and it may not be so easy to take care of Lijian in the future. In this year, she made up her mind to let Lijian learn to be independent and learn to use magic, so that her path will be smoother in the future. Generally speaking, Ji Rongxi is like a worrying mother. But she is the kind of person who wants Liz Han to give all the good things she thinks. It must be said that Liz Han is blessed to have a friend like her. Ji Rongxi acted decisively, and signed up for the team competition the next day. She was the top of the 4th grade, the famous queen of the school, the former vice president of the student union, and the seed player of the inter-school competition. Her every move was watched by the school from top to bottom. When the instructor saw Li Zhan's name written in the partner column of the team competition registration form, he felt his heart broken and wanted to go to Li Zhan's classroom and beat her up immediately. Of course, she didn't do that. She just said very tactfully and earnestly, "Ji Rongxi, the teacher understands your love for Liz Han, but this is related to the reputation of the school after all. If you are not careful, it will affect the entire school. Although Liz Han has a good understanding with you, her magic is weaker after all. If you find a partner in the 4th grade, your competition will be much smoother. Please reconsider it, okay?" Ji Rongxi shook his head and said in a firm tone, "No need. Liz Han and I have a good rapport, so we don't need to spend a long time getting used to each other. There won't be any problems." The tutor almost burst into tears. Wang Ziyu happened to walk in, saw her application form, glanced at it casually, and didn't make any comments. Ji Rongxi looked up at him and said in a teasing tone, "You want to sign up too?" Of course, this sentence was really a teasing. The chairman of the board of directors was bored and came to Kara to be a student. Being a student would be fine, but he scared the guys in the student union president group half to death. No one dared to be the president, so Wang Ziyu was given the title of president. But Wang Ziyu is impossible to do anything. Many people who don't know the situation even asked her for advice, whether to find a reason to fire Wang Ziyu. Ji Rongxi was very helpless, but he couldn't reveal his identity, and he was very depressed. Wang Ziyu curved his lips and smiled handsomely. "Donut is too naughty. Thank you for your help." "Thank you for your help." Ji Rongxi didn't have a good face for him, threw the registration form, slammed the door and left. The instructor saw something wrong and hurriedly explained, although Ji Rongxi is usually a little impulsive, but no problem. Wang Ziyu interrupted the instructor indifferently. The instructor laughed awkwardly and walked out of the office door respectfully. Wang Ziyu waited for him to leave, then reached out to pick up the registration form, looked at the name Liz Han Bossman on it, and was silent for a long time. Seeing this name, he couldn't help but think of the little maid with puffed cheeks. She said to him, "Wang Ziyu, I'm very happy to be fired by you, because I finally got rid of you." He didn't usually go to class, nor did he go to the student union, and he didn't even go to see her on purpose. He just sat on the roof of the apartment at 9 o'clock every night and watched her come back with the little lion. The beautiful doll head sometimes drooped in frustration, sometimes was in high spirits, and sometimes bared its teeth and glared at the little lion. The expressions were rich and colorful, and life was full of joy. But when she saw him, she immediately turned into a frown and glared. Perhaps it would be better if he didn't appear in front of her. Since then, Wang Ziyu has never encountered her again, just watching from afar. He pinched his forehead, collected his thoughts, and took a seal at random, and stamped it on the place where the school stamped. On the same day, Liz Han received the school's competition schedule, which detailed the competition items and the training time arranged by the school, which made Liz Han feel happy and nervous. What surprised her even more was that Lizzie also sent a competition training schedule. She was a little nervous at first, worried that the school would not allow her to form a team with Ji Rongxi, but she didn't expect it to be so easy, and Lizzie was still thinking about her and was willing to train with her. From 5 in the morning to 10 in the evening, of course, there was time reserved for her and Ji Rongxi to cooperate in training. She put the training chart on the closet, looked at it every day, and spurred herself on. They were so nice to her. If she was hypocritical again, it would be too annoying. Liz Han encouraged herself in her heart, and worked hard every day, and finally succeeded in combining the exclusive training room with the beautiful exotic woods, and trained again and again in the jungle land. During the class period, every day, there were classes, training, and painting. Every day, the apartment, classroom, and training room were in a straight line, and a triangle was drawn in a very regular manner, just like preparing for the college entrance examination in the Celestial Empire, simple and fulfilling. This was the life she was most familiar with, and had the least burden in her heart. She could do what she liked, and see herself making progress every day. She went to work at Lai Yizhan on weekends. She temporarily put aside her research on the magic wand, and took out cardboard and feather pen to practice hand speed and the accuracy of positioning and protection. Most of the time, the old lady ignored her, and just read the comic book she brought with relish, only occasionally giving her 1 or 2 pointers when her thoughts were stagnant. This gave Lizon plenty of time, and the greatest initiative. The school also spared no effort in publicity. On every teaching building, you can see the floating posters of the school competition. There are all kinds of magicians on the posters, fighting each other fiercely. In the center of the largest poster, Ji Rongxi is standing. She is wearing a water blue magic robe called Flowing Clouds in Water. Her feet are rippling like water waves. She wears a black magic hat, and holds a white jade magic wand. She is heroic and proud. Below that poster, there are slightly smaller posters of contestants, with individual competition on the left and team competition on the right. The first photo of the team competition is her and Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi is sitting, and she is standing. The two of them are smiling at each other. It doesn't look like a competition, but rather a warm photo of classmates. The reason why Lizon let Ji Rongxi sit was that she had no choice. She was much shorter than Ji Rongxi, and standing together would only show that she was very short. Who knew that no one was sitting in all the other posters, which greatly promoted Ji Rongxi's reputation as the queen. Who else would dare to sit except the queen? Lizon sat in the classroom, not paying attention to the teacher on the podium talking about the long history of the pharaoh royal family. She just looked at the posters outside the window, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise slightly. No matter when and where, Ji Rongxi is her queen. The second poster shows a man and a woman, standing back to back. The man is tall, and the woman is beautiful. Standing together, they attract countless people's attention. They are Hong Feifei and Bondi, and they are also her and Ji Rongxi's first opponents. In terms of magic, this world will never consider the different physiques of men and women or the weak physiques of women. The team competition can be a combination of high and low grades, or a combination of boys and girls. As the saying goes, enemies always come together. She knew only a few people in the 4th grade, and she ran into an acquaintance in the first round. Facing the Princess PK Queen rumored on campus, Lizon felt a lot of pressure. As the first team competition, it was already attracting everyone's attention. In addition, Ji Rongxi was in the competition, and Ji Rongxi partnered with her despite everyone's opposition. In addition, the opponent was the school celebrity Princess Xiangxiang. Before this game started, the limelight overshadowed the individual competition that started a week in advance. She knew Hong Feifei's ability. She had already checked Bundy's ability. Bundy was a magician ranked in the top 10 in the 4th grade. He was a gravity magician and a strongman. His fists could break boulders. He was very strong in white fighting, but his magic circle was slightly weaker. However, his magic staff was an iron rod, which was said to weigh 32 kilograms. If you were hit by the iron rod, you would lose half your life. Before the game started, many people began to denounce her, saying that if Ji Rongxi lost the game because of her, he would never let her go. Poor her, she was on the front page of the school newspaper again, but all the news was negative. Lizon. The teacher called out from the podium. Lizon was lost in thought, and didn't pay attention. Lizon Bossman. The teacher's voice rose 8 octaves, and the whole class looked over. Lizon suddenly came to his senses, and stood up in a hurry. What's the matter? Ha. The whole class laughed. The teacher knocked on the podium in dissatisfaction. I ask again. Please answer, why did the pharaoh royal family lose the royal power, and only leave the symbol of honor? The whole class turned their eyes to him. There was gloating, sympathy and pity in his eyes. Lizon was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. There should be two aspects. From a big perspective, with the rapid development of the economy, politics, culture and magic of the magic continent, the monarchy of the pharaoh royal family can no longer keep up with the pace of the times. It is inevitable to give up power, and let the magic guild rule in a more modern and positive way. From a small perspective, the contribution of the pharaoh royal family when they established the country is indelible, but as time goes by, their descendants gradually lose this sentiment, and fall into a meaningless and boring struggle for power. They no longer consider the pursuit and development of mankind, so they are bound to be eliminated by the times. After answering, the classroom was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard clearly. Chapter 107. The teacher was shocked. Very good answer. Very good, very good. After saying very good several times in a row, he remembered the next question. Do you think the Phalair royal family no longer needs to exist? I didn't say that. There must be a reason for its existence. As a symbol of honor, it can withstand the pressure of the nobles, rally the people, and let the people remember history. There is nothing wrong with that. The teacher couldn't help asking. We just started learning this history today. How can you analyze it so thoroughly? Lizon smiled secretly in her heart. No matter what history, the Celestial Empire always said so. She just happened to know someone from the pharaoh royal family, and used the Celestial Empire's political textbook. The Celestial Empire is indeed very powerful. They just slapped up answers, and they are all very insightful here. From now on, she doesn't have to worry about the exam in the history of magic. Why not just skip the next class and go to Ji Rongxi to discuss the competition strategy? She must not lose at the starting line. After the message was sent, within 5 minutes, Ji Rongxi replied, "Don't worry. Come over for dinner after school. There's still time tonight." Lizhan pouted, threw the communicator into her bag, and lay on the desk pretending to be dead. She just didn't want to go to class. After a few minutes, Ji Rongxi suddenly sent another message. "You don't have to go to the next class. Go to the monitoring room 403 of the arena. I wait for you there." The arena, that is, the large building with a very large area and a very round shape located next to the exclusive training room. Lizhan couldn't contain her excitement, packed her things into her school bag early, rushed out of the classroom door at the end of get out of class bell, turned a corner, but didn't expect someone to come over from the opposite corner and almost bumped into her. She stopped abruptly and looked up at the person in front of her, and she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw it. Standing in front of her was Wang Ziyu, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. It was afternoon, the sun was lazy, and the warm wind was blowing around the skirts of the young girls. What a wonderful time to meet. For a moment, Lizhan thought inappropriately, I haven't seen him for a long time. I didn't expect to see him here. He still hasn't changed. His nose is straight and his figure is upright. His eyes are cold. His hands are in his pockets. The hair on his forehead sways slightly with his steps. He always looks indifferent, with a slightly indifferent face. However, she suddenly felt stupid and subconsciously raised her hand to greet him. Wang Ziyu seemed not to see her and walked straight past her. Lizhan's right hand awkwardly gathered in the air, maintaining the signature posture of the lucky cat, standing there blankly. Please, how could he completely ignore her? Logically, shouldn't she ignore him? Lizhan slapped her right hand with her left hand. Why do you have to use your hands? Wang Ziyu, who had not walked far, heard this and suddenly turned around. In his beautiful black eyes, there was a little light, and he called out softly, Donut. The nickname that was so familiar to her, the words that were so familiar to her. Lizhan's eyes were red involuntarily, and she didn't know why, but she just knew that in an instant, she couldn't let it go. The only thing she was thankful for was that she had her back to him, so he wouldn't see her weakness. She sniffed secretly, pretended not to hear, and walked forward. Donut, you must win tomorrow. Wang Ziyu said again. Must win, not cheer. This shows that Wang Ziyu was not cheering her up, but ordering her. Lizhan wanted to yell back, even if you don't say it, I will win. But in the end, she just chose to remain silent and walked forward step by step. Perhaps she was too much trying to show her calmness, but she almost showed a ridiculous posture of holding her hands and feet together. The sight behind her seemed to have been watching her all the time. She finally walked 10 meters, and saw that there were branches all around to cover her. Then she turned around and wanted to take a look at him, who knew that he was no longer standing there, and his figure could not be seen. Lizhan suddenly felt like a fool, staring blankly at the road ahead. You really like the prince. A clear female voice suddenly came out, full of confidence. Lizhan turned her head away, and soon turned her head back. No enemies, no reunion. I haven't seen Hong Feifei for a few weeks since I returned to school. Now, just as I was preparing for the competition, she appeared in front of me. Under the short uniform skirt, a pair of snow-white long legs blinded people's eyes. She used to envy Hong Feifei's hot body, but now she doesn't feel that way anymore. Because she found that Ji Rongxi's legs were longer, more symmetrical, and more beautiful. Especially on the day Ji Rongxi returned to school, she wore shorts and long boots, which almost made her nose bleed. In fact, neither Hong Feifei nor Ji Rongxi has changed, only their mood has changed. The heart has changed, like a landslide, and it doesn't matter if the person you used to hate is standing in front of you. How do I like him? I don't like him, so what? Lizhan was in a bad mood and didn't look good to her. It seems to have nothing to do with you. Hong Feifei's beautiful eyes were full of possession and stubbornness. I like him. I don't allow others to like him. Senior sister, I really think you don't have enough logic. Lizhan said lightly, whether you like him or not, whether he likes you or not, this is a matter between you, and it has nothing to do with whether others like it or not. Hong Feifei pouted her lips. Don't say that, it's a big deal. Are you willing to bet with me? Lizhan walked away. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hong Feifei looked at her from behind and smiled coldly. I knew you were cowardly. Aren't you just relying on Ji Rongxi to back you up? If she's gone, how long can you be proud? Hearing this, Lizhan sighed in his heart. What do you want? If you ask me to give in to you in the competition tomorrow, that's impossible. Hong Feifei saw that her provocation had worked, and her tone became much gentler. How dare I do this? However, how about we have a PK without outsiders? Just the two of us fighting. If you win, I will never say a word about what you and the prince do from now on. If I win, you must leave the prince. Li Jian looked contemptuous. You are really good at calculating. It has never been your decision whether I leave or not. If I want to be with him, it is definitely not something you can interfere with just 1 or 2 words. Hong Feifei was so angry that her eyes were smoking, and she challenged again. You dare not fight me? Why not? Lizhan glanced at her and took out the communicator from his pocket. I recorded everything you said just now. I hope you won't regret it when you lose. Goodbye. After she finished speaking, she ran towards the waiting station for the Gale Beast bus. She didn't want to waste time on Hong Feifei. However, thinking back, she still felt a little regretful. Hong Feifei has always been surrounded by scandals. Many people think that she is just a vase with a big mouth and a big face, but she checked her grades and ranked 28th among the 160 students in the 4th grade. If she really couldn't beat Hong Feifei, wouldn't that harm Ji Rongxi? No, she must defeat Hong Feifei herself. Hong Feifei stared at her back, her lips curled up, revealing a calculating smile. It was inevitable that Bondi's ability was not as good as Ji Rongxi's, but he would not lose so easily, and if Lizhan didn't let Ji Rongxi help, he would lose. The so-called duel was just a strategy for her to win tomorrow's battle. Lizhan, as long as you make Ji Rongxi lose, I don't need to do anything. Everyone in the school will not let you go. Ji Rongxi, you are powerful, but you shouldn't choose Lizhan as your partner. I want to let everyone in the world know that the queen is only a thing of the past, and the princess is the king. Lizhan didn't understand her mind, and soon arrived at the arena, and went directly to 403. The 4th floor of the arena is all monitoring rooms, because the 4th floor has the best view, and the best viewing conditions. There are 4 large screens on the front wall of room 403, and below the large screens are a series of monitoring stations. Ji Rongxi sat on the sofa in front of the monitoring station with his legs crossed, looking at the large screen thoughtfully. The large screen is broadcasting the current game situation live. It is the individual competition of the 3rd grade, and the game is very intense. Hearing Lizhan knocking on the door, she opened the door and let Lizhan in, explaining, I almost forgot that you have never been to the arena. She pointed to the big screen in the center. This is the front of the arena, located in the lobby on the 1st floor. The arena is 1.5 meters high and 800 square meters in radius, surrounded by the audience seats, which are 3 stories high and have 30,000 seats. Are you usually stage fright? Lizhan looked at the big screen and was immediately attracted. There were countless magic lights around the arena illuminating the center of the arena, but the view from the audience seats was very dark, and all you could see was a sea of spectators. If she were standing on the stage, would she be stage frightened? She seldom even went on a small stage, let alone such a large competition stage. Li Jian suddenly became less confident. Seeing her somewhat uneasy expression, Ji Rongxi immediately understood her worries. As a magician, you must learn to work hard to turn the situation around in a dangerous situation, and also be able to be like a fish in water on the stage where everyone is focusing on you. This is your first time facing this situation, so you may not be used to it. After the competition is over, I will take you down to check out the venue, so that you can have a better idea of what to do. Lizhan nodded and pleaded, Ji, give me a chance to fight Hong Feifei tomorrow, okay? Ji Rongxi raised his eyebrows. Okay, you fight, I defend. Lizhan focused his eyes on the ring again, and was really moved. Ji Rongxi agreed without asking anything. Being a friend requires this kind of trust. However, when Lizhan really stood on the stage, he was still shocked. 30,000 spectators, 30,000 pairs of eyes focused on the ring, all focused on the passage where they came out. Hong Feifei smiled and waved to the audience like a star, as if she was sure of victory. Ji Rongxi patted Lizhan on the shoulder and strode in front. Seeing her calm expression, Lizhan slowly calmed down, and silently told herself in her heart that she was here to fight, she was here to defeat the woman in front of her. Chapter 108. The passionate voice of the host of the arena sounded at the right time. This is the first round of the Kara Magic School group selection. The first person on the right is the Kara Queen, Ji Rongxi Lander from the 4th grade A class. The applause in the arena was thunderous, and the cheers were overwhelming. The host continued, her partner is Lizhan Bossman from the 2nd grade F class. As soon as the voice fell, the cheers that had not yet died out immediately turned into boos, and it sounded like a neat word. Yo, the voice was ups and downs, and it was particularly enchanting. Lizhan raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the audience. She didn't have much emotion. Such voices became the headlines of the school newspaper on the first day of the poster of the participating team. No matter where she went, there were difficulties and salutes. However, she didn't intend to give in. Today, she came to let everyone know that she was worthy of Ji Rongxi. Moreover, she wanted to stand at the top of the pyramid and trample Wang Ziyu under her feet. She could withstand such a little booing. The four stood at both ends of the ring. The referee is in place. The host reads out the rules of the game. The rules are simple. As long as the opponent falls down or leaves the ring, he wins. Of course, you cannot beat the opponent to death. Once such behavior is discovered, the security personnel in the venue will immediately stop it. Ji Rongxi looked at the venue, smiled at Lizhan, turned around and walked back. He walked about 3 meters behind Lizhan, stopped, and faced his opponent in a protective posture. Such a simple action once again aroused an uproar in the audience. Ji Rongxi actually let Lizhan be the main player? Ji Rongxi, don't do stupid things. Someone in the audience suddenly shouted with a loudspeaker. This sentence resonated with everyone in the audience, and they began to shout along with her. Ji Rongxi, don't do stupid things. The host was also stunned by this situation, and then smiled and said, Dear audience, I am glad that you support our players so much. However, during the game, please stay rational so as not to affect the performance of the players, thank you. The uniform voices in the audience suddenly became noisy. The host kept a standard smile and announced, the game begins. As soon as the voice fell, Hong Feifei and Bondi rose at the same time, ready to strike first. On the other hand, Lizhan and Ji Rongxi stood still. The ring competition is like a track and field competition to some extent, and the speed of the attack determines the results of the players. When the audience watched Lizhan and Ji Rongxi standing still, they all had only one thought. Ji Rongxi is finished. However, no one could have imagined that at the moment Bondi stood up, 3 overlapping and entangled magic traps suddenly appeared under his feet, silently trapping his feet. That magic trap was different from the usual radiant light. It just appeared quietly like a shadow. Bondi had no time to avoid it. At the same time, Lizhan quickly shot out a fish-dragon dance filled with magic waves. The fish-dragon dance, with great momentum, attacked Bondi like an air dragon. When he was trapped, it hit him and forced him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps. Wow, the whole audience was in an uproar. What was even more unexpected was that when Lizhan raised his magic wand, Ji Rongxi waved it with an extremely tough attitude, and 3 ice swords flew out, piercing Bondi's neck, abdomen and thighs. At this time, even a fool could see the strategy of Ji Rongxi and Lizhan. 2 against 1, first team up to kill Bondi, then deal with Hong Feifei. Because Bondi lost 0.2 seconds at the beginning, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Ji Rongxi's ice sword was so vicious that he leaned forward to avoid it. Hong Feifei just had time to throw a bottle of explosive perfume at Lizhan. Seeing that Bondi was in danger, Lizhan hurriedly took out another bottle of perfume with his left hand and put it to his lips. Whoosh! He blew out a breath, and the perfume immediately turned into firepower and sprayed towards Ji Rongxi. For a moment, they were in a panic. Lizhan saw the explosive perfume coming, dodged it sideways, leaped up, and kicked Bondi in the chest with both legs. Bondi fell out of the ring with a bang. Hong Feifei's flaming perfume was frozen by Ji Rongxi before it reached halfway, leaving no room for it to be used. From the start of the game to Bondi's defeat, it took less than a minute, and Hong Feifei's rescue was of no help at all. All the audience were shocked. Lizhan and Ji Rongxi cooperated well, and all the movements were done in one go, so clean and neat that it was unbelievable. Especially towards Lizhan, besides being surprised, she was more surprised. Most people didn't even realize when the magic circle that trapped Bondi was drawn. Hong Feifei opened her mouth in surprise. Even if she used all her perfume to deal with Lizhan, she could only hurt Lizhan at most, and could not save Bondi. Lizhan's ability was far beyond her expectations. Lizhan did not take the opportunity to attack, but just took 2 steps back, held his breath, and pouted at Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi said that the fire incense cannot be inhaled, otherwise it will catch fire in the stomach. Hong Feifei lost her companion at the beginning, and she has already lost 7 points psychologically. There is no need for her to attack at this time, and be regarded as a villain. Ji Rongxi smiled at her approvingly. Hong Feifei quickly came to her senses, calmed down, and said coldly, I underestimated you. Ji Rongxi glanced at her lightly, walked behind Lizhan again, and served as the guardian again. Lizhan ran forward quickly, pulled with both hands, and pulled out 6 paper strips. The paper tape grew in the wind and flew towards Hong Feifei like a snake. Hong Feifei did not dodge or evade, but reached out to grab the paper tape. She firmly believed that the reason why Bondi lost was because he underestimated the enemy. No matter what, Li Zhan's magic wave could not be stronger than hers. She would not lose by using the head-on confrontation method. What's more, during the tug-of-war between the two, she could secretly use perfume. Want to beat her with paper tape? Humph. As long as Ji Rongxi did not help Li Zhan, she still had a chance. Hong Feifei never thought that the paper tape was made of Li Zhan's cardboard, which was something that Li Zhan could manipulate at will. Therefore, when she grabbed the end of the paper tape, Li Zhan manipulated the paper tape to become longer and wrapped around her limbs at an unparalleled speed. In a hurry, she hurriedly pulled hard, trying to pull Li Zhan over. However, Li Zhan did not fight with her magic wave. With a wave of his left hand, 5 silver light sticks shot out and stabbed at her feet. Hong Feifei was so angry that her eyes were blazing with fire. She gritted her teeth and threw the perfume bottle at Li Zhan. The perfume bottle exploded in midair, and the rich fragrance immediately filled the space. Li Zhan hurriedly withdrew and turned around to form a paper wall to help her block the overflowing fragrance. Ji Rongxi had told her that it was best not to let Hong Feifei's perfume have a chance to appear, because her perfume could spread infinitely as long as it was in the air. What is the most difficult thing to defend against in the world? Air. Air is invisible and intangible. But people cannot help but breathe. Hong Feifei's perfumes are all kinds of strange, some of which can corrode people's skin, some can poison people, and some can make people weak all over. Once inhaled, there is no hope. Hong Feifei was in a hurry to fight, so she simply didn't use the perfume bottle, and directly used magic waves to make the perfume overflow from her fingertips, which frightened the audience. Unfortunately, her opponent was Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi knew her very well. Every time she just made a move, she was frozen by Ji Rongxi's freezing technique and could not spread. Some were explosive, exploding and cracking in the ice, with fragments flying everywhere. Hong Feifei was very angry, glaring at the two with gritted teeth, and throwing perfume again like it was free. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. For Li Zhan, it was not good luck to meet Hong Feifei in the first game. For Hong Feifei, it was really bad luck to meet Ji Rongxi in the first game. Ji Rongxi's ice was simply the nemesis of her perfume. But she would not admit defeat. She began to throw and smash the perfume at a faster speed, and the whole place was filled with a strong and pungent fragrance. Achoo! Li Zhan sneezed due to the strong perfume, and covered her nose belatedly. It was over, the perfume was sucked in. It turned out that Hong Feifei's attack strategy was indiscriminate. As long as the whole place was filled with her perfume, she would definitely win. The situation quickly turned around and became Hong Feifei chasing. Li Zhan gathered all the magic waves in her body to resist the perfume and ran around everywhere. Ji Rongxi just stood still in his original position, without moving his eyebrows. The audience couldn't help but marvel at it. This was the first time they had seen such a wonderful style of play. In an inconspicuous position among the audience, Les was also watching the game with great interest, recording Li Zhan's various values on the record board from time to time, and commented, "She still can't win, Donut is simply too weak." However, her opponent is also stupid enough, with such a good talent, but she didn't make good use of it. Her reaction and ability are half a step behind. If it were me, I could easily kill Donut in seconds. Wang Ziyu, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her and said lightly, "If I were a donut, I could also defeat my opponent in seconds." Lies. Snap. Broke the pen in his hand and said grimly, "How dare you doubt my student's ability?" Wang Ziyu shrugged, said nothing, and looked at the stage again. Hong Feifei's lips curled up, revealing a hint of sneer, and took out another bottle of perfume, not throwing it at Ji Rongxi or Li Zhan, but raising his head to drink it. Fire fragrance? Or acceleration fragrance? One of Hong Feifei's two most famous perfumes is the fire fragrance, which has a sweet fragrance that makes people want to inhale it. The body will automatically catch fire, and burn the whole person to death. If Hong Feifei drinks the perfume, she can spray fire from her mouth, and the fire is 10 times stronger than that blown out. In other words, the entire arena will become a sea of fire. The other one is the speed fragrance. If Hong Feifei drinks it, the speed will increase by n times. As for how much n is, it seems to be 2 times, 5 times, and 10 times, which is determined by Hong Feifei. It is scary enough to increase the speed by 2 times, but if it is increased by 5 times by accident, then the glass lamp will be very dangerous. Chapter 109. Ji Rongxi's face turned grim, and he gathered a magic wave in his hand, ready to rescue Liz Han at any time. Hong Feifei rushed towards Liz Han 10 times faster than usual. Liz Han had just inhaled a lot of perfume, and her head was dizzy. Just as she reacted, she found that someone was in front of her. She was shocked and was slapped in the face by Hong Feifei, and her whole head was knocked to one side. The speed of the attack made the audience present dazzled. Hong Feifei sneered, raised her leg and kicked her in the stomach. She groaned and rolled away. The competition seemed to be a one-sided abuse. The audience cheered loudly. Perhaps they hated Liz Han in their hearts, but they had no chance to attack her. Seeing Hong Feifei hitting her, they felt refreshed. Of course, Hong Feifei was still rational. During the fight, she also paid 3 points of attention to Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi just frowned slightly, and still did not attack. Hong Feifei did not understand her intention, but knew that this was her best opportunity. Even if she could not win, she had to drag them down. The speed-up incense has a time limit. If she cannot defeat 2 people within 5 minutes, the speed-up incense will lose its effect, and the negative effects will appear, and she will die miserably. So, she rushed towards Liz Han at a faster speed. However, Liz Han is not the kind of person who can be abused in the same way twice. She got up from the ground with a somersault, and turned back to point at her and said, "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was frowning. Is this really a competition? Of course, Hong Feifei would not be so stupid as to listen to her, but stepped forward, as fast as thunder. Liz Han just smiled slightly, and the little face that was beaten red, the smile was pure and brilliant. The triple magic trap rose from Hong Feifei's feet, and the magic lines were intertwined, forming countless loops. In the shining hexagram, it bloomed its magic waves wantonly. Hong Feifei was caught off guard, and fell into the magic circle. She screamed, and with the speed of accelerating Xiangwudi, she rushed out in the gap of the magic circle. Liz Han was standing just behind the direction she rushed out, and a fish-dragon dance hit her back. She couldn't control the trend forward, and accidentally rushed out of the ring. The host's clear voice suddenly resounded throughout the arena. The first match of the Kara Magic School Team competition was won by the Ji Rongxi and Li Zhan combination. Li Zhan excitedly ran to Ji Rongxi, who hugged her with relief, only to find that her clothes were already soaked with sweat. When Lizzie saw this, he casually wrote down the last few pieces of information, quickly sorted, arranged, and adjusted them. After finishing, he reached out, and took them out, and handed them to Wang Ziyu. "This is the latest competition training adjustment table. Please give it to her for me." "Sorry, I don't have time." Wang Ziyu said this, and left the audience without looking back. "This kid is still so hypocritical." Les complained. "Okay, I do the transmission myself." Since she took a piece of paper from Liz Han, she can transmit things from the paper to Liz Han anytime and anywhere, which is very convenient. After the transmission, she put on her glasses and left the audience like an ordinary mentor. After the victory, Liz Han felt exhausted, but her mind was excited. She rolled around on the bed all night. "GG, I'm so awesome, I actually defeated Hong Feifei, I defeated Hong Feifei. So annoying." Ji Rongxi slammed the door shut. "You just took advantage of their underestimation. You won't be so lucky in the next game." This was a sharp remark. Liz Han was like a deflated ball, pouting in frustration. "Oh okay." She went to the back room with a little lion in her arms. Ji Rongxi looked at her from behind and smiled secretly. In fact, she wanted to say that Li Zhan's performance greatly exceeded her expectations, but if she really said it, Liz Han would definitely be so proud. It's better to give her a basin of cold water. Liz Han returned to her room and drew circles in depression, not noticing that she had become a huge celebrity, and made the headlines of the school newspaper the next day. The school newspaper made a special report on the two of them. The front page showed them standing in the arena one after the other. The red eye-catching title was as red as blood. "If the queen stood behind you, could you do it too? What could you do?" The newspaper cleverly said nothing, leaving readers to guess. The report said that Liz Han defeated Hong Feifei alone, but the key was still Ji Rongxi. Although Ji Rongxi had not made a move, she was still the top student in the 4th grade, and the queen with the best magic combat performance in the whole grade. Her presence made Hong Feifei feel dangerous, so she had to put some energy on guard against her, and did not use all her strength to deal with Li Zhan, which invisibly made Li Zhan feel much more relaxed. Secondly, Bondi's failure had a negative psychological impact on Hong Feifei. As Hong Feifei's partner, Bondi lost completely at the beginning, leaving Hong Feifei with no one behind her, which was very unfavorable to her. Otherwise, with the magic ability of Li Zhan's 2nd year F class, they are no match for 4th year B Hong Feifei. After the expert came out to analyze various reasons, he asked a question. If Ji Rongxi stood behind you, would you win? On that day, almost everyone had a copy of the school newspaper, and after reading the front page, there was only one question. If Ji Rongxi stood behind you, would you win? With Liz Han as a positive example, most people interviewed believed that they would win. As for whether they had a tacit understanding with Ji Rongxi, they thought it was irrelevant. When everyone focused on the front page, in fact, on the second page of the school newspaper, there was an expert who analyzed the profound reasons for Bundy's failure. Why did Bundy, who ranked in the top 10 in actual combat ability among the fourth graders, roll out of the ring within 3 minutes of going on stage and become a laughingstock of the whole school? Was it because Bundy was not feeling well that day? Or was it because Bundy was not worthy of his reputation? After multiple certifications, the experts confirmed that Bundy was in good physical condition that day and his results were not fake. If he showed all his strength, not to mention Li Zhan, even Ji Rongxi would not be able to beat him without hundreds of moves. But why did Bundy lose at the starting line? It was because he lost at the starting line, within 0.1 seconds of the host shouting start. Because, at that moment, someone drew a key magic circle to trap him. Who drew that key magic trap? Who could draw such a complex and delicate magic trap in just 0.1 seconds? Unfortunately, not many people really pay attention to this issue. For various reasons, the report did not even give a detailed explanation. As for the girls in the school, they are even more concerned about the sensational title of When the Princess vs. the Queen on the third page. When the Princess vs. the Queen, neither the princess wins nor the queen wins. Because the queen disdains to compete with the princess. Because of this title, Hong Feifei's crazy fans and Ji Rongxi's die-hard fans almost had a fight. The school was filled with smoke, and all kinds of makeup appeared one after another, making it very lively. Of course, there were also all kinds of gossips, rumors about the secrets that Li Zhan and Ji Rongxi had to tell, all kinds of hearsay, all kinds of exaggeration, and even traced back to family history, almost even bringing up lesbianism, saying that Ji Rongxi and Li Zhan were actually a pair of lesbians. Ji Rongxi seldom paid attention to the school newspaper. It was not until the next afternoon, when everyone in the school was talking about it, that she realized that the topic of discussion was about herself. She frowned slightly, walked to the student union office building, kicked open the door of the school reporter group, slapped the newspaper on the desk of the reporter group, and said angrily, "Who will give me an explanation?" "Ha, respected queen, please turn around." A dizzy voice came from behind. Ji Rongxi turned around coldly, and the cold expression at that moment was frozen in the camera. The head of the reporter group was very dedicated. "Welcome our most respected queen, senior sister Ji Rongxi Lander, to Kara School Newspaper, Jilidwala Life Broadcasting Site. Senior sister Ji Rongxi, why did you choose to stand behind Liz Han? Is it true that your relationship is not simple as everyone says?" Ji Rongxi narrowed her eyes slightly, and for a moment she had the urge to freeze the press corps, but she suddenly smiled and replied, "It's not difficult to stand in front of me, as long as you can defeat me." The boss' eyes lit up. "So, Liz Han has defeated you before?" "This is exclusive news." Ji Rongxi shook his head. "No." The boss pressed on. "Then do you and Liz Han Bossman have a secret that must be told?" Ji Rongxi sneered and asked back, "You can't stand behind someone without a secret. So do the people behind you who organize the materials for you have a secret that must be told with you?" The boss paused and shouted in a state of disbelief. "Since she didn't defeat you, why can she stand in front of you?" Ji Rongxi smiled. "Because she is Liz Han." After she finished speaking, she opened the door and walked out. Such proud, so confident, even close to arrogant words to her to Liz Han. These words set off another wave of enthusiasm on campus. Originally, many players who participated in the individual competition just to defeat Ji Rongxi. Unfortunately, it was not as expected, and Ji Rongxi actually gave up the individual competition for Liz Han. After the school newspaper was published, many people specifically challenged Ji Rongxi, almost attacking him in groups. For a while, the school was full of people, waiting to see the show. Of course, except for one person, Liz Han. Liz Han didn't even know about the school newspaper. She devoted herself to training every day. During class time, she used a feather pen to draw magic circles on cardboard, looking for a faster and more accurate way. She knew that it was a fluke that she won the first time. In that 0.1 second, as long as Bondi moved slightly, she would lose everything. What's more, this sneak attack can only be used once, so this time, she really has to win by strength. Chapter 110. After class, she went straight to the exclusive training room, warmed up in her secret base first, and then went to Ji Rongxi's training room when she felt good, to play against her and discuss the next round of games. Liz Han has been working hard, not to prove herself to the audience, but just to go higher and further. She feels that the only thing she is more fortunate than others is that she has Ji Rongxi and Li Zi. Li Zi is her teacher and Ji Rongxi is her partner. In each game she plays most of the time, Li Zi helps her summarize experience and lessons, and Ji Rongxi stands in a protective position, ready to fight for her at any time. They won every game. Even if there were one or two dangerous situations, she could handle them with her on-the-spot experience and quick reaction. Ji Rongxi became more and more confident and took fewer and fewer actions. From the initial waste, the name Liz Han Bossman gradually became acceptable to people, and even became a positive teaching material in the school. The teacher often said that Liz Han Bossman could go from waste to elite in 1 month. Can you? However, Liz Han was not popular. Many students envied her, were jealous of her, but didn't like her. No one liked the person who stole the queen, and no one liked to see others surpass themselves at an unparalleled speed. The campus debate was still hot, and Liz Han was still hiding in her training room to train. Her life was simple and fulfilling. It was Friday, and it was already 10:30 in the evening when Liz Han finished training. She dragged her tired body back to the apartment and shouted casually, "Little Prince, I'm back." No one responded, and no lion responded. Liz Han kicked off her shoes and called out again, "Little lion, good lion, prince?" Still no response. The little lion, the king of beasts, was not in the room. Liz Han ignored her and lazily slumped on the sofa in the living room after taking a shower. She was really too tired, but at this moment, she felt too quiet. Ji Rongxi hadn't come back yet, and she didn't know where the little lion had gone. The apartment was so quiet that it almost scared her. When you are exhausted, you always feel lonely. It felt like coming home after a hard day's work, only to find it dark and no one waiting for me. The feeling of loss grew inch by inch. "Little lion?" Liz Han shouted in a louder voice. Still no response, only her voice dissipated in the air. Where did it go? She was busy with training during this period, and had almost no time to pay attention to the little lion. Every morning when she got up, she took out a box of dried meat and a glass of water and placed it in its exclusive place, then went out and came back very late at night. When she came back, she was very tired and fell directly on the bed after taking a shower. She turned her head and looked at the little lion's exclusive territory. There was a box of intact dried animal meat there, untouched. Could it be that the little lion went out in the morning? But it would never run out without eating. Liz Han stood up suspiciously and looked in every corner of the room, but still couldn't find it. Did it really go out? Liz Han let out a sigh of frustration. Where should she look for it? Whether it was the paper butterfly or her positioning ability, they all relied on the magic wave on the other party. The little lion was a level 0 monster, without a single bit of magic wave on it, and no cardboard or paper butterfly could be used. Liz Han was very depressed. She was used to lying on the little lion every night, which was much more comfortable than a pillow. Hate it, go out and find it. Liz Han kicked off her slippers and went out. "Little lion? Little prince?" she shouted loudly. The little lion had sharp ears, and could hear her voice from a long distance, she was sure. The apartment was very quiet and peaceful, and there was no white shadow around the flowers. Liz Han was a little anxious. Could it have run far? She ran down the stairs and asked the administrator at the door of the apartment, gesturing in a panic, "Have you ever seen a little white lion this big?" The administrator nodded. "Isn't it always with you?" Liz Han was a little anxious, but it disappeared today. The administrator shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't see it today either." Liz Han didn't give up, and walked around the garden in the apartment. Not to mention the little lion, she didn't even see a pet. Instead, there were couples everywhere. Seeing her wearing pink home clothes, furry shoes with rabbit heads, and half-wet hair, she just thought it was funny and commented from time to time. Liz Han also heard a woman say, "How can she come out like that? If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to see anyone." Then the man replied, "Stay away from her. Anyone looking for a prince here must have a problem with their head." Liz Han was in an irritable mood. He glared at them and turned to the other side of the garden, complaining as he walked, "You little bastard lion, if you run away from home, give me a squeak. No howl." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying lion roar suddenly came from the apartment in the south. In the quiet night, such a roar from a wild beast scared almost all the lovers to jump up, and pedestrians all avoided it. It was the little lion's voice. Liz Han thought maliciously, "Dare you laugh at me? Scare you to death." Thinking this way, She ran towards the apartment in the south. According to the source of the sound, it should be upstairs. The second floor, or the third floor? Lizhan stood at the stairs, a little confused for a moment, and the little lion's voice did not sound again, so she didn't know which floor she went to. Ayo! The little lion suddenly called again. This time the sound was much smaller, and a little unclear, as if it was biting something in its mouth. Lizhan rushed over anxiously. However, when she reached the place where the sound came from, she could not see the little lion. She looked up and saw that she had returned to the door of her apartment. Did it run in by itself? She had clearly locked the door just now. At this moment, a low voice came from next door. You will burst your stomach if you eat more. It was Wang Ziyu. The ending tone that habitually tilted back was a bit elegant and a bit unruly. She was very familiar with it. The little lion rolled on the ground in dissatisfaction. Lizhan was furious. It turned out that it was Wang Ziyu who had abducted her little lion. She was so angry that she raised her foot and kicked the door of Wang Ziyu's apartment with her furry shoes, shaking it twice. Wang Ziyu, get out of here. After a while, the door opened. Wang Ziyu appeared lazily at the door, with a distant look in his eyes, and a few shadows on his clear and calm face, just like a prince in the dark night. Next to him was the little lion she had been looking for a long time. His satisfied expression made her want to slap it for a moment. Why go to his room when it's not good to go to someone else's territory? Lizhan questioned with his eyes. Looking at the little lion's expression, it was like looking at a best friend who had betrayed him. The little lion looked at it with tears in his eyes, as if telling of his innocence, and at the same time raised his front paw, holding a crunchy fruit that had not been peeled. I lost my face. Lizhan gritted his teeth and roared. You were bought by a crunchy fruit. How stupid are you? It's not stupid. You abused it too much. Wang Ziyu leaned against the door frame and said calmly, I just couldn't bear to see it. Lizhan glared at him angrily, but said to the little lion, Prince, let's go back. His things can't be eaten. They are poisonous. The little lion licked his paw aggressively, wanting to obey his master and put down the crispy fruit, but he didn't want to let go of what he had just got. Just when it was struggling, Wang Ziyu spoke, with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes, Take it if you like it. No need. Lizhan's barely calmed anger was ignited by the damned Wang Ziyu again, and he angrily said, Throw it away, I buy you whatever you want. The little lion's eyes wandered between Lizhan and Wang Ziyu again. Should he listen to his master or not? If he listens to his master, he may not be able to eat crispy fruit in the future, but if he doesn't listen to his master, he may not be able to crawl into her bed in the future. So tangled. Under Lizhan's murderous gaze, the little lion, who had eaten his fill, decided to listen to his master. At present, sleeping was more important to him than eating because he was already full. Lizhan's expression softened a little. She waved her hand, signaling it to come over, and walked towards the door with it. Her steps looked relaxed, but in fact her body was stiff. Hateful Wang Ziyu, hateful. She didn't want to see him at all, didn't want to step into his room at all. She wanted to rush out of the door immediately. But her proud dignity didn't allow her to do so. Just as she was about to step out of the door, Lizhan's heart was just relieved, and Wang Ziyu's voice suddenly came from behind. Are you leaving like this? Lizhan's body stiffened, and her hand holding the door handle paused, but then she recovered her breath and opened the door. Haven't you ever thought about why it came to me? Wang Ziyu's tone was still indifferent, and no emotion could be heard. How many days have you not fed it? Have you ever given it a bath? In your eyes, is the competition more important than it? A series of questions made Lizhan stunned. How long has it been since she fed the little lion? Since the second game, she has been training every day, throwing it a bag of dried meat and a dish of fragrant milk every morning, and coming back too late at night, and not giving it a bath, and falling on the bed after washing herself. 2 games a week, excluding the first game, a total of 8 games, that is, for weeks have passed. That is, for a whole month, she has never taken good care of the little lion. She lowered her head and looked at the little lion, and the little lion was also looking at her with a pitiful expression, accusing her of being ruthless. Its fur was white, smooth and soft, very fluffy, and refreshing. It was obvious that it had just taken a bath. This was not seen for a long time. She couldn't help but look at Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu took care of it. Someone like Wang Ziyu actually condescended to take care of her pet, which made her feel a little guilty and surprised. Chapter 111. Wang Ziyu turned his head, his eyes hidden in the shadows turned to the little lion, waved at it, and signaled it to come back to him. The little lion looked at Lizhan again, spread its limbs, ran happily to Wang Ziyu's feet, and rubbed him intimately. This demeanor was so dazzling that Lizhan was so angry that she threw her hands and rushed out of the door. Bang! She bumped into Wang Ziyu's chest. Wang Ziyu flashed in front of her without knowing when, blocking her way, his eyes flickered. I don't want you to leave. Seeing Li Zhan's angry and sad expression, he added, if you leave, I will accuse you of abusing monsters. How could someone be so shameless? Li Zhan stared at him stubbornly, embarrassed and ashamed. Her eyes became clearer and brighter, almost like a flame rising. What do you want? Tell me. Donuts. Wang Ziyu reached out and touched her soft hair. Her hair was much longer than when it was just cut, and it felt more delicate. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Sit with me. Li Zhan lowered her head stubbornly, refusing his request, but she couldn't leave immediately. Damn it, he actually held her wrist, and the cold touch came from her wrist, just like his personality, never very warm. What is this person thinking? Moody. Self-righteous. She stamped her feet in dissatisfaction, and even if she didn't look up, she knew his expression. He put his hands in his pockets nonchalantly, leaning against the door with his slender figure. His expression was half lazy and half teasing, and his tone was half joking and half serious. Come in. Wang Ziyu pulled her in. She took a step back reflexively, raised her hand, and shot the silver light stick at his face. He stood still, and the silver light stick automatically changed its trajectory when it came in front of him, flying to both sides of him. Li Zhan stared at him with grief and anger. He shrugged and pulled his hand towards him. She couldn't control the force, and fell into his arms. He raised his other hand, and closed the door. Ah! Li Zhan's face was burning hot, and she pushed him away with force. Looking up, the corners of the person's mouth seemed to be curled up. What a beautiful mouth, the arc is just right, but I don't know why it feels a bit hateful, because there is no one else in the large living room, only her and Wang Ziyu, oh, and a rebellious little lion. For a moment, the apartment was unusually quiet, and the noise of the garden outside was all gone. Sit. Wang Ziyu pulled her to sit down. Li Zhan sat on the soft real animal leather sofa restrainedly motionless. With Wang Ziyu by her side, she felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't even concentrate on painting. In contrast to her, Wang Ziyu looked quite comfortable and whispered donuts. Li Zhan raised her head and glared at him. He didn't care and continued to whisper donuts. As if shouting like this could release all his emotions. Stop shouting, Li Zhan said madly. Wang Ziyu obediently closed his mouth, but his eyes were still fixed on her, without moving his gaze. I want to go back. Li Zhan stood up and said. Wang Ziyu held his chin and thought for a while. His eyes seemed to contain gems, shining with his charming figure. How about a bet? If you win, I will let you go back. Li Zhan said angrily. What do you want to bet? Wang Ziyu stood up and walked to the closet. He opened it and found a series of neatly arranged amber waist-slimming bottles. They were not big, with a capacity of about 200 milliliters. Li Zhan looked at him suspiciously, and he smiled slightly. Take it. As he said that, he threw the bottle over. Li Zhan reached out to catch it and caught it. He threw another bottle over. She quickly put the bottle on the coffee table and caught it again. Throwing and catching like this, the coffee table was full of bottles in a short while. Wang Ziyu glanced at the coffee table, took out the last bottle, walked over, put it on the coffee table, and casually arranged the bottles, 6 horizontally and 6 vertically, forming a square. Each bottle looked exactly the same, and each bottle was filled with liquid. Li Zhan picked up a bottle curiously, shook it, and it was immediately filled with bubbles. Beer? Beer wouldn't be bottled in such a beautiful bottle. This bottle looks luxurious. This is the drink that the butler Billy prepared for me. There is green milk, Torado lotion, and juice, but there is only 1 bottle of wine. Let's make a bet. If you drink the wine first, I will let you go. If I drink the wine first, you stay. Li Zhan was not so easily fooled. This is your stuff. Maybe you have marked it. Wang Ziyu ignored her provocation, smiled slightly, sat down on the chair opposite the coffee table, and took out 2 dice from under the coffee table, 1 black and 1 white. Black represents horizontal rows, white represents vertical rows. Drink up the liquid in the bottle according to the position shown by the number thrown. Of course, to prevent me from cheating, I bet on you to drink, and you bet on me to drink. Li Zhan weighed the dice in her hand, looked at the amber bottle on the coffee table, and glanced at Wang Ziyu. If he knew which bottle was the wine, she would not be able to drink it as long as he avoided that bottle. In this way, she was the one who suffered. Donut, don't think of me as such a mean thing. Wang Ziyu held his chin with one hand, and stretched out his other hand to pinch her cheek across the coffee table, and he actually saw through her thoughts. Li Zhan slapped his claws away. Let go, or I leave immediately. Wang Ziyu took his hand back and said, if the number thrown is an empty cup, continue to throw again, until you drink the wine. Lizan bit his lip and said, thank you very much, is this your habit? Force others to stay in the room, and play some boring games with you. Otherwise, how can life be fun? Wang Ziyu paused and said, as if with a smile, you are the first one to force others to stay in the room. What a piss-off answer. Lizan raised her head, but didn't want to look directly into his eyes. His gentle eyes made her a little unbelievable. She turned her head stiffly, and saw a little light in his hair beside his ear. He had a silver earring on his left ear. It was the simplest round earring. At first glance, it looked like a silver mole. He was wearing home clothes, and his expression was natural and comfortable. Lizan wanted to look down again to find some traces of the castle, but she didn't want to be too presumptuous. In the end, she just lowered her head and didn't speak. Without the funny words, the atmosphere between the two gradually cooled down. Lizan looked at all the bottles and confirmed that each one was exactly the same, and then he was slightly relieved. Wang Ziyu raised his hand slightly. You are the guest, please go first. Lizan did not object and threw the black and white dice into the disc. 6-4. This bottle. Wang Ziyu took the amber bottle at the horizontal row 6 and the vertical row 4 without hesitation and handed it to Lizan. Lizan opened the bottle cap and smelled it. It seemed to be green milk. Wang Ziyu drank the green milk as if he was tasting top-quality wine, and was not in a hurry to finish it. He looked at Lizan's slightly tangled expression from the corner of his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel happy. Lizan pretended to be calm and asked, why do you want me to stay? Wang Ziyu smiled and drank all the remaining green milk. Nothing, I just feel bored alone. He absolutely did not admit that he did not want to stay alone in this place. It was too dark and too quiet. Has anyone told you that you are too willful? Lizan said angrily. He did everything based on his mood. When he was in a good mood, he would take her into the deserted and beast-infested Kaneda forest. When he was in a bad mood, he would leave her in the forest to fend for herself. When he was in a good mood, he would take her to the castle and teach her magic. When he was in a bad mood, he would fire her. She was not angry at Wang Ziyu, but at herself. She knew he was such a person, but she was still played around by him. If people can't even live as they want, what fun is there? But why do you deprive others of their desire to live as they please? Indeed, everyone wants to live as they please. But life can't always go according to everyone's wishes, so there will be the law of the jungle. If one day, you can be stronger than me, then you can also dominate my life. This sentence is true. Li Zhan thought in his heart, if I am stronger than you, I will never dominate your life. I will just stay away from you and never see you again. Wang Ziyu, you are hopeless. Donut, your biggest weakness is that you are too weak. You can't hate me to the end, and you can't be stronger than me, so you are destined to lose. Wang Ziyu said, picked up the dice and Ponley, threw it, and with a slight sound, the number displayed on the dice was 2 and 5. Li Zhan looked at the bottle that was hit, staring at him nervously. If the first bottle was wine, of course, her luck would not be so good. Wang Ziyu gently picked up the bottle, opened the lid, and smelled it. Congratulations, it's Tola Demulsification Lotion. That priceless Tora lotion? Lizan didn't care what the lotion was at this time. As long as it wasn't alcohol, it didn't matter to her. She picked up the bottle, raised her head, drank it all in one breath, and stared at Wang Ziyu with a provocative look. The Tora lotion didn't taste good, but it wasn't hard to drink either. It just had an indescribable strange taste that made her want to drink water after she finished it. Wang Ziyu looked leisurely, and picked up a napkin to wipe the milk that overflowed from the corner of her lips. If you drink too fast and choke, it will make me lose a lot of fun. Lizan watched his every move, and the expression on his face changed again and again. You are willing to do anything for fun, by gambling with the priceless Torado lotion? Don't say that. The so-called priceless is just a metaphor. Even if it is priceless, it can only buy an empty city. For real people and real hearts, it can not only not buy them, but also make people lose their true heart. I really don't see that you have the talent of a philosopher. I'm not a philosopher, I just want someone to help me drink. Lizan decided to ignore his nonsense. No matter what kind of prince he was, teasing, joking, or sad, as long as he was serious, she had no power to resist. She hated her powerlessness. Attached magician level, free content, magic level. Magic apprentice, apprentice magician, 1-star magician, 2-star magician, 3-star magician, 4-star magician, 5-star magician, great magician, 1-star magician, 2-star magician, 3-star magician, 4-star magician, 5-star magician, great magician, 1-star wizard, 2-star wizard, 3-star wizard, 4-star wizard, 5-star wizard, great wizard, sage, great sage. Lies is a 3-star wizard. Chapter 112. Wang Ziyu was a little bit crazy. He could not help but use magic waves to hear her voice again. The apartment next door was only separated by a wall. He moved slightly, and heard their voices clearly. Lizhan, why did you run to his room? That was Ji Rongqi's roar. I didn't. Lizhan's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but he still heard it. Then how do you explain the fact that you were in his room? Facing her lies, Ji Rongqi said angrily, he is a demon, stay away from him. When Wang Ziyu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he had a subtle feeling in his heart, and wanted to hear what Lizhan would say. However, Lizhan just said in a crying voice, Ji, don't say anything. He hoped that she would defend him, and say that he was not a demon, or that he was not the kind of person you imagined. But Lizhan said nothing. Could it be that he was also a demon in Lizhan's mind? A demon that everyone feared and wanted to get rid of? Wang Ziyu sat down on the sofa, with his whole body exhausted. His mind was blank. As for why he thought about these things, why he cared about Lizhan's thoughts, he had no idea. He just felt very uncomfortable, and he didn't understand why he felt this way. This was a feeling he had never had in his 17 years of experience. In the past years, when other boys were still complacent about holding hands with the most beautiful girl in the class, he was already able to survive alone in the desert. And when other boys were thinking about which brand of hairspray was more suitable for them and more manly, he was already able to crush the plots of his brothers to kill him. Therefore, when he suddenly had these inexplicable emotions today, he didn't know what to do. What he wanted to do most at the moment was to go to the next door, drag out the girl who made him feel uncomfortable, and let himself figure out why this happened, but reason stopped his impulse. Not to mention that Ji Rongqi would stop him at all costs. Lizhan would hate him even more. As she said just now, she simply didn't want to see him again. What should he do? How should he resolve this emotion? Wang Ziyu seemed to have encountered a once-in-a-century problem. He sat in front of the coffee table in a daze, not knowing what to do. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the window suddenly sounded. Wang Ziyu sat up straight, his face quickly returned to his usual indifferent look, and he turned his head calmly, and looked at the window. The person who came was Li Zi, sitting in front of the window with his snow-white thighs raised, with a smirk on his face. I think you need my help. No. Wang Ziyu answered angrily. Li Zi raised his eyebrows slightly. You need love guidance. The next day, Lizhan woke up early and felt indescribably comfortable. She stretched and felt that everything was fine except her face. Well, a part of her face seemed very hot. She reached out and touched it. When she touched something protruding and hard, she was suddenly startled and hurried to the dressing mirror. The person in the mirror had messy hair like a chicken coop, but her face was rosy and shiny, much better looking than the pale face yesterday. However, there was something that ruined the beauty of her face. That is, a big pimple grew on her right cheek. Yes, it's a pimple. But it's big, red, and looks like a sore. No way. I actually have a pimple? Lizhan covered her face and wailed. The pointer was approaching 8:30. She had to go out, otherwise she would be late, and today was payday. Lizhan poked the big pimple with her hand, washed her face, got dressed, and ran out with a donut in her mouth. When she came to the door, the old lady looked left and right, and finally, stared at her face covered with her hands and asked, What's wrong with you today? She buttoned 2 wrong buttons on her clothes, put her shoes on the wrong feet, and appeared in a way that was like holding a lute and half covering her face. Lizhan looked down and was embarrassed. She hurriedly buttoned the buttons again and changed her shoes back. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed, This child, even if you get up late, you don't have to rush like this. She stretched out her hand, Give me this issue of comics. Lizhan scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I've been busy these days, and haven't drawn the comics. I give them to you next week, okay? No. The old lady was a very stubborn and enthusiastic reader, and she said angrily, You only draw a little bit a week, don't you have time? Lizhan sighed in her heart. In order to bribe the old lady, she gave her all the manuscripts. The old lady was happy to read them, and the first thing she did every week when she went to work was to ask her for comics. However, during this period, in order to cope with the magic competition, she spent all her time on training every day, and she didn't even have time to bathe the little lion, let alone draw comics. She spread her hands and said, I can't help it. The competition is too strong, so I have to spend my spare time every day training magic. After these 2 weeks, it should be better. The old lady looked at her with a scrutinizing look and asked, show me your training schedule? Lizan wiped away the card and took out a training schedule that Les gave her. Since she started the competition, Les gave her a new training schedule every week, which was similar but with different emphasis. The old lady read the schedule from top to bottom. Are you training completely according to the schedule? Lizan nodded, yes. The old lady sneered slightly, expressing her disbelief. This table has reserved a lot of time for you. If you really train according to the table, you won't have no time to draw. The lie was exposed, and Lizan lowered his head embarrassedly. I doubled my training myself. The old lady pushed her reading glasses and narrowed her eyes. Double? Is there anything wrong with your body? Strange. The old lady said casually. For example, blood stagnation, guilty conscience and nausea. For example, you want to use 30% of the magic wave, but it is less than 2 layers when you take action. For example, the body is tired and does not want to move. How did you know? Lizan looked up in surprise. This had been going on since the previous week. This had also happened on the field. Fortunately, the opponent was not very strong at the time, and Ji Rongqi saved the day, so she managed to pass. She thought that her magic wave was insufficient, so she practiced harder, not wanting to hold Ji Rongqi back. Alas, you are too strong-willed, kid. The old lady gave her the schedule back and sighed. Your instructor is a smart woman. She is very meticulous, and the training schedule is reasonable. Lizan nodded. She was surprised to see so many things from a schedule. The plan is well done, and I am very confident in your ability. But she is a little young after all, and seems a little aggressive, and you actually doubled it on this basis. The old lady pinched her slender wrist. Your foundation is not deep, and you are too eager for success. There is only one consequence. The magic wave is stagnant. The more you train, the more serious it will be, and it will hurt your body in the end. Lizan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Is it that serious? Yes. The shopkeeper glanced at her and said, have you recently felt guilty and short of breath, pale face, loss of appetite, fatigue, and just want to sleep every day, but you are excited and can't sleep? Lizan's back was sweating even more, yes. But not last night. The shopkeeper looked at her energetic appearance. What's wrong with your acne? Ah, is it a different way? Is the body starting to protest to her by getting acne? Lizan poked the pimple, and it hurt a little. She cried, Boss, please be kind and teach me. I don't want to be like this. What if my face is covered with pockmarks? The boss supported his forehead. Did you eat anything last night? I didn't have much appetite last night, so I ate a few pearl fruits, 3 pieces of grilled meat, 2 cauliflowers, and drank a glass of green algae juice. Lizan frowned in thought. The boss said firmly, Impossible. Oh, and then I drank a few bottles of drinks. Lizan recalled everything that happened in Wang Ziyu's apartment last night. There is green milk, tilachua lotion, and rice fruit paste. What else? That's right. The shopkeeper tapped the table lightly with his hand. Do you know why tilachua lotion is so valuable? Lizan shook his head. The most important function of tilachua lotion is not to enhance the human body's magic waves, but to calm the chaotic magic waves in the magician's body. Your training intensity was too high some time ago, and the recovery and circulation of magic waves have not reached a good state. Tilachua lotion guides your magic waves into your internal organs and limbs, allowing it to be stored in your body like water and become your energy. Rice fruit pulp promotes the circulation of magic waves in the body. As long as it is continuous, it can grow by itself. The role of green milk is plasticity and calming. The shopkeeper knows everything. Lizan's jaw almost dropped. How many priceless things did she drink last night? Thinking back to last night, she remembered that she made a bet with Wang Ziyu and drank a lot of drinks, many of which she didn't recognize before, with all kinds of flavors, and then she didn't remember anything. She even completely forgot how she got back to her room to sleep. These things are usually extravagant enough to drink once a day. You drank them all in one night. It would be strange if you didn't get acne. The shopkeeper was very contemptuous of her wastefulness. I really didn't know. She thought Wang Ziyu was teasing her on purpose, but she didn't expect that the truth was like this. The shopkeeper frowned and said, Anyway, you have drunk it, and your body must be fine. Today you just stay here and draw comics for me obediently, and you are not allowed to think about training. Woo-woo. Lizan pouted with grievance, and had to agree. Yes, Lizan. The old lady suddenly remembered something, and said meaningfully, Life is made up of many aspects, not just eating and training. You can't throw away everything else just because one thing is important. This will not only make you lose sight of the big picture, but over time, you may become cold-blooded and heartless. For something you think is important, you can abandon everything around you. Chapter 113. Successful people are not only successful in one aspect, but also blank in other aspects. Instead, they can coordinate everything they do and successfully achieve their goals. If you give up your hobbies and interests, give up fun, even if you succeed, what's the point? The way is ruthless, but people are affectionate. Lizanne thought carefully and realized that she had indeed been a bit too much during this period. When she was in the castle before, everything in her room was tidy, but now, the room was like a doghouse. For several weeks in a row, she only had classes and training. On weekends, she thought about going to work and making money, and completely ignored her most important companion, the little lion. She even didn't really paint for a month. What she once thought was her greatest pleasure was thrown away in front of training. However, training did not make her stronger, but ruined her body. If she hadn't drunk the Tola lotion, her condition might have been even worse. The more Lizanne thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She turned her head and saw the little lion squatting beside her obediently, looking at her with expectant eyes. She felt warm in her heart, reached out and held it in her arms, and whispered, "I will never be like this again, never again." Seeing that she had come to her senses, the shopkeeper stopped talking and just yawned lazily. "I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep for a while, and I want to see the latest comics when I wake up." As she said this, she walked towards the back hall tremblingly. Lizanne looked at the old lady's back and felt that her figure had become taller. She was very lucky to have such an old man who could give her guidance. Thinking of this, Lizanne picked up a pen and started drawing on the blank comic book. While drawing, she forgot the time. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the old lady came out too slowly, picked up the comic book she had just finished, and went to the counter to look at it with satisfaction. Lizanne threw down his brush, put his face on the cold table, looked up at the old lady and said, "Boss, although I don't want to disturb you from reading comics, please pay me your salary for drawing comics." "Ha, this? I am also troubled by lack of money now. Although I am very sorry to you, this month's salary can only be postponed to next month." The boss's expression was as matter of course, and his tone was quite decisive, which was completely different from her earnest appearance just now. "Wait, isn't it? Didn't I make 347,000 Dan coins last week, and none of the magic wands sold here are cheap? How can I have no money?" Lizanne said in disbelief. "Of course I spent it." The shopkeeper pushed his reading glasses on his nose and said with a sly smile, "I just bought a divination plate from the early period of Vinaya yesterday. Although I don't expect it to have any great value, it has a history of thousands of years, and has traces of ancient magic. I only spent 790,000 Dan coins, and I deeply feel that it is worth it." Lizanne gritted his teeth and clattered, "So, there is no salary this month?" The old lady's face actually showed a trace of shame. "Yes. Although I am very embarrassed. But you should still deal with the living expenses yourself." Lizanne stood up suddenly and let out a depressed breath. "Then I can leave work early to solve the living expenses problem this month, right?" "Okay. But Lizanne, I have something else to trouble you." The tone of the shopkeeper's old lady changed suddenly. Lizanne paused. "What's the matter?" The old lady held out her hand calmly. "Can you lend me some money first? I'm already penniless. Please allow me to completely refuse." Lizanne slammed the door and left. Lizanne, who was worried about her salary, didn't know that many people had been awake all night since last night. The first one was Lizzie. In fact, Lizzie had no experience in love, but as Wang Ziyu's mentor, she had to learn these things before Wang Ziyu. That night, she immediately returned to the castle and quickly gathered a group of freaks in the desert, asking, "Has anyone among you ever been in love?" The people in the team, whether standing or sitting, stared at Les with extremely weird eyes. Is Les spring coming? Anyone dares to marry this tomboy? Is the sun really going to rise from the west? Les narrowed her eyes, and her slender fingers pinched the recording board with a crackling sound. "Take back your eyes. I won't spend my best years on falling in love." After that, she sighed and looked at Abu. "Do you have it? He is the most gentle person in the team, so he is the most likely." Abu didn't say anything, silently looking at Sherzilong behind him. Sherzilong's ears turned red, and he turned his head away and said, "Lisa, you don't need to think too much, just pounce on whoever you want." Lisa rolled his eyes. She asked the wrong person. This pair of gay friends would only teach the pure young boy bad things. She looked at the bearded uncle, who said in an extremely gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful Miss Lizzie, you have always been the goddess in my mind." Les shuddered. Looking at Habby again, he was concentrating on scratching the lice in his hair. Seeing Les' eyes shooting over, He held up the louse he had just caught. Look, this louse is so plump and tender. Les was so angry that her fingers twisted, and she wanted to hit him hard on the head with the recording board, but she suppressed the urge to do so. His hair was too dirty, and she really couldn't do it. After a round of inspection, Les didn't find any experienced people, and left the desert frustrated. She couldn't believe that in such a big castle, no one had ever been in love. As soon as he approached the garden, he saw a man dressed neatly, holding a writing board under his arm, heading straight for the castle hall. The castle's butler must be all round, and should also be an expert in love. Les was overjoyed, stepped forward to stop him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Assistant, do you have someone you like?" Butler Billy's footsteps suddenly paused, and under the powerful aura of the intellectual, his face flushed suspiciously. It was a pity that he rarely saw the sun and had fair skin, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Miss Les, Yes or no? Are you a man? Louise said dissatisfiedly. Butler Billy calmed down and said yes. This time he finally asked the right person. Louise's eyes lit up, and he took 2 steps closer with a look of eagerness to learn. At the same time, he picked up the recording board and said, "Excuse me, what did you feel when you saw her?" Butler Billy looked at her expectant eyes, and couldn't take his eyes away. He stammered, my heart beat faster. That was the feeling of liking her. Lizzie nodded. Then how do you express it? What do you do when you are with her? What does the other person care about more? The questions caught the Butler Billy off guard. Actually she doesn't know that I like her. Lize's hand, which was about to record, suddenly stopped, and his eyes slashed at him like a knife. You don't even dare to confess. Are you still a man? I despise you. Butler Billy's face turned pale, and he said anxiously, Forget it, I won't bother with you. I go to the library to read books. Lady Les said this, and went to the library like the wind. She disappeared in an instant. Butler Billy stood there in shock, looking at the beautiful garden without the beauty, and sighed. In fact, he wanted to say, "It's you I like." Unfortunately, I still didn't have the chance to say it this time. Not only did I not have the chance to say it, but I was also despised. So, in her mind, I am not even a man. The housekeeper Billy's heart was deeply hurt. Lisa searched through ancient and modern books, and finally found a few books about love in the category of modern popular books. She packed all the books in a bag and rushed to school excitedly. When she came to Wang Ziyu's apartment again, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Wang Ziyu was still sitting in front of the coffee table, with a light blue shadow under his eyes, which was the proof that he had not slept all night. He didn't even realize that the moon had set and the sun had risen, and it was already the next day. Amber bottles were scattered on the coffee table, and there were slight wrinkles on the sofa, which were traces of someone sitting there. Les sighed silently. The child was hurt too deeply when he was young. He never understood what love and family affection were, and it was normal for him to be troubled in the face of such a situation. But the problem was that each of these freaks in the desert had a bitter history, and no one could teach him, not even a subtle influence. His world had always been cold. Even though the housekeeper loved him very much, he never showed any love because of the master-servant relationship. This directly led to Wang Ziyu being confused when facing love for the first time. No one is omnipotent. There are always 1 or 2 aspects that are stupid. But when a group of them are all stupid in the same aspect, the situation is very serious. Lizzie sat down in front of him and tapped his forehead with his slender fingers. "Prince, it's dawn." Wang Ziyu came back to his senses in a hurry, and his confused expression disappeared in an instant, and he put on the mask of indifference that he usually wore. The speed of his face change made Lizzie feel ashamed. Lizzie didn't have time to pay attention to his disguise. He dumped all the books in his bag on the coffee table, picked up one of them, 36 Strategies of Love, and said with great interest, "Look, there are a lot of guidance on dating here. You are currently in the stage where you find that you like the other person, but the other person doesn't know this yet. At this stage, you need to do more. The first point is to pester her. That is, send her as many text messages as possible. No matter what she wants to do, you have to accompany her to do it, and it is best to make her feel good about you." Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Lizzie, this is not what I am thinking about." "Are you thinking about when to pounce on her?" Lizzie asked curiously. "I can tell you from a woman's perspective that if you do this to her now, she will definitely crush you to ashes." Chapter 114. It's not this. Wang Ziyu was getting more and more helpless. "Are you wondering whether or not to pursue her? Please, Prince, wake up. Aren't you usually a very overbearing and possessive person? You do whatever you want. When did you worry about this? If you don't even dare to pursue someone, then I will despise you as much as I despise the butler. Loai sighed, holding his chin with one hand, and said, think about it. If you don't dare to pursue her boldly, there is only one reason for your concern, which is her safety. Like last time you fired her, you actually felt that the world was too dangerous, and she shouldn't live in the sun, right? You didn't ask her. So how do you know what she thinks? Women are sometimes more courageous than you men. Wang Ziyu didn't know if he was touched on or what, and said with a straight face, Les, you are very noisy. This trick was very useful, and Lizzie immediately shut up. However, she saw that Wang Ziyu's ears were red-braised, and said sadly, okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I just think that you can't do whatever you want. At least you have control over your feelings. Wang Ziyu felt an unknown emotion surge in his heart. He knew that Lizzie was right, and he had to control his feelings. But he didn't know what his feelings were for Lizhan. He stood up in frustration. Let me be quiet for a while. Quiet ass. Lies flicked his forehead hard. Donut works on Gut on Street. I don't care what you are thinking now. Anyway, if you don't understand something, just go and ask or go and see. I'm going to get out. After saying that, Les walked out of the window neatly and left. Wang Ziyu thought about it, went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed his clothes, drank a bottle of drink, and slowly walked down the mountain. It was not because he was afraid of riding a pterosaur to be high profile, but because he didn't know what he was going to do for the time being. Because he was absent-minded, his clothes were also very casual. However, his elegance that revealed his noble temperament and his beautiful icy eyes, with a little confusion, were really amazing on the path scattered with pink petals. Along the way, the girls passing by Kara would look back every few steps when they saw him. He accidentally bumped into a tree beside the road, which made people laugh. After leaving Kara, the situation got even more out of control. Many young and playful tourists took photos of him crazily, and even wanted to take photos with him. Wang Ziyu frowned slightly and said coldly, don't bother me. He has a good voice, with a steady, strong, low and unique sense of beauty. When he pronounces, he habitually makes the proud three-dimensional sense in his voice more prominent. Just 3 simple words made everyone retreat. Lizzie, who had been following him in the dark, almost had his eyes shining, and said with admiration, you are indeed worthy of being a prince, so handsome, but it's a pity that I am already old. After she finished speaking, she suddenly looked behind her, who come out, or I will draw my gun. As soon as she finished speaking, a row of tall, short, fat and thin people silently appeared and stood 100 meters behind her. She looked at the group of people, and silently wiped her sweat. Abu, Sherzilong, Habib Infu, almost all of them came. What is this? The bearded uncle showed a self-proclaimed handsome smile, bowed to her and said, I heard that Miss Les was in a relationship, and I was very surprised. I wondered who dared to challenge the goddess, so I came to see. After he finished speaking, everyone nodded in unison. Les sighed deeply, you are wrong, it's not me, it's the prince. Everyone was still in high spirits, laughing and joking. It doesn't matter, there is a show to watch anyway. Usually, it is not ordinary boring in the desert, and a group of people have become gossipy. Wang Ziyu didn't know how long he walked silently. Suddenly he remembered something, and took out the communicator to make a call. Is it for Donut? Lai suddenly felt that the day had dawned. This child, as long as he got his way, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, she thought too much and only heard him say, Mr. Assistant, please do me a favor. Lai's wanted to rush out and beat up this little brat. What kind of person is he? After several rounds of tossing and turning, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Wang Ziyu walked down the mountain. He took the things that the butler Billy personally sent and sent a communication request to Lizhan. At this time, Lizhan had just left and was wandering on the street. As soon as she saw that it was Wang Ziyu's call, she immediately cut it off. She was in a bad mood, and no one wanted to bother her, especially Wang Ziyu. After listening to the old lady's words, she was always a little uneasy. As long as she thought about drinking all the precious medicine prepared by the housekeeper Billy for her, she felt guilty, and didn't know how to face him. Secondly, she didn't understand why Wang Ziyu did this. She couldn't hate him in her heart, but she didn't want to forgive him, so she could only avoid him. Wang Ziyu did not give up and dialed again. After 3 times like this, Lizhan finally lost his patience and accepted the communication request, saying depressedly, what do you want to do? Wang Ziyu was silent for 3 seconds. Your position. Lizhan looked around and then at the card, E662.44, North 198. If the position is so accurate in combat, it will definitely be of great help. However, In this too ordinary occasion, this position calculated by longitude and latitude is completely confusing. Fortunately, Wang Ziyu was not an ordinary person. He knew the exact coordinates of Kara Magic School. He used 5 or 6 functions to calculate in his head, and figured out her exact location. Then he said to her, "Wait for me at the same place." "Why wait for you?" Lizhan said unhappily, but remembering that she drank so much of his drink yesterday, she decided to wait for him. So she walked to a long wooden chair in the shade and sat down, smoothing the little lion's fur. After a while, Wang Ziyu appeared at the street corner. He was wearing a black and white uniform, cold and quiet and elegant. He put one hand in his pocket and had a cool expression. He never looked around even when he was looking for someone. This person is like an ink painting quietly laid out in the quiet night, brilliant on its own, but making everyone unable to take their eyes off him. Lizhan pursed her lips and glared at him fiercely. She didn't know what he was going to do, but every time she saw his expression that always ignored her thoughts, she wanted to slap him hard. What a boy, a bastard. Wang Ziyu walked in front of her and raised the corners of his lips. It was an irresistible smile, like spring breeze and rain, bright and beautiful. Lizhan was not usually a fangirl, but seeing his smile at this moment, she was still electrified. She despised herself in her heart. This was the peak you wanted to surpass. How could you fall before surpassing him? Donut, Wang Ziyu said, his voice slightly lowered, and his tone raised, with a rare lightness. I like you. Ah! Lizhan was startled and accidentally stepped on the paw of the little lion. The little lion roared in pain and jumped 3 feet away, startling the old men who were walking nearby and looking back. The puppies in their hands were scared and ran away. Provoke the little lion? No dog dares to do that. Provoke Wang Ziyu? The old man nearby is not so brave. Although this boy is very beautiful, he looks scary, right? Sorry, I don't like you. Li Zhan finally mustered up the courage to refuse. Being liked by a person with a dual personality like Akala was stressful enough for her, and being liked by a jerk like Wang Ziyu was not strong enough for her heart to bear. In fact, from the appearance, she felt that Wang Ziyu would be a very cool boyfriend, handsome and capable. However, from the inner analysis, she felt that Wang Ziyu was terrible. He bullied her at will, fired her at will, and even confessed to her at will. She said she was very depressed. I will make you like me. The cool boy gently hooked her chin with his slender fingers, as if declaring sovereignty. Lizhan slapped his hand away angrily, but he suddenly sat down next to her, less than 3 inches away from where she sat. Lizhan hurriedly stood up, but it was too late. Wang Ziyu faced her directly, blocking her left side with his body, and at the same time stretched out his hand on the back of the chair on her right side, imprisoning her whole body between him and the chair, leaving her with no way to escape. Lizhan suddenly felt scared. She pushed his chest hard. Go away. Wang Ziyu just smiled slightly, put away his hand on the back of the chair, hugged her shoulders, and stretched his right hand to her ear, gently lifted her hair beside her ear, revealing her small ears. It was like electricity passing through her earlobe. Lizhan trembled, stretched out her hand to cover her ears tightly, and looked at him with aggrieved and angry eyes. Is this teasing? He actually teased me after only a short while. Wang Ziyu didn't move, nor did he pry her hand away, but stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. The two sat very close, and with such a hug, the two bodies were tightly pressed together. Ah, indecent assault. Lizhan had no way to retreat except the back of the chair, so she had to push him away with her hands, not caring about her ears. So Wang Ziyu had a chance. He took something out of his pocket and pressed it against her right earlobe. It was a slight sting, like being pricked by a needle. Lizhan touched her earlobe in surprise. What did you do to me? Nothing. Wang Ziyu held her hand to stop her from moving, just wearing an earring. Huh? What? Earrings? Lizhan suddenly realized. Are you kidding? I'm serious. Wang Ziyu slightly raised his lips and tilted his face slightly. There was also an earring on his earlobe. She had seen it before. My earring is the same as yours? Lizhan was completely stunned. All this happened completely beyond her expectations. In this place, earrings have the same meaning as rings in the Celestial Empire, which is a token of love. A pair of earrings, one for the man and the other for the woman, means they are connected and loyal to each other. Unless the couple is ready to get married, they will not wear earrings. Chapter 115. With a bang, Lizhan hit her head on the desk. Wang Ziyu turned out to be her natural enemy. She only realized it now. Is it too late? If she had known earlier that Wang Ziyu was a special type, or if she had heard this sentence earlier, she would not have made such a serious mistake. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Liz Han thought of the bloody and tearful journey since she met him. She angrily stared at the smiling bastard and said, "I have never been lucky enough to meet you." After saying that, he walked out of the classroom with confidence, completely ignoring the fact that the teacher was still teaching on the podium. However, Wang Ziyu did not back down because of her anger. Under Lizzie's guidance, he began to develop a gift strategy. Lizzie said that gift giving is very particular, and you must cater to the person's preferences. For example, you can give money to those who are too poor to make ends meet, and give flying kisses to beautiful women. As for a girl like Donut, she is not extremely poor, and she is not beautiful yet, so the gift must be special, rare, and suitable for her age. The bastard took this to heart. So, the next day, he stopped Liz Han at the door of the apartment and held a big egg in his hands. He thought that this gift was very thoughtful. Most people would not give eggs, so this gift was special. It was rare. It was indeed rare. He only came across one in 3 years. If it was rare, it was not rare at the moment. When the egg was hatched, it would definitely be unique in the world. As for whether it was suitable for her age, at her age, it was not bad for her to get an egg without breaking it. Liz Han glanced at him in surprise, and seeing his face full of expectation, she felt something was wrong, and took the egg carefully. The eggshell was smooth and round, and it was unexpectedly heavy in her hand. She picked up the egg and knocked it against the wall, preparing to peel it. She hadn't had breakfast yet, and the egg was weirdly big, so she wouldn't have to eat anything else after eating it. For the sake of convenience, she reluctantly accepted it. However, the eggshell was very hard, and she knocked it left and right, but the eggshell didn't break. Wang Ziyu just looked at her with a smile, and didn't say anything. Hate it, they even bully her eggs, Liz Han thought angrily, and was about to smash it desperately, when Wang Ziyu suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped her action. This is a pterosaur egg, which can give birth to a pterosaur. If you smash it, there will be one less pterosaur in the world. Huh? Aren't you giving it to me to eat? Liz Han was stunned, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Wang Ziyu retracted his hand, crossed his chest, and said with a smile, "If you want to eat it, I will cook it for you tomorrow. Let's wait for this one to hatch." Liz Han looked at him with hatred and resentment, and silently put away the pterosaur egg, complaining in her heart, is he embarrassing her on purpose? Disgusting. Besides, pterosaurs are not chickens. Can you just hatch a little pterosaur? Perhaps. When the little pterosaur breaks out of the shell, it will taste good when used for braised dishes. She licked the corner of her lips, turned back to the apartment, and handed the egg to the little lion. The little lion unexpectedly liked it very much, rolling around on the carpet with it in his arms, never getting tired of playing with it, and even holding it to sleep at night. Seeing this, Liz Han thought, just treat it as a gift for the little lion, and don't take it to heart. Unfortunately, there was one more thing on her bed from then on: a pterosaur egg. When she woke up in the morning, she wanted to vomit blood when she thought about sleeping with a white lion and a pterosaur egg at night. If this goes on, will she also degenerate into a simple-minded animal? When she thought of this, she wanted to throw the little lion and the pterosaur egg into the trash can. When she thought about meeting someone who would pester her later, she didn't even want to go to class. Thanks to his daily persistence, she appeared in the live section of the school newspaper again and again, and she would attract widespread attention wherever she went. Envy, jealousy, hatred, and glares of torture. It was almost 7 o'clock, and she had 2 classes at 8 o'clock. After training, Liz Han changed her clothes and sat on the bed hugging her pillow, sighing deeply, watching the little lion rolling on the ground with the pterosaur egg, and had no intention of going to class at all. Every day, she was overwhelmed by training and classes, and she had to spare energy to deal with Wang Ziyu, and she had to listen to the sarcasm of her classmates in the school, especially the admirers and supporters of Princess Xiangxiang Hong Feifei. She just felt tired, physically and mentally exhausted. At this time, there were few people in the apartment, and Ji Rongxi also went to class. From childhood to adulthood, Ji Rongxi has lived under the spotlight of others, and she doesn't care about such a small thing at all, but she can't do it. Rather than being criticized and commented on every day, she would rather be unknown like when she first came. She likes to study and live quietly. The tragedy is that 5 minutes later, Wang Ziyu came. This time his behavior once again refreshed her resentment towards him. He actually sent a bunch of eggs. I don't know what kind of eggs they are, but they are 3 times the size of chicken eggs. If they were raw eggs, it would be fine, but they were all hot-boiled eggs. Liz Han ate one under his expectant gaze. The egg was fresh and cooked just right, and the taste was excellent. However, she was full immediately after eating just one. She left 2 for the little lion, and she was immediately in trouble for the remaining pile. Although the midsummer was over, boiled eggs would not taste good the next day, and would start to rot on the third day. In desperation, she just carried a big bag of eggs to the classroom, and shared them with everyone she met. It would be fine if Wang Zi wasn't around, but he followed her, causing everyone who got the egg to ask, "Does the egg sharing have any special meaning? Is it a ceremony to seal your love?" Liz Han wanted to sigh to the sky. What kind of people did she run into? What kind of ideas do these people have? From then on, Liz Han never wanted to go to class again. At first, she would enter the classroom every time the bell sounded, but later, she started to be late every day, and the later she was, the less she wanted to go, and then she really didn't go. Skipping classes is a very easy way to fall into depravity. The first time I skipped class, the teacher didn't seem to notice and didn't say anything. So there was a second time, and a third time. After discovering that the teacher didn't care about the students who skipped classes, Liz Han strengthened her heart to skip classes. If it wasn't a professional course in the Department of Protection, she wouldn't go to it. As for basic courses like the history of magic, she completely ignored them. Without the trouble of studying, she completely put her time into training. She wanted to stand at the top of the pyramid. Time passed quickly, and soon the final round of the team competition and the school PK came. No matter which side, as long as they win, they will be qualified for the inter-school competition. The posters of the whole school were also changed to the portraits of Liz Han, Ji Rongxi vs. Sabi, Wen Nua, and the slogan was just one sentence: the ultimate competition, who will win? Because the whole school is paying attention, even the rival schools, magic guilds, and magic associations are paying attention. Many people have begun to make clear their positions and support Ji Rongxi, Liz Han or Saad, Wen Nua. There were also some middlemen who took advantage of the situation and started to bet on who would win. The school only gave a slight reminder about these, but did not strictly prohibit them. This made the students more interested, and no matter where they went, they could hear students' discussions. Who do you bet on to win? Of course it's Savi and Senior Wen Nua. Liz Han had no choice but to remain silent on this question. She was a dark horse who began to emerge after the competition. At the beginning, many people thought she won by luck. When she won every competition and relied on her strength, people gradually changed their views on her. In fact, she was the real deal. Many people even thought that she had planned with Ji Rongxi, pretending to be stupid first, and then catching everyone off guard in the game. In any case, Liz Han was used to rumors, and didn't take them to heart. In addition, she skipped classes more and more, and most of the rumors could not get into her ears. It was just that their views affected their judgment of the game. Many people believed that even if she was really talented, she was not as good as Wen Nua and Savi. The reason is simple. Wen Nua is the second-ranked arson prince, who ranks second to Ji Rongxi. His usual performance is not far behind Ji Rongxi. If these two compete alone, it will take more than 100 moves to determine the winner. And Savi is the fourth-ranked player in the third grade. No matter how good Li Zhan is, he is only a second-grade player, a level lower. In comparison, the only advantage of Ji Rongxi and Li Zhan is the attitude of the audience. After so many years of competition, no school has ever had a female doubles team that can play in the inter-school arena. If Li Zhan and Ji Rongxi can do it, it will become a milestone in the girls' team competition. Liz Han looked up at the poster of the ultimate PK in the school that was rustling in the air, clenched her fist, and ran to the bathroom. The world is big, but solving the 3 urgent needs is the most important. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, the communicator in her bag rang. She lowered her head to take out the communicator. At this time, someone next to her entered the bathroom. Because he was in a hurry, he accidentally bumped into her. With a bang, something fell to the ground. Liz Han was stunned and lowered his head. He saw a small glass bottle. The bottle was cracked. I don't know if it was light red nail polish or something inside. It flowed out. It smelled very fragrant, but there was a weird smell similar to chemical liquid. I'm sorry. Liz Han apologized hastily. The girl who bumped into her also looked up, and seeing that it was her, she sneered, "Don't think that you can go wild everywhere with Ji Rongxi's support." Humph! After saying that, she walked away without looking back. Liz Han looked at the bottle on the ground, then at the girl's side, and left. It was obviously not her fault, but the girls in Tim are so arrogant nowadays. After walking a few steps, she remembered that she had missed a call just now, and hurriedly took out the communicator. It turned out to be Akaro's communication request. Liz Han was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Before she spoke, the corners of her lips curled up. "Senior, hello." Chapter 116. Akaro said lightly, Are you confident in playing against Savvy and Wendua this afternoon? It turned out that he remembered the time of her match. Lizan felt a warm current in her heart and immediately forgot all the unpleasant things that happened just now. She said loudly, confident. Ikaro seemed to see her high-spirited expression and put his heart at ease, but still reminded her, it's good to be confident. However, you have to be careful of your opponents with the mind system. He didn't mention the name, but they both knew who he was referring to. Savi, from the Psychic Department of Class A in the 3rd grade, the Minister of Magic of the Student Union, and a direct junior of Icarus, and Savi and Icarus are also very good friends. So Lizan was very happy to hear this, which showed that she was more important to him than Savi. Lizan spit out her inappropriate thoughts in her heart, shook her head, threw away these inappropriate thoughts, and smiled with her tongue sticking out. Senior, do you want him to win or me to win? She had seen Icarus's ability, and had studied countermeasures against Savi with Ji Rongshi, so she was generally quite confident. Icarus was silent for 5 seconds, then smiled. From an emotional point of view, I hope you win, and from an intellectual point of view, I hope he wins. Lizan puffed up her cheeks and asked unhappily why. Icarus explained, because the competition is held every 2 years. He is in the 3rd grade, and this is the last chance, and you are only in the 2nd grade, so you can still participate in the 4th grade. Lizan's eyes immediately widened, and she said in a naughty way, but Gigi is in the 4th grade. If she loses, she will never have a chance again. Ikaro certainly wouldn't forget this, and said with a look of pity, so I still hope you win. Lizan was satisfied, nodded, and clenched his fists. We must win. But John, you have to be careful of Savi's love-hate relationship. Ikaro reminded her at the right time. The reason why he chatted with her at this time was also to remind her of some precautions in advance. Huh? This name is so strange. Lizan asked in confusion. Is it the signature skill of the psychic system? I guess so. Icarus said bluntly, psychic magic is generally controlled by thoughts. He can use pupil magic, words or other methods to make you and Ji Rongshi kill each other. Lizan shuddered, thinking of the time when Icarus treated the stone statue in the Kenyan forest, and suddenly became less confident. I don't think I've seen you use it. Icarus naturally understood what she meant, and sighed. This magic can only be used on people with equal or lower abilities than yourself. That day, I was unable to do anything against the black magician, who was much stronger than me. Lizan. Oh, said, and immediately thought, then Ji Rongshi is stronger than him, so he is not afraid. Ikaro just thought she was cute in her straightforwardness, and couldn't help laughing again. Even if he can't control Ji Rongshi, he can make you beat Ji Rongshi. No matter what the consequences are, as long as the two people can't fight the enemy wholeheartedly, they will lose. In school-level PK, victory or defeat often takes a moment. Lizan silently kept his words in mind, and was very touched by his behavior of betraying the spiritual department. She kept saying, Senior, thank you so much. If I win, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Ikaro smiled and said, Okay, I will come back to school to cheer for you in the afternoon. If I win, you will treat me. After the two of them made an appointment, Lizan felt so happy that she could fly to the sky. Even when she took a nap, the corners of her mouth were still curled up. Ikaro would come back to school to watch her game. What an exciting thing that was. In the afternoon, she must win. Setting the alarm clock to 2 p.m., Lizan crawled into the bed like a caterpillar. It was already autumn, the temperature had dropped a lot, and I always felt very warm and comfortable when I slept. The little lion scratching the pterosaur egg on the carpet looked up at it, yawned, and jumped onto the bed with the pterosaur egg in its 2 front paws, and crawled into her bed with a gurgle. Stop it! Lizan pushed it away dissatisfiedly. You are absolutely not allowed to disturb me at noon today. The poor little lion silently sat on the edge of the bed, holding the huge pterosaur egg, then jumped off the bed, and ran to the balcony to continue practicing rolling. Lizan didn't know how long he had slept, and there was a knock on the door. Ji Rongshi's voice came through the door. Lizan, get out here. We have to warm up before the game. Lizan was sleeping soundly, and didn't want to get up at all. He crawled into the quilt, and pretended not to hear. Lizan. Ji Rongshi's voice rose 8 degrees. I count to 5, and if you don't come out, I kick the door. Lizan's face was downcast. She was struggling to compete. She had no choice but to reach out to lift the quilt and force herself to get up. No, why can't I lift my hands? Lizan opened her eyes wide in horror and raised her hands, but they didn't move. She raised her feet, but they couldn't move. Ah! She screamed, but she couldn't even open her mouth. The sound she made was as small as a mosquito's. Oh my god, what happened? Did she lose the ability to speak? What was even more terrifying was that she felt weak all over, as if her bones had been pulled out, and she didn't even have the strength to turn over. She rolled hard on the bed twice, but couldn't roll to the edge of the bed, let alone fall off the bed. What happened? She just took a nap. Even being possessed by a ghost is not so scary. Lizan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and shouted Ji Rongxi. She used all her strength, but the sound she made was so soft and thin that she even felt cold. Ji Rongxi knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered, so he really kicked the door, bang, and rushed in angrily. Seeing that she was still lying on the bed calmly, his face straightened instantly. It's already this time, and you dare to sleep in? Lizan was so anxious that she almost cried, and hurriedly said, Ji, I can't get up. I don't know what's going on. Ji Rongxi didn't hear clearly for a moment, and said unhappily, Can't you speak louder? Then he walked to Lizan's bed, and prepared to push her off the bed. I can't move, Lizan said in a crying voice. This time, Ji Rongxi understood, and his face changed instantly. He pulled open the quilt, and pulled out her hand. Sure enough, her arm was like dislocated, hanging weakly, completely out of control. What happened? Ji Rongxi asked in surprise. She saw Lizan come back in the morning. She was normal at that time, but something went wrong after she slept. Her eyes wandered around the room. Did you find anything wrong in the room when you came back? Lizan reluctantly said, Everything is normal. Ji Rongxi looked at the little lion who raised his head and looked at them innocently, gave up her suspicion of it, frowned tightly, thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to realize something, and asked with concern, Have you seen Xiang today? Or have you smelled any strange fragrance? Li Zhan shook his head, thought for a while, and then said, When I went to the bathroom after school this morning, I met someone. She dropped a bottle, and there was a strange smell. Ji Rongxi understood immediately. This morning, when she met Hong Feifei sneered at her and said, Ji Rongxi, don't think that I can't do anything just because you can get to this day. I just disdain it. At that time, she thought that Hong Feifei was just venting verbally, and didn't take it seriously. Now she thinks that it is very likely that Hong Feifei found Li Zhan, and that sentence was just to dispel her vigilance. Ji Rongxi was so angry that his face turned pale when he thought of this. Hong Feifei must have given her a soft body fragrance. Soft body fragrance, as the name suggests, makes people feel weak and powerless after smelling it. Hong Feifei. Ji Rongxi's veins popped out on his hands. If Lizan couldn't participate in the competition this afternoon, she couldn't play alone, which would be equivalent to giving up. The winners would definitely be Wenua and Sabi. More importantly, everyone would think that Lizan had run away from the battle and implicated her, and they would definitely not let Lizan go. Hong Feifei was really ruthless. She made a prompt decision and called the family doctor. Hello, I'm Ji Rongxi. Do you have time? Come to my school. I need emergency treatment. She used the hands-free communication, and only heard the family doctor's worried tone. Miss, are you okay? Ji Rongxi was anxious and had no time to talk to him. I'm fine. Can you come over? It's very important. The family doctor was silent for a while, and apologized. Can I come over in an hour? The second and third young masters suddenly have a high fever and can't leave now. Ji Rongxi paused and threw the communicator on the bed. They are really two troublesome demons. They didn't have a fever earlier or later, but they had a fever at this time. It's just a mess. Lizan looked at her with watery eyes, and said weakly, Ji Rongxi's eyes narrowed and glared at her. What do you mean by me? You are also a troublesome guy. Lizan knew that he was in the wrong and took back his words obediently. Ji Rongxi paced back and forth a few steps, saw the communicator on the bed, picked it up again, and called the school hospital. Although the only thing the school hospital can do well is bandaging wounds, or giving physical therapy to girls during their menstrual period, she had no choice but to make do with it. She would not look for Hong Feifei unless she had no choice. Now, she has completely seen Hong Feifei's true face. Even if Hong Feifei is really willing to give her the antidote, she will not believe it. Ji. Li Zhan stretched her throat and shouted. Her voice was finally louder. Ji glanced at her. What? Dare to disturb her when she is in a bad mood? You want to die. Lizan signaled her to calm down, and said in a firm tone, Help me dial the butler's number. Of course, she didn't want to chat with the butler, but she suddenly remembered that she could ask Habi for help. Although the child was dirty, all the medicines were very effective without exception. So she had no choice. In the whole castle, she only had the butler Billy's number. After the call was connected, Ji Rongshi said to the butler according to the information Lizan gave her. Hello, Mr. Assistant, I am Ji Rongshi, Lizan's roommate. Lizan was poisoned by soft body fragrance. Can Habby help make an antidote? Chapter 117. Butler Billy was not surprised at all, and just said in the same tone as usual, I am very happy to help. Please tell me the details in detail so that Habby can make the antidote as soon as possible. Ji Rongshi said, holding the communicator in one hand and turning Lizan's body with the other hand to convey all the information to him. After a while, he heard him say, Habby has started making it, and will probably deliver it to the school within half an hour. After hearing this, even Ji Rongshi, who was used to seeing talented people, couldn't help but be amazed. Even the fastest pterosaur would take 20 minutes to get from the Princess Castle to Kara Magic School. If it was delivered within half an hour, then Harpy would have less than 10 minutes to make the antidote. With just a few pieces of information, how powerful is this person? Wang Ziyu's castle is really as the outside world says, full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She walked to the bed and sat down, stroking Lizan's head, but her eyes were looking at the amphitheater in the distance outside the window. With the butler's promise, she was temporarily relieved. With confidence, she called Hong Feifei, suppressed her anger, and asked calmly, Xiang, did you put the fragrance of Lizan's soft body? In the communicator, Hong Feifei pouted and said in a coquettish tone, Oh, have you encountered a problem that even the queen can't solve? My queen, you can't arbitrarily accuse others of crimes. Ji Rongshi couldn't stand this kind of coquettish voice, and said coldly, Do you believe that your conduct score at the end of this semester will be negative? Ah. Hong Feifei was even more proud. Are you going to take revenge, queen? It's really exciting. I really want to see who will be finished first. Ji Rongshi didn't get angry but laughed. Revenge? Revenge for you putting soft body fragrance on Lizan? Hong Feifei also laughed. It was a delicate laugh. Aren't you going to take revenge? Ji Rongshi suppressed his smile and said word by word. So, you admit that you put soft body fragrance on Lizan? The school has a rule that those who obstruct contestants from participating in the competition can be punished by the Magic Guild depending on the severity of the case. Hong Feifei suddenly realized that she was being tricked by Ji Rongshi. She just threw it all out and laughed. She was so happy and relieved. Humph, as long as it can prevent you from participating in the competition, what does it matter if I lock you up for a few days? Ji Rongshi felt his anger rising. What good will it do you if we can't participate in the competition? No good. Hong Feifei was very frank. I am willing to do it at all costs. Ji Rongshi's eyes were full of anger, but his words were as light as clouds. So you hate me so much. Very good, then I won't send you off. After saying that, the communication was cut off. Lizan felt depressed listening to this, and wished that her little universe would explode and crush Hong Feifei to death. Seeing Ji Rongshi angry, she felt even more uncomfortable and comforted him. Don't worry, although Habibi is a little dirty, the medicine is still effective. Ji Rongshi glanced at her sideways. You idiot, you have no vigilance at all. You don't know if you will be sold next time. Before she finished speaking, the communicator rang again. She hurriedly picked it up, and saw that it was the butler Billy. Mr. Assistant's voice in the communicator was extremely pure. The antidote has been made, and is ready to be sent to the school. However, Miss Rand, can you please tell Lizan to help me? Ji Rongshi's heart moved. She was a little surprised that the butler of the castle knew that she was from the Rand family. Generally speaking, if she said her last name was Rand, many people would immediately bow and nod, but she said to the butler Ji Rongshi, the name Ji Rongshi is not well known outside Kara. More people pay attention to the last name Rand. How did the butler Billy know her last name was Rand? According to convention, a butler of a castle would not be idle enough to ask about her name. Unless it was because of Lizan. Ji Rongshi suddenly glanced at Lizan, and put the communicator to Lizan's ear, looking for you. Lizan only heard the butler Billy's very serious voice coming over. Recently, the master is at school, and I am waiting in the castle. I can't take care of him all the time. You happen to be nearby. After the game, I have plenty of time. Why don't you consider the position of maid? It will be a great help to me. Lizan almost burst into tears. I can hardly even get up now. I really can't help you with this. She said in a buzzing tone, like a poor mosquito, and I don't know if the butler Billy can hear it. Harpy will soon deliver the antidote to you. In order for the antidote to take effect as soon as possible, please do this favor. Butler Billy still spoke in a standard emotionless way, and was determined not to give in. For some reason, Lizan always felt a gloomy feeling when listening to his words. Lizan suspected that he had accidentally caught the style of the beautiful Lady Les, that is, if she didn't help, She wouldn't get the antidote? This is a threat. Lizhan almost gritted his teeth, blaming himself for not being alert enough, which led to this outcome. He was also too stupid. If he had known, he would have asked Ji Rongxi to contact Wang Ziyu directly, and it would not have ended up like this. However, if Wang Ziyu had come, who knows what would have happened. There are no easy guys in the prince's castle. Damn housekeeper. Lizhan complained in his heart, but he had to pretend to be very easy to talk to. Since you helped me send the antidote, I can't help you with this favor. But can you pay the salary as promised before the start of school? The housekeeper's tone softened when he heard her promise. It's easy to talk to civilized people. Everything is as promised. Lizhan sighed deeply and buried her face in the quilt. After going around in circles, she actually returned to the original place, being a maid for Wang Ziyu. What a shit luck. Ji Rongxi saw that she looked unhappy and asked curiously, "What did the housekeeper teach you to do?" Lizhan said weakly, "Be Wang Ziyu's maid." "Damn it!" Ji Rongxi blurted out. As the housekeeper said, just after half an hour, there was a knock on the French window of the apartment. Ji Rongxi opened the window and saw Lizzie, and pulled the corners of her lips stiffly. In this respect, Ji Rongxi is just the opposite of Lizzie. Lizzie was born to be a person who can't see the light, and he would never go through the door when he can go through the window. Ji Rongxi has been educated as a knight since she was a child, and she can't accept why someone likes to be a scoundrel. After she saw the harpy behind Lizzie, she couldn't even keep the smile she had forced out, and frowned in disgust. Her messy hair was 7 points dirtier than a chicken coop, her bangs covered her eyes, her clothes looked like they had been rolled in some garbage dump, and it was hard to tell what color they were originally, 3 points dirtier than a beggar on the street. However, Habi's hands were clean. Clean, slender, and incredibly beautiful. Such a sharp contrast made people feel very weird. Just give me the medicine. Ji Rongxi blocked the way. She didn't want Habi to step into the room at all, even if this behavior would make her look very unchivalrous. La, I haven't seen Donut for a long time, Luai said with a smile, and walked past Ji Rongxi. It seemed that he was strolling leisurely, but in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Zhan's bed. Habib followed behind Luai's, and completely ignored her. She didn't even see how the person walked past her. Ji Rongxi felt cold sweat on her back, turned around and glared at them fiercely. She decided that after the game was over, she would clean all the places. That child was really too dirty. Habi walked in front of Lizhan, and Ji Rongxi frowned in disgust. Les probably saw through her thoughts, and did not let Habi do anything. He half-opened Li Zhan's quilt. Habi only took a look and rubbed his eyes sleepily. The third formula is correct. Okay, Donut, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's really that I can't do anything. Les sighed, took out 2 pieces of paper from the recording board he carried with him, and handed them to Lizhan. This is the contract that the butler Billy begged me to bring over. He said it was inconvenient for him to enter the girl's room. Li Zhan saw that it was a maid contract, and her eyes rolled back immediately. She almost fainted from anger. The housekeeper Billy was more aggressive than she thought. Is he forcing her to sell herself? So hateful. She hated it so much. Why did she fall for Hong Feifei's trick? Why did she ask the housekeeper for help? She shouldn't have trusted this kind of person in a well-dressed dress. He took advantage of the situation, and was a beast in human form. Ji Rongxi snatched the contract, and his face immediately turned green. Where's the antidote? As long as it's on Lizzie or Habib, she would rather rob it by force than let Lizhan sign. Lizzie's X-ray eyes saw through Ji Rongxi's thoughts and smiled charmingly. It's in the hands of the housekeeper. He's standing outside the door. The contract is signed. Bring it to him at the door, and he will give you the antidote. Lizhan couldn't even spit blood now. The housekeeper had calculated everything, didn't he? Lizzie reached out and touched her head, and suddenly sighed. Billy is not a man, as long as it's good for the master. No matter light or dark, he will use everything he can to the end. So, it's useless for you to be sulking. This is a complete compliment to the butler Billy. However, Lizhan couldn't agree with this compliment. He cursed the butler's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, and pressed his handprints in frustration. Only then did he successfully get the antidote. Habib's pharmaceutical technology is still trustworthy. After taking the medicine, people can move in 2 minutes. Lizhan got up, and was about to settle accounts with the butler Billy, but suddenly found that his legs were weak. Oh no! Is it possible that he was drugged again? Lizhan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What was even scarier was that the sweat wouldn't dry up no matter how hard he tried to wipe it off. It kept oozing out from his forehead. After a while, his whole body felt like he had just been fished out of water. His head felt dizzy, and he almost fell on the bed. It was even worse than having diarrhea and collapsing. Ji Rongxi roared, "What's going on?" Chapter 118. Luai's touched his nose innocently. "Ms. Rand, please calm down. Generally speaking, the faster the drug takes effect, the greater the side effects. This is just a side effect. It will be fine after a good sleep." A good sleep? Ji Rongxi almost went berserk. It was already 2:40. The game started at 4:30. If Liz Han took a nap now, even if the drug effect had worn off, the spirit and magic wave of the person who had just gone through a lot would be greatly reduced. The chances of winning were already slim, and this was even more precarious. This was the first time that Ji Rongxi had such strong resentment, but he was unable to take any action. Hong Feifei had already calculated this. Even if they could get rid of the soft body fragrance, they would still lose. She would never give up until she taught that woman a lesson. Liz Han didn't care about so much. She was so tired that she laid down on the bed and huddled into the quilt. She saw the little lion sitting on the edge of the bed, with its front paws supporting it, and looking at her with its eyes. After thinking about it, she simply dragged it into her arms. No matter what, it's better to have a good sleep than the current state. In this state, she can't go to the battlefield at all. Luai shrugged and waved his hands. "Don't be afraid. You want to warm up, I accompany you." Liz Han slept until 4 o'clock. Under Ji Rongxi's desperate urging, she got up and quickly got ready to go to the arena. The arena has a rest room for players, but Liz Han was hungry because of the noise, so she had to run to the monitoring room on the 4th floor with a few bags of donuts to eat. Liz Han bit the donuts one by one, and the little lion was beside her, scratching her arm from time to time to show her support. Ji Rongxi glanced at her, closed his eyes, and adjusted his mentality. Liz Han felt quite relaxed, but when she saw the audience coming in from the 8 channels of the live arena on the big screen in the monitoring room, like a tide, she suddenly felt nervous. Later, she must fight for the championship under the eyes of so many people. 30,000 spectators, 30,000 pairs of eyes. She didn't know whether it was nervousness or excitement. She just felt her palms wet and sweaty. She looked at Ji Rongxi, wanting to seek comfort, but Ji Rongxi was resting with his eyes closed, as if nothing could wake her up. Liz Han took a breath silently, and continued to eat donuts. After she finished eating the donuts, her mentality slowly adjusted to a stable level. She was no longer as nervous as before. When she looked at the monitoring screen again, her original dream surged in her heart, to fight in the inter-school competition and go all the way to the top of the pyramid. She must win the game and go to the ultimate PK. Liz Han clenched her fists. No matter whether it was Hong Feifei or anyone else, she could not stop her from moving forward. She and Ji Rongxi had already analyzed the abilities and combat methods of Wen Nuo and Savi in detail, and made detailed plans. Now they just needed to do their best. If you don't succeed, you will die. Thinking of this sentence, she suddenly remembered a condom advertisement she had seen in China before. If you don't succeed, you will become a man, and she couldn't help but laugh. The laughter startled Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi opened his eyes, and saw her happy face. He wanted to complain about her, but then he thought that it was not easy for her. She was still in this state of mind, which was very good. So he said nothing, and got up to the water dispenser to get water. Ji Rongxi had just got the water, and had not had time to walk back to the sofa when he suddenly saw a snow-white creature under his feet. The snow-white little lion hummed and stretched out its 2 paws to grab the cup in her hand. Do you want it?" Ji Rongxi handed the cup to the little lion and turned around to get another cup. After the little lion got it, it cried out excitedly, held the paper cup with its little paws, spread its 2 hind legs, ran quickly to the sofa, handed the cup to Liz Han, and finally shook its body as if to ask for credit, and rubbed against her legs. Ji Rongxi was stunned for a moment. "Hey, what do you feed the little lion? It's almost a spirit, and it dares to steal water from me and give it to you." Liz Han laughed dumbly, took the cup, and smoothed the little lion's fur. "Don't you even look at whose pet it is?" Ji Rongxi looked at him with contempt. "Like master, like pet." After saying that, he drank all the water in the cup in one breath, threw the cup up, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and fell into the wastebasket. "Let's go to the battlefield." It was 4:15, and there were still 15 minutes before the game, but at this time, the 30,000 spectators had reached 25,000, and looking around, it was all black heads. Icarus arrived early. He felt irritated listening to the discussions and chats of the audience around him in the audience seats, so he quietly walked to the special passage to get some fresh air outside. The special passage is for special personnel of the Magic Guild, Magic Association and the school. It is not the same as the ordinary audience passage. Relatively speaking, there are very few people, and it is very quiet. Most of the special personnel arrived at the last minute of the opening. Icarus did not meet anyone who was particularly concerned. He was very familiar with the arena, and knew where there were few people. After walking out of the passage, he went straight to the right side of the outer layer of the exit, where there was a clear water lake with an area of about 100 square meters. In this season, the purple-red chiafe flowers in the lake are blooming charmingly. Ikaro walked a few steps, and suddenly heard a very arrogant female voice saying, "Humph, Ji Rongshi is bound to lose. If you bet on her to lose with 10,000 Dan coins, it will be no problem to make back 100,000. Strange, why is this voice so familiar? But Ji Rongshi is very strong." Another female voice said weakly, "What are you afraid of? Without Lizhan, she can't deal with Wenua and the other two even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms. Go quickly, don't delay." Ikaro was puzzled and quietly turned around the Qinshui Lake. On the other side of the bank covered by the chiafe flowers, a girl was leaving, and the person still standing there was Hong Feifei. Ikaro frowned and thought about what she had just said again. Suddenly his face turned pale. Hong Feifei attacked Lizhan. He hurriedly took out the communicator and dialed Lizhan's number. However, over and over again, the communicator only had a blank beep sound. He looked at the time. There were only 5 minutes left before the game. Even if Lizhan was fine, it was impossible for her to bring the communicator with her at this time. He took a deep breath, put the communicator in his pocket, and turned back. As a member of the student union, he understood Hong Feifei's character, but no matter what, this matter was too much. But the most important thing for him at the moment was to make sure that Lizhan was safe, and then to settle accounts with Hong Feifei. Just then, a coquettish voice came from the other side. "Brother Fiki, accompany me to see His Royal Highness the Prince later, okay, okay?" Icarus didn't need to look back to know that except for Biluamation, no one else would have such a voice, calling Fitch Brooks like this. Since the last time they parted in the Sunshine Flower House, he had not seen Fitch much, and he didn't care about Fitch, but he remembered Biluamation very clearly. Icarus paused, took out the black-framed square sunglasses with the most elegant knight's posture, and put them on. In those gentle eyes, coldness suddenly appeared, and the lines on his face began to straighten and become cold. He turned his head and looked at Biluamation, who was as light as a butterfly. She was wearing a pink princess dress, always so beautiful and dazzling. She was holding a doll of the same color in her hand, which made her look even more lovely. Biluamation immediately noticed him and remembered him. She stamped her feet and pulled Fitch Brooks' sleeve and said, "Brother Fitch, it was him who bullied me last time." Fitch obviously saw Ikaro. As the head of the supervision department, he would not be as willful as Biluo to the family of the head of the knights. He said expressionlessly, "Luo, don't make trouble. I'm not messing around. It was him who was mean to me last time, woo-woo." Seeing that he refused to speak, Biluo frowned and stamped her feet. Her eyes were full of tears, and she was about to cry. But she was very smart, so the tears would not fall. Yicolo looked at her and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He would never allow himself to become hateful, so the best way was to let the hateful things solve each other. Since Biluo was here, it was just right for them to solve each other. Ikalo, oh no, it was Ikalu. He smiled slightly, not gently, but like the smile of the god of death. Under his gaze, a cloud of mist like a jellyfish without bones slowly rose up, condensed in the air, and floated towards Biluamation. Biluo was flirting with Fiki, and before she saw what it was, she suddenly felt her whole body freezing rapidly, and a chill grabbed her spine, like an eagle's claws. She shuddered coldly and looked forward, and the malice immediately spread to Hong Feifei. Hong Feifei turned around and her eyes met Biluo's. For Hong Feifei, the thing she hated most in the world was that other girls were prettier than her, nothing else. Biluo just happened to be the type of girl that men couldn't move their feet, and that was exactly the type she hated the most. She narrowed her eyes slightly, immediately regarded Biluo as an enemy, snorted contemptuously, and reached out for the perfume. This time, she didn't want to use the perfume unable to fall in love, but the perfume lost voice. She didn't want to hear Biluo's coquettish voice. Biluo is a princess to some extent, and she has a very typical princess syndrome. She wishes everyone in the world could hold her in their hands. Seeing Hong Feifei's distorted expression, she was so angry that she thought Hong Feifei was Ikalu. She flicked her hand and controlled the rag doll to fly towards her. Fiki, who was watching from the side, didn't understand why they suddenly started fighting. Just as he was about to persuade them, Biluo glared at him with her eyebrows raised. "Don't bother me." The rag doll's fist was very long and hard. When it flew in front of Hong Feifei was stunned for a moment. She originally planned to attack secretly, but she didn't expect that the other party was more anxious and cruel than her. She simply didn't pretend, dodged the attack of the rag doll, walked to the upwind direction, took back the lost voice, perfume, and poured out a bottle of more poisonous and cruel perfume. After pouring it, she turned around and ran. The fragrant and dim fragrance flew to Bilyuo's face in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bilyuo suddenly felt an itch on her face, and cried out in panic, "My face!" Chapter 119. Bilyuo's face turned red. Fiki didn't know what happened, but he knew that there was something wrong with the perfume that Hong Feifei poured out. Before she could run away, he threw a magic trap in front of her. Before she could react, she stepped into it. When the magic light rose, she realized that something was wrong. Fiki's figure flashed, and he came in front of Hong Feifei. He stretched out his hand to grab her neck, and said in a cold and frightening tone, "Antidote." He didn't care what perfume she put in. For him, the only important thing was to be able to remove the medicinal properties of the perfume. Hong Feifei didn't expect him to be so direct and rough. He was totally unlike the ordinary nobles, who had good self-restraint and didn't even have time to find excuses, let alone escape. Her neck was grabbed, she was breathing hard, her eyes were white, and she stammered, I give it to you." Fitch loosened his grip slightly. Hong Feifei took out a bottle of perfume with about 10 milliliters from her pocket. "This is it." Fitch didn't even take it, and his grip tightened again. "Your name, grade." He has been in the Magic Guild for many years, and he has seen at least 800 people like this. Those who take out things so readily are almost all genuine. For students, the most fearful thing is that if they do something bad, their names and classes will be known and reported to the school. Fiki didn't think twice, and grabbed her weak spot. "This man is really cruel." Hong Feifei's hands drooped weakly. "I said, my name is Hong Feifei, 4th grade B class." Fiki looked at her expressionlessly. His eyes were frighteningly sharp, probably to see from her whether she was lying or not. She became more and more nervous, and took out another bottle of purple perfume, and threw it far away. "This bottle is also the antidote." "Huh?" Fitch raised his voice. This powerful threat made Hong Feifei tremble again. She knew that she had offended someone she should not offend, and hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. You are a big man, and don't care about the villain's mistakes. The purple one is the real antidote." Before she finished speaking, Bilyuo Xian rushed over, picked up the bottle on the ground, twisted the cap of the purple perfume bottle, and asked anxiously, "How to use it?" Hong Feifei looked at the fine and dense red rash that began to grow on her face. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Fiki was furious and said coldly, "If you don't tell me, you can only die." He looked majestic and exuded murderous intent, which frightened Hong Feifei so much that she swallowed all the words she wanted to lie to him. "Put it on the tip of your nose, and take a deep breath of its scent. Take 3 deep breaths, and then take 3 more deep breaths after 10 minutes. Bilyuo hurriedly put the perfume bottle under his nose, and inhaled hard without caring about his image. The breath entered his nose, and was extremely smelly, like the smell of monster excrement, and dead branches, and rotten leaves fermenting together in the forest. Bilyuo turned his head suddenly, and sneezed without paying attention to his image. Achoo! Hong Feifei couldn't laugh when she saw a beautiful woman finally lose her composure. She had just considered that if she let Bilyuo drink the stuff, Bilyuo would definitely have a stomachache and Fiki would not let her go. However, when she told her the real usage, it would not end well. It was death either way. It was not until Bilyuo said, "Brother, kill her," that she realized that she was wrong. She forgot to ask Fiki for a way out before giving her the antidote. She should have told Bilyuo to drink the perfume. When Bilyuo had a stomachache, she would make a joke again, and there would definitely be a chance to escape. So, it was she who blocked her own way out. Hong Feifei's face was pale, she lowered her head in frustration, and struggled to death. That bottle of antidote has side effects. Although it can inhibit the deterioration of the face, it cannot treat the parts that have already deteriorated. "How dare you do this to me?" Bilyuo's exquisite face suddenly became distorted, and she said viciously, "Brother, call all the doctors of the Magic Guild immediately. If there is any problem with my face, kill her whole family one by one in front of her, and finally cut off her flesh one by one." Hong Feifei opened her eyes wide in fear. Fiki rubbed his forehead. Bilyuo would only call him brother when she needed to rely on him. He was Bilyuo Meixian's brother on the surface, but in fact he often had to follow her advice, because he still needed her father's support for the time being. In this regard, From the perspective of interests, he needed to listen to Biluo. Fortunately, he was not a noble knight, and he didn't care about the rule of not attacking women. Killing Hong Feifei was as simple as crushing an ant. The trouble is that Hong Feifei is Kara's student. The top leaders of the Magic Guild are all aware that Kara is Wang Ziyu's property. The current policy of the Magic Guild towards Wang Ziyu is different from before. In the past, both the Supervision Department and the Intelligence Department could stand against Wang Ziyu and scrupulously monitor his behavior and search for his backers. But not now. After Wang Ziyu and Prince Xuanyi declared war completely, the Magic Guild wanted to win over Wang Ziyu's forces and declare war on the Falaire Palace. In order to gain Wang Ziyu's trust, the guild ordered to withdraw all the people. So, he couldn't do anything to Wang Ziyu at this time. Killing a student is a small matter, but angering Wang Ziyu is a big matter. He thought about it, picked up the communicator, and sent an order to his subordinates. Find all the negative news about Hong Feifei, who is studying in Class B of Grade 4 of Kara Magic School, and send it to me in 1 hour. Such a student, who makes trouble everywhere, must have a lot of negative news. As long as he catches her negative news and exaggerates the news that she attacked Biluo Meixi for no reason, he will take the next step. At that time, Wang Ziyu can only be grateful to him. What's more, there is an unwritten rule within the Supervision Department that as long as someone is looking for negative news, even if that person has no negative news, they must fabricate it. Fitch turned his head to look at the gorgeous Yafei flowers in the Clearwater Lake, and couldn't help but think of the painting he had stolen from the prince's castle. It was an ordinary dogtail grass, born in an inconspicuous corner, just like him when he was a child. However, the dogtail grass can successfully pass through the fence and bloom freely under the blue sky, while he is still struggling. Ding! A loud and clear whistle sounded from the arena, interrupting his thoughts, and the doors of all the passages in the arena were closed at the same time. The game is about to start, and the arena is closed. Fitch looked back at Hong Feifei, who was struggling in the magic trap, with a trace of disgust in his eyes, turned to Biluo, and softened his tone. Okay, let's go in, otherwise it will be too late. The rash on Biluo's face stopped growing, but it was still red. She covered her face with grievance and said, No! If someone sees it, my reputation will be ruined. No! Fitch said patiently, it will be fine in 10 minutes. The doctor will come here soon. If someone sees it here, it will be bad for your reputation. Biluo originally planned to show off at Kara's school, using her beauty to attract the attention of all the boys, and let Wang Ziyu know how beautiful she is. But now she has become unbearable to see anyone. She was angry and hateful. She grabbed Hong Feifei and slapped her left and right. Then she took Fiki's arm and walked towards the stadium. Although the gate of the arena was closed, it was not difficult for them to open the gate and enter through the special passage with their identities. Hong Feifei was thrown beside the Qingshui Lake, unable to move. In their eyes, she was already dead, and someone would come to deal with her later. When the two walked into the arena, the chaotic audience quieted down at this time, and the players from both sides stood on the ring. Biluo stared at Li Zhan's petite figure on the field with jealous eyes, and the fingers that grabbed Fiki's arm pierced into his muscles with fancy nails. At this moment, Li Zhan turned his head and smiled at Ji Rongxi. Ji Rongxi nodded knowingly. The two did not need words, but tacitly communicated their ideas with body language. Sabi and Wenua seemed to be more difficult to deal with than imagined. Therefore, Ji Rongxi was the main fighting force, and Li Zhan was the main defense force. In other words, on the one hand, Li Zhan had to pay attention to the personal safety of Ji Rongxi and himself, and also divide some of his energy to defend against the enemy. Otherwise, Ji Rongxi would definitely lose if he fought with two opponents at the same time. No matter how you think about it, it's not optimistic. However, retreat is not allowed at this time. Both sides salute and the game begins. Li Zhan quickly retreats, preparing to stand behind Ji Rongxi to the right, but as soon as she takes a step back, Wenua, who has been standing opposite with his eyes closed, suddenly opens his eyes. Burn! His whole body spurts out a strong ball of fire, rushing towards the two men with great momentum, and a raging fire immediately ignites on the PK ring, and the light of the flames illuminates the arena as bright as day. The terrible Wenua not only wants to burn Ji Rongxi and Li Zhan, but also Sabi because Sabi has already used the fireproofing technique. There was a total uproar. This opening was too cruel. Ji Rongxi cursed secretly, pervert, and manipulated the water under the ring to surge up, turning into an ocean, directly removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot. And Li Zhan knew that water and fire were not her domains, so she changed her mind and used Kara's basic magic defense, the 11th move, Finger Thunder. If it were normal times, such a small thunder would definitely not work, but there happened to be water. Water transmits thunder, water promotes thunder, and once the finger thunder is released, it immediately turns into thunderbolts in the water and strikes Wennua's head, achieving the effect of a chain attack. The biggest tacit understanding between her and Ji Rongxi is that they always habitually fight one person with two people without any prior explanation. As long as one of the opponents is knocked off the ring or injured, the remaining one will not be able to make a big difference. Therefore, Lizhan habitually attacks Wennua. Wennua is motionless, with fire on his head. The sound of crackling is heard, and Lei disappears without a trace. The appearance of him covered with sparks makes the audience dumbfounded. Chapter 120. Savi, who was standing next to him, took advantage of the fact that the two of them had no time to pay attention to him, and immediately attacked the weak one, using Lizhan as a target. Savi was a psychic magician, and was very quiet during the battle. He just stared at Lizhan from afar through the ice and fire of Wennua and Ji Rongxi, with infinite soft light in his sight. They did not talk. It was impossible to talk. As soon as Lizhan turned around, he met Savi's eyes. When their eyes met, Lizhan felt dizzy and knew something was wrong. He shook his head hurriedly, took a step forward, held a feather pen in his hand, and pointed the tip of the pen completely at Savi's position. With a flick of her pen tip, a silver-blue magic killing array appeared at the position where Savi was, glowing faintly. Savi did not move, but raised his hand and drew a transparent colorless defense array. The two magic arrays met in midair, sparking brilliant light, and the magic cancelled each other out, turning into peace again. It seems. Go kill the people around you. This hint did not have much effect on Lizhan. Savi found it hard to believe. At that moment just now, he was sure that Lizhan was looking at him. At the moment when the two looked at each other, he would. Go kill the people around you. This impression was written into Lizhan's consciousness, surpassing the realm of suggestion and reaching the realm of brainwashing, making people unable to resist and want to practice it themselves. However, such a strong magic consciousness used on Lizhan only made her slightly dizzy. Savi was surprised. Was it because the contact was too shallow? So he decided to try to give Lizhan another hint. This time, the hint was stronger, not just the weak impression of attack the people around you, but you are killing the people around you. This direct and accurate impression, however, before he hinted, Lizhan saw the arc of the hint clearly. The hint of the mind system is not empty. From the master to the hinted, there is a special magic wave belonging to the mind system. The color is transparent and difficult to be detected. It is probably because Savi's hint is more cautious and slower, but it was seen by Lizhan's eyes. No matter it is a hint or something else, as long as it is a magic wave, it can be cut off with a feather pen. Lizhan held the feather pen in his hand, staring at the extension of the magic wave with his eyes, looking for an opportunity to start, but Savi moved very quickly. As soon as she raised her hand, the magic wave was injected into her body. In an instant, a strong fluctuation appeared in her mind again. Kill the people around you. Kill the people around you. Kill the people around you. As long as you kill the people around you, you will win the game, and you will definitely win today's game. The people around you will hinder your progress. If you kill her, you can get flowers and applause, and you can reach the height you want. Go, kill her. Lizhan felt a mess in her mind. She supported her forehead, and subconsciously injected the magic wave into the feather pen, and waved it to her side. The person standing next to her happened to be Ji Rongxi. Lizhan suddenly rebelled and attacked Ji Rongxi, causing the audience to exclaim in surprise. This match was already weird enough. Wennu and Ji Rongxi were each in a corner, with fire and water, red flames, blue water waves, confusing people's eyes, and making people's hearts beat fast, while Savi and Lizhan in the other two corners were as quiet as if they were asleep. Many audiences understood that the main feature of the psychic department was to use static to control movement, and the people of the protection department often operated on invisible interfaces, but in such a competition, it was still weird to see it so quiet. At this time, watching Lizhan attack Ji Rongxi, she suddenly felt the plot change and couldn't help but sit up straight. Ji Rongxi was caught off guard. When she dodged her attack, Wennua happened to throw a rocket spell at her. Ji Rongxi hurriedly used the glacier to freeze the entire ring, thus saving herself from danger. However, the wider the freezing range, the more magic waves are consumed. Ji Rongxi and Wennua had fought hard for so long, and using the indiscriminate attack of the glacier seemed a bit powerless. Lizhan came to her senses at this time, and found that she was attacking Ji Rongxi. She couldn't help but pat her head in annoyance, raised her hand, and shot dozens of paper planes at Wennua to block his attack, giving Ji Rongxi a breath of breathing time, and glared at Sadie hatefully. If he dared to use a hint again, she would definitely kill him back. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Ji Rongxi made a gesture to Ji Rongxi and started guerrilla warfare. Psychic magicians usually need to look at each other, but Liz Han had already prepared. While running, he accurately cut off the magic waves that suddenly swept over, and often threw out 1 or 2 magic defenses as a counterattack. Savi had no choice but to follow him in circles. Now it became Ji Rongxi versus Wen Nuo, continuing the diagonal ice and fire, while Liz Han and Savi ran all over the field, playing a chasing game. Lizzie sat opposite Wang Ziyu in the monitoring room on the 4th floor, looking at Liz Han with contempt. "My good student, at least give me a shot. It would be too shameful to win this way." Wang Ziyu pursed his lips and glanced at Lizzie. "How about letting Maggie be the mentor in the future?" "Huh? Aren't you too cruel?" Lizzie jumped up suddenly. Did he think she was not suitable to be Donut's mentor? Too much. Donut could reach this level within half a year, which was already an excellent talent and hard work, 1 in 100,000. She really didn't think she didn't do well enough. The game hasn't even ended yet. She's facing dismissal? Les was not calm. "I strongly disagree." Wang Ziyu said calmly, "It's better for you to be my mentor." On the field, Savi, who was chased by Liz Han, probably guessed that Liz Han wanted to consume his magic waves and physical strength. As a magician of the mind system, physical strength is always a weakness. He was afraid that he could not support it, so he attacked more fiercely and planned to kill Liz Han within 5 minutes. Liz Han saw that the situation was not good, so he rolled on the ground and rolled away a row of silver light sticks that were inserted. Unfortunately, she rolled right between Wen Nuo and Ji Rongxi, being attacked by fire and water at the same time. She screamed, shook the feather pen in her hand, and stuck it into the ground, triggering the super magic circle she had drawn while running around the ring. Boom! A silver blue light rushed up around the ring, and the strong light made the audience unable to open their eyes. Liz Han closed her eyes and chanted while making seals, "I hold the pen in my right hand and the truth in my left hand." As soon as the words fell, the magic waves surged out like a tsunami. Before the people on the ring understood what was going on, they were hit by a strong impact and all flew out of the ring, including Ji Rongxi. In an instant, the winner was decided. Because apart from Liz Han, no one else was still on the stage, and she was not standing, but lying on the stage. Even the people in the audience were not spared, and were affected by the magic wave, staggering here and there. The slightly weaker ones all fainted, and the remaining few strong ones could not open their eyes. Liz was dumbfounded. "God!" Wang Ziyu glanced at her and immediately called Maggie. "Please go and bring her out." Then, he ordered the school, "Lock all messages, collect the video footage from the monitoring room immediately, and no one can move without my permission." No one announced the end of this fight, because the host also fainted. Ikaro, who was sitting in the corner of the audience, was lucky enough to escape the disaster and hurried to the ring. However, a white figure suddenly rushed down from the VIP seat, picked up Liz Han, and disappeared in a flash. A minute later, Kara's security guards and doctors came in one after another, but the protagonist was no longer on the field. "I didn't expect donuts to have such terrible explosive power, tut-tut." In the intensive care unit of Kara's school hospital, Lizzie sighed, while taking notes. Although she knew that Liz Han had strong explosive power, and had been consciously guiding her to release it in the training schedule, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even Ji Rongxi was bounced away. The focus in the future should be to strengthen the ability to control this power, so as to be targeted and not hurt our own people. Les quickly designed the training schedule, and was almost looking forward to the future training. With such a good student, being a mentor makes me feel more energetic. As her mentor, you don't even know her potential, you are such a failure. Maggie crossed her arms, and looked disdainful. "Who are you talking about, the super strong woman?" Les' hand holding the pen was throbbing with veins. If she hadn't just recorded something important, she would definitely hit Maggie on the head with the recording board. "Tomboy, say it again." Maggie bent down and wanted to hit the stool. "Let's see which is better, your clipboard or my stool." As sworn enemies, the two of them were ready to fight as soon as they disagreed. "Can't you be quiet for a while? Be quiet." Sitting on the bed, Wang Ziyu looked up at them, lowered his voice, and said impatiently, pointing at the glass in his arms. Because the previous explosion consumed too much magic wave, she was sleeping quietly in his arms at this moment. Her face was as white as paper, her breathing was shallow, and her magic wave was restless. "You forget your sister when you have a girl," Maggie said unhappily, sitting down on the chair with her legs crossed as usual. She was only wearing simple black tights, a white shirt, and her hair was casually tied up to her neck. She looked like an ordinary secretary. However, when she took off her glasses, her eyes were so fierce that it was hard to describe. Louise bit the pen. If you say that again, I throw you out. Maggie stood up angrily. Wang Ziyu had no choice but to clench his fist and put it to his lips and cough lightly, signaling the two to calm down. He really shouldn't have let these two women be together. He deserved his headache. Since Donuts won the competition, they should follow the school's rules. Instead of letting the school assign them a tutor, it's better for me to do it. This hit the nail on the head for Les, who glared at her with a knife-like look. How dare you steal my students? Chapter 121. Maggie looked at her provocatively and sneered. Even if she is your student, you cannot be her mentor during this period because you are not from Kara. Are you? Louise retorted dissatisfiedly. I am not, but I am from Carlo. Maggie looked smug. Carlo's president personally trained her. Others would beg for it. You? Louise was furious. Let Maggie come. Wang Ziyu said lightly. Maggie is an open person. Even if someone from other schools comes, it will be easier for her to take action. Upon hearing this, Lizzie squatted in the corner and drew circles in frustration. One of the reasons why the inter-school magic competition has become the main indicator of school rankings is assassination. In the first semester, the school selects excellent inter-school competition players through competitions and trains them to participate in the inter-school competition in the second semester. In order to win the first place, each school will secretly send people to other schools to inquire about the news, and even buy people to kill the seed players. In order to protect their seed players, the school has to adopt many counter-policies to protect them. Therefore, the inter-school competition not only tests the strength of the players, but also tests the training level of the school's ability to deal with dark operations, etc. It's not that Les hasn't thought about these aspects. She never takes assassination seriously. Speaking of assassination, she is even a master. She has always believed in killing people and gods, and she doesn't care at all. Wang Ziyu didn't care at first. But now he has learned to consider others, including Lizhan. Lizhan is a person who lives in the sun, and will not suffer from darkness at all. When the darkness stretches out its clutches, it will only retreat step by step, and will eventually be swallowed by the darkness. Wang Ziyu didn't want Lizhan to be stained by darkness. Lizzie's personality is exactly the opposite of Maggie's. She is more experienced than anyone in dealing with dark guys. Maggie, under the banner of the Carlo Magic Association, is swindling people everywhere, and is 3 times more powerful than politicians. Maggie is Lizhan's mentor in public, clearing all obstacles for her in public, and she, as her real mentor, can protect her even if she encounters darkness. Lizzie thought about it, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Yes, she knew it very well. Because I was in the same position in the past, but Wang Ziyu went further than her, and took better care of her. You are the king. She praised in a tone that only she could hear. Light and darkness are neither hope nor despair, but just means to achieve the goal. Wang Ziyu has grown up. As expected, love can make people grow, make people rational, and make people mature. This compulsory course, perhaps, she and Maggie should also learn it well. At this moment, there seemed to be a slight sound coming from outside the window. Les sat up straight without making a sound, and casually brushed her curly long hair. A flash of light appeared, and something fell outside the window. Puff. Maggie turned her face away, as if nothing had happened. Has the inter-school competition started? Flies and ants are all throwing stones to test the water. At this moment, the communicator on the table suddenly rang, which was particularly loud in the quiet space. Wang Ziyu reached out, and picked up the communicator. Seeing the applicant displayed on it, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and pressed the hands-free button. Hello, Your Highness. I am Fitch Brooks. A rough man's voice came from the communicator. I'm sorry to bother you at this time. Upon hearing this, Lizzie and Maggie exchanged a glance, both with puzzled expressions. Only Wang Ziyu remained unmoved. Tell me, what's the matter? Fitch Brooks paused and said, Can I borrow a student from you? Hong Feifei, Class B, Grade 4, Department of Manipulation. Wang Ziyu said, Oh. Indifferently, what's the reason? Fitch Brooks sighed and said, It's a long story. I came to your school with Biluo in the afternoon to watch the competition, but I found a huge secret. Hong Feifei secretly organized students to gamble on the outcome of this competition. In order to win the bet, she gave Lizhan a soft body scent. I felt the seriousness of the incident, and severely criticized her. I hope you will forgive me for not reporting it to you in advance. Fiki finally found the negative news that was true, And he talked about it in a grand manner, not only putting all the responsibility on Hong Feifei, but also portraying himself as a good person. His ability to confuse right and wrong is really amazing. However, Wang Ziyu was not so easy to fool. He sneered slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. "Oh, is that so? Mr. Brooks is a busy man, and it is rare for him to condescend to mediate the disputes between our students. It is really rare." Feiqi felt a little guilty, and quietly wiped the cold sweat, and said, "I have no right to intervene in this matter. It's just that Biluo couldn't bear it, and said a few words, and she hurt Lele Biluo's face without saying a word, so I had to take some measures. I beg your highness to forgive me." Speaking of this, he completely put himself in the position of a victim, taking advantage of others and still acting ungrateful. But Wang Ziyu still smiled and said leisurely, "Mr. Brooks, I seem to remember that Miss Melkson is a 3-star magician. Hong Feifei is just a 4th-grade student. No matter how powerful she is only at the level of 3 stars. How could she hurt Miss Melkson's face? What's more, you were also there at that time." Fitch's face turned red and white. It was because of his carelessness that all this happened. Now that he returned to the Magic Guild, he had to be criticized by Biluo's father. The more he thought about it, the uglier his face became. He wanted to turn hostile and leave on the spot. However, he did not do so in the end, but just asked, "That was my negligence. I never thought that Hong Feifei would suddenly hurt someone. Hong Feifei made a mistake and must be punished. Your Highness, do you want to protect her?" Wang Ziyu nodded and said, "Yes, she does deserve to be punished. Since you are willing to help our school punish her, I will not stop you. You can take her away." "Thank you, Your Highness." Fitch was sincerely grateful to him, and cut off the communication. Wang Ziyu threw the communicator aside, sneered, and said nothing. Seeing Wang Ziyu's disdainful expression, Maggie smiled and said, "That little girl Hong Feifei from the incense-making family? Wasn't she just taken home by San Xiang? It seems that Fitch has lost both the wife and the army." After Maggie said this, Les immediately understood. At noon, the reason why Habi was able to make the antidote for the soft body incense so quickly was because Ji Rongxi told them that the person who put the soft body incense was from the incense-making family. Since the incense-making family is arguing with the supervision department, it must be another good show. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but admire Wang Ziyu. Fiki asked Wang Ziyu for someone, which was a difficult problem for Wang Ziyu. If he gave the person, he couldn't explain to the incense-making family, and if he didn't give it, it would be unreasonable, especially when the other party was the Magic Guild. Before the Magic Guild's recruitment, Wang Ziyu had been avoiding it, and didn't give a positive response. If this happened, Wang Ziyu had to choose his position, cooperating with the Magic Guild or standing on the opposite side of the Magic Guild. However, Wang Ziyu was one step ahead and agreed to Fiki's request. Before he agreed, the people of the incense-making family had already taken Hong Feifei away. Fiki couldn't find anyone at that time, and he had nothing to say, so he could only attack the incense-making family. Wang Ziyu successfully transferred the conflict to the supervision department and the incense-making family, and he didn't get involved in any dust. He let Biluo learn a lesson, and let the bad apple leave the school. Finally, he achieved both. "Prince, I find that you are becoming more and more sinister," Lizzie concluded with this sentence. Lizhan slept until the next day and woke up, feeling extremely comfortable. Recently, she especially likes to sleep, because no matter how tired she is, she will be full of energy after waking up, which makes her full of confidence for the new day. She yawned and walked out of the living room, but did not see Ji Rongxi. Usually at this time, she would sit in the living room to maintain her magic wand. Li Zhan's heart jumped, and she looked at Ji Rongxi's door. The door was not closed, and there was no one in the room. "Huh? What's going on?" Lizhan casually held the little lion in her arms. Thinking of yesterday, she and Ji Rongxi went to the battlefield. What happened next? She didn't remember what happened afterwards. Could it be that Ji Rongxi was injured? She ran up as if her eyebrows were on fire, and saw a note on the coffee table. Ji Rongxi is in the school hospital, Building S, Room 909. The shape of the characters was like autumn maple leaves, spread on the paper in a beautiful shape. It was Li Zi's handwriting. It turned out that Li Zi had long anticipated that Lizhan would be nervous, and wrote it for her in advance. After seeing the note, Lizhan became even more nervous. He put the phone on the ground and rushed to the school hospital. When he ran to the 9th floor of Building S, Lizhan saw a person standing in front of room 909 holding a large bunch of red roses. The back of the person looked very familiar, and he couldn't help but follow him in surprise. When he reached the door, it was already closed. Liz Han was about to knock on the door when he suddenly heard a gentle male voice from inside. Ji Rongxi, are you okay? A series of question marks popped up in Li Zhan's mind. It seemed to be Wennua's voice. She has face blindness, but sharp ears, and can almost remember every sound. She imagined in her mind, Wennua came to visit Ji Rongxi with a bunch of red roses, then she should not go in and be a light bulb. Liz Han then held the little lion, who was about to push the door, and quietly opened the door a crack, and lay on the door with the little lion to look inside. Ji Rongxi leaned on the bed, holding a magazine in her hand. Her hair was usually styled, which made her look particularly handsome, but today, probably because she didn't take care of it, it was much smoother than usual, with some girlish gentleness. The arsonist Prince Wennua was standing in front of the bed holding a rose. He had obviously been carefully groomed, and his student uniform was ironed without any wrinkles. The fiery red flower reflected his masculine facial lines, and he actually looked like a sunny boy. He still had a bandage on his arm, which was caused by Ji Rongxi's freezing technique. Love and Hate? Chapter 122. Gossip is the nature of every woman, and it is also the nature of Liz Han. As an amateur cartoonist, what Liz Han lacks the most is the imagination of innocent boys and girls. Various YY scenes flashed smoothly through her mind, and she believed that her next girl comic would be out soon. Compared with Li Zhan's curiosity, Ji Rongxi showed more surprise. She and Wennua were in the same class of grade 4, class A. She was ranked first, and Wennua was ranked second. She sat in the third row, and he sat behind him. She was a water element, and he was a fire element. People said that she and Wennua were incompatible. In fact, they had fought from the first grade to the fourth grade, until yesterday. However, when Wennua suddenly came to her bedside as a visitor, she suddenly realized that Kara had spoken to Wennua no more than 10 times in more than 3 years, and she was not familiar with Wennua at all. She had never even gotten along with Wennua peacefully. So, she was very confused about Wennua's arrival. She tilted her head, looking puzzled. You looking for? That expression was actually a bit like a little girl's delicate expression. Wennua sighed slightly, smiled and said, Are you feeling better? The flowers are for you. Oh! Good chivalry etiquette made her not refuse, but her movements were very stiff, as if she had suddenly turned into a robot. She sniffed politely. It smells good, thank you. Then she placed the bouquet on the bedside table next to her, and looked at Wennua. Wennua opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped, but his ears turned red quietly. What's the matter? Just tell me. Ji Rongxi said dryly. There were many people who usually came to her, either to the classroom or to the student union office, but no one ever came to her door. If nothing unexpected happened, the man in front of her should be lying in the school hospital like her, but he inexplicably appeared in her ward with a rose in his hand, which made her feel a sense of disorder. For this defeated opponent yesterday, she thought it would be better to fight quickly, otherwise she would feel uneasy. Wennua took a deep breath and asked in a very calm tone, Ji Rongxi, do you never look at the people who were defeated by you? That shouldn't be the case. Ji Rongxi was surprised. She never thought that Wennua would suddenly ask such a question. Did she accidentally hurt his fragile heart, and now he is seeking revenge? She said uncertainly, John often lost to me before, but I won't ignore her. What about others, like me? Wennua's eyes flashed with sadness, and his tone was raised a little. In addition to dissatisfaction, there was also sadness. She was very caring towards Liz Han, but what about others? What about him? Ji Rongxi was speechless for a moment, not really understanding what he meant. Ji Rongxi, do you still remember? On the day of the first-year entrance examination, I was assigned to play against you. I lost to you at that time, and you turned around and walked away without even looking at me. Since then, I have taken you as my goal and worked hard every day, just to make you look me in the face one day. Huh? Ji Rongxi was completely stunned, feeling both surprised and puzzled. During the entrance exam, she completely forgot who her opponent was. I have worked hard for more than 3 years, and finally stood in the position of your opponent again yesterday afternoon. Wennua's tone was somewhat unwilling and disappointed. I just want to prove to you that I am capable. It's a pity that I still don't have a chance. I came here today just to tell you, Ji Rongxi, I will not give up. If I have to defeat you to get your attention, I will keep working hard until I defeat you. Ji Rongxi stared at him blankly with her mouth open, completely dumbfounded. The boy behind her had been chasing her for more than 3 years, and she had no idea. She had laughed at Li Zhan's slowness before, but it turned out that she was even slower than her. Wennua saw that she didn't answer for a long time, and felt extremely embarrassed standing there. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of scratching the wall outside the door. His thin face could no longer bear it, and he fled in panic. The moment he opened the door, he saw two sparkling girls' eyes, and two sparkling white lions' eyes staring at him. He immediately felt that he was too out of control, and forced himself to show a kind smile and leave calmly. Lizhan glanced at Ji Rongxi, who was lying on the bed in confusion, and then looked at Senior Wenhua, who was leaving calmly. Suddenly, she realized something and shouted, "Yeah, he walks with his hands and feet." As soon as she finished speaking, Wenhua's figure suddenly appeared and disappeared at the corner in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was outrageous. Lizhan smiled like a ghost. These two people are having an affair. She pushed the door and ran into the ward. She kicked off her shoes in a few seconds, got on Ji Rongxi's bed, rubbed her quilt, and said mischievously, "Hee hee Ji, it turns out that you have an admirer for more than 3 years. It's really a cause for celebration." Ji Rongxi pretended to be concentrating on reading a magazine, but was disturbed. She simply stopped pretending, threw the magazine on the bedside table, leaned back on the bed, and squinted at her. "Why, are you jealous?" "I'm not." Lizhan pouted. "It's others who are jealous of me." Whether it was her predecessor or her, Ji Rongxi had a certain degree of admiration and dependence on her, and she also developed a strange possessiveness, and didn't want Ji Rongxi to be nice to other girls. However, if the other party was a boy, she would be happy to see it happen. What's more, the other party has been pursuing her for 3 years. If it was her, she would have been moved to the point of not being able to control herself. Love and hate each other, it's the most loving thing. Ji Rongxi patted her head. "How old are you?" Li Zhan mysteriously stretched out her finger to her lips and said like a ghost, "I'm telling you, I'm 17 years old this year." "You're kidding me." Ji Rongxi laughed and scolded, stretched out his hand to tickle her, making her roll on the bed, and hurriedly raised the white flag to surrender. "Listen to me, height is not a distance, age is not a problem." Well, she told Ji Rongxi her age very frankly, but he didn't believe her inside. She rolled over on the bed again in frustration, and said with a flat mouth, "You don't have to believe it, but how did you and Senior Wenhua develop? Share it with me." She had already imagined it when she was outside the door just now. Wenhua and Ji Rongxi were quite a good match when put together. She took out a pen and paper with great interest and prepared to record it on the spot. "Well, the name of the comic is I Really Want to Tell You." Thinking of this, Lizhan couldn't help but smirk. "What are you grinning about?" Ji Rongxi glanced at her. "I won't tell you," Lizhan said coquettishly, but Ji Rongxi refused, and the two started playing again. After a long time, Lizhan remembered his purpose and pushed her arm with his elbow. "By the way, are you feeling better?" Ji Rongxi rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "You've been sitting here for so long, and you can't tell whether I'm okay or not?" She thought for a while, frowned, and said, "You're really weird. Wenhua, Savi and I are all lying in the school hospital. Why are you okay?" Speaking of this, Lizhan also felt strange. She couldn't remember how she got back to the apartment at all. She had no impression at all. Ji Rongxi saw her confused face and sighed. "Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. I heard that we won. I go to the arena later to copy the video and take a good look at it." Lizhan opened her eyes in surprise. "We won? I don't know how we won. To be honest, I don't know either." Ji Rongxi waved his hand. "Senior Icarus came to see me just now." "Oh, by the way, he came to see you specially. He seemed disappointed not to see you. If you are fine, tell him." Lizhan then remembered that Icarus said yesterday that he would come to watch her competition, and if she could win, she would have to treat him to a meal. She patted her head and went to take out the communicator. Who knew that she ran too fast just now and didn't even take the communicator? Lizhan thought to herself, "Senior, don't blame me for standing you up. It's just a coincidence." Just as she was thinking, Ji Rongxi handed over his communicator. "Use mine. You're the best." Lizhan took the communicator with a clear conscience and was about to send a communication request to Akaro when the communicator rang. It was Akaro. "Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" She shrugged innocently at Ji Rongxi, answered the call, climbed out of bed, and walked to the balcony to listen. Ji Rongxi guessed that she would probably talk for a long time, so she teased the little lion. She stretched out one hand, and the little lion immediately raised its soft paw and looked at her with a flattering look. This is a game that Lizhan often plays with it. She makes her hand into the shape of a gun and says bang, and it immediately falls back and pretends to be dead. Except for the habitual bending of the little toe, the other 4 paws are erect. Although the lion's appearance is quite serious, it looks quite interesting because of the furry paws. At first glance, this posture is almost the same as that of a lucky cat. Of course, This action happens on a lion, so it can only be called a lucky lion. Ji Rongxi couldn't help laughing, as expected. Like master, like pet. She pointed to the water dispenser in the corner. Give me a glass of water, or I won't play with you. The little lion looked at its owner, who was grinning at the communicator, and then looked at Ji Rongxi, who looked kind, and betrayed its owner for once, jumped off the bed, and ran towards the water dispenser. Ji Rongxi held her chin up and looked at the little lion, and laughed again. She was not used to Liz Han taking it with her everywhere, even sleeping with it, but now, somehow, she felt that it was very similar to Liz Han. Round eyes, round head, very cute expression, exactly the same, especially when the man and the lion looked at her expectantly at the same time. They looked like twins. Liz Han had just cut off the communication when she saw her teasing her prince. She jumped onto the bed again, grabbed Ji Rongxi's arm, and said coquettishly, "You actually cheated with the little lion behind my back? It hurts my heart so much." Chapter 123. Ji Rongxi looked at her, then at the little lion wagging its tail and rubbing against her side, and found it more and more funny, patting the bed and laughing non-stop. Li Zhan puffed up her face in dissatisfaction and complained, "You are still laughing? The senior couldn't wait for me, and went back to the knights." She thought about it, and soon suggested enthusiastically, "Anyway, the competition is over now, and the final exam has not yet arrived. Why don't we go shopping?" Ji Rongxi's eyes lit up. "Okay." We went back to the apartment to change clothes. When we got back to the apartment, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, a good time of the day. It was already autumn, the weather was cool, the northwest wind was refreshing, and the floating clouds were like beautiful lilies blooming in the sky. Liz Han was in front of the open closet, humming a popular song from China with great joy. This time, she must dress up beautifully before going out. After wearing the uniform for nearly half a semester, she felt like vomiting. Just then, the communicator rang, which ruined the mood. She looked back at the communicator on the bed, which was glowing brightly, and decided to ignore it. But the person who applied for communication seemed to be tireless, again and again. Liz Han pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, which bastard dared to disturb her at this time? She would definitely put him on the blacklist and never talk to him again. However, when she saw the name on the communicator, it was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, the annoying Wang Ziyu. She accepted the communication application and said impatiently, "Hey, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Wang Ziyu's voice came from the communicator with a breathy tone, "My dear maid, have you forgotten your work today?" "I'm not your maid." Li Zhan gritted her teeth and said, as long as she thought of the other party's half-smile, the smile that was deliberately teasing her, she wanted to break his hard-nosed bridge and not apologize. "You just signed the contract with Bill yesterday, and you forgot it today." Wang Ziyu's words were full of smiles, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "It's clearly written on it. Aren't you afraid of paying the penalty for breach of contract?" Li Zhan's heart skipped a beat. She had indeed signed a contract yesterday to open a soft fragrance shop, but she had not read the specific contents yet. She hurried to the bookshelf and took out the contract. The amount of liquidated damages shocked her, 100,000 danbi. She flipped through the terms of the contract casually, and the more she read, the angrier she became. The more she read, the more regretful she became. She almost banged her head against the wall. Although the contract gave her a weekly salary of 2,000 danbi, she also had many more responsibilities. One of the clauses was that there was no limit on working hours, and the master's preferences must be the first rule. For example, if the master wants to sleep until 10 o'clock, she must not disturb him at 9:55, nor wake him up at 10:05. Too much. Liz Han yelled angrily. The communication was not cut off. Wang Ziyu just smiled when he heard her words. "Donut, come here immediately, otherwise I will sue you for breach of contract." "You bastard, you only know how to plot against me." Liz Han was so angry that she threw down the contract and ran to Ji Rongxi's door, crying, "I can't go shopping. Yesterday's contract, woo-woo." After saying that, without waiting for her to answer, he rushed out and skillfully knocked on the door of Wang Ziyu's bedroom with magic. He had already woken up at this time in the castle, so she naturally thought that Wang Ziyu would not sleep until this time. As soon as she entered the living room, she said, "Master, please give me your orders." "Come in," Wang Ziyu said lazily in the bedroom. Liz Han puffed up her face and walked into his bedroom reluctantly. His bedroom was much bigger than hers, and even the size of the bed was twice hers. You could roll on it many times without falling off. Wang Ziyu lay on his side on the bed. His beautiful and delicate face was 3 times more beautiful than the sculptures in the window. His eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his thin lips were slightly raised. He was not as arrogant as usual, but looked like a cute little boy sleeping on the quilt. A corner of the quilt slipped to the ground, revealing his beautiful upper body lines. Pretending to sleep? Liz Hahn looked contemptuous. What was even more despised was, how could a boy be so beautiful? She was so timid that she stretched out her hand and wanted to pinch his cheek hard. When her hand reached in front of him, she hesitated for a moment. He was obviously awake. Was he deliberately tempting her to commit a crime so that he could catch her? This bastard is so bad, but now the opportunity is great. If she doesn't pinch, how can she be worthy of herself? However, she didn't hesitate for a long time. Since she can't pinch, and can't not pinch, then discard the beginning and the end, take the middle value, and draw one. Li Zhan's lips showed a sly smile of doing something bad, and she sat down gently on the edge of the bed, holding a feather pen in one hand, and slowly reaching towards his face with the other hand. Just when it just touched his face, Wang Ziyu suddenly secretly opened his eyes. Li Zhan was caught doing something bad, and hurriedly retracted his hand. He was originally sitting on the edge of the bed, and he stepped back in fright. He sat on empty space, and fell on the carpet with his buttocks, almost breaking his buttocks. Wang Ziyu sat up on the bed, yawning lazily, as if he didn't see her. His uncombed hair accidentally stood up, looking a bit childish. Liz Hahn looked up at him, and clenched her fists. The warm and soft touch she had just touched was still in her palms. She despised herself, stood up from the ground without any image, continued to bow skillfully, put her hands on her chest, and saluted, "Master, please get up." Wang Ziyu yawned again, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes due to sleepiness, and said, "Pull me up." Liz Hahn was stunned for a moment, and said unhappily, "You are so old, but you still can't get up by yourself?" Wang Ziyu glanced at her sideways, fell back, and lay back on the bed, pulling up the quilt and covering himself. "Then I will sleep for a while." After saying that, he buried himself in the quilt and stopped talking. Liz Hahn stood in front of the bed, with a frown on his face. Is he arrogant? Is he acting like a spoiled child? If it was in the castle, she would definitely think that Wang Ziyu was childish, but times have changed, and her mentality now is very different from that in the castle. After experiencing the ups and downs of human nature, the law of the jungle, and fratricide, her mind seemed to have grown a lot. Somehow, she suddenly felt a little sad, and perhaps a little compassionate for his behavior. A teenager who had experienced the ups and downs of the world in his teens, a teenager with a mind like a 30-year-old, finally had the expression and posture of an ordinary teenager for just a few minutes. She always felt that staying in bed was a basic right and pleasure as a human being. Without staying in bed, people would become like robots. In the castle for a month, I have never seen Prince Yu stay in bed once, not even a minute late. After coming to school and being affected by the school atmosphere, being a naughty student for once should be a good thing for him. Maybe he should relax and stay in bed occasionally. Liz Hahn thought comfortingly in her heart, only in this way can he be like a normal teenager. However, she quickly suppressed this thought to the bottom and corner of her heart, so fast that she didn't even have time to distinguish what the emotion was. She stepped forward, considerately helped him cover the quilt, twisted the corners of the quilt, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Yes, master, please go to bed." After that, she turned around and walked out the door lightly. Wang Ziyu suddenly grabbed her wrist with his backhand. His expression slightly changed, and he was a little complaining. "Don't go, okay?" Liz Hahn paused. "Oh!" Wang Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, and then remembered his original purpose. By the way, he wanted to get closer to Liz Hahn. Liz said that he had to take it slowly. "Donuts? Do you hate me?" he asked in an extremely aggrieved tone, with his hazy eyes that were not yet fully awake, and his puppy-like expression, which made Liz Hahn suddenly want to punch him. If Wang Ziyu is like a puppy, is he still Wang Ziyu? In her eyes, Wang Ziyu is such a willful and powerful person, who will never appear as a weak person at any time, even if he was once very fragile. This feeling is like a child who has always been well-behaved suddenly becoming a naughty ghost overnight, which makes her unacceptable. Liz Hahn sighed and said calmly, "You are my master, how can I hate you?" Perhaps because of the unfamiliar honorifics, Wang Ziyu immediately sensed her alienated mood and asked, "Donut, you don't like me, right?" "Huh? This?" Seeing Wang Ziyu's serious expression, Liz Hahn felt guilty, and lowered her head slightly. She couldn't admit it frankly. In fact, he was really good-looking, and this good-looking man was confessing to her. Compared to the forced confession on the street last time, this time, he seemed innocent and gentle, as if he would be very sad if she said a no. Her heart was beating faster and faster, like a deer running wildly. Liz Hahn coughed dryly, and tried to keep calm on the outside. "Master, you misunderstood. Donut has always liked you." Then why don't you accept my earrings? Wang Ziyu finally said the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Facing this question, she had already thought of the wording and said in a serious tone, Master, Donut likes you and loves you out of respect for you, not love between men and women. Besides, how can a maid wear the same set of earrings as her master? Have you been brainwashed by Billy? Liz Han was stunned. Otherwise, how could you have such a stupid head? Ah! Liz Han was so angry that she wanted to pick up a pillow and knock him out. She tried to control her emotions and said lightly, Master, you take a rest, I leave. No, you have to sleep with me. Liz Han opened her eyes wide in shock. Isn't this request too straightforward? Wang Ziyu was very satisfied with her expression and pinched her cheek. Your body is very soft. It feels very comfortable to hug you, and you can sleep well. Luai said that the third rule of the 36 strategies of love is to let the other person know that you need her very much. Liz Han clenched her fists tightly, and her delicate cheeks became redder and redder. She was not angry but felt embarrassed. She wanted to yell but couldn't. Chapter 124. No one has ever said such words to her, and no one has ever dared to tease her like this. God, please send down a thunderbolt to knock this bastard unconscious. Liz Han screamed in her heart, grabbed the pillow, and slammed it on his head, covered her face, and ran out of the door. Wang Ziyu looked at her back in confusion. Did he say something wrong? However, he was not worried. As long as Liz Han was still his maid, he still had a chance. To this day, Wang Ziyu still did not understand that he was led into the wrong path of love by a person who had no emotional experience. 2 days later, Maggie, the president of the Karo Magic Association, officially became the mentor of Liz Han and Ji Rongxi. In Li Zhan's eyes, the president of the Karo Magic Association was like Fitch Brooks, the director of the supervision department. He was a person at the top of the pyramid, the kind that was out of reach. In her heart, she had a sense of expectation that she would soon meet a great god. However, reality was cruel. When Liz Han saw the mentor walking towards her at the mentor meeting, she trembled at first sight. It turned out to be the blonde secretary in the ghost palace in Kenya Forest, whose eyes were cold enough to freeze the Eskimos. The terrifying eyes reminded Liz Han of the time when Akaro was beaten half-crippled by him in the ghost palace. How could she be the president of the Karo Magic Association? Can she refuse? Liz Han looked at Ji Rongxi with a look of help, but Ji Rongxi greeted him with an extremely respectful attitude. Ji Rongxi Rand, 4th grade class A of the Kara Water Element Release Department, reports, please give me more advice, teacher. Liz Han was indignant. She wanted to run away immediately. But at this moment, Maggie's legs and soft leather shoes swept over before she arrived. Ah, she asked for a change of mentor. Liz Han turned around and ran away without any backbone. Maggie said coldly, Donut, stop. Liz Han shuddered coldly. She actually knew the nickname Donut. She actually knew it? She looked at Les, who appeared from the corner with a look of help. Les made a slight gesture and said with his mouth, Don't embarrass me. Maggie happened to see the gesture. She glanced at Les, snorted, and grabbed Li Zhan's collar. Her eyes seemed to say, This is your student? He is really bad. Les raised his middle finger at her in dissatisfaction, then turned and disappeared. Liz Han felt that the world had collapsed. In fact, Maggie was as terrible as she imagined. Whether in training or fighting, her attack was more than 3 times more fierce than Les. She was born strong and good at hitting without any help. Even if Liz Han tried her best to the end, she would still become an extremely pitiful punching bag. This time, the training is no longer limited to the school. If she is not careful, she will be airdropped to a small island. The only thing she can do is swim back. In Maggie's words, training is not a one-size-fits-all approach, but must be developed in an all-round way. Returning to the shore from the island can test physical strength and magic waves, and secondly, it can test the reaction ability and survival ability when facing danger. Thirdly, it can test willpower. Under her training, Liz Han has completely grown from a little white flower in the greenhouse to ebony, strong in all kinds of ways. Ji Rongxi received formal aristocratic training since childhood, and his foundation was better than Liz Han, but he was also defeated in front of Maggie's devilish training like a mercenary. Every day, Maggie started training without saying hello, and Lizzie sat next to her and watched Liz Han and Ji Rongxi being forced to jump around, and recorded magic data and helped to configure nutrition packages. Before, Liz Han always thought that Lizzie wanted to put her to death, but now she understands that Lizzie is more gentle and kind than a Nani. From then on, she likes to stick to her, and hates Maggie to the bone. Lizzie understood her thoughts, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he thought maliciously, Superwoman, you deserve it. Who told you to steal my students? The prince often came to watch her during training. He seldom spoke, but just sat there quietly, watching her train. Although she tried her best to pretend that she didn't see this audience, she didn't know why. Every time she saw him, she would train especially hard, as if she had endless energy. I didn't want to be looked down upon by him, Lizhan thought. No matter what kind of hardship, she forced herself to endure it. Even Lizzie was amazed at her perseverance. When Lizhan was training, Ji Rongxi also had his own training plan. As time went by, Lizhan did not become inseparable from Ji Rongxi, but spent more and more time with Wang Ziyu. In the morning, she went to wake him up, help him prepare clothes and breakfast, go out with him, and sometimes even go to class with him until they finished training in the evening and came back together. Lizhan did not dislike Wang Ziyu in the first place, and the previous nod disappeared long ago. After a long time of contact with him, she could no longer hate him. Instead, she understood a truth in her heart. No one stood in the sky from the beginning, whether he or she, even God. Lizhan had a feeling of admiration for him. It was not easy for him to get to this point. Of course, every time she thought about it, Lizhan despised herself for having no moral integrity. The training ground for that day was chosen in a very remote valley in Kara Mountain. Because wild demon snakes often appeared in this valley, few people dared to come here. Maggie kidnapped her from her bed at 5 in the morning, took her to the middle of the valley, and threw her down. Lizhan suddenly woke up. As soon as she fell, countless colorful snakes rushed up. They were colorful, and spitting out tongues. Although their bodies looked soft, they had unpleasant scales. When they swam, they made a rustling sound, which made Lizhan shudder. The most terrifying thing was that these snakes were not as small as those in the Celestial Empire. The diameter of each body was thicker than her waist. She wanted to scream. It was too scary, so she really screamed. Lizhan screamed hysterically and almost fainted. However, no one came to save her. Instead, the snake swam closer and closer, turning her original 5-foot space into an inch of space. Lizhan wanted to cry. She wanted to rely on Ji Rongxi. But Ji Rongxi was not around. Maggie and Les both thought she was too dependent on Ji Rongxi, so they separated their training grounds to prevent her from asking Ji Rongxi for help. Lizhan felt wronged and depressed, but she knew that this was a process she had to go through, so she had to cheer up and deal with the flower snakes that surrounded her. Maggie rode on a pterosaur and shouted in the air with a loudspeaker, "Donuts, if you fail, all the donuts will be confiscated." How annoying. Ever since Maggie knew that she liked to eat donuts, she always liked to use this trick to threaten her. What was hateful was that every time Liz watched the game, he would carry a bag of donuts in front of her and eat them happily. It was really infuriating. Lizhan cursed Maggie hundreds of times in her heart, but she had no time to care about her because the snake was about to come to her. In panic, she subconsciously used the magic defense that she practiced more often, Fireball. The fireball stretched out in her hand, turned into a blazing fire and flew towards the snake group. At the same time, Lizhan fought back and built a magic protection array on the spot. Snakes are afraid of fire. After being attacked by the fireball, they became a mess. Lizhan looked at the snakes running around in front of her, blowing gusts of fishy wind, which made her want to vomit. The snake's tail swung on the magic protection circle, making the magic circle shaky. Maggie jumped off the pterosaur's back and landed on the hillside. Seeing this, she couldn't help but curse it, "Stupid kid," and picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted, "Stupid, don't forget the purpose of today's training." Lizhan was startled, and then she suddenly remembered that what she learned today was flying. Maggie didn't let her practice fighting with the magic snakes. With her current strength, she couldn't fight against the magic snakes. In a valley full of magic snakes, the only way to get rid of them completely is to fly to the mountainside. In the magic world, flying is not a fantasy. Many years ago, magicians learned to use magic brooms to help themselves fly long distances in the sky. Later, magicians felt that brooms were not elegant props. It was too cumbersome to go out with a broom in one hand and a magic wand in the other. So they eliminated the brooms and began to choose to fly with magic wands or the power of magic itself. However, in recent years, due to the popularization of magic pets and magic beasts, many magicians have given up their ability to fly and instead choose magic beasts, especially pterosaurs or winged tigers, as means of travel. Even so, Maggie insisted that she learn to fly and told her, magicians may not necessarily fly themselves, but they must fly, whether it is competition or combat. Flying is an indispensable element. Therefore, Maggie threw her into the valley to let her understand this skill. Before throwing her into the valley, Maggie also said, Whether it is a broom or a magic wand, the reason why it can fly is that it contains the magician's spell. When running at high speed, protective magic is needed to protect the rider from falling and to protect against wind and inertia. The most important point is that flying does not rely on spells, but on thoughts. Lizan stood in the snake nest in a daze, thinking about Maggie's words. The magic snake was very angry with her, and its tail hit the magic protection array again and again. Seeing that the protective array was about to collapse, Lizan made a quick decision, took out the cardboard, folded it into a paper butterfly, and began to chant. Flying with the help of a magic wand should be the easiest, Lizan thought, and her magic wand was a butterfly and a feather pen. Although the feather pen can also change its shape, it is a pen after all, and is far less good than a butterfly as a flying prop. The nature of a butterfly is to fly. After the spell, the butterfly flew up obediently. She hurriedly chanted the second spell, and the size of the butterfly stretched 100 times under the chanting, and the wings spread out to about 2 meters wide. With a flap of the wings, it flew into the sky. Hey, wait for me. Lizan injected magic waves into her feet, jumped onto the back of the butterfly, and chanted the flying spell. Chapter 125. This series of actions must be very fast. If there is a slight mismatch, she will fall down and fall into the snake's nest. She was afraid, so she chanted much faster than usual, and she successfully flew up. The butterfly was swaying, and it was unclear whether it could not bear her weight or something else. Lizan, who was standing on its body, also felt that her feet were light and fluttering, which was more terrifying than walking on a suspension bridge. If she was not careful, she would fall down. The more afraid you are, the more nervous you will be, and the more nervous you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Lizan accidentally misread a spell, and the butterfly turned upside down. Before she could even shout, she fell down into a snake's nest. Lizan quickly built a magic support array on the spot to support her body, and then chanted a flying spell, and jumped onto the butterfly. Maggie watched from afar, and had to look at her with new eyes. She was able to grasp the essence of flying in just 5 minutes, and adjusted according to her own conditions. This flexibility was very good. In comparison, her foundation was really poor. Maggie made a quick decision to double the amount of training. Lizan stumbled and practiced for a day, falling down and getting up again and again. Each time, Lizan made corrections based on the experience of the last fall. After falling 129 times, she finally flew to the mountainside on the back of the butterfly, where Maggie was standing. Maggie looked at her gray face and smiled unceremoniously. Not bad, come on, give me a reward. Lizan ran to her happily. She curled her eyes, stretched out her hand, and pushed her down the valley again. It was already late autumn when the school competition ended. As time went by, it soon entered winter. Winter came early in the imperial capital, and the temperature dropped rapidly. It started snowing in November. When I got up in the morning, the outside was already covered with silver. Lizan was a southerner in the Celestial Empire, and had never seen snow in his life. Now he was as excited as if he had won a 5 million prize. He wrapped himself up like a dumpling before the snow stopped, but took off his gloves and squatted in front of the door to poke the snow with his fingers. The snow was like salt powder, fine and white, especially clean and beautiful. Lizan was reluctant to leave footprints on it, so she used magic waves to lift her body up, trying not to leave any marks. As early as in the desert, Les began to train her. A powerful magician must make her footsteps light enough to step on the desert without leaving any marks. As a magician who is not in the limelight, everything Les taught was based on the code of conduct of assassins and killers. At that time, Lizan didn't care, but now she realized the benefit, that is, doing this will never get your shoes wet by the snow. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew behind her, and she turned around abruptly, and her face was covered with snow. Some of it fell and landed on her chest, making her shiver with cold. She hurriedly scraped off the snow, raised her head, and glared at the culprit, Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu stood in front of her calmly, feeling very happy about his successful sneak attack, like a child who got candy. He was not afraid of the cold at all. He wore a thin top, a simple jacket, and handsome marten boots, standing between heaven and earth, laughing at the wind and snow. At this moment, his expression was full of enjoyment. Lizan looked at his body wrapped like a zongzi again, and was silent. Is this what the saying comparing people makes you angry means? Wang Ziyu pinched Lizan's red nose with his hand. Like a beautiful and proud wild beast, even with a warm smile, it still couldn't cover up his nature. Lizan pouted in dissatisfaction. She was used to his sudden appearance. She reached out, and slapped his claws away. Uncle, you are not a lion. Don't imitate the lion's actions, okay? Wang Ziyu retracted his hand and looked at the back of his hand that had just been slapped. Liz Han slapped it so hard that the back of his hand turned red. Donut, are you cold? A little? Liz Han had just taken off his gloves to play in the snow, and his hands were frozen red. Wang Ziyu took his hand out of his pocket and held hers casually. He was not a passionate person, and his hands were not very warm, but they were much warmer than hers. When she touched his temperature, Liz Han immediately climbed up, wishing she could hide her hands in his clothes. Wang Ziyu glanced at her with a smile, lowered his head and said, I give you a magic to drive away the cold. As he said that, he hugged her in his arms. What? Ah. Wrapped in warmth, Liz Han realized belatedly that she was being teased. It's too much, truly taking advantage of someone in danger in this way. Liz Han showed extreme contempt for him. She didn't know who taught him that. It was really hateful. However, she had to admit that his embrace was indeed very warm. After 2 seconds of PK between dignity and warmth, dignity defeated warmth. Liz Han clenched her fist, looked up at Wang Ziyu, and tightly grasped his front placket. Hey, men and women should not touch each other. Wang Ziyu calmly held her paw, with a smile in his eyes. Men and women should not touch each other, you said that. Don't beg me later. Humph, I won't beg you. Liz Han turned her face away stubbornly. Okay, let's go to training. I be your coach today. Wang Ziyu said, and walked forward to the open square in front. Li Zhan's eyes widened immediately. The coach is him? It must be something bad. She trotted after him and asked tentatively, What are you practicing today? Wang Ziyu opened his thin lips slightly, controlling pterosaurs. Huh? Inter-school PK competitions don't require controlling pterosaurs. Why is this also included in the training schedule? Liz Han looked at Wang Ziyu in confusion. Did he do it on his own? She had only had the experience of riding a pterosaur once, when Wang Ziyu took her to the Kenyan forest. The feeling of riding on the pterosaur's back was wonderful. The feeling of flying high in the sky was far different from the feeling of standing in the fields on a warm and peaceful day. She remembered it vividly. She had to admit that she wanted to try this feeling again. Of course, it would be better if the coach was not Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu raised his lips and smiled softly, put his left hand in his pocket, and whistled with his right hand. The crisp sound spread far away. At the same time, a dragon roar came from the sky like thunder, and the snowflakes drifting quietly in the sky suddenly seemed to be swept into a hurricane and flew in all directions. Then, Wang Ziyu's silver luxury car swooped down as if breaking through the air, passing close to the ground near them. Wang Ziyu stepped on the back of the pterosaur, and with a beautiful rotation, sat on the dragon saddle. Liz Han was not prepared, and was blown back 7 or 8 steps by the wind from the wings that spread out like a fan, with 8 vertebrae, before she could stand still. Dissatisfaction brewed in her eyes. He actually left her behind. In fact, Wang Ziyu had no obligation to take her up, but she accidentally got used to Wang Ziyu's help. Wang Ziyu obviously saw through her thoughts, lowered his head, and looked down at her. Donut, your first task is to learn how to come up. The pterosaur could not stay in the air for a long time, so after Wang Ziyu finished speaking, it flapped its wings and flew forward. Liz Han hurriedly injected magic waves into her feet, tapped the ground, and jumped towards the pterosaur. Although the pterosaur was flying close to the ground, it was at least 10 meters away from the ground. Liz Han could not jump to this height. She was not worried. She stretched out her hand in the air to draw a magic support array, stepped on the power of the support array, and jumped again, finally jumping onto the pterosaur's tail before the pterosaur flew far away. Liz Han calculated every step accurately, but she still forgot to calculate one thing. That is, the pterosaur's tail was shiny and smooth, and she couldn't stand steadily at all. She swayed left and right for a few times, and then slid down. In a hurry, she shot out a few paper strips to wrap around the bone spurs of the pterosaur's tail, and finally she didn't fall down. The wind was whistling, and the snow hit her face painfully. The paper strips swayed, as if they would break at any time. However, Liz Han believed that her paper strips were definitely tougher than leather belts. The only thing that was not tough enough was her arms. After just a few minutes, she began to feel sore and burning, forcing her to climb up immediately, otherwise she would fall to the ground. She looked at the wings of the pterosaur, swung forward with force, and climbed up with her hands and feet. Her hands were on the pterosaur, but her feet could not reach it. She was hanging there, swaying in the wind and snow. Wang Ziyu sat in front, watching her awkward climbing leisurely, but did not help. In fact, Li Zhan's way of using hands and feet made him feel particularly embarrassed. The only thing to be thankful for was that it was just dawn, and everyone was still hiding in their warm beds, so no one saw this scene. Lizan finally climbed behind Wang Ziyu, and the pterosaur quickly rose, its bone wings tilted, and flew northward. Lizan lost her balance and hurried to pull Wang Ziyu, but she didn't expect to lose her grip and fell on his back. She was afraid of falling, so she hugged him tightly, and didn't dare to let go. Wang Ziyu looked back and smiled. Men and women should not touch each other. Lizan blushed, rubbed his back coquettishly, and said flatteringly, Wang Ziyu, please be kind. Her voice was long and rhythmic, and her soft body was pressed against Wang Ziyu. He felt so warm, didn't he? Wang Ziyu grabbed her fingers and kneaded them intentionally or unintentionally, smiling gracefully. Take off your clothes. Huh? Lizan was stunned, jumped away as if her butt was on fire, and stared at him vigilantly. He turned around and his tone returned to calmness. Do you take it off, or do you want me to help you take it off? Lizan quickly raised her hand to protect her clothes. No. Huh? Wang Ziyu raised his voice slightly, opened his hand, and a fish-shaped dagger appeared in his hand. He slashed Lizan cleanly. Lizan was startled, but she looked carefully, but she didn't think there was anything unusual. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the fur coat she was wrapped in suddenly fell apart, and was blown away by the wind. Wang Ziyu actually cut her coat. Chapter 126. How could this happen? Lizan wanted to cry, but had no tears. She spent 700 Dan coins to buy this coat. It was only the second time she wore it, but it was completely ruined. What was even more tragic was that she only had 2 clothes inside, and she felt shivering without the wind. Wang Ziyu put away the knife and said lightly, You can't rely on the warmth brought by clothes. The more you rely on clothes, the more restrained your actions will be, for fear of exposing yourself to the cold. You must get used to using magic ways to serve yourself at all times. That is what really belongs to you. Just now, when he held her fingers, he felt that the magic waves in her body were flowing slowly. Magic waves are like blood. The slower they flow, the more sluggish people become, and the colder they feel. Lizan felt guilty for a moment, and stiffened her neck and muttered, I like the feeling of being surrounded by warmth. Wang Ziyu glanced at her, turned back, and patted the pterosaur's body. Fly with the wind, north, then south. The pterosaur let out a dragon roar, spread its wings, and glided into the distance. The speed was 3 times faster than the flying speed she had seen before. Lizan sat down in a hurry. As soon as she sat down, the pterosaur flew in a zigzag shape in the air. Although the angle change was very gentle, the speed was too fast, like a delicate knife, and it almost made her fall down. Her internal organs seemed to be displaced. The rushing wind made her tears flow. She had to hide her body and head behind Wang Ziyu, holding his waist tightly with her hands, so strong that she almost crushed his thin waist. Wang Ziyu felt her dodge, turned around, picked her up, and put her in front. Before Lizan could scream, she was hit by the snowflakes in front of her. Cold. She twisted her body and shrank back. But Wang Ziyu held her body tightly with both hands. Don't run away, you have to get used to such bad weather. Wang Ziyu, you bastard. Lizan cursed him hundreds of times in her heart, but she couldn't resist. Wang Ziyu's strength was too great. The pterosaur was concentrating on flying in the air. In order to catch the best airflow, it rose and fell in the air, flapped its bone wings steadily, and even rolled from time to time. Lizan felt like she was on a boat with waves. Her stomach began to churn, and she felt dizzy and dazed. She gradually couldn't see the scene in front of her. She even lost consciousness when the snow hit her face. The only consciousness was to just grab the rings on both sides of the dragon's saddle to prevent herself from falling. So uncomfortable. She never knew that this seemingly cool job would be so difficult. She asked with trembling lips, How long will we have to fly? Wang Ziyu's voice sounded above her head, 2 more hours. She asked again weakly, Can it be shortened? No. Lizan opened his mouth, I want to vomit. Hold it. Lizan didn't have the energy to pay attention to him. She just wanted to lie on the dragon's back. At this time, Wang Ziyu's strong hands reached out to her, hugged her tightly, put his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, If you want to go far away, you must learn to ride a dragon. Lizan frowned and said, I won't go far away, I won't study, can I? She didn't know if Wang Ziyu heard her or not. The wind blew away her voice. After a while, Wang Ziyu's voice rang in her ears. Aren't you going home during the winter vacation? Lizan bit her lip and finally couldn't help turning around and hiding in Wang Ziyu's arms, hugging him tightly, and complaining, Why do you feel so uncomfortable? Without experiencing discomfort, how can you stand at the top of the pyramid in the future? Although Wang Ziyu was comforting, there was not much warmth in his tone. If you want to climb to the top of the pyramid, You must be able to endure the pain that others cannot endure. Liz Han was stunned, and somehow remembered what Liz said, in the prince's castle, including the prince, no one is a flower raised in a greenhouse. This sentence is also applicable to the world. People who grow up in a greenhouse have no room to survive in this world, where the strong prey on the weak. She could feel that from the training in the castle till now, they were consciously strengthening her training to make her stronger, but she always followed her instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, and was unwilling to bear it. Wang Ziyu was a little worried when he found that she suddenly calmed down, and pretended to be relaxed and said, "If you can't even do it for 2 hours, sleep with me tonight." This bastard who took advantage of others, Liz Han pushed her away fiercely, turned around, turned his back to him, reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said firmly, "I will definitely not accompany you." Wang Ziyu raised the corner of his lips slightly, and let go of the hand holding her. With firm faith, Liz Han used magic waves to suppress the disturbance of her internal organs. Slowly, her breath calmed down, and she began to enjoy the fun of flying. Although she learned to fly with the butterfly, she could not fly in the sky, and her magic waves were not enough, so she could not fly very far. Sitting on the back of the pterosaur, she felt a kind of happiness and satisfaction of flying between heaven and earth. So after an hour, she completely let go, embraced nature, and enjoyed the kiss of snowflakes. But after another hour, she felt numb all over, and her face was hit by snowflakes, and she had no feeling. Wang Ziyu probably guessed that she had reached her limit, so he asked, "Go back and rest before doing the next exercise? Or do the next science exercise?" "There is another one?" Liz Han fell on the dragon's back exhausted. "I want to rest, I must rest." Wang Ziyu didn't intend to let her practice the next exercise right away. Seeing that they were getting closer to the castle, he comforted her, "It's almost there, we go back to the castle later." The pterosaur seemed to understand his words, and flew towards the castle at high speed. After entering the castle, it slowed down and gradually approached the ground. When it was closest, Wang Ziyu held Liz Han, and jumped from the air to the ground on the top floor. Li Zhan's face turned pale, her knees were weak, and she was spinning. She couldn't even stand up. She was like a fish out of water, half dead. Wang Ziyu shook his head, picked her up, and carried her down from the top floor, one floor at a time, back to her own room. She was so weak that she couldn't speak all the way. She sat on the chair for several minutes before she gradually regained consciousness. Seeing a big bed next to her, she automatically crawled towards the bed. "You have to take off your clothes before you go to bed." Wang Ziyu stopped her. "They're all wet." "Oh!" Liz Han quickly took off her coat, kicked off her boots, fell on the bed, and quickly wrapped herself up in the quilt. At first glance, she looked like a hibernating caterpillar. She circulated the magic wave in her body for 3 cycles, calmed her turbulent stomach, and called back her body's consciousness, which made her feel much more comfortable. Wang Ziyu didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. He sat by the window, touched her head, and sighed, "How can you be so weak?" This sentence is just like what a mother would say to her daughter when she did poorly on an exam. Pity her misfortune and hate her for not fighting. Liz Han turned over and buried her face in the quilt with hatred. The quilt was warm and full of his smell. She struggled for a while and asked, "Wang Ziyu, have you trained like this before?" Wang Ziyu shook his head, "Maybe better than you. I watched it being born. I sat on its back since its first flight, and accompanied it to grow and become stronger. So, I won't react as strongly as you do." Liz Han pouted and said, "Wu, I also want a little pterosaur to grow up with." Wang Ziyu smiled slightly, "Donut, you haven't cooked the pterosaur egg I gave you that day, have you?" Thinking of the pile of boiled eggs, Liz Han couldn't help but laugh. "No, the little lion is holding it to keep warm." "That's good." Wang Ziyu seemed to be relieved. "It will be born in half a year at the fastest and 2 years at the slowest." "Huh?" Li Zhan's eyes lit up. "Wang Ziyu, you are such a good person." Wang Ziyu paused for a moment, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I am a good person. It's rare." Li Zhan hugged the quilt and rubbed it. Good person, can I sleep for a while?" Wang Ziyu looked up at the clock tower outside. "It's 9 o'clock now, and the training program will start at 10:30. Li Zhan muttered with a bitter face. "What else do you need to train?" Wang Ziyu used his fingertips to lift the hair that fell on her face and smiled. "It was just a trial just now. You haven't really started learning yet." Liz Han screamed and covered her head with a quilt. "I know nothing." After saying that, she covered her face like an ostrich and ignored him. Wang Ziyu didn't bother with her, and just sat beside her and watched. The quilt was warm, Liz Han was tired, and Wang Ziyu didn't disturb her, so she quickly relaxed and fell asleep. Wang Ziyu gently lifted a corner of the quilt, and her lips were rosy, not as pale as before, and a circle of dark shadows could be seen under her long eyelashes. During this time, she got up at 5 in the morning, and went to bed at almost 12 at night. She only had an hour to rest at noon, and had to work on weekends. It was rare that she managed to hold on. He gently stroked the dark circles under her eyes with his fingertips, then slowly leaned over, and her breath brushed his face, soft, moist and warm. He was moved, laid down beside her, got close to her, and then pressed his lips against hers. Liz Han was sleeping in a daze. When she turned over, she seemed to touch something warm. She subconsciously opened her eyes, and saw the handsome face of Wang Ziyu. She couldn't help but be surprised. What was even more surprising was that her lips actually invaded his territory while she was asleep. She actually accidentally gave her first kiss while she was sleeping, and she also forced a kiss on someone else. Liz Anxia's cheeks were flushed. Seeing that he was still not awake, she hurriedly moved away from him, closed her eyes, and pretended that she was still asleep. Even so, her face couldn't help but blush. His lips were very soft, with a hint of fragrance, a hint of softness, and a velvety delicate and moving touch, as if the softest and most beautiful feather was gently brushing against her lips. This caused her to forget that she was still hugged by him tightly, and the two of them were still sleeping together. Chapter 127. After she closed her eyes, Wang Ziyu quietly opened them. He had woken up when she moved. He offered his lips to hers automatically, but she didn't notice. He was satisfied with his trick, closed his eyes again, pretended not to care, and moved towards her, and put his arm around Li Zhan's waist. Liz Han stiffened and turned her head to see that he was sleeping so soundly. She was too embarrassed to wake him up, especially since she felt guilty at the moment. She just gently took his hand and put it aside, and quietly got out of bed from the other side. This is Wang Ziyu's room. When she came here, her stomach was churning. She just felt that the layout of the house was very familiar, so she fell asleep as a matter of course. Now that she saw that it was Wang Ziyu's bed, she felt even more guilty. She accidentally climbed onto Wang Ziyu's bed and gave him her first kiss. When she thought of this, she wanted to twist her head off. Sure enough, people can't do things according to their instincts when they are confused, otherwise it will be bad. The only thing to be thankful for is that Wang Ziyu hasn't woken up yet. What excuse can she find to get away with it? Liz Han was in deep entanglement. After a while, Wang Ziyu moved over again and hugged her tightly like a pillow. In such a sober state, she could no longer pretend to be asleep, and hurriedly pushed him away. Hey! Wang Ziyu opened his eyes slightly, looking sleepy. Seeing her struggling constantly, he held her with more force, holding her tightly, and kissed her lips skillfully. Baby, be good, don't make trouble. Li Zhan's face turned from red to green. Who is your baby? Wang Ziyu rubbed his eyes, and stole another kiss, comforting him while kissing. Oh sorry, sweetheart, I was confused in my sleep. Li Zhan was completely confused. I'm not your sweetheart either. How many women does he have? Does he think she is also his woman? So she is in his bed? When Li Zhan thought of this, she suddenly felt a chill, struggled to break free from his claws, sat up, and pinched his face hard. Wang Ziyu, look at who I am. Wang Ziyu rubbed his eyes again, pretending to be surprised and said, Why are you here? I can't stand it. What kind of boy is this? How messy is his private life? She thought he had a bad personality, and no girl would like him. Before she could get mad, Wang Ziyu hugged her back to his arms. Donut, don't worry, I will be responsible for you. The result of this sentence was that Liz Han fled. Wang Ziyu smiled. If he could steal the beauty in this way, he didn't care about the consequences. For him, finding a pretext to start was the most important thing. In essence, Wang Ziyu is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate, and also a person who can clearly distinguish between work and life. In life, he showed his love and kindness to Liz Han in various ways, but in work, he was not ambiguous at all. He looked at the time, 10:30, which also indicated that it was time for his training, so he calmly got up from the bed, put on his clothes and shoes, and immediately returned to work. Liz Han has not yet gotten rid of the idea of being flirted with by him. When she saw him, she was like a mouse seeing a cat, and wanted to hide in various ways. Especially since she thought she was the one who made the big mistake. Wang Ziyu offered a tempting condition. If you train well, I take you to a hot spring in the afternoon. Li Zhan's eyes lit up immediately. In the ice and snow, nothing is more tempting than a hot spring. She nodded hurriedly. Then let's go train. Wang Ziyu raised the corners of his lips, where she couldn't see. The strategy was successful, The course of controlling a pterosaur is not complicated. First, you can control a pterosaur, and Lizon has already done this. Second, be able to sit steadily on the dragon's back. Lizon finally did this after 2 hours of ups and downs. Third, communicate with the pterosaur. Only when the pterosaur understands your thoughts will it fly in the desired direction and speed. This is more difficult. In particular, Lizon currently does not have her own pterosaur, and Wang Ziyu's vehicle is very arrogant. It doesn't listen to a word she says, and often snorts at her in dissatisfaction, which makes her so angry that she wants to chop it up and eat its meat. Fourth, aerial combat. Aerial combat is the most difficult one. It was difficult for Lizon to sit still while the pterosaur was flying, not to mention accurately dodging the attacks of other magicians and fighting back. She was almost beaten half to death under the overwhelming magic attack. She started training aerial combat in the afternoon. Her fastest record was that she was knocked down just after her feet landed on the dragon's back, and she had no time to react. The longest time she stayed on the dragon's back was only 3 minutes. After repeated practice, Lizon was beaten black and blue, and she was almost crying for her parents. Wang Ziyu looked at her, sighed, and pinched his forehead. Practice tomorrow. Lizon got up from the ground, covered in snow and mud, even more miserable than a stray cat. She was almost moved to tears when she heard this. Wang Ziyu, you are really my savior. The man's attack was so terrible that she had no power to fight back. No need to ask who that man was. Who else could it be besides Zilong? Zilong is definitely a sadist. Wang Ziyu patted her head with a smile. Okay, let's go to the hot spring. It's 4 o'clock now. The hot spring will end at 5 o'clock, and there is a banquet to attend at 6 o'clock. You accompany me. Lizon came back to her senses and glanced at him. Why do you want me to go? He made the decision without even asking. Damn it. She is not his property. Why should he decide everything? Wang Ziyu saw all her little thoughts, shrugged, turned around and walked towards the hot spring. Since you are not going, cancel the hot spring. No. Lizon quickly followed him. I must go to the hot spring. It was almost there. How could she give up at this moment? It was just a banquet, not a big deal. Then let's go to the banquet together. Wang Ziyu's eyes sparkled, and he stepped onto the door of the magnificent building. On both sides of the door, 2 neat rows of maids stood, and when they saw Wang Ziyu, they all bowed. Aren't you going to take a hot spring bath? Why are you here? Lizon asked in surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 rows of maids looked at her with contempt, with a smile on their faces that she didn't like. Lizon thought she had said something wrong, lowered her head, and prepared to follow in. At this moment, the 2 maids on the outermost side suddenly stretched out their hands, crossed their arms, and blocked her way. Please stay. Lizon was stunned. Wang Ziyu in front of her turned around and said coldly, Everyone leave. The maids bowed and saluted, yes. Then they left in unison. In front of the master, no one would dare to say no, no matter how dissatisfied they were. Lizon looked at their figures going away, puzzled. Is there a place here that I can't go in? Wang Ziyu rolled his eyes at her, took her hand and walked inside. The building was like a gymnasium, spacious and bright, with a large swimming pool in the middle that could accommodate 50 people for a 100-meter race at the same time. The pool was filled with steam. No, the steam was warm water? Lizon shouted excitedly and ran towards the pool. It was indeed warm water, with deep and shallow areas, and the shallow area was only half a meter deep. It turned out to be an indoor hot spring. Lizon wanted to jump in immediately, but Wang Ziyu stopped her. Change your clothes and wipe your face. Lizon was about to say, I don't have any clothes to change, when she saw 2 maids carrying neatly folded clothes and towels coming over from a distance. They bowed to Wang Ziyu from a distance, and put the clothes into the dressing room. Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows at her, and she said happily, yes, master. Lizon ran to the dressing room happily. What bothered her was that 1, 2, 3 sets, all of them were bikinis. Lizon picked the least revealing one with a gloomy face, and put it on. But it was peach-colored, and it felt like it was matched to match the spring light of the hot spring. Woohoo! I definitely won't wear it. Lizon resigned herself to a slightly more revealing orange outfit that looked more lively, but the deep v-neck couldn't even cover her chest. What to do? She suddenly felt that it was a big mistake to want to take a hot spring bath with Wang Ziyu. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have followed him to take a hot spring bath. It would have been so nice to drink juice and chat with Les in the outdoor hot spring. You could also see the snow scene. Although the hot spring is not so big, you can't swim in it to your heart's content. I really want to regret it. To put it nicely, Liz Hahn is a person who dares to think and act. To put it bluntly, she has no political stance. After thinking of a better way, she immediately abandons her predecessors, just like she regretted it as soon as she thought of another place to take a hot spring bath. She decisively put her bikini back and quietly opened the door a crack. Should she sneak out or tell him? Unexpectedly, as soon as she stuck her head out, Wang Ziyu came out from the dressing room next to her. He was only wearing a black swimming trunks, and his upper body was naked. Looking at him from the side, his body was muscular and upright, and you could see that his chest and abdomen were full of tension. Although his fair skin slightly reduced this feeling, it added a bit of elegance, like a white leopard about to run in the mountains. He is not yet 18 years old, and his body has not fully grown yet, but he is so masculine. In a few years, he will definitely have a good figure that will make everyone bleed from the nose. As if aware of her gaze, Wang Ziyu turned around suddenly. She was startled and hurriedly closed the door. Wang Ziyu frowned and said, "Sure enough, is it the nature of women to dawdle? You dawdle, your whole family dawdles." Liz Hahn opened the door dissatisfied, complained, and then slapped, closed the door, suppressing the strong heartbeat, thinking to herself, "What should I do? Soaking in a hot spring with a boy, and the other party is a boy with a wonderful figure and wonderful facial features. What should I do?" For some reason, she always felt that it was very dangerous. Chapter 128. Liz Hahn thought carefully, and found that there really was no answer. While she was thinking, she didn't realize that she was sitting on Wang Ziyu's knees with her legs bent. Her upper body was less than an inch away from his chest. If she moved a little, she could touch him, and his hand was on her naked back. When Wang Ziyu saw that she was silent, he said, "So none of your accusations against me are valid?" Liz Hahn still felt that something was wrong. "Then why did you shout those annoying names?" Wang Ziyu smiled but didn't answer. "Are you jealous?" Li Zhan's face flushed immediately. Please don't get me wrong, she wasn't shy, she was angry. She pushed him down in anger. There was no pool wall behind him, and he was pushed to the bottom of the water. Liz Hahn was still not satisfied, so she strangled his neck and pinched him hard. "Go to hell." Wang Ziyu couldn't speak in the water, so he had to shut his mouth and stared at her chest innocently. Liz Hahn looked down along his line of sight, jumped up quickly, and pulled the bra pad back in place. The material of this bikini was obviously good, but why was the pattern so bad? It would fall down if you were not careful. It's so annoying. Wang Ziyu sat up, thinking that he couldn't play anymore, otherwise it would be a matter of time. He closed his eyes slightly, and soon calmed down the charming thoughts in his heart. He was actually a little impressed with himself. He could still remain calm in such an occasion. He glanced at the time on the wall, and lightly concealed the unnaturalness of his body. "We only have 10 minutes left, how about a match?" Li Zhan glanced at him and puffed out his chest. "Let's compete. Who's afraid of who?" The competition, of course, was a swimming competition. Liz Hahn could swim backstroke, butterfly stroke and dog paddle, but of course, he swam the fastest in dog paddle. Therefore, in the last 10 minutes, you could see Liz Hahn desperately dogpawing, just to catch up with the boy in front, who was as fast as a swordfish. Wang Ziyu's control of time was very precise. He had arranged what to do in which hours. Even if teasing Liz Hahn made him very happy, he would never go too far, let alone indulge himself. In the past 10 years, he had been trained by his butler to be a perfect time machine. It was exactly 5 o'clock when the two stepped out of the swimming pool. Eat and prepare from 5 to 6 o'clock. Go out at 6:20. Arrive at the banquet at 7 o'clock. The banquet was held in the castle of the director of the Technology Development Department of the Magic Guild. But this was not a gathering of the Magic Guild, but a private dinner among the nobles. The director of the Technology Development Department belonged to the Boone family, and the Boone family ranked fourth among the nobles. The first was the Asinabi family, the second was the Melhin family, and the third was the Rand family. All the nobles will be here tonight, and there will be another invisible war. Wang Ziyu has been prepared for this. Starting from November every year, the nobles will hold banquets one after another. In name, they are to keep in touch and show off to each other, but in fact, they are preparing for the battle at the end of the year and making plans for the expansion of the next year. The magic world seems peaceful, but in fact, undercurrents are rising frequently. From a broad perspective, every policy change of the Magic Guild, the Education Department, and the Intelligence Department under the Magic Guild are closely related to the symbol of the nobility. From a small perspective, schools, shopping malls, hospitals, and other basic industries that make up the city may also change hands quietly. At every banquet, Prince Yu would evaluate the strength of each noble, protect his own industry, and at the same time look for opportunities to seize other people's industries. This is a naked enclosure movement. If you don't fight for your rights, you will lose them forever. It was not even 7 o'clock yet, and the cars attending the dinner had already entered Boone's castle one after another. In the hall of the castle, the distant and classical sounds of cello and violin flew up, floating gracefully in every inch of luxurious murals, and every piece of furniture with a long history. The dimmed yellow magic lamp flickered like candlelight, illuminating the jewel-studded skirt of the lady and the calculations behind every false smile. Red lips, white skin, eyes and hair of various colors, wrapped in aristocratic education, appeared noble and elegant, quietly concealing the nature of the dinner party. His Royal Highness sat alone in the guest of honor seat, playing with a delicate crystal goblet in his hand, and thoughtfully looked at the woman in the field who was emitting bursts of fragrance. Women, sometimes, are the leading direction of policy. Just like he brought Liz Han here tonight. Why did he suddenly want to bring Liz Han here? Wang Ziyu tapped the rim of the cup with his fingers. The first thing, of course, was to tell everyone that she was Zhuyu Farrell's person, and she should get out of here if she knew what was good for her. Because, after Liz Han won the school competition, she faced many assassinations. So far, Maggie has discovered no less than 10 cases of drugging and poisoning. In addition, he had to calm down the criticism. Some people said that Liz Han won the competition because she had an affair with him. He scoffed at this statement and simply announced that Liz Han was his. It was so arrogant, the second one. Liz Han would definitely be exposed to more and more social activities in the future. She needed to understand the rules of the game between nobles. There was still time, so she could get familiar with it first. If they met in the future, he would know how to deal with it. Of course, Les had to come. In fact, Maggie was also here. However, Maggie was born a commoner and had a certain status in the mercenary group, so she was not suitable to attend the noble dinner, so Wang Ziyu asked her to act as a hidden line. The seemingly lively banquet could feel the obvious undercurrent. In the whispers, mixed with the magic waves accidentally leaked by the spies, making this banquet like a ferocious wolf in sheep's clothing. In the end, it all depends on whose means are better. Wang Ziyu slightly raised the corners of his lips. The noble men were in awe of him, but they couldn't help but show their courtesy to him. As the last prince of the Falaire family, he had a perverse personality, and was not tolerated by others, but his courage and swift means made them obey him. He himself was an extremely contradictory person. It was this sense of contradiction that deeply attracted the noble women who were arrogant. In just 10 minutes, a plump breast accidentally brushed past him, and occasionally there were artificial exclamations in an attempt to attract his attention. But he felt it was really boring. Isn't it just a group of people trying to get the biggest share of the watermelon? He had learned this trick 10 years ago, and he really didn't want to stay at the party any longer. I just don't know how Maggie's business is going. Just then, there was a commotion at the door, and exclamations were heard frequently. The people who were disturbed in the venue looked out the door. At this time, the person standing at the door was Fitch Brooks. He was wearing a classical magic outfit, which made his shoulders look broader and his figure more upright. In contrast, Liz Han, who stood timidly in front of him, was really delicate. Tonight, she wore light makeup, a cute white dress, which shaped her fresh and clever girlish curves, and a playful hat. There were not too many exaggerated accessories, and the degree of showing off was just right. If the person standing next to her at this time was Wang Ziyu, it would be just right. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of her was Fitch Brooks. Fitch Brooks was a little surprised to see Liz Han, but more of a surprise, and blurted out without thinking, "You came just in time, be my female companion." There is no need to doubt his sincerity, but he completely forgot that the other party was still a young girl, not the hot girl he knew, who would come to him obediently as long as he said a word. Coincidentally, a well-dressed young woman walked by and heard this, and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Brooks, don't you have a female companion?" It is well known that Fitch Brooks is a sistercon. As long as he is here, his sister Billuo Mirkson will definitely appear. Now, he is openly hooking up with other girls in public, and it is no wonder that the young woman is making a fuss. The young woman didn't expect that her careless words would cause all the guests around to look at her, and now the three of them were very embarrassed. Especially Liz Han, she wanted to hide her face and run away. She really did it. She ran away while pulling the hem of her skirt. Fitch Brooks was very embarrassed and reached out to grab her wrist. "Liz Han, don't go." "Let me go!" The words spoken by the two at the same time made the other party stunned. The police chief was embarrassed first. Why? Liz Han was really afraid of him. She had a blank expression on her face, and said some inexplicable words. She was even more afraid that he would lose his temper, and her life would be lost if she was not careful. so she became weaker and lowered her head under the other party's gaze and said, I have a companion. This answer obviously exceeded the expectations of the police chief. He originally saw Lizanne alone, and thought she was alone. He was kind enough to be her companion. Selfishly, he just wanted to stay with her for a while. Her breath was very fresh, which made him full of hope for life. Fitch Brooks' face showed a trace of hurt, and it felt like his confession was rejected. He said, Okay. Lizanne took a step back in fear, and searched for Lays in the crowd. They clearly entered the door together, so where is she now? Just then, a light cough came from behind the two of them. Lizanne turned around in surprise, and a handsome man she had never seen appeared in front of her. His night sleeves and collar had delicate lace, and the outermost layer was a fire phoenix cloak. From the hem to the collar gradually lightened, and the dark pattern stretched from the hem all the way up, like a dancing flame. His skin was abnormally pale and lifeless, and his thin lips were a sickly red, as if covered with blood, so beautiful that it was shocking. Is it him? Fitch Brooks said in a deep voice. You could vaguely hear him speaking with gritted teeth. The man just smiled, and his smile was bright and charming, and even had a bit of charm. Very cute. No wonder our little cutie likes him. Chapter 129. Fitch Brooks frowned slightly, said nothing, and only looked at Lizanne, who looked confused. Lizanne looked at the man, then at Fitch, and finally stared at the tip of her high heels. She didn't know this man, nor did she know his little darling. What the hell is going on? Lizanne was roaring in her heart. If Wang Ziyu was there, she would definitely take off her high heels, and throw them on his face, and then walk away. What kind of banquet is this? The man saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and just when he was about to say something, Les walked out through the crowd, and said to the charming man in front of him, Captain? Oh, Captain Pap. It's rare for you to come here, long time no see. Captain Pap. I seem to have heard of him somewhere. The charming man smiled and bent down, holding up Les' hand and kissed it gently. Long time no see, beautiful Miss Anna Les. Lizanne watched blankly from the side. It was the first time for her to see someone kissing hands at such a close distance. It turned out that this action was really gentlemanly. The man called Captain Pap was very beautiful when he smiled, almost more beautiful than a woman, but even when he was kissing hands, he still didn't look frivolous, and even a little distant. Lizanne only thought that Papu's slender, well-maintained hands were very beautiful, even more beautiful than Les' hands. Before she could finish her thought, the other party had already turned in front of her. Captain Papu was much taller than Lizanne, so he bent down slightly to hold her hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Papu Asinabi, the captain of the knights. The uncle of Ikaro. Lizanne just remembered this task, and the hand that was lifted up for the kiss was suddenly cut off by another hand. Fitch Brooks turned around and pulled her into the door with a dark face, leaving Les and Captain Pap staring at each other. Lizanne was pulled by him and stumbled, turning back from time to ask Les for help in panic. Les looked at her back and shook his head. Mr. Brooks is so pitiful. If Wang Ziyu saw this, he would definitely chop off his hands, and he still walked in without knowing whether to live or die. Captain Pap raised the corner of his lips and smiled charmingly. Fitch Brooks is not a sister complex, but a lowly complex? Les glanced at him. Mr. Asinabi, I think you'd better not say anything. It's too disillusioning. The onlookers put away their gossiping eyes, and continued to chat happily. Lizanne was dragged by Fitch to the venue and stumbled. She was very depressed. His steps were too big. She couldn't keep up even as she was wearing flat shoes, not to mention that she was wearing 3-inch high heels tonight. She pulled her hand back, and said with a breath, Mr. Brooks, can you let me go? Fitch didn't say anything, nor did he let go, as if he was fighting with her. Lizanne was very upset. What on earth did he want to do? She was a nobody, so she didn't dare to offend a big shot like the police chief. She looked up, and wanted to ask Les for help, but she found that Les was standing in the distance chatting happily with the charmingly smiling leader Papu. There are opposite sex but no humanity. She turned her face away angrily, and happened to see Wang Ziyu, who was bored and holding his chin in the main seat. His eyes were fixed on her discovery, and the depressing thing was that he was still sitting there motionless, without asking for help at all. Save. What she meant. Lizanne guessed that he probably wanted to train her autonomy again, so she stopped the idea of asking him for help, and turned to other directions to find someone she knew. At this moment, she felt a heat on her back, as if there was an extra hand. She turned her head reflexively, and the police chief, who was unwilling to be ignored by her, had already hugged her into his arms. Lizanne, I'm serious. He looked at her with majestic eyes. Lizanne shuddered in her heart and laughed dryly. What are you serious about? Fitch thought she was too shy to speak up, so he continued, I like your paintings. I can give you whatever you need. You don't need to humble yourself to be His Highness Zhuiyu's maid, let alone his doll. Lizan blinked in confusion. Was there something wrong with her hearing or understanding? She was Wang Ziyu's doll? Dolls, in the magic world, are equivalent to mistresses, women, pets, anyway, they are kept in captivity. Lizan immediately understood where the sad expression in his eyes came from, but she didn't need such pity at all. She pushed him away and said, Mr. Brooks, thank you for liking my paintings. But you may have misunderstood. I am who I am. I have never been a pet, let alone Wang Ziyu's pet. Even if I am his maid, it is an innocent job that requires strength, and no one else needs to interfere. Thank you. Lizan. Fitch Brooks whispered, grabbed her wrist as she turned away, gently lifted it up, bent down and gently tapped her palm. I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you, but I like you. I hope you can consider my suggestion. Lizan felt a chill, and quickly retracted her hand. No, I don't need it. After saying that, she grabbed the hem of her skirt and ran. After running for a while, she looked back in panic, only to see that he was still standing there, staring blankly in her direction, and hurriedly ran a little further. The banquet hall was very large, and she ran to the opposite corner in a short while, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief under the cover of the pillars. Although there were huge pillars to help her cover, she still felt that the sight behind her was very piercing. It seemed that someone was staring at her, and she didn't know if it was Fitch Brooks. Lizan didn't dare to look back to confirm. She just clenched her fist, then opened it, and turned her attention to the banquet food. There were many kinds of drinks, but her favorite green milk was not there, and there were many kinds of meals, but her favorite donuts were not there. What a disappointing banquet. Lizan casually took a cup of wheat yellow syrup, sipped it gently, calmed down, and walked towards the northwest corner. Lizzie told her that they would gather at that corner at nearly 8 o'clock. It was said that it was to convey some information, but as for what the specific information was, she didn't ask, and Lizzie didn't say. Suddenly, the cup in her hand disappeared. Lizan looked up in surprise, staring at the red-dressed Captain Pap standing in front of her with a smile, holding her cup with his slender pale fingers. Little cutie, you are so bad, you are not in school, but come here to fool around. My poor little darling is going to be sad. Lizan felt that his inexplicable title was more of a headache than facing Fitch Brooks. At least that man was speaking frankly, but every word of the captain in front of her gave her goosebumps, but she couldn't understand it at all. Isn't it said that the leader of the knights is the gentlest, most polite and most handsome man? What's wrong with this extremely showy man in front of me? I don't know you. Did you recognize the wrong person? Lizan asked with a frown. Oh. You actually forgot about my Xiaoguai. How could he like a girl like you? Pap looked so angry that he almost rolled on the ground. Lizan looked constipated. Who is your Xiaoguai? Captain Pap was even more sad, and his expression was grief-stricken. Of course it's IKA Xiaoguai. IKA? Akalo? No, this man is hopeless. Lizan didn't even want the cup and left immediately. Where are you going, little cutie? Pap stretched out a finger and easily pinched her 2 hair bands, with a charming smile full of threats. As long as she ran, the hair bands would be torn off and her hair would fall down. Needless to say, Lizan would immediately turn from a lady into a crazy woman laughed at by everyone. The nobles were not as easygoing as the common people. Any small matter could be expanded to infinity, and become a topic of conversation among the nobles after dinner. Lizan froze, not even daring to move her head. This damn banquet, everyone is top-notch. I don't even know what the Magic Guild does. How can they raise such a group of people? She glared at him fiercely, then looked elsewhere, intending to punch him hard while no one was paying attention, and then run home. She didn't want to attend the banquet anymore. It was just asking for trouble. Mellow dance music came from the front. The banquet band changed the style of music. It was time to dance. Noble men and women slid into the dance floor one after another. The skirts inlaid with gems drew dazzling curves. Little cutie, do you have the honor to dance with me? Papu bowed gracefully with his tall figure, like a real knight. If he hadn't called her little cutie, and called himself someone, she would have thought he was a qualified knight. Sorry, I don't want to dance. Lizan avoided his eyes, turned his head, and glanced at Wang Ziyu and the guest of honor again. He still sat there in the same posture, watching silently, with a certain light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that she was entangled by someone, he received her eyes asking for help, but he didn't respond. For a moment, Lizon thought that the person sitting in that position was either just a statue or was hit by the legendary ancient Chinese sunflower acupuncture finger. But the next second, she realized that he was waiting for her to ask for help. What does that mean? What does he want to prove? Lizon silently retracted her gaze and lowered her head. She came here with him in the first place. If asking him for help could keep away all the flies and mosquitoes, she didn't mind doing so at all. So, she decisively rushed towards Wang Ziyu. Along the way, some people danced gracefully past her, but stopped because of her messy running, frowned and complained, "Who is so ignorant of etiquette?" Someone stood in the distance and laughed coldly. There was also Fitch Brooks's dark face, and Captain Pap looked at him with a lost look. In the elegant banquet, her running alone was like a straight line drawn in a beautiful parabola, disrupting the graceful pace of the parabola, and it looked uncoordinated no matter how you looked at it. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly and watched her run over. At this moment, Lizon suddenly changed direction and ran to the balcony next to him. If she asked him for help at this time, her attitude would be inferior to his. She definitely didn't want to do such a thing. Chapter 130. Wang Ziyu stood up suddenly, and his figure swayed. Before everyone could see what was going on, Lizon felt that something was wrong and stopped him. But Wang Ziyu did not intend to let her go, and took a step forward, forcing her into his arms. The familiar warm touch came, and Lizon grabbed the clothes on his arm, his eyes red with grievance, and complained in a low voice, "You bastard, you'd just like to see me make a fool of myself, right?" Wang Ziyu smiled lightly, and lifted a strand of hair that fell on her forehead. "No, you are very beautiful today." As he said that, he took a step back and leaned forward gracefully. "Donut, let's dance." "No." Lizon refused very straightforwardly. She was very depressed when she heard the word dance. "You have already rejected 2 invitations tonight." The voice of His Royal Highness the Prince seemed ethereal in the ambiguous atmosphere of the dance floor. "Les didn't tell you that a lady who rejects 3 invitations in one night means that she is only willing to dance with the host of the banquet." Wang Ziyu's smile was somewhat teasing. "Are you sure you want to dance with the director of the Technology Development Department? His biggest hobby is collecting Lolita and making human specimens." If he didn't say the last sentence, it would be fine. She didn't want to look at the fat old man with Mediterranean hair after one look. After hearing the last sentence, she felt that the man was extremely wretched. Wang Ziyu saw that his words had an effect, but it was not significant, so he said leisurely, "Have you noticed? The way he looks at ladies is indescribable. He wants to strip the other person and put him on his specimen-making table immediately." Lizon followed his gaze, and saw the Mediterranean old man looking at the sexy girl in the dance floor in front of him. His eyes were exactly the same as what Wang Ziyu said. Of the 9 departments under the Magic Guild, she only knew the Supervision Department, the Knights, and the current Technology Development Department, and the heads of these 3 were all perverts. Is the Magic Guild a place dedicated to cultivating perverts? She should stay away from them in the future. As Lizon thought, she subconsciously got into Wang Ziyu's arms and muttered, "I'm not good at dancing." Sports dance is a compulsory course in physical education class, but Lizon is not interested in physical education class and always sneaks into the studio to paint. It's too late to regret now. "It's okay, I teach you." Wang Ziyu held her hand with his left hand, closed his palms, and wrapped her hand. Although she has grown a lot taller, she is still far behind Wang Ziyu. She can't help but feel lucky that she wears high heels, otherwise it would be a big tragedy. Wang Ziyu's right hand went around her shoulders and hugged her, looking calm. "Come, put your right hand on my shoulder and listen to the beat of the music." Lizon said shyly, "I'm a music fanatic, I don't understand." "It doesn't matter." Wang Ziyu leaned down, touched her nose, and said intimately, "Dancing started with the mutual teasing between men and women. You just need to learn this." Lizon tilted her head back in a hurry, and Wang Ziyu smiled with satisfaction. "Look at me, come on, start moving." Ambiguous and delicate notes flowed between the lights of the magic lamp, and an elegant smile entangled the delicate and pretty girl, as if there was no one else on the dance floor. The lights are turning, and so are the people. Between the light and the shadow, the small red pointed shoes gently slide across the carpet, dancing gracefully, moving forward and backward, chasing each other with the black deerskin boots, moving forward and backward, intertwining with each other, as if the mood is also spinning. When he moves forward, she moves backward, and when he moves backward, she keeps chasing him. When he raises his arm, she moves with his body, and when he puts down his arm, she moves away with him, until he pulls her back into his arms again. However, no matter how far the distance between the two is, it is only 3 feet, and no matter how close they are, it is no more than 3 inches. The only thing that didn't change was that their palms were always touching, never letting go. The two danced in perfect harmony, as if it was natural. Liz Han was a little dazed for a moment. She had heard someone say that dancing was the best way for men and women to communicate, because in the process of dancing, their hearts met and their minds were connected. They didn't know how long they danced. Until the new cheerful music rhythm sounded, they came back to their senses. Li Zhan's face was still flushed, and seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her and Wang Ziyu, her face became redder, and she wanted to bury her head in Wang Ziyu's arms and pretend that she didn't see anything. Wang Ziyu slightly curled his lips, leaned down, and put his earlobe close to Li Zhan. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly stiffened. At the same time, Li Zhan felt the vibration of the magic wave on the card in his pocket. It was a message from Les. She still maintained her posture, but immediately used the magic wave to read the information on the card, and whispered to Wang Ziyu. Les said that His Highness Shuowen is here. His Highness Shuowen, the one who wanted to assassinate Wang Ziyu in the Sunshine Flower Room? Wang Ziyu has regained his composure, I know. At the moment when Lizzie sent the news, he had already felt Shuowen's magic wave. He protected the glass behind him, slowly turned around, and faced the main door of the banquet hall. After a while, the door slowly opened to both sides, and 2 rows of palace guards separated and stood on both sides. Then a tall man strode in. He was the protagonist of the night. In the backlight, he felt an indomitable arrogance without seeing the outline of his facial features. All the nobles present stood up straight after seeing him, put their hands on their chests, and performed knight etiquette. In their eyes, Shuowen is the king. Li Zhan didn't understand the rules of the nobles, and was too lazy to figure it out. He just tilted his head, trying to change the angle and look carefully, but he didn't expect that the other party ignored everyone and walked straight to Wang Ziyu. Shuoyu, the other party said. His voice was rough, just like his body shape. Li Zhan stood behind Wang Ziyu and happened to see his face, which was 3 points similar to Wang Ziyu. He was about 10 years older than Wang Ziyu, and his face had grown. Maybe because he often frowned, his eyebrows did not look smooth, but his whole person exuded a kind of, I am the king. The feeling of being arrogant and annoying. Shuowen seemed to be Wang Ziyu's elder brother. She had also heard a little about the war within Wang Ziyu's family, but when it all happened in front of her, she couldn't help but frown. Shuowen was even more excessive than his younger brother Wang Ziyu's elder brother Zhuani. Zhuani she had secretly met once. He was very insidious, but this one was the other extreme. He seemed to suck away all the air wherever Wang Ziyu stepped. Why did they all treat Wang Ziyu like this? Li Zhan didn't understand. Shuowen's eyes were not kind at all. Instead, he looked at Wang Ziyu as if he was looking at an enemy. I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect that our positions have completely changed. It's really unpredictable, Zhuyu. Thank you for your concern, Prince. Wang Ziyu said lightly, his hand still holding Li Zhan's, his 5 fingers still trembling slightly. The moment he saw Shuowen again, all the pain he had suffered in the past, being locked in a dark and narrow space, having his clothes taken away in the snow, being hit on the head with a book. All the misfortunes of his childhood, all the dark memories of the past, seemed to have tentacles, and each tip pointed to the man Shuowen standing in front of him. 10 years ago, Shuowen stood in front of him and bullied him. Now, when the two met face to face again, the eldest Prince Shuowen was more ruthless than before, but he was no longer the former Prince Yu. Even if he had more thoughts in his mind, he would hide them well, and only let those who were willing to hold his hand know. Yo, I don't know how many times I regretted keeping you. If I had killed you at the beginning. Humph, humph. Shuowen did not hide his contempt and disdain for Prince Yu in front of all the nobles in the magic world. For Shuowen, nothing could satisfy him more than trampling Wang Ziyu under his feet in public, and pulling all those who supported him to his side. The nobles didn't care about whose side they stood on. At this time, they all stayed where they were and continued to watch in a posture of finishing the ceremony. Wang Ziyu suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Thank you so much at the beginning. If it weren't for your temporary kindness, how could I be where I am today?" After Wang Ziyu finished speaking, Shuowen suddenly laughed out loud, full of contempt. "Your stupidity is enough to make people sympathize. 10 years ago, I could kill you like a fly, and I can do the same today. Even if I do nothing, my father will destroy you." These words were very sharp, especially in front of the public. Perhaps, for Shuowen, nothing is more pleasant than losing face in front of others. On the contrary, for Shuoyu, after this, he will become a laughing stock of all the nobles. "What do you want?" Wang Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Shuowen then showed a satisfied smile. "Cut the Gordian knot quickly, as long as you can be solved on the spot. Then I really should thank you." Wang Ziyu felt his face turning blue, but he still suppressed his emotions. It would never be good to confront Shuowen head-on, he said to himself in his heart. Just like tonight, it was actually a good show carefully arranged by Shuowen to defeat him. Go to hell. Shuowen gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. I secretly hoped that you would die quickly, so that there would be one less person to compete with me. But you shamelessly survived and appeared in front of me again. Shuowen was so angry that he was incoherent and no longer cared about where he was. Wang Ziyu listened to his reckoning and felt that his blood seemed to freeze. A chill far colder than the cold wind that penetrated between the columns of the pavilion deprived the boy of his warm breath. He suddenly moved the hand holding Liz Han, and Liz Han immediately reacted and stood up. The magic lights in the banquet hall were all extinguished in an instant. Before Li Zhan's eyes adjusted to the darkness, there was a whirring sound around him. After a while, he only heard Wang Ziyu's cold and temperatureless voice. Set fire, burn it. Chapter 131. Li Zhan hurriedly looked back, only to see that the places where the magic lamps were originally placed in the hall had all turned into fireballs, burning the beautiful tablecloths and the delicate window screens, and soon turned into a raging fire. In the banquet, the ambiguous and delicate music disappeared, turning into shrill screams. Looking out the window, people could be seen walking around in a panic, caught off guard. Li Zhan was terrified and shouted, Wang Ziyu, are you crazy? There are still many people inside. Wang Ziyu's eyes were cold, and after hearing this, he just turned his back to her indifferently. At this time, they were already outside, standing on the roof of a building close to the banquet building. She had a full view of all the scenes at the banquet. Wang Ziyu, did you hear me? Li Zhan said frantically. Wang Ziyu still didn't speak. The place where he stood was dark, and now he was backlit. His cold back refused to let anyone approach him, including Li Zhan. Li Zhan suddenly felt flustered. Although he was standing next to her, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that he was thousands of miles away. The distance of just a few feet seemed like 1,000 miles away. This Wang Ziyu was so strange, not like the willful, overbearing, bad-tempered boy she knew, but like a cold-blooded devil. She even had a feeling that the man in front of her was not the same boy who played water fights with her in the swimming pool in the afternoon. Wang Ziyu, he would be so careless about human life. Wang Ziyu, it turns out to be so strange. The fire was raging, and the property of the fourth-ranked Boon family was constantly devoured by the flames. People kept pouring out, and more people with water magic were fighting the fire. The fire did not start from a single place. Such a fire could not be started by knocking over a candlestick or lighting a piece of cloth. Perhaps, the arrangement had been made long before Wang Ziyu arrived at the banquet. She was just a chess piece, stumbling around in a banquet that did not belong to her, diverting everyone's attention. Li Zhan never wanted to judge others by her own standards, but at this moment, she felt a chill down her spine. Is Wang Ziyu really such a person? Is this the so-called aristocratic game? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, but she is not a strong person, nor a noble, and she cannot understand such a game. If possible, she would rather never set foot in it. Wang Ziyu. Li Zhan murmured. Wang Ziyu turned around and saw that she looked like she was smiling or crying, and he couldn't help but soften his heart and reached out to rub her head. Seeing his hand coming to her, Li Zhan took a step back to avoid his contact. What's wrong? Wang Ziyu felt a little bitter in his heart. He took a step forward and wanted to hug her, but she dodged again. The night was very dark as black velvet. There were no stars or moon, nor a trace of cloud. The figures of the two were shrouded in the night, as if they had merged into the darkness. Li Zhan raised her head and looked directly at the boy she had known since she came to this world. She closed her eyes slightly and sighed. I'm sorry, Wang Ziyu, you and I are not from the same world. I can't go on this road. Her words were so resolute, as if she had made a great determination to say them. This sentence was like a final farewell, and it twisted his heart at once. Wang Ziyu stared at her in a daze, watching her turn around, and suddenly rush forward and hugged her tightly from behind. At that moment, he had only one thought, that is, he didn't want to see her back. He knew that no matter what time, he couldn't let her turn around and leave like this, otherwise, he would definitely regret it. Wang Ziyu. Li Zhan said these 3 words softly, her tone full of fatigue. What else do you want? Wang Ziyu leaned down slightly, put his chin on her shoulder, and said softly, you are blaming me for being too cruel, right? Li Zhan didn't say anything and acquiesced. Wang Ziyu sighed and said softly, Donut, take another look. Li Zhan wanted to raise an objection, but still looked over obediently. There was always an attraction in his words that she couldn't resist. Maybe it was because of this, so no matter how intermittent, split and reunited, they finally stood on the same front. Now, when the battle line was about to break, she saw the truth of the burning fire. Just now, she was so excited that she didn't notice that the flames burning in the venue were actually magic fire. The biggest difference between magic fire and ordinary fire is that ordinary fire burns indiscriminately and will devour everything that can be burned, but magic fire is different. It can only burn things condensed by magic, such as magic waves, cloaks and clothes that are embodied by magic, etc. The fire in the venue seemed very big, but it was following a few people from beginning to end and burning non-stop. One Ishua won, and there are a few people that Liz Han didn't notice. Wang Ziyu knew that she had figured it out, and explained, "Donut, those people are Shuowen's people. They were lurking in the banquet long before Shuowen came. Liz just wanted to teach them a lesson. It doesn't matter, no need to explain." Liz Han rubbed her eyes tiredly. "I want to go back to school." Wang Ziyu rubbed her head with some disappointment. "Okay, I take you back." It was nearly 11 o'clock when they returned to Kara's apartment. Wang Ziyu dropped her off on the rooftop of the apartment, but he did not return to the apartment. Instead, he drove the pterosaur to fly high into the sky again. On a starless night, his figure quickly disappeared in the thick night. Liz Han stared blankly at the inky sky for a long time. When he sneezed in the cold wind, he came to his senses and walked back to the apartment in a daze. Ji Rongqi had just returned from training. Seeing her in a dress and looking lonely, he immediately understood. "Did you go to the noble dinner?" Liz Han nodded, looking sad. "That's not a place I can survive." Ji Rongqi sighed, slumped down on the sofa, shook his head and said, "No matter where you are, you must be able to survive, but the path is your choice. When you choose Wang Ziyu, there is no way back." Wang Ziyu was really cruel enough to let her go to that kind of place. However, Ji Rongqi did not say this. Liz Han hugged her legs and huddled in the sofa, whispering, "Then Ji, you are also a noble, will you also take this path? Or can you choose for yourself?" Ji Rongqi smiled. The Rand family never attends aristocratic dinners, because Rand is just the king's knight. The Rand family will not take anyone seriously before they become kings. Does that mean that anyone who becomes a king will be loyal to the Rand family? Li Zhan asked in surprise. No wonder there were no Rand family members at the dinner. Yes, unconditional loyalty. Ji Rongqi said so. Since Li Zhan came back from the dinner that night, he has never seen Wang Ziyu again, nor has he been to Wang Ziyu's apartment. It was as if the two of them tacitly didn't want to think of each other. Liz Han started her unchanging life again, training, painting and attending classes. But she knew that since that night, her heart could no longer be as innocent as before, and the right and wrong were no longer as clear as before. In order not to let herself be too depressed, she decided to forget that period of time and gradually return to the state of a second-grade student, playing with classmates, training with Ji Rongqi, sleeping with the little lion, letting laughter fill her life again, and letting all the unhappiness go far away. When the first snow of winter fell, Liz Han started a new compulsory course, learning to make a snowman, no, actually a snow lion. She let the little lion squat on the snow without moving, then she piled up the snow and made an identical snow lion on the ground according to the little lion's appearance. Her painting skills are very profound, and her brushwork is naturally extraordinary. Every line of the snow lion is carefully carved. At first glance, it looks like two identical little lions squatting on the ground, which has the effect of the stone lion squatting in front of the Tianshao building. Liz Han looked at the little lion, then at the snow lion, clapped his hands with satisfaction, and embedded the black round spirit stone into the snow as the snow lion's eyes. He said to the little lion with great interest, "Hey, this is your compatriot. You must take good care of it in the future." The little lion looked at the identical lion next to it, and then looked at Li Zhan's smiling face, and raised his paw arrogantly, as if he was jealous, and snapped, and hit the snow lion's head. The snow lion's head was broken, and the snow was scattered all over the ground. "Hey, how could you do this?" Liz Han grabbed a handful of snow and threw it at the little lion. The little lion threw it away with a grin, and its paw pads fell on the clean snow, leaving a plum blossom pattern. Liz Han piled up the snow again, with a distressed look, and made another one. Ji Rongqi stood in front of the door, with his arms folded across his chest, shaking his head and sighing, "This kid is hopeless." Liz Han enjoyed this activity. Every time it snowed, she started to make a snow lion and injected magic waves into it. When the sun came out and the snow melted, the snow lion could still stand there with a green leaf on its head. It was as cute as it could be. As the weather got colder, the snow fell heavier and longer, and the glass lamp almost didn't need magic waves, and the snow lions could stay there for a long time. On the snow behind the apartment where no one was walking, the snow lions were connected one by one, forming a long dragon. Ji Rongxi saw that her interest in building snow lions was increasing day by day, but she was getting lazier in training. When he was about to give her a beating, a whistle suddenly came from the sky, and a fiery red pterosaur glided from the gray sky in the distance, with a pair of huge bone spurs that made snowflakes fly everywhere. So cool. Lizhan stared at the sky with his mouth open, until it flew over his head. Then he realized something was wrong, thinking the pterosaur had lost control, and turned and ran away. However, the pterosaur swooped down suddenly, grabbed Lizhan's arms accurately, and flew up again, rushing into the sky. Lizhan didn't even have a chance to escape. The little lion on the ground let out a lion roar that shook the world. Chapter 132. After the pterosaur flew high into the sky, the strong wind and snow immediately blew away her warm knitted hat. The biting cold wind blew through the gaps in her clothes. She only felt her teeth chattering. She hurriedly used magic waves to keep warm, and turned her head to stare at the person who held her hostage. It was not Wang Ziyu. It was Maggie. Maggie calmly lit a cigarette, sandwiched it between the middle finger and index finger of the fingerless leather gloves, and said calmly, "Today's task is to practice in the snow." As usual, she wore a pair of slim pants that were neither thick nor thin, black military boots, a white shirt, and a military jacket. The buttons of the jacket were not buttoned. The wind and snow blew against her lapels, which made her look a bit unrestrained and free. The wind was cold, and she didn't even put out the cigarette in her hand. Sometimes, Lizhan thought she was a freak. Lizhan thought she was an ordinary person. When ordinary people meet freaks, ordinary people are often the ones who go crazy. At that moment, she was almost frozen to death, right? Lizhan was almost crying without tears. However, she was used to Maggie's way. She thought that Ji Rongxi would be brought over by Les soon. She just stretched out her hand to pull the collar, tucked her legs, and tried to reduce the spread of her body temperature. She sat behind Maggie and simply tucked her head in, using Maggie in front of her as a shield to prevent the wind and snow from hitting her face. She really didn't understand why Maggie showed such an enjoyable expression, and said weakly, "It's wet and cold, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Maggie glanced back at her and asked, "The wind and snow are the blessings of nature. Don't you think it's particularly kind when the snow kisses your cheek?" Lizhan twitched her eyes. Well, people from different worlds can't communicate. She shrunk herself a little more, almost curled into a circle, and asked while shivering in the wind and snow, "Where are we going?" Maggie took a puff of cigarette, blew out a complete smoke ring, turned her head and smiled. Of course, the top of the snow mountain. The pterosaur flew for about 10 minutes and arrived in front of a mountain. The mountain was very high, and sitting on the back of the pterosaur, one could only look up at its distant white peak. In front of nature, people are like a leaf in a turbulent stream, completely unable to dominate. Lizhan hated this feeling of powerlessness that she could not control. Her life could be swallowed up by nature at any time. At this moment, she suddenly understood why humans always had to constantly transform nature, and even challenge nature. Because they were afraid of nature. The snow kept falling, and a landslide occurred on a mountain. Snow and ice rolled in with sand, just like a flood. The pterosaur spread its wings and rushed towards the snowy mountain. The wind was sobbing, and the snow was crying. Maggie suddenly stood up from the pterosaur's back, grabbed Lizhan's shoulders, and pushed her down. All Lizhan screamed. Maggie seemed not to hear it, put the cigarette in her mouth, and turned around to leave. After flying for about 2 minutes, she returned to the mountainside, looked at Les who was chasing from afar, and laughed. "Hey, tomboy, you can't bear to part with your students?" "Of course not." Les lowered his head and took notes calmly. "I am a magician mentor. I can only arrange the next training plan." "Humph, you are self-aware." Maggie changed her posture to sitting sideways, crossed her legs, took a puff of cigarette slowly, looked at the white smoke exhaled, and said with her head tilted, "I am very curious. Where did you find such a talented student?" In fact, she had discovered Lizhan's talent when she was in the Kenyan forest, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. If she had taken action at that time, Lizhan would not be Lizzie's student now. Thinking of this, Maggie was a little depressed. She had been competing with Lizzie for so many years, but she had never been able to win over Lizzie, because Lizzie was too disdainful to compete with her. Lizzie tilted his head slightly, with a mocking look on his face. "There are children with good talents everywhere, you are too lazy to take care of them. So what lame excuses are you making?" After a pause, she shrugged and said, "She is the one the prince likes, and I can only do her a favor." Although the two of them still spoke in a confrontational tone, they were usually much calmer. On the two pterosaurs flying at the same speed, the two of them were relatively still, chatting and talking without any pressure. Maggie paused, looking at Lizon struggling and rolling in the snow, and said thoughtfully, "Prince, have you found out the source of her magic wave? If nothing unexpected happens, it is a magic wave that is in her bloodline. This kind of magic wave is not common." When she exploded in the arena that day, many people felt the terrifying power, but Prince Yu used his power to suppress the news and public opinion, and even specifically asked her to be a mentor. Since she agreed, she would spare no effort. And the fact proved that Lijian's child was more talented than she thought. At the same time, the magic wave in his bloodline was much stronger than she thought. It was very likely that he was a direct descendant. If this is true, then Prince Yu is no less than betting his own life. Luiz pouted his red lips, and smiled. "Superwoman, what kind of person do you think Donut is?" Maggie said without hesitation, "A little brat. Growing up in a greenhouse, she has never experienced any storms, and has a simple personality and is lawless. Lawlessness does not mean ignoring the laws of the country, and the family, and doing bad things at will. In the eyes of people in the magic world, law is magic and heaven is faith. Lizon has neither awe of magic nor any faith. In her eyes, she only believes in herself. To some extent, lawlessness is a compliment to Maggie, because in the magic world, very few people can be lawless. In this respect, Lizhan and Wang Ziyu are surprisingly similar." Les nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "So, once such a child is trained, what effect will it have?" Maggie knew without thinking that the world would be in chaos. Of course, this was the premise that Lizhan wanted to do this. Les looked at her face, and knew that she understood in her heart. He laughed and said, "So what does it matter whether her magic is investigated or not? Is the prince a coward? Are you a coward? Superwoman, even if you don't know her background and her life experience, you still spare no effort to guide her and let her release her instincts and talents, don't you?" Maggie felt an indescribable sense of guilt for a moment. Even though she knew that teaching her like this might lead to a bad future, she couldn't help but do it. Not because of Wang Ziyu's order, but because she really wanted to. She even felt that Lizhan could control her own future. As for why, there are only two words: intuition. In the eyes of others, whether it was Les or Maggie, as long as they could get 1 or 2 tips from one of them, it would be a great fortune. Lizhan got guidance from 2 people at the same time. In this respect, she was luckier than anyone else. From another perspective, her training is harder than anyone else's. Someone once said that genius is 99% sweat plus 1% inspiration. For Lizhan, her growth is 50% sweat plus 50% luck. This luck comes from her 2 3-star wizard-level mentors. Half a year ago, she was still a blank sheet of paper, but now, this sheet of paper has been painted with beautiful pictures at an incredibly fast speed, and it is becoming more and more full. Now, what frustrates her most is that no matter how much she trains, she seems to be unable to perceive her own progress. Because, no matter how much she improved, no matter how strong her magic was, she would never be a match for Les, Maggie, and Wang Ziyu, and she couldn't even beat Ji Rongxi. So, she was naturally sad. It felt like she had climbed one mountain after another, but found that there were still 108,000 mountains to her goal. So, she became more and more lazy. Whether lazy or not, she was in the same position. In this situation, most people would choose to be lazy, and Lizhan was no exception. In the near future, Maggie will reduce the intensity of training. She only needs to finish daily routine. Most of the time, she will be used for review. If the comprehensive score is less than 60 points, you have to drop out of school. This is Kara's eternal truth. Lizhan is happy that she has finally escaped from the abused life, but she is also worried about the exam. It was too busy during that time. She worked 2 jobs at the same time, drawing comics for the old lady who owns the shop, reviewing for exams and training, and of course, feeding and walking the little lion. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to sleep in. She always thought that sleeping in bed on a snowy day was one of the happiest things in the world, but she didn't have a chance to do it in a semester. She finally got to the time to prepare for the exam, and she became more and more restless. Thinking carefully, she almost didn't go to class in the second half of the semester. While she was still worried about the exam, the whole class was happily packing up their things, preparing to fly home after the exam. She sat alone in the empty classroom reviewing her lessons, with only the little lion by her side. She had a headache when she thought about the end of the semester. The summer vacation passed by in a daze, and she didn't have time to think about anything at that time. Now the winter vacation was in front of her, and she suddenly found that she didn't know what to do. There is a magic festival in the magic world. The Magic Festival is equivalent to the Spring Festival in China. The holiday is 15 days, and everyone will go home to celebrate, plus a month of winter vacation, a total of 45 days. Others were very happy because they could finally go home. But Liz Han was worried. Where should she go back? It was almost impossible to go back to the Celestial Empire to reunite with her parents. She knew in her heart that she should go back to Bowman Island to spend the holidays with her grandfather and uncle. For now, they were her relatives. They needed her, and she needed them too. She escaped for a semester, but she couldn't escape forever. She had to face it and learn to live with them. But how could she go back? It would take 4 or 5 days to ride a pterosaur to Bowman Island, which was thousands of miles away. In this weather, flying for 4 or 5 days in the wind and snow would probably leave her half dead. What's more, she was unfamiliar with the place. If she didn't go back, she would have nowhere to go. Chapter 133. The prince's castle was impossible. She couldn't be alone in school as a ghost. Thinking of this, Liz Han made up her mind to go home after the exam. She sat in the empty classroom, watching the heavy snow outside, clenched her fists, and took a deep breath, and then focused on the textbook. In fact, she didn't quite understand why other people didn't need to review the books. Did they review them normally? No need to read books at all? Or is it that the review habits she inherited from the Celestial Empire are simply not applicable? In any case, she doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of the last semester. The requirements are not high, but every subject must be over 60 points. Liz Han gets up early and stays up late every day, flipping through books and reviewing textbooks, not daring to slack off. However, when the test paper came on the day of the actual test, she opened her mouth slightly and was completely stunned. It was not until this moment that she really understood why no one reviewed. This test is not about the course, but the ability to cheat. I remember when she first came, she was also taking exams. She thought the students in the exam room were very well behaved. Everyone was answering questions seriously. Everyone looked very serious. Now it turns out that it was an illusion caused by the lack of magic power. Now looking around, 9 out of 10 students are cheating. During the exam, it is not tested by class, but the seats of all students in the class are shuffled and the exam positions are rearranged. In other words, in the same exam room as her, there are top students in Class A, half-baked students in Class C, and problem students in Class F, not to mention other classes. Just like the last exam, there was a magician standing on each side of the exam room, one of whom was from the school's own invigilator, the other from the Caro Magic Association, and in the middle stood the monitoring magician organized by the examinees. In such a serious occasion, Liz Han had intended to answer the questions carefully, but what she saw was that almost all the examinees focused their attention on several top students in Class A in the exam room, and used various magical abilities to cheat. This surprised her greatly. The invigilator had said that if you were caught cheating, you would be expelled from the exam room immediately, and the score for that subject would be invalidated. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Liz Han was secretly amazed, and at the same time paid attention to the movements in the examination room. At this time, she couldn't help but sigh at her good position. The second to last row of the examination room, the left corner, as long as she raised her head, she could take in the entire examination room. The candidate sitting behind the top student in Class A was probably a student of the psychology department. He used magic to quickly invade the consciousness of the top student in Class A, read the top student's answers from beginning to end, and quickly wrote down the answers on the paper. What a horrible cheating method! This was simply amazing to Liz Han, a student from China who was so nervous about slipping in notes. At the same time, a water-type candidate on the left side of the classroom was also staring at the top student. What was even more amazing than the mind-type candidate was that he condensed water into ice and embedded it inside his glasses. To the magician on the podium, his glasses looked very ordinary, but secretly, he used the reflection and light of the embedded ice pieces to read every word of the top student's answer. But looking at his expression, it was natural and righteous, as if he was really answering the question seriously. Everyone in the examination room was cheating, but each of them was very clever and made no sound, so the invigilator standing on the podium didn't notice it at all. For a moment, Liz Han felt that the world had gone wrong. This exam was elements, which was not a subject she was good at. She looked down at her blank paper, then looked at the students in Class A who were writing furiously, and immediately had an idea. Others have cheated, so she can't just sit there and wait for death. But how can she cheat? She is neither a student of the psychology department who can invade other people's consciousness, nor a student of the manipulation department who can manipulate her hair to see the answer. She suddenly feels that the protection department is the most hateful. She can't just stick her head out to see the answer of the candidate next to her. What's more, she remembers that the candidate next to her is a skipper like her. She rolled her eyes, and suddenly remembered something, and immediately paid attention. She moved her buttocks, sat upright, chanted silently in her heart, and summoned the butterfly she had not used for a long time. Of course, it was not a paper butterfly, otherwise it would be killed by the invigilator before it flew out. Her butterfly could be dematerialized, in layman's terms, invisible. A few days ago, she learned to hide the cardboard, leaving only the shape condensed by the magic wave, which could be controlled at will. The attack was not only more effective, but also more concealed and not easy to be discovered. She controlled the butterfly to fly in front of the top student, stopped beside the top student's hair, and watched every word written by the top student without blinking. The silver-blue wings occasionally fluttered, looking very comfortable. Of course, except for her, no one could see the butterfly. Even if they saw it, they would think it was a headdress for top students. Lijian's feather pen and cardboard are connected, so every word the butterfly sees will be recorded by the feather pen. She doesn't need to write it herself. The feather pen will automatically record all the answers for her. So cool! Lijian almost cheered out loud. This is simply a god-level cheating device. No more worries about exams in the future. Lijian happily held the pen, moving it as she did, watching the answer appear neatly on her paper. The top student was very fast at answering questions, and she probably realized that many people were staring at her answers. As soon as she finished, she handed it in and left. At this time, Lijian had almost finished writing. But she was not in a hurry to leave. After writing the answers, she looked back carefully. Although she couldn't remember many of the answers, she could tell whether the answers were correct or not. After checking the answers, she felt that she had no problem getting 80 points, so she handed in the paper, patted her butt and left. After learning how to cheat, Lijian felt relieved. Having lived in China for a long time, she was used to the fact that exams determined everything, and that she had to answer questions independently. She always felt that exams were a heavy burden, and was afraid that she would have to drop out of school if she did not do well. However, now, she felt extremely relaxed. As long as she could cheat, she was not afraid of taking many exams. After returning to the apartment, she immediately looked up the information of the second-year students, not for review, but to find out which students in the same exam room as her were better at which subject, so that she could cheat during the exam. As she watched, she hummed happily, resting her head on the little lion, wishing to tell the world, "I'm so happy, the exam is so easy, it turns out that you can cheat in the exam." But in order to avoid being despised by Ji Rongxi, she tried her best to hold back the smile on her lips, and rolled around on the bed with the little lion. Since she didn't have to worry about the exam, she took advantage of the time to prepare for going home. To go home, you must first plan, which is like preparing for a long journey. First, she had to look at the map and determine the route home. Secondly, she had to prepare clothes. In the cold winter, even if she could use magic waves to keep warm, she still needed warm clothes because she would get wet by the snow if she wasn't careful. From this point of view, Lijian was still very grateful to Maggie. If she hadn't been forced by Prince Yu to learn how to control a pterosaur, and was thrown on the top of a snowy mountain by Maggie, she wouldn't have adapted to the extremely cold weather so quickly. This was simply a preparation for her to go home. Thirdly, she had to consider what to take back. She had never lived on Bowman Island, and her only impression of the island came from the cartoons of her predecessor, which were very abstract. Also, she had to tell the shopkeeper, the old lady, that she could not go to work for a while, and she had to tell the housekeeper Billy that she could not be Wang Ziyu's daughter during the holidays. Lijian felt a headache just thinking about it, and couldn't help rolling on the bed. Why did she have so many things to do? It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when she finished the last exam. The wind was blowing, and the rain and snow were flying. The next week, she had to go to the suburbs to take a practical exam. In this kind of weather, everyone complained and wanted to cut the teacher who set the questions into pieces and throw them into the snow to freeze. Lijian listened to their complaints and laughed in her heart. She didn't have to take the practical test. Oh, that's right. All contestants who participated in the inter-school competition and the school PK competition cannot take the practical test. The results of the practical test are determined according to the results of the inter-school competition and the school PK competition. She and Ji Rongxi won the first place in the school PK competition, so even if she didn't take the test, her practical score was more than 90 points, so she had no pressure. When the invigilator announced that the magic theory test was officially over, she put on her school bag and rushed out of the examination room. She was finally free. Donuts? A low voice called out, The voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. In the noisy examination room, it could be heard clearly without using magic waves. Lizhan turned his head and saw Wang Ziyu walking all the way from the other end of the corridor. He was wearing a dark blue double-breasted corset suit, with his trouser legs and black hard leather boots, which made him look tall and long-legged. He was wearing a black coat and a bold scarf around his neck, which was simple and handsome. Lizhan was shocked by his quiet temperament from head to toe, as if he came from the quietest place, without any sound. He has a handsome face, soft and peaceful lines at the corners of his lips, and a warm and firm gaze. In this land of ice and snow, he is like an isolated person. Lizhan had just finished her exam, with her heart beating with joy. The noise after the exam, the sound of cars, the sound of wind, and the bustling voices, her eager joy had not yet been contained, but at this moment, it seemed as if the world was quiet, only his figure and his warm gaze stayed. "Have you finished the exam?" Wang Ziyu smiled and pinched her red nose, and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" From the beginning of the dinner to the exam, Wang Ziyu had not appeared, and she was not sure whether Wang Ziyu wanted to give her independent thinking space. Now, he finally came in front of her. Was he going to force her to give an answer? Chapter 134. Lizhan looked up at the boy she hadn't seen for nearly a month. Just as she was about to nod, a cold wind blew and she shivered. Wang Ziyu took off his scarf, wrapped it around her neck, and said softly, "This is for you." Lizhan didn't like the feeling of having something wrapped around her neck. When it was cold, she would rather wear a coat with a stand-up collar than a scarf. But she didn't know whether it was because his scarf still carried his body temperature or because his scarf was particularly soft and comfortable. But after putting it on, she unexpectedly didn't reject it, but felt indescribably warm. "Wang Ziyu, are you doing well?" Lizhan couldn't help asking. After thinking for a while, she felt that such words were too strange, and quickly added, "Long time no see." Wang Ziyu glanced at her dissatisfiedly and complained, "You don't come every morning. I thought you didn't want to pay attention to me." His expression was as pitiful as his injured right hand, and he felt a little aggrieved. Lizhan thought that she was indeed negligent during this period. Because she didn't want to see him, she naturally skipped the work of saying good morning. At least I should tell him, right? After nearly a month of calm thinking and a thrilling exam, I recalled that the past memories were still clear, but my resentment towards him had long since vanished, and I even forgot why I left him in the first place. Lizhan waved her hands innocently and made an excuse. "I thought the exam was difficult, and I was busy preparing for it, and I accidentally did that." What that was, they both knew clearly. Wang Ziyu didn't bother with her, hugged her shoulders and rubbed like a child. "Then you are not allowed to skip work in the future?" Lizhan thought about how she didn't have to get up so early every day and could stay in the warm bed for an extra hour, so she couldn't nod. The prince's expectant expression gradually turned into disappointment. He slowly loosened his hand and stood quietly in front of Lizhan, neither forcing her nor walking away. There was an unspeakable disappointment in his eyes. Donuts. Lizhan's mind was touched. In fact, it was not easy for him to be alone. He was being calculated by others all day long, and there was no one around him. He was stupid and dumb, and he couldn't even button his clothes. She sighed, "Okay, I go." Hearing this, His Highness, who was just waking up from his depression, immediately revived and hugged her in his arms, his smile as bright as the summer sun. "Great, I can see donuts every day when I open my eyes." Lizhan felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Woo-woo, I was fooled. He actually used the policy of pitiful soldiers, the annoying Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu happily took her hand. "Let's go back." Lizhan punched his arm with her fist in anger, but did not open his hand, letting him pull her forward. Since returning to school and being his maid, he gradually became gentle, and sometimes acted like a child. In the long-term relationship, his willfulness, his domineering, his bad temper, and even the dark side of his life were all shown to her without reservation. Sometimes, she felt scared, just like some time ago, which made her always want to escape, but more often, she sympathized with him because the unique environment he was in raised a child like him. Today, she finally made her mind clear and adjusted her mentality. No matter what he was like before, no matter what his purpose was in firing her, no matter what he is like now, no matter what his motives are for dealing with others, he is always her master at work, and more importantly, he is Wang Ziyu, a person that no one can control. She likes this kind of dangerous boy. From this moment on, she thoroughly understood that she is a person who protects her shortcomings, that is, even if the other person has character flaws, she will still make excuses for the other person. Lizhan looked up at him, her lips moved, and she wanted to say something but finally said nothing, just wrapped his scarf tightly, and walked into the wind and snow with him, leaving behind a line of candidates with envious and jealous eyes. Actually, it would be a lie to say that I was not moved when I saw him just now. Once, in the examination room of the college entrance examination, her parents were waiting for her outside, but she could not leave the examination room. Now, she walked out of the examination room again, and he was waiting for her there, as if he would stand there forever. The snow was still falling. Neither of them had an umbrella. People in this world don't have the habit of holding umbrellas. The wind and snow hit my face, and I felt very cold at first, but then my face skin slowly disappeared. She let the magic waves circulate in her body to maintain her body temperature, and at the same time, she dug into Wang Ziyu's arms to absorb his warmth. Wang Ziyu looked down at her head buried in his chest, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. The two of them walked very fast and lightly, but without using magic, leaving 4 rows of shallow footprints on the snow. Lizan felt that her hands were cold, so she simply put her hands in his pockets and muttered, "Master, I have to go home in 2 days, and can't be your maid anymore. You will stay alone during the holidays." Wang Ziyu paused, probably because he used too much strength. The snow, crunch, made a light sound, leaving a deep footprint. "Why?" he asked. His cheerful face suddenly became gloomy again. "Well, I have to go back to see my grandfather during the holidays, so that he won't forgive me. What should I do?" Li Zhan stuck out her tongue mischievously. Wang Ziyu thought for a while. "I go too." "Huh? Are you kidding?" Lizan poked her head out of his arms, and made a face at him. "I don't want to be killed by Maggie and Miss Lates." After saying that, she jumped forward. Wang Ziyu felt his arms suddenly become cold. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then followed him. "No, if you dare to leave me alone and go back, I will deduct all your wages for the past 2 months. He really didn't want to use threats, but at the moment, he couldn't think of any way. Lizan puffed up her cheeks, glared at him fiercely, and said word by word, "I don't care." The atmosphere suddenly became cold, and the two stared at each other without saying anything. Wang Ziyu knew that he had said the wrong thing, but he didn't know how to save him, and couldn't bring himself to apologize. Lizan was so angry that she just thought he was good, but now, he immediately turned into a hateful capitalist. Lizan walked towards her apartment angrily. Wang Ziyu saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly pulled her back, whispering, "Donut, I didn't mean that." "I know what you mean," Lizan said unhappily, "evil capitalist." After that, she opened the door and ignored him. He stood at the door in silence for a while. Just as he was about to turn around, Lizan suddenly popped his head out again. "When are you going back to the castle?" Wang Ziyu was stunned and asked, "Why?" Lizan stuck out her tongue, "I just want to say goodbye to you." She touched her hand on the cold door handle and whispered, "Thank you for teaching me so much during this period, and for letting Les and Maggie teach me magic. Actually, I am quite touched." Why did he say that they would never see each other again? Wang Ziyu was startled and reached out to pull her, but she quickly closed the door. When she walked into the room, her face was red. It was true that she was grateful to Wang Ziyu, but it was the first time she expressed it so directly. She was just joking about the so-called evil capitalist, and didn't really mean to blame him. When the little lion saw her coming back, he held the pterosaur egg, and made a greeting gesture to her, but found that she was still standing there ignoring him. He couldn't help but throw away the pterosaur egg and pounce on her, pulling her scarf with his claws and scratching her body. She seemed to have just realized that she had forgotten to return the scarf to him. She took off the scarf and put it to her nose to smell it. There was still a little bit of his residual smell on the scarf, and with the coolness of ice and snow, it was just like Wang Ziyu, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Seeing that she was still in a daze, the little lion twisted its body in grievance and suddenly pounced on her chest. She finally reacted, reached out to catch it, held it in her arms, and smoothed its fur. "Little prince, we will go home the day after tomorrow. You have to make your skin thicker." The little lion howled and rolled on her body. She smiled and hid in the quilt with the little lion in her arms. In this kind of weather, the quilt is the most comfortable and warmest, right? After finishing the preparations, the next day, Lizan ran down the mountain with the little lion early in the morning to get a stick. In snowy weather, almost no one walked on the street. Occasionally, a few people passed by. All of them were sledding and running very fast. It was even more deserted than before, and even the door was not opened. Lizan knocked on the door for a long time, and the old lady who owned the shop opened the door sleepily. She was wearing a thick black fox fur, which made her look even shorter, but the moment she saw her, her eyes lit up. The shopkeeper's wife was afraid of the cold air, so she closed all the windows in the back hall, but she still couldn't stop the biting cold wind. The larger the house, the fewer people there were, the less popular it was, and the colder it was. It was a pity for her lonely old woman, and it was enough to bear it. Lijan's teeth were chattering with cold, and she hugged the little lion tightly in her arms. At this time, only the little lion's warm body could barely keep out the cold. In fact, the little lion was also a peculiar thing. Other pets were wearing thick pet clothes at this time, but it had a thick skin and was not afraid of the cold at all. Plus, the fur grows longer in winter, making it warmer than a quilt. Lijan closed the door and joked, "I was planning to come here for my last day of work, but you're closed. What a waste of my kindness." The shopkeeper smiled kindly, "You came just in time. Your grandfather sent a letter." "Ah," Lijan was surprised and said, "Are you kidding?" Although she told her grandfather that she was working for Lijan and the shopkeeper was an old lady in her 70s or 80s, she didn't say anything else. How could her grandfather send a letter to the shopkeeper when he didn't even know where Lijan's shop was? Chapter 135. The old lady who runs the shop turned around and walked to the rocking chair next to the fireplace without explaining. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly and warm. When the little lion saw the fireplace, it immediately jumped out of her arms and rushed to the fireplace. "Be careful not to burn your tail," Lijan reminded, and consciously dragged a nearby chair to the fireplace, sat diagonally opposite the old lady as if she were at home, rubbed her hands, and took the little lion that was arching into the fireplace back into her arms. "It's different with a fireplace. It's so warm." Lijan sighed with satisfaction, and then asked the old lady, "How did you receive my grandfather's letter?" The old lady picked up the letter on the stool and handed it to her. She took it and saw that the front of the letter was written, Lijan. The date was December 16th, and it was sent 3 days ago. The handwriting was the kind of sophisticated handwriting that had been written for decades, but it was not good-looking, a little tilted and twisted, like the way a left-handed person writes. She didn't know whether her grandfather was left-handed, so she couldn't be sure whether the letter was written by her grandfather. Lijan opened the letter suspiciously. The content was very simple. The general meaning was that it was cold, and it was difficult to return home. He happened to have an old friend living in the imperial capital. After she finished the exam, she could go to her place to celebrate the La Saint festival. The old friend was the shopkeeper of Lijan, by sure. The signature was her grandfather, Husi Bossman. What a coincidence. Lijan just felt incredible. She had read a geography book, which said that Bowman Island was a very remote island with little contact with the outside world. 90% of the residents on the island were local indigenous people, and the indigenous people all had the surname Bossman. Since Grandpa's surname was Bossman, he must be an indigenous person. Then how could he know the owner of an ordinary magic wand shop in the imperial capital thousands of miles away? She knew that the old lady's name was Baishan, but she didn't know her grandfather's name or his handwriting. If the letter was fabricated, she couldn't tell. The problem is that the old lady in charge of the shop didn't need to fabricate such a letter to her. Lijan put away the letter, took out the communicator directly, and sent a communication request to Grandpa. This is the fastest, most convenient, and most powerful way to verify. As long as you ask clearly, everything will be easy. The communicator was quickly connected, and Grandpa's kind words came over. "Shaoli, have you been to Grandma Bai?" Lijan opened his mouth in astonishment, and looked at the old lady in charge of the shop. The old lady looked calm, just stretched out her hand to hold the little lion in her arms, and helped it to smooth its fur. The little lion looked up, and looked at the shopkeeper with his eyes. He felt that her seemingly calm eyes contained infinite emotions, as if she was an old man who had experienced thousands of things in the world, and finally jumped out of the world. It felt that this situation was very fresh, turned to look at the owner, who wanted to convey this news to it, and saw that the owner was concentrating on talking to his grandfather, so he howled in dissatisfaction. Lijan disliked it for being noisy and glared at it. It covered its face innocently. Why didn't she understand that this old lady was not an ordinary person? Sometimes, animals can see things that humans cannot see more easily than humans, but unfortunately, they cannot accurately convey this feeling. So the little lion said that he was innocent. The more Lijan listened to Grandpa, the more strange she felt. From his tone, he seemed to have known the shopkeeper for many years, and asked her to call the shopkeeper's old lady Grandma. She looked at the old lady and asked tentatively, "Grandpa, how did you know the shopkeeper?" Grandpa sighed sadly and only replied, "It's an old story, not worth mentioning." She was a little disappointed and said, "The shopkeeper is next to me, you can talk to her." Grandpa was silent for a while. "No need. You can say hello to her for me." In order to verify the authenticity of the letter, Lizan used hands-free communication, and the shopkeeper could hear every word. Lizan saw clearly that after hearing Grandpa's refusal, the shopkeeper's face showed a moment of sadness, but then it disappeared, and he just stared at the fire in the fireplace in a daze. After cutting off the communication, Lizan pouted at the communicator, and said that she would ask her uncle for clarification another day. She felt that Grandpa and the shopkeeper's old lady must have an affair. She called him Grandpa at the time, and Grandpa asked her to call him Grandma, but she sat aside and did not object at all. Could it be that she was her grandma? If such a clear pairing of names was not true, the old lady would definitely refute it. The more Lizan thought about it, the more she felt that this was true, and immediately changed her words to Shopkeeper Grandma. The shopkeeper just smiled slightly at such a name, and did not make any comments. It is not difficult for an old man to see through the mind of a young person, but she no longer cares. Lizan was very happy with her grandfather's arrangement. First, she didn't have to brave the snow and wind to live in a strange island called Bowman. Second, she was already familiar with the old lady who owned the shop, and it was easy for her to adapt to living together. Third, she felt that the old lady was lonely enough. She lived alone in a house of several hundred square meters and several floors. She had never seen any relatives, only customers. When she was talking to her grandfather just now, she secretly glanced at her with the corner of her eye and found tears in her eyes. Life is not easy for anyone. It is a rare fate for the two of them to comfort each other in the cold winter. With the promise of his grandfather, Lizan immediately let go of his heart and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Grandma, you don't mind if I move in, right?" The shopkeeper old lady smiled and said, "The room is ready, you can move in any time." Lizan hugged her happily and kissed her on the face. "I have finished the exam, I will move things now, and we will depend on each other in the future." When the little lion saw her leaving, he wanted to follow her, but Lizan stopped him, saying, "You stay here and accompany Grandma. I'll be back soon." Then he ran out the door. The little lion rolled on the ground in dissatisfaction, but Lizan refused to look back at him. He roared angrily, causing the fire in the fireplace to flicker several times. The old lady, the shopkeeper, reached out and picked up the little lion, sighing, "You are Shelley's only companion. You must treat her well in the future." The little lion seemed to sense the sadness in her words, raised his head in confusion, and scratched her palm with his claws. The old lady in charge touched its fur, as if she was holding a crystal ball, and said to herself, "I saw her future. That road is too bumpy, but I am old, and I can't do anything except prediction. When the people of the Bisake family are stained with the blood of the black magician, no one can stop it. Lijan's things have been prepared, and she is ready to go home. Now she doesn't need to go back." She said something to Ji Rongxi, and went directly to Lai Yizhang with her things, who knew that she received a communication from Lai's just after taking a few steps. Le's tone was urgent and fast, and there was a bit of anger. "Donut, the prince is injured." Lizan only felt a bang in her head, and all the luggage in her hands fell to the snow. She could hardly believe her eyes, and asked with a trembling voice, "Isn't he very powerful? Why is he injured? He was attacked by Zhuowin's large army when he returned to the castle just now, and asked me for help. When I got there, it was too late." Les gritted his teeth and said, "If I don't kill them, I swear I won't be a human being." Lizan was in no mood to listen to Lizzie's lofty ambitions, and hurriedly asked, "Where is the prince? Is he seriously injured?" "Very seriously. His chest was pierced by ice magic, and blood was all over the floor. He is still being rescued. Do you want to come over?" Before Lizzie finished speaking, Lizan cut off the communication and hurried to the sled station. How could such a terrible thing happen? After thinking carefully, the sled was too slow, and could not get to the prince's castle at all. In addition to the pterosaur and the pterodactyl, the only other way to get to the castle was Prince Yu's swift beast magic car. Wang Ziyu is currently being rescued, so she can't bother the people in the castle to pick her up. Lizan took a deep breath, and suddenly remembered that she could control Wang Ziyu's pterosaur. Maybe she could give it a try? She tried to put her hand to her lips and whistled. Wang Ziyu had taught her how to whistle before. When summoning a pterosaur, the sound should be high at first and then thin, with a long tail. Use magic waves to transmit the sound, and the pterosaur can feel it. She whistled twice in a row, but his vehicle did not fly over. She thought the pterosaur might be in the castle, and couldn't hear her voice, so she shook her head in disappointment and walked towards the sled station. As long as she got down the mountain and rented another pterosaur, she could still get there, although it would be slower. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar came from the sky, and in the snow, Wang Ziyu's silver car swooped down, leaving a beautiful silver track. Liz Han looked up in surprise, chanted a spell, jumped up from the ground, jumped onto the pterosaur, sat on the dragon saddle smoothly, leaned down and laid down, and shouted, "Go to the prince's castle, as fast as possible." The pterosaur turned around obediently, and rushed towards the castle. The speed of its flight was faster than ever before. From a distance, it looked like an arrow shot from a bow. The snowflakes in the sky could not affect it at all. Liz Han tightly grasped the buckle of the dragon saddle, but she still felt that it was not fast enough, far from fast enough. For the first time, she found herself worried, almost scared. For the first time, she was so anxious that she wanted to stand by his side. Although Habi's medical skills were excellent, she couldn't help but think in the worst direction. The more she thought about it, the more terrible it felt. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red, but she didn't allow herself to cry before she saw the person. Soon, the pterosaur successfully sent her to Wang Ziyu's castle. After jumping off the pterosaur, Liz Han could not wait to run to his room. Along the way, a maid saw her reckless look and wanted to stop her, but she couldn't stop her at all. She was as fast as a shadow, and whoosh, was far away from sight. Wang Ziyu's password doorbell has not changed. She checked the password and rushed in, but she was shocked to find that his bed was empty. Chapter 136. Liz Han turned around and walked out in a hurry, dialing Lizzie's number and asking, "Where is he?" "The ward, where you were lying last time. He was just rescued." Before Lizzie finished speaking, Liz Han appeared in front of her like a gust of wind. A trace of relief appeared on Lizzie's face, and he pointed to the ward. "You go in and keep him company. I go find Inver to see what the attack is about. Habi is going to prepare medicine, and will come over later." "Thank you, Lizzie." Liz Han nodded, and walked to the door of the ward. "It'd be fine, it'd be fine." Liz Han told herself this in her heart, otherwise Lizzie would have jumped up and down. But when she touched the door, she still felt that it was heavy. She was actually a little scared, afraid that she would see him lying helplessly on the bed, and for a moment, her heart couldn't help but tighten. "Wang Ziyu, I hope you will be fine." Liz Han prayed silently, gritted her teeth, pushed the door open, and stepped in. Inside the door, it was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. Not even Wang Ziyu's breathing could be heard. Liz Han was shocked and rushed to the bed. In the prince's castle, even the beds were a first-class appearance quality, with a beautifully stretched bed shape and a curved flower shape. The white three-silk quilt hung down, which did not look like a bed at all, but rather like a nobleman's bed. On the bed, Wang Ziyu was sleeping. His face was extremely pale, and his hair was slightly messy and covered his forehead, adding a bit of sickness. At this time, he had the handsomeness and nobility of an ordinary nobleman, and even a kind of quiet childishness, like a beautiful boy in the prime of his life. He neither dyed his hair nor grew it long, his skin was not deliberately tanned nor whitened, and he did not wear any decorations, only the shiny earring on his left ear occasionally flashed a light. Liz Han sighed silently, sat down gently on the edge of his bed, and carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, the fear gradually emerged, and he choked with red eyes and said, "You bastard, you always make me worry." Wang Ziyu seemed to hear her words, and moved slightly, but probably because he was very uncomfortable, his brows were slightly furrowed. She reached out to help him smooth out the wrinkles on the tip of his brows, lowered her head, and pulled the corners of her lips again, "As long as you are okay." After thinking for a while, she gently poked his cheek with her fingertips. It was delicate and elastic. Seeing that he had no resistance, Liz Han couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips and look at him with her chin on her hand. He had a good face, but what really fascinated her was his eyes. The sharp and cold eyes, and the quiet pupils revealed a maturity and burden that did not belong to his age. Accompanying patients is a long job. Liz Han sat for a long time, but no one came. The sequelae of her running around all day appeared. She kept yawning, and finally couldn't resist the sleepiness. She put her head on his bed and fell asleep. Not long after she fell asleep, the person on the bed opened his eyes silently. In those eyes, there was not only joy, but also relief. He moved his body, sat up from the bed, leaned out to pick her up, put her on the bed next to him, pulled up the quilt to cover her, looked at her sleeping soundly, smiled slightly, then lay down and held her in his arms. Liz Han seemed to feel his warmth, subconsciously burrowed into his arms, put her head on his chest, and lay on his chest with her paws. Wang Ziyu found it interesting, and stopped sleeping. He propped up half of his body, and looked at her gently. The current state is the way he most wants to get along with her. He can say without shame that he likes to hold her. As long as he holds her, he feels safe, and not afraid of anything. Perhaps this is the power of love. She is like a cat. Although she is cute when she struggles and fights, he likes her more now that she is so docile and soft lying in his arms. So satisfied. Wang Ziyu stretched out one hand and gently combed her hair, one strand at a time. He didn't feel bored at all, but became more and more interested. Finally, he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her secretly, and then watched her subconscious response. Liz Han slept until she woke up naturally. She slept so soundly that she forgot where she was when she woke up. It was not until she saw Wang Ziyu beside her that she suddenly realized that she had come to see Wang Ziyu. So how did she end up in his bed? Liz Han was not confident about her sleeping posture and thought to herself that something was wrong. She quickly lifted the quilt to check Wang Ziyu's wound. If she accidentally pressed on his wound, it would be the end. Wang Ziyu was only wearing a thin white silk top. Through the top, you could see circles of white bandages wrapped around his chest 3 inches below. There was a faint trace of blood on the bandage. Ah! It really pressed his wound. Liz Han was so regretful that she almost wanted to hit her head against the wall to commit suicide. She was not taking care of the patient, but was making things worse. I don't know who moved her to the bed. Liz Han thought while unbuttoning Wang Ziyu's clothes. No matter what, she had to confirm the severity of the wound first. The buttons were unbuttoned one by one, and his delicate and thin upper body was exposed little by little. For some reason, Liz Han suddenly felt like a female pervert who was about to take advantage of the king, but her hands were not slow at all. After all the buttons on the clothes were unbuttoned, she found the knot of the bandage, cut it open, and untied the tangled bandage. As the bandages were untied, Liz Han became more and more nervous. Who would have thought that when all the bandages were removed, she was completely stunned. There was no wound. The bloodstains she saw just now were all on the bandages, and had nothing to do with the body. Could it be that Wang Ziyu used magic to heal the wound? Liz Han thought it was possible, so she gently placed her palm on the skin that was originally a wound and used magic waves to detect. If it was really injured, even if the surface was healed, the damaged tissue in the body would not recover so quickly, so she could always find some clues. The strange thing is that even after using magic waves to detect his entire body, no discordant areas could be found. In other words, he was now as good as he could be. What about the injury that Les mentioned? Could it be that Les lied to her? She shook Wang Ziyu awake with all her strength and shouted, "What on earth is going on?" He had woken up when she was unbuttoning his clothes, and had intended to stop her. But suddenly, he had a brain seizure and felt that her concentration in unbuttoning his buttons was a strong temptation, so he did not stop her, which led to the tragedy. According to Lizzie's plan, he was to stay in bed for half a month. If Liz Han felt sorry for him, she would not run back home, and he could be with her naturally. But no one expected that it would be exposed after only 3 hours. Wang Ziyu's first reaction was to deny it, and yawned innocently. "What's going on?" Liz Han was furious and wanted to stuff all the bandages into his mouth. "You know it best." Then, he jumped out of bed, put on his boots, and walked towards the door. Seeing that she was really angry, Wang Ziyu hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Donut, listen to my explanation." Liz Han turned back and glared at him, then turned around and found a chair to sit down, crossed his legs, and said like a big boss, "Let me see what you say." "Go ahead, I listen." Wang Ziyu glanced at her, suddenly groaned, covered his chest with his hands, and bent down unnaturally. Liz Han was stunned, and rushed to him and supported him. "What's wrong with you?" Wang Ziyu put all his weight on her, hugged her completely, and then said, "It's okay, just some minor problems." "You know you have a problem, but you're still running around?" Liz Han yelled at him, helped him lie back on the bed, and said loudly, "What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Otherwise you wouldn't be lying in the ward, right?" Looking at her worried expression, Wang Ziyu suddenly realized that he had used the wrong method. Maybe the deception method is very effective, but he didn't want to see the worry in Li Zhan's eyes, and the undisguised concern on his face. He hoped that she would have him in her eyes. He hoped that she would care about him, but he shouldn't use this method to get it. He leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes slightly, and beckoned to Liz Han. Liz Han walked up to him suspiciously, and he took advantage of the situation to hug her, holding her in his arms, and whispered, "Donut, I'm glad you're here, but I'm fine." The more he said this, the more Liz Han didn't believe it in her heart. This was too much like his character. Even if there was a big problem, he would bear it alone and would not tell her. So, she was very unhappy and swung her fist and hit his chest hard, angrily saying, "Wang Ziyu, in your eyes, am I just a maid who can come and go at will? What do you mean by hiding everything from me?" Wang Ziyu held her fist helplessly, and said in the most sincere tone, "Donut, I feel bad. I like you, and want you to stay here with me. But you refused to come, so I asked Lizzie to lie to you and say that I was injured. In fact, I was not injured at all. You saw the bandage and checked my body. I hope you can forgive me." The words came out of his mouth completely, admitting the fact of deception. This time, Lizon finally believed what he said. Thinking of her worries and fears along the way, and thinking that her good intentions only led to deception, she couldn't say a word for a while, pointed at him with trembling fingers, and turned away. "Donuts," Wang Ziyu said with some worry. "Don't call me." Li Zhan's voice was calm and almost as cold as ice and snow. "Thank you for telling me all this, goodbye." Tian. Wang Ziyu rushed forward, hugged her around the waist, and said in a pleading tone, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me, okay?" The high and mighty prince finally learned to apologize, but Lizhan just pushed him away calmly, said nothing, and rushed into the ice and snow. Chapter 137. Wang Ziyu stood at the door in a daze, unable to say a word. Lai quietly walked to the window, looked at Wang Ziyu with a lost expression, and sighed softly. Maybe love is like this. It can make a man willing to be a clown. Even a prince is no exception. It can lead to deception, but it can also make people sober up from deception. Love is really a magical thing. Lai couldn't help but think of the butler Billy's face that was always flat and calm. Perhaps she should find an opportunity to tear off that calm face and see his true self after he lost his disguise. It's freezing cold. It's a good time to find someone to warm your hands, feet, and bed. Lai turned and left without saying anything. Wang Ziyu then noticed her presence and asked, "Lai, what's wrong with you?" Lai waved her hand and said without turning back, "I'm going to find the housekeeper to force her." As a competent magician mentor and Li Zhan's instructor, although she has a fierce style, she still did not forget her duties after forcing her to do it. She found a free time and called Li Zhan's number. First, she expressed her understanding of Li Zhan's reluctance to go to Wang Ziyu's castle, and warned Lizhan to be careful of her personal safety during the holidays. The inter-school competition is related to the reputation of the school, and the school has kept the identities and names of the two confidential. But too many people saw that battle, and it is impossible to keep it completely secret. The school has spread the word that the game was just a show for people to see, and it is not a real team competition final. During the school period, the school has security personnel to protect them, but during the winter vacation, it is very difficult to protect them thoroughly. During the winter vacation, Lizhan refused to come to the castle, so we had to be careful. In previous years, before the competition, especially during the winter vacation, many players were beaten or even killed, and could not participate in the inter-school PK competition in the second semester, and then put the blame on the black magician. The school could not find any handle, and there was nothing it could do. What's more, every school would do this, including Kara. The school itself is a microcosm of the battlefield. Therefore, the best strategy is to protect yourself. Lizhan was horrified and asked, "Will I implicate the shopkeeper of Leisheng?" Lisa knew that she was working for Leisheng, and she only raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Implicate? Who dares to attack that old woman? She doesn't even know how to write the word death. When Lizhan went to work for Leisheng, Lai consciously paid attention to the shopkeeper old lady. When she paid attention, she suddenly found that the shopkeeper old lady was actually the legendary great sage. The star rating of the prophet is only 5 stars. It is not as easy to upgrade as a magician. Generally, those who can reach 3 stars are considered strong. There are less than 100 people in the entire magic world who have 4 stars, and less than 10 people who have 5 stars. However, after breaking through the 5-star level, you can directly become a great sage. The old lady is a great sage. So, Lizzie is very relieved about the old lady. She even despised Li Zhan's vision. After getting along for so long, he didn't realize that she was not an ordinary old lady. I don't know where his eyesight went. Lizhan didn't understand at the moment, and just asked blankly, "Do people here respect the elderly?" Loai's wiped his sweat silently, and cut off the communication. After Lizhan came back to Liaozhong, he packed up his things and asked the old lady excitedly, "How do you usually celebrate the Magic Saint Festival? Do you need to prepare a lot of things for the festival?" The old lady smiled kindly. "Prepare the decorations in 3 days, and there will be discounts in the city shopping malls in 4 days. Then start preparing." Lizhan glanced at the magic wands on the shelf. "Are magic wands also discounted?" The old lady waved her hand. "First double the price, then give me a 50% discount." What a black-hearted person. Lizhan sighed helplessly, and then heard the old lady say, "Now, you draw comics first." Lizhan wanted to go out and play for a while, but when she heard this, She pouted and went to draw with the little lion. On the shelves of the store, her comics have filled up a whole shelf, and just looking at them makes her feel very accomplished. She has been thinking about the decoration of the store. Before the 3 days are up, she has been looking through materials everywhere to see the customs of the Dharma Saint Festival, what decorations are needed, and what to prepare. This is her first big festival in this world, and she is looking forward to it. There are many materials, but they are not complicated. There are 2 main things. The first is the 6-pointed star lantern. The main materials are color paper, pen, rope and spirit stone. Make the color paper into a 3-dimensional 6-pointed star shape, draw amulets or totems with a pen, put the spirit stone in the center, light it, put it in a round transparent sphere, and hang it up with a rope. In addition to the lanterns, there are also colorful bells and colored silk. It is said that if such colorful decorations are hung at the door during the Law Saint Festival, the black magician will not dare to invade. The second thing is a unicorn. Unicorns are carved from wood or made of paper. On the day of the Saint of the Law, they are placed at the door to indicate eternal peace for generations. Lizhan likes lanterns very much. She excitedly ran to the store next door that sells lanterns and bought a lantern, ready to disassemble it and study it thoroughly before making it herself. She is not very good at handwork, but she is good at painting, right? She believes that the old lady who owns the shop is very good at handwork. In this day and age, it is the old people who are good at handwork. Moreover, she has seen the old lady grinding magic wands. The fineness of the handwork and the exquisite workmanship are incomparable to any machine, which makes her very impressed. She ran back happily with the lantern, and the little lion followed her happily, leaving a string of plum blossom marks on the snow behind her. Before she reached the door, she saw 2 people in warm yellow uniforms standing there, with several large boxes beside them. They said from a distance, "Excuse me, are you Miss Lizhan Bossman? This is a gift from Mr. Farrell. Please accept it." Huh? Wang Ziyu gave her a gift? Lizhan thought of the bastard who deceived her, and she still had some resentment in her heart, but she was no longer angry. She was quite happy to hear that there was a gift. She quickly put the lantern in her hand on the little lion's back and let it carry it into the house. She took the paper cutter and cut open the top box to conduct the customary express delivery inspection. The box was full of colored transparent paper. Lizhan wiped her sweat silently and asked 2 staff members to help her carry the box in. After opening the box, she found that it was full of materials for making lanterns and unicorns, and even a box of spiritual stones. She looked carefully and found that they were 3rd-grade spiritual stones. It was very luxurious to use them on lanterns, right? But she was still very happy to receive so much paper. At least she saved a lot of money. Because it was close to the Law Saint Festival, all the materials were ridiculously expensive. Wang Ziyu actually guessed that she wanted to make lanterns, and prepared the materials for them for her. She had to admit that she was secretly touched, although she thought he was essentially a jerk. She asked the staff to wait for a moment, and moved a small stool to sit in front of the fireplace. She took out a huge piece of pink transparent paper, drew the lines of a hexagram on it, painted a talisman on the lines, picked up the little lion, pressed a plum blossom-like mark as the signature, then folded the paper into a hexagram, put in a red spirit stone, and lit it. The finished product is about 30 centimeters in diameter, about the same size as a street lamp. Because the spiritual stone is red light, it is reflected on the pink transparent paper, which is warm, just like the feeling of peach blossoms flying in spring. However, due to the lack of skill, 2 corners of the 6-pointed star are crooked, which does not look good. She held the lantern and looked at it. She wanted to make a more beautiful one, but she was embarrassed to let the staff wait too long, so she put the 6-pointed star into a transparent ball, packed it in a box, sealed it, and said to the staff, "Please help me send it to Mr. Farrell." The shopkeeper's wife had been keeping her eyes closed. When she heard her voice, she opened her eyes and teased, "Farrell, your boyfriend?" Lizhan blushed and retorted, "No, he's not. He's just my boss at another job." The shopkeeper's wife narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "Is that so? How disappointing. What's his full name?" "Joyeux Farrell." Lizhan reached out for the light green-colored transparent paper without thinking, ready to make the next one. The little lion was watching from the side, and immediately held the pen in front of her. Lizhan touched the little lion's fur with satisfaction, not noticing the shopkeeper's old lady's murmur, "Can the ups and downs caused by him also be ended by him?" Just then, Wang Ziyu, who was far away in the castle, suddenly sneezed. He was sitting in the castle's meeting room, listening to the year-end work reports of the housekeeper and the heads of various industries. Yes, it's the end of the year. After the Law Saint Festival, It's the new year. A year has passed like this. His business never needed him to keep an eye on it all the time. He had many people who were loyal to him and willing to work for him. However, he had no friends or relatives. When the work report was over at the end of the year, everyone bowed and left, and the door closed with a click. He became alone again. Suddenly, a sense of loneliness came over me. Recently, things have brought up such a mood, which is rare for someone who is about to turn 18. Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead and looked out the window. He couldn't help but think of his lonely and helpless childhood, and the time when he felt satisfied as long as there was someone to accompany him, the old man in the library, Les, the butler. Will he feel lonely at that time? The answer is no. Why does he feel this way now? Of course it's not because he's old. Maybe it's because the Lost Saints' Day is coming? No matter who it is, they will return home and reunite with their families on the Lost Saints' Day. And he didn't even want to think about the Palace of Philaire, let alone go back. Even if he went back, it would only lead to fighting between brothers. As for his parents, his mother had passed away, and he didn't know whether his father was round or flat. What's the point? Maybe he just wanted someone to accompany him. Chapter 138. Wang Ziyu felt his chest tighten and ache. He was not sick, but for some reason, the pain was unbearable. He touched the silver earring on his left ear and realized that he was not lonely because he was alone, but because he could not see the person he liked when everyone had their loved ones by their side. Suddenly, he realized how precious and beautiful this feeling was. Until now, no one had ever been willing to accompany him. Whether it was Lizzie or the housekeeper, they stayed with him because of the interest relationship. He just relied on this kind of interest psychology, and he did not occupy an absolutely necessary position in their minds. He understood this, but did not care. In the past, in his eyes, people did not need too much affection at all. The more affection, the more involved, the more complicated the relationship would be, and the more difficult it would be to clearly define the boundaries of love and hate. After getting along with Liz Han, he suddenly realized it. The road is ruthless, but people are affectionate. People always need a spiritual pillar to not fall down, and people always need an emotional sustenance to not be lonely. However, feelings need to be cultivated and nourished, otherwise they will slowly turn into dust over time. His efforts and feelings are not enough. If you want to get it, you must work hard. It is not blindly clinging to the relationship of interests, so that no one can leave your side, nor can you blindly wait for others to give you a place to stay. This requires persistence. Just like Liz Han, if he insists on the fact that she is his maid, it will inevitably cause her to resist and even make her leave him. However, if he blindly waits for Liz Han to give him status, then she is likely to be snatched away by someone else. If you want to get her love, you must work hard. He thought that he should have worked hard for a goal a long time ago, but unfortunately, he didn't get any reward. The people who hope to accompany you always slip through your fingers. When he was young, he was exhausted from chasing, but got nothing. But after he met Les, he accidentally forgot how to work hard. After many twists and turns, he was about to turn 18, and he knew what he wanted. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Wang Ziyu lowered his eyes slightly, suppressed his emotions, and said lightly, "Come in. Master, this is a return gift from Miss Liz Han Bossman." The butler saluted respectfully, and put the cardboard box on the table in front of him. What? Donuts? Wang Ziyu suddenly came to his senses, opened the carton in a hurry, and took out the six-pointed star lantern inside. The six-pointed star lantern had 6 sides, 2 amulets, 2 totems, one with a plum blossom-like footprints of a little lion, and one with Li Zhan's big smiling face. The fiery red light of the spirit stone shone through and reflected on his face, adding a bit of warmth. He could completely imagine Li Zhan's excited expression when he was painting, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. His donut. The haze of the day disappeared immediately after seeing this gift. He looked out the window again, and noticed that the snow grass in the corner of the garden had bloomed. The pure white flowers were beautiful and lovely. Snow grass means hope, doesn't it? As soon as the 2 staff members left, 2 more people in the same uniform came to the door, holding cartons in their hands. Liz Han was just surprised. Did Wang Ziyu give her another gift? This speed was too fast. This time she didn't open the box to check, and took it directly into the house. The little lion curiously scratched the seal of the box with his claws, trying to see what was inside. She handed it a paper-cutting knife. It depends on you to open it. The little lion held the box with both paws, and was about to separate the sealing tape when the old lady suddenly opened her eyes. "Shao Li, throw it away, now." The little lion was frightened by her glare, and the knife on his paw fell off. Li Zhan was surprised and said, "What's wrong?" The old lady didn't say anything. She picked up a magic wand on the shelf beside her and pointed it at the box. The box immediately flew up and was thrown towards the door. The door opened automatically without anyone, and the box flew outside the door. The two staff members who were escaping outside the door had no time to dodge and were hit. Liz Hahn stood up puzzled and heard a loud bang, and snow flew everywhere. It turned out that the box exploded. The two staff members were affected by the explosion and fell to the ground, groaning. Liz Hahn ran to the door and saw that the two people were getting up from the ground in a mess, limping away. Liz Hahn wanted to catch up with them to ask for clarification, but the old lady said, "Don't pay attention to them." Liz Hahn turned around in confusion and saw the shopkeeper old lady lying back on the recliner calmly, with a very calm tone. "There are more miscellaneous items at the end of the year, so you have to be more careful in the future." Liz Hahn stared at her in astonishment and ran out of the door. Seeing that the box outside the door had been blown to pieces, and she couldn't see what was inside, she walked back into the house silently. Could it be true that, as Lizzie said, someone from another school came to assassinate her? Can an inter-school competition really be so cruel? If the old lady hadn't reminded her quickly just now, I'm afraid she and the little lion would only have half their lives left. You have to be extremely careful in the future. She looked at the old lady with gratitude. The old lady said calmly, "There are always a few enemies in life, and it's not surprising to be targeted." Liz Hahn said with admiration, "How did you know there was something wrong with the box?" The old lady smiled kindly. "I had a hunch." Liz Hahn stopped playing with lanterns and moved a small stool to sit next to her, asking like a curious baby, "How do hunches come about? Is it due to rich life experience? Or can it be learned? Shopkeeper Grandma, can you teach me a few tricks?" The old lady smiled but said nothing. Unlike magicians, profit can be acquired through learning. The most important thing for profit is inheritance. Most of the profit are inherited from the family. In addition, they are extremely talented. Some people cannot speak anything in their entire lives, while some people can see things that others cannot see. This is the difference in talent. Li Zhan's magic talent is not comparable to that of ordinary people, but she does not have the talent of a prophet at all, so the old lady did not teach her knowledge in this area, but just sent her away with common sense of language. Liz Hahn was very disappointed and ran to make six-pointed star lanterns again. The shopkeeper's wife was buried in the comics again and did not help. Later, after finishing the comics, she felt bored and wanted to ask Liz Hahn to help her draw comics, but Liz Hahn refused. In order to kill time, she had to help Liz Hahn make lanterns so that she could draw as soon as possible. The shopkeeper's wife's skills were not to be underestimated. The lanterns that Liz Hahn took half an hour to make could be made by her in 10 minutes, and they were several times more exquisite than Li Zhan's. Liz Hahn looked at her with resentment and simply stopped doing it, only responsible for painting, leaving it to her alone. As a helper, the little lion helped the old lady get a spiritual stone from time to time, and helped Liz Hahn pour a cup of boiling water. His posture was very professional, as if he had been trained. It was cold, but the fireplace was warm. In front of the fireplace, an old man, a young man and a lion were full of warmth. After making the lanterns, Liz Hahn took them to the corridor, outside the door, and hung them in a row on the left and right sides, with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. He hung another row in the store, so that the inside and outside were bright, and the gorgeous colored lights illuminated the white snow, and the atmosphere of the Dharma Saint Festival suddenly appeared. The snow has stopped. The snow on the ground is thick. The colorful lights of shops all over the street are hung up, and the bare hibiscus trees in the middle of the street are also hung with various colorful decorations, lighting up the gray evening. In the world covered in silver, it is like a long line of colorful dragons, extending to the invisible end, beautiful and warm. As Liz Hahn looked at it, he didn't know why, his eyes suddenly became wet. At this time, is it almost the spring festival? The 6-pointed star-colored lights in front of him seemed to have turned into red lanterns of the spring festival, swaying in the wind, as if calling the wanderers to return home as soon as possible. There is no way back. Liz Hahn wiped the tears from her eyes with her fingers, and found that the little lion was constantly pulling at the corner of her clothes. She bent down, picked up the little lion, and said with a smile, "Little prince, we are a family and can never be separated." The little lion, "Ah," answered her, and put his paw on her shoulder. Liz Hahn curled her lips, held it like a child, and ran forward along the colorful decorations, leaving shallow footprints on the white snow. Liz Hahn looked back and saw her own footprints. For no reason, a feeling of emotion rose in her heart. No matter what the world was like in the past, no matter what life was like in the past, It is gone and covered by time, but the footprints she once walked on will be understood by the land of that world. Just like these footprints, they will be completely covered when it snows again, but the snowflakes that once carried her will be remembered forever. So, she only needs to put the past at the bottom of her heart, and then face the future with the strongest mentality. Thinking of this, she couldn't help squatting on the snow, taking off her gloves, and writing a line of Chinese characters belonging to the Celestial Empire next to the footprints with her fingers. I am Liz Han, I have been here. She raised her head, the cold winter wind blew in her face, but she didn't feel cold. At this moment, Liz Han finally let go of the burden in her heart. It's good to live like this. Let the wind, snow and sand record everything. The shop owner, who was hanging colorful decorations next to her, saw her squatting on the snow with a little lion in her arms, and couldn't help laughing. Baby, whose family are you from? Remember to come and play on the Law Saints' Day. Liz Han turned around and made a face at him. I belong to the old lady. Remember to save holy fruit for me on the Law Saints' Day. The Law Saints' Day requires the preparation of holy fruit, and it is not for yourself to eat, but for other people's children. Liz Han covered her face and smiled comfortingly. Ha, it turns out that she is still a child. So happy. Chapter 139. More important than preparing holy fruits is preparing costumes. Because the Magic Saint Festival is a traditional festival, people also wear traditional costumes, which are actually magician costumes. In history, magic costumes were very simple, from top to bottom: magician hat, magician scarf, magic wand, magic robe, magic gloves, magic boots, magic pet. After the evolution of time, the basic magician costumes have been integrated with fashion elements, becoming colorful and becoming a beautiful scenery in the windows of clothing stores. Because most people usually wear uniforms, so the magician's uniform has become an indispensable equipment during the Magic Saint Festival. The only thing that remains unchanged is its main colors: red, white, and blue. White symbolizes that magic makes everything possible, and blue refers to blue magic, which is natural magic. Red represents the energy in the magic circuit, that is, magic waves. Because of the snow, the ground is white, so most people will choose red or purple, or blue to match, which looks brighter and warmer. Liz Han sighed as she looked at the beautiful magician costumes in the magazine. She didn't have any magic costumes. She wore uniforms at school, and made costumes at the castle. She turned her closet over and over again, but couldn't find a decent magic costume. Go buy it while it's on sale. She got the compensation from the Magic Guild and the castle. All in all, it was 100,000 Dan coins. She became a rich woman overnight. She was thinking about training every day these days, and didn't spend much. Now is the time to use it. Liz Han stood up suddenly and said excitedly, "Boss, let's go shopping." The old lady of the shopkeeper laughed and said, "No, I am old and I am afraid that my bones will break in a short time in the crowd. You go by yourself. Come back early." Liz Han pouted in disappointment and walked around the room. Shopping alone is the most boring thing. She picked up the communicator and looked for friends who could go shopping together. After searching for a long time, there were only people in the school. She threw the phone beside her, and the phone bounced up and fell down, lying motionless. Bored? At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang and startled her. She hurriedly picked up the communicator, and it showed Ikaro. She felt warm in her heart, and answered the call immediately. Ikaro's indifferent voice came from the communicator. "Liz Han, do you have an appointment today?" Liz Han was stunned, and said subconsciously, "No." Ikaro laughed immediately, and it was a loud laugh, which surprised Liz Han. "Then you can go shopping with me today. I will come to pick you up in half an hour." After saying that, the communication was cut off. Liz Han was stunned. Did Icarus, who was smiling without showing his teeth, change his character? She had just put down the communicator when the doorbell rang. Icarus wouldn't be here so soon, right? Liz Han ran to open the door. Two servants in the uniforms of the prince's castle stood in front of the door, holding two large boxes in their hands, and two winged tigers on the snow behind them were hissing white air. Liz Han had seen these two servants before. They often followed the butler, and were mobile personnel, who would go wherever they were needed to help. However, after the last box explosion, she was more cautious this time and asked, "Why did Mr. Assistant send you here?" The servant smiled and said, "This is the prince's gift to you for the Saint's Day. He is afraid that you will refuse unfamiliar people. It seems that Prince Yu has already known about her attack." She scratched her head embarrassedly. "The early bird catches the worm?" The servant said in unison, "The early bird catches the worm." The code is correct. When she was in the castle before, she always liked to say these words, and everyone familiar with the castle knew it. Surprisingly, it came in handy. Lizon asked them to move the things to the fireplace, and excitedly opened the box to check the gifts. Wang Ziyu's gifts were always unexpected, but they were always timely. What would it be this time? She was actually looking forward to it. As soon as the box was opened, Lizon almost screamed. So many clothes. She took out all the clothes, one by one, from cloaks to scarves to boots, all magic costumes, and they actually prepared them for her. The fiery red furry magician's cloak, trimmed with fluorescent silver edges, exuded luxury in the warmth, accompanied by a furry magic scarf of the same color. It is simply the warmest and most eye-catching costume for the Magic Saint Festival in winter. In addition to hers, there are also the shopkeeper's old ladies, and the little lions. Shopkeeper, look, this is for you. Lizon happily unwrapped the wrapping paper, stroked the soft velvet, and praised, so comfortable, try it and see if it fits you. The shopkeeper smiled kindly, slowly stroked the magic costume belonging to the prophet, and sighed in his heart. The child understood her identity, and was very thoughtful, but, Shaoli, do you believe in fate? She asked meaningfully. Lizon was surprised by the sudden heavy topic, thought for a moment, and said, I don't believe it, but sometimes I have to believe it. Just like when she came to this world, however, no matter which world, as long as you set your mind right and work hard, you can still achieve your goals. So she added, as long as you are willing to exert your subjective initiative and be proactive, the future is still created by yourself. The shopkeeper nodded and muttered to himself, the future can indeed change, even if it has been predicted. I hope that child can change his fate. Lizon asked curiously, Shopkeeper, what are you talking about? The shopkeeper raised his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. I said, that child is thoughtful. Lizon was the happiest person that Wang Ziyu could send so many things thoughtfully, but she felt awkward when she heard the shopkeeper praising her. She pouted her lips, stood up and poured the heated green milk into 2 cups and a saucer, 1 cup for the shopkeeper and 1 saucer for the little lion. She took a cup herself, sat down and took a sip. He just has too much money, and has nowhere to spend it. After the Saint of Law festival, I will return all the money for buying gifts to him. The two chatted intermittently, and Ikaro arrived. Seeing the room full of beautiful clothes, Ikaro was a little surprised. Lizhan, did you just come back from buying clothes? Lizhan didn't realize that Ikaro was calling Lizhan, not the usual little tail, and raised his head and smiled. Oh no, this is from Wang Ziyu. Ikaro's face changed immediately. Are you dating Wang Ziyu? Puff. Lizhan spurted out the milk she had just swallowed, staring at Ikaro in disbelief. Why would you ask that? No boy would be idle and give clothes to girls. Ikaro said firmly, looking very disappointed. But why is it Wang Ziyu? Lizhan vaguely remembered that Ji Rongxi seemed to have said something similar. They said, why did you provoke Wang Ziyu? He is a devil-like boy. Is that what Ikaro meant? For some reason, Lizhan felt inexplicably angry. Wang Ziyu is not that scary. Ikaro's face showed a moment of frustration, and then he smiled, not a slight smile, but a very sarcastic smile. Wang Ziyu is a very hard person. If you are deceived by this point, and can't see it at all, then it is evidence that you are fascinated by him. Very hard. Does it mean that Wang Ziyu is a cold prince? Although she knew that she couldn't take her eyes off Wang Ziyu, it was still too difficult for her to nod and admit it in front of Ikaro. Actually, I know that, but... Lizhan was choosing her words carefully, and was just about to explain when Ikaro blurted out, you know? What on earth attracted you to the prince? Lizhan didn't know why, but she felt that Ikaro didn't seem as gentlemanly as usual, and his words didn't take her feelings into consideration, and even had a sense of blame. It's true that Wang Ziyu is a prince, but she doesn't care about him because he is a prince, but his existence has always deeply attracted her heart. He always gives people a very strong and cold feeling, but in fact, his heart is very fragile. He just pretends to be indifferent and keeps himself going. He always makes her feel that he may get hurt at any time. She doesn't want to see him get hurt. It's true that she hates Wang Ziyu very much, but when others say bad things about her, she can't help but defend him. Senior, you don't know. Although Wang Ziyu is a little hateful, he also has cute aspects. Well, just like our little lion. After Lizhan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, so he turned around and put on his coat to cover up his awkwardness. Shaoli. The shopkeeper who was sitting in front of the fireplace suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. Today is a black plum day. It's not suitable to go out. Think twice before you act. When Lizhan said earlier that he was going out shopping, everything was normal, but for some reason, the prediction just now suddenly changed. Was it that box of magic costumes that changed the trajectory of fate, Or was it Icarus's visit that changed it? No matter which one it is, this change is not good news. Lizon said indifferently. The magic calendar is never accurate. Don't worry, it's just shopping. She lowered her head and smoothed the little lion's fur. Be good at home and accompany the shopkeeper, otherwise I will deduct a day's food tomorrow. The little lion shook its tail in dissatisfaction. Lizon waved to the old lady, turned to Akalu and said, Let's go. The old lady watched their figures disappear at the door, turned her head, and looked at the magic calendar hanging on the wall. In fact, the fortunes on the calendar were written down word by word according to the prophecy, but Lizon didn't pay attention. If he went out, every word would come true. She reached out and picked up the little lion, put it on her knees, stroked its warm fur, and murmured, Since you have predicted it, let the child know, and pay with clothes. Chapter 140. As the shopkeeper spoke, he opened his hand, and a piece of paper appeared in his palm. He wrote a few words on it. After he finished writing, the words disappeared completely. He held the paper in his left palm, spread his right palm, and placed it flat on the back of his left hand. He cast a spell and whispered, Bring it to Joyeux Pharaoh. As a prophet, she could not take anything from anyone, nor could she give predictions to anyone for free. Everything required an equal exchange. It seemed like a coincidence that Prince Yu sent her clothes, but it pointed to a path. Sometimes, the trajectory of fate changes in a moment. It was said that Lizon and Ikaro walked to the street. Ikaro was silent for a long time and said, Lizon, I'm very sad. Lizon was stunned. What did this sentence mean? Ikaro raised his head and said in a colder tone, Have you forgotten the Akali you promised me? Lizon continued to stare blankly with her mouth open. This was definitely not the Ikaro she knew. So she didn't answer anything and confirmed his appearance again. Her appearance had not changed. She was tall and slightly thin, and the soft lines on her face somehow made her feel more open. Her gestures were no longer as harmless as before. Most importantly, she wore black-framed glasses. Hidden behind the lenses, her eyes were not as gentle and warm as Ikalu's usual ones. Ikalu. This Ikalu was somewhat similar to the angry Wang Ziyu, but she secretly felt that Wang Ziyu was more courageous. There was a sense of contradiction and conflict in his innate elegance. Lizon stared at him with his eyes wide open. After Wang Ziyu's figure kept flashing in his mind, he hurriedly shook his head. No, he couldn't think about it anymore, otherwise it would be dangerous. You are Senior Ikalu, right? She changed the subject. Who do you think I am? Ikalu answered without gratitude. I just want to thank you. Last time you saved me from the hands of the black magician, I told you in person. Lizon said weakly. Speaking of this, Ikalu's face became even darker. Being saved by a girl was a pain in his heart. He patted her head depressedly. Don't mention this again, otherwise I will never let you go. He suddenly became a different person, even forcibly pulling her wrist. Didn't you say we were going shopping? I leave it to you. Lizon sighed silently. Although he said he would leave it to her, he was still the one who took the lead in the end. She was busy comparing Ikalu with Wang Ziyu, but she didn't raise any objections. Lizon originally wanted to buy clothes, but Wang Ziyu sent the clothes in advance, which resulted in her not knowing what to buy. Ikalu was still in an unstable mood, and for a while, the two of them just walked aimlessly on the snow-covered road. People here think snow is a gift from nature, so they never shovel or sweep snow. Instead, they clean the soles of their shoes, not wanting to leave dirt on the snow. So on sale days, the snow is walked over and over again, and it remains as clean as ever. Lizon didn't know what to say to Ikalu, so he lowered his head and looked at the snow, studying everyone's footprints, looking at the depth of the footprints, and imagining the person's magic wave and category. Lizon. Ikalu suddenly said, Let's go to Lumai Street, it won't be so crowded there. Lizon was also squeezed by the crowd of people rushing to buy things and felt that it was like fighting a bloody path among 30,000 ducks. It was too difficult. After hearing what he said, he went there happily. Lumai Street is an older street than the street where Lai Yizhang is located, and it is also more famous. In the open-air street market, the goods are just set up on a shelf and placed on the snow. There is no fireplace or heating. When the cold wind blows, the ice crystals on the dry trees beside the road fall down, which is a spectacle. The only difference from the past was that on the discount day, all the items were covered with red oil paper. From a distance, it looked like a bright red against the white snow, which was very eye-catching. There were many people coming and going on the street. They stopped from time to time to buy something in front of the stalls, and then walked away. Half of the street was selling food, with strange-shaped scorpion skewers, scary-looking butterfly-shaped insect eggs, and large claws of unknown monsters. It was a good place to test your courage. Lizhan was still watching. Clara bought 2 bags of hot, crunchy fruit. He handed one bag to Lizhan, and took the other bag himself. He put it in his mouth and chewed it with a crunching sound. Lizhan looked at Clara in astonishment. Is this person Clara? Why would he eat while walking on the street? Why would he act so ordinary? Does he have a third personality? Clara saw that she was holding the crunchy fruit without moving and said to the side, Don't eat it. Afraid of humiliating your status? Then give it back to me. As he said that, he rudely snatched the bag back from her hand. This time, Lizhan was completely awake and hurriedly snatched the crunchy fruit again, threw 2 of them into his mouth, and muttered, I was just wondering why you and the little lion like the same food. Akala was stunned, then smiled. The straight lines on her face suddenly became clear, and the eyes behind the black-framed glasses didn't seem so sharp. Great, next time I can snatch it to eat. Puff, Lizhan couldn't help it, and spit out all the crunchy fruit. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stared at Akala blankly. The voice in her heart became louder and louder. This person is definitely not Akalu. Definitely not. Clairol seemed to have seen through her thoughts and shrugged. Do you think I'm not like Clairol? Lizhan, you really framed someone's personality the first time you met them. If there's a little change, you think it's wrong. So, actually I was wrong. Are you still Clairol? Lizhan was quick to follow the advice. It's true that some people's appearance and true personality are very different, but she guessed that the cult Clairol was just a disguise. I am Clairol, and Clairol is me. I grew up on this street. Akala chewed 2 more crunchy fruits, and seeing her expression of disbelief, he said, My personality is just the opposite of Akalo's. Akalo hates this street the most. He will never eat while walking, and he will never laugh out loud. Now, please get rid of Akala's shadow and treat me as a new person. Lizhan nodded. I was wrong. Senior Akalu, let's get to know each other again. My name is Lizhan. I don't mind eating while walking, and I will laugh out loud. I'm very happy to be your friend. Akala happily stretched out his fist. Lizhan clenched his fist and hit it with him. With a slight sound, the 2 laughed together, hand in hand, and went shopping. It must be said that this shopping trip completely changed Lizhan's feelings about Akalu. Whether it is Akalu or Akalo, in Lizhan's eyes, they are all children of the nobility. Even if Akala's personality is a little colder and crueler, it should be about the same. I didn't expect that Akala's personality would be so cheerful, like the big brother next door. Not arrogant, not noble, he even hates everything about the nobility, especially the rules of the nobility. Lizhan began to like him. Whether it was Ji Rongxi, Akalo, or Wang Ziyu, or his classmates, they all came from aristocratic families. It was difficult for her to identify with them after accidentally breaking into the aristocratic world. And Akala finally made her feel like a friend. The 2 of them ate from the beginning to the end of the street and tried every kind of food. Akala was a familiar person on this street. While greeting with a cheerful smile, he asked for a discount. Many vendors saw her and thought she was his girlfriend. They all smiled and said, Since you brought your girlfriend today, I give you a 12% discount. Another group of black-hearted vendors. But joking aside, the vendors finally gave him a 10% discount, which made him very happy. He showed off while eating, which made her speechless. Akala said while eating, Lizhan, to be honest, I still hope you can consider me. Wang Ziyu is really not suitable for you. Lizhan paused and saw that the eyes of the segmented insect on the skewer were open, staring at her with unwilling eyes. She calmly dug out the eyes and continued to put them into her mouth, and asked casually, Why is he not suitable for me? Before walking to the street, she thought she might still have some fantasies about the cold and handsome Clairol, but once the 2 of them started playing, this idea was completely eliminated. Such boys are suitable to be best friends, male best friends. She hopes to be friends with him because it feels good. If you look at it from the perspective of a lover, this feeling is too complicated, and it destroys such a beautiful friendship. Clairol split the fork in his hand in 2 with resentment, and said depressedly, Since I was 10 years old, I have lived in his shadow. Everyone says that the little prince is a genius, the little prince is a prodigy, and the little prince is so courageous at a young age. Everyone will compare me with him, saying that I can't compare with him and should study hard, so they justifiably deprive me of the right to come to this street. The reason why I have a dual personality is because of him. At that time, he was still young. He wanted to win over Wang Ziyu and win back everyone's attention. At the same time, he admired Wang Ziyu because Wang Ziyu dared to break all the constraints of the noble rules and acted boldly. He has been learning from Wang Ziyu, but he has never been able to be as open-minded as him and despised the rules to the end. Under long-term pressure, he was divided into two. Half of him went in the direction expected by his parents and family, and the remaining half went to the other extreme. Hearing that Liz Han liked the culprit, Akala felt mixed emotions. He took a bite of the skewer fiercely, as if he was biting Wang Ziyu. That bastard is too obsessed. He won't stop until he destroys everything. He doesn't have time to protect you. Liz Han glanced at him. Can you protect me?